In the realm of Zhuxian, the Sword Immortal Long Xian met his demise while attempting to seize one of the 4 heavenly scriptures, the Tai Xuan Sword Classic. Struck by a mysterious purple lightning, his physical form was obliterated, propelling him into the world of Zhuxian. There, he sought to cultivate the path of the sword and vanquish demons, his presence altering the destinies of many and unveiling the hidden secrets of this enigmatic realm. With a spirit unyielding to the fears of ghosts and deities, he wielded his sword, shaking the very foundations of the universe. This is an extraordinary tale of Zhuxian, a captivating journey through a fantastical world, encapsulated in the peerless Sword Immortal of Zhuxian. Chapter 1. Apprenticeship in Qingyun. It seems I have truly traversed realms. In a lavishly adorned chamber, Long Xian gazed expressionlessly at the youthful visage reflected in the bronze mirror before him. The boy appeared to be around 12, with elegant brows that arched gracefully. Although his face bore the pallor of recent illness, his features were strikingly handsome, almost exquisite. His eyes glimmered with an air of nobility, flickering with shades of purple that added an air of mystery to his countenance. Reluctantly accepting reality, Long Xian pinched his own cheek, eliciting a sharp sting. Xinzhou World, Heyang City, Qingyun Sect, Tianyin Temple, and the Incense Valley? This cannot be a dream. But where exactly am I? He recalled that in his previous life, his final thoughts had been amidst a cataclysmic battle. The emergence of the Tai Xuan Sword Classic had compelled him to represent the Zhuxian lineage in a fierce contest, armed solely with his sword. He fought valiantly against numerous foes, but was struck down by an inexplicable purple lightning just as victory was within his grasp. Upon awakening, he found himself in a new body, in a world that felt utterly foreign. Suddenly remembering something, Long Xian settled into a meditative posture, palms raised towards the heavens. He began to channel the qi through the technique recorded in the 9 heavens, Xianjing, a treasured doctrine of the Zhuxian lineage. As he focused inward, he perceived the vast and unobstructed primordial meridians and a chaotic dantian, all revealing the immense potential of this youthful form. Yet, to his dismay, the considerable power he had cultivated over a lifetime in his previous existence had vanished, leaving only the residual consciousness of a celestial being. Well, at least my mental faculties remain intact. I am not entirely powerless, he mused wryly, offering himself a semblance of comfort. Dao Xianzhenren, I owe my survival to your assistance. Please, stay with my family for a few more days, so I may extend my hospitality, spoke a refined male voice, drawing closer to Long Xian's door. Your kindness is appreciated, Long Guosher. Slaying demons and upholding righteousness is our duty as cultivators. There is no need for thanks, replied an elder voice with a calm demeanor. As they conversed, the door to Long Xian's room swung open, revealing a gentleman clad in a sky-blue robe alongside an elderly Daoist. According to the memories Long Xian had inherited, this middle-aged man was none other than his adoptive father, Long Su, the lord of Heyang City. However, his gaze was drawn more to the elder Daoist beside him, adorned in a dark green robe. Exuding an ethereal aura, the elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and his movements seemed to resonate with the very laws of the universe. In Long Xian's perception, the elder appeared to meld seamlessly with the void itself, a realm of mastery he had only witnessed among the reclusive ancients of Zhuxian. Sensing Long Xian's scrutiny, the elder Daoist looked his way, startled, and hastily formed a seal. Dao Xianzhenren, what troubles you? Long Su inquired, noticing the elder's unusual reaction. The elder offered no immediate response, his gaze fixated on Long Xian as if he were a rare treasure. He murmured, innate Dao Tai, innate Dao Body, a prodigious talent for cultivation. Dao Xianzhenren, does my son exhibit some peculiarity? Long Su asked, growing anxious at the elder's intense focus on his child. At last, the elder regained his composure, though he remained astonished by the boy's innate constitution. As the head of a prominent sect, he quickly regained his composure. Fear not, Long Guosher. Your son is unharmed. My astonishment arises from another matter. Perceiving Long Su's concern, the elder explained, your son possesses an innate Dao body. Should he enter my Qingyun Sect and practice the Tai Qing Dao, he would surely progress by leaps and bounds. What do you mean? Long Su, upon realizing the elder's intent to take his son as a disciple, felt disbelief wash over him. The vast expanse of Shenzhou was teeming with cultivators, yet only a few sects, namely Qingyun Sect, Incense Valley, and Tianyin Temple, held true renown. Since the rise of the Qingyun ancestor, the Qingyun Sect had flourished for over a millennium, establishing itself as the pinnacle of righteousness. The head of the sect, Dao Xianzhenren, was an unparalleled figure of extraordinary prowess. That such a person would wish to accept his son as a disciple was akin to receiving a call from the president of a prestigious university offering admission to one's child, an excitement that was beyond explanation. With mutual consent, the apprenticeship process was remarkably straightforward. Although Long Xian possessed the unparalleled 9 heavens, Xianjing, and numerous sword cultivation legacies from Zhuxian, he understood the principle that a common man bears no guilt for possessing treasure, especially given that his arrival in this world stemmed from his attempt to seize the Tai Xuan Sword Classic. Now was not the time for bravado. Long Xian had no doubt that, given time, his superior innate qualities and previous cultivation experience would allow the sword path of Zhuxian to flourish in this new world. With such thoughts in mind, Long Xian harbored no objections to Long Su's arrangements, dutifully serving tea to Dao Xian Junren and bowing respectfully, performing the traditional 9 prostrations. In the Xinzhou world, the reverence for the 3 bonds and 5 constants was deeply ingrained. The act of kneeling 9 times signified utmost respect for the teachings of the master. Haha, enough, Xiener, Dao Xian Junren chuckled, clapping his hands in delight. Among the disciples of my sect, most are registered apprentices. Only 2 are my direct disciples, you included. Beyond you, there is one senior brother named Xiao Yicai, who has been cultivating for quite some time. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to consult him. I shall remember this, Long Xian replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement. Our Qingyun Sect stands as the leader of righteousness in the world. As you join us, you must strive to uphold this honor and never engage in malevolent acts, lest you fall into the clutches of evil. Should that occur, I will have no choice but to expel you from the sect to preserve its integrity. As he spoke, Dao Xian Junren's voice grew stern, radiating an aura reminiscent of divine authority that instilled a sense of reverence in all present. Long Xian, possessing the celestial consciousness of a scattered immortal, found that, in this world, it corresponded to the realm of Qingjing. Although he was far from Dao Xian Junren's level, the pressure he exerted posed no substantial threat to him. With a gentle tremor of his consciousness, he effortlessly broke free from the weight of the elder's imposing aura. Indeed, I shall remember. Long Xian gazed at the Dao Xian Junren before him, as if transported back to the days of his apprenticeship at Mount Shu. Since I have joined Shu Mountain, I shall strive to rejuvenate our righteous path, standing firm and upright, with integrity in both body and sword. Aha, good child. Now that you have entered my fold, I shall prepare a token of our meeting. This is the secret classic of the Qingyun Sect, Tai Qing Dao, a cultivation method for the Yuqing realm. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the treasured artifact, the Six Harmonies Mirror, passed down from our 10th generation ancestor, Zhenren Wufang. As long as your spiritual power is sufficient, the mirror can reflect any attack, ensuring your invulnerability. I grant you this for your protection. As Dao Xian Junren spoke, with a flick of his sleeve, a mirror of ancient design appeared, a bronze frame etched with dragons and tigers, adorned with a small mirror engraved with the 8 trigrams, alongside an extraordinary scroll inscribed with numerous inscriptions. Chapter 2. Qingyun Sect. After Dao Xian Junren and Long Su finalized their discussions, although Long Su felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized that with Long Xian's talents, it was inevitable he would not be confined to the city of Heyang. If the child possessed such gifts, his parents ought not to impede him. Despite knowing the decision was made, Long Mu still clung tightly to Long Xian, weeping softly, unwilling to let go. In his past life, Long Xian was an orphan. Though his master treated him as kin, the gentle warmth and bonds of family were experiences he had never known. Throughout his life of cultivation, his once frozen heart seemed to stir. An unfamiliar sensation that was not unwelcome. Mother, please rest assured, Heyang is just at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Although I have entered Qingyun, I can still return to visit you both frequently. There is no need for such sorrow. After a long moment of silence, Long Xian finally spoke, attempting to comfort his mother. As they soared through the boundless sea of clouds, Dao Xian Junren's pure white celestial sword, Qingping, pierced the sky with a sharp whistle, breaking free from the cloud cover. The vast expanse of blue sky, reminiscent of an inverted deep sea, shimmered with an almost pristine huenless and magnificent. Upon bursting through the cloud sea, the white clouds below resembled splashes of water, rising with their momentum, reluctant to part, akin to gentle ripples in a river that floated momentarily before gently descending back into the cloud depths. In our vast land of Shenzhou, the central plains are the most affluent. Beyond the central plains, to the north lies the desolate, snowbound tundra, seldom trodden by human feet. To the east sprawls the boundless ocean, and to the south, beyond the central plains, stand the 10,000 great mountains, towering at the borders, a continuous range where treacherous terrains and poisonous miasmas abound. Legends speak of bizarre and savage wild men dwelling there, living off the land in their ferocity. Amidst the flying on his sword, Dao Xianzhenren introduced the geography of this mysterious world to Longxian. To the west of Xinzhou lies two perilous regions. In the northwest, an endless desolate wasteland, known as the Land of Barbarians, where rain seldom falls, and the climate is extremely arid. Rare oases are often claimed by fierce beasts, making it a death trap for the ordinary. Rumors tell of a grand sanctum deep within, the birthplace of the demonic sect. In the southwest, a vast swamp teems with miasma, a haven for the world's deadliest creatures and venomous insects. Though basic, this knowledge was invaluable for Longxian, who had just traversed into this realm. Thus he listened intently. The sky was clear and bright as the Qingping soared higher, reaching nearly 3,000 zhang above the cloud sea. With a thought, Dao Xianzhenren accelerated the sword, bursting beyond the confines of the clouds. Before Longxian's eyes loomed a majestic peak, soaring into the heavens, standing proudly against the backdrop of drifting white clouds, where the sound of bells echoed faintly in the vastness. The main peak of Qingyun, Tantian Peak, seemed to truly reach into the azure sky. Accompanied by a whistling wind, Dao Xianzhenren landed with Longxian onto a vast plaza. With a wave of his sleeve, the Qingping sword transformed into a darting white light, vanishing into his robe. Longxian surveyed the area, noting the white jade railings and the ethereal aura that enveloped the plaza. In the center stood 9 large bronze cauldrons, arranged in threes. Most astonishingly, a swirling mist enveloped the plaza, making it feel as though one walked upon clouds, imparting a divine sensation. The 9 cauldrons' heavenly array, locking the spirits of demons and suppressing the earthly energies. Such grand craftsmanship. Longxian's keen phoenix eyes narrowed slightly in admiration, as he sensed the powerful energies circulating around the towering Tantian Peak, surrounded by 6 equally majestic mountains, the earth's essence meticulously refined by the 9 cauldrons array, imbued with an unexplainable sharpness flowing between the 7 veins of Qingyun. It was midday, and aside from a few disciples tidying the plaza, no one else was present. Upon seeing their master, they hurriedly bowed in greeting, casting curious glances at Longxian following Dao Xianzhenren. At the far end of the plaza, a stone bridge arched gracefully, seemingly suspended in midair, extending from the plaza directly into the depths of the clouds, as if a dragon leaping into the sky, exuding an air of grandeur. A gentle sound of flowing water accompanied by sunlight cast a rainbow of colors upon the bridge, creating a vibrant spectacle. This is one of the 8 scenic views of Qingyun, known as the Rainbow Bridge. Dao Xianzhenren observed his young disciple, noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of the typical awe one might expect from a child encountering such wonders. He nodded to himself, unaware that Longxian, having lived 2 lives, and as a direct disciple of the most prestigious sect, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, was well acquainted with such marvels. As they crossed the Rainbow Bridge, the clouds began to thin, leading them out of the sea of clouds. Longxian's vision brightened as he beheld the azure sky, seemingly transparent. The expanse of the sky stretched infinitely, while below, the vast sea of clouds gently swayed, instantly broadening his horizons. Before them stood the Yuqing Hall, the main temple atop Tantian Peak. Emerald mountains embraced the temple, which majestically perched at the peak, surrounded by swirling clouds, occasionally visited by auspicious cranes that soared gracefully, evoking a sense of reverence. As they walked, Longxian suddenly fixed his gaze upon a pool beside Yuqing Hall, where an ancient, wild, and overpowering aura surged unpredictably. Noticing his disciple's unusual focus, Dao Xianzhenren smiled slightly, continuing to walk while explaining, "In that pool resides a rare beast of heaven and earth, known as the Water Qilin, tamed by the ancestral Master Qingyi during his reign. Should you encounter it in the future, you must address it as Spirit Sovereign." "Yes, Master, I shall remember." Dao Xianzhenren nodded and led Longxian into the Yuqing Hall, a grand and solemn space dedicated to the esteemed deities of Tai Xuan Dao Tianzuan, Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan, exuding an extraordinary presence. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man in white approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, you have returned." Dao Xianzhenren acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing towards Longxian standing beside him. "Yitzai, this is my newly acquired disciple, Longxian, who shall be your junior. You should take good care of him." "Junior disciple Longxian, I greet you, senior brother Shao. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Longxian inclined his head slightly, speaking calmly. The young man in white paused momentarily, then smiled. "You are too kind, junior brother." "Very well, Yitzai. I have imparted to Xian'er the Taoist principles of the Taiji Qing Dao within the realm of Yuqing, which shall be enshrined in our sect's regulations. As for the preliminary teachings, you may bestow them upon him first. Xiao Yitsai nodded in acknowledgement, then hesitated, adding, however, Master, my junior brother is still quite young. The coursework for the novice disciples. Dao Xianjinren pondered for a moment before responding. Since it was the decree established by our esteemed ancestor Qingye, it must be adhered to. As Xiao Yitsai escorted Long Xian to the disciples' quarters, he sensed the sympathetic glances Xiao Yitsai frequently cast in his direction. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Long Xian inquired, Brother Xiao, why do you look at me in such a manner? Hee, dear junior brother, do you know what the coursework for novice disciples entails? Xiao Yitsai retorted with a question. Perusing the classics of Qingyun? Practicing fundamental swordsmanship? Long Xian ventured a response based on memories from his past life. Ah, how amusing. The expression on Xiao Yitsai's face was quite telling, clearly indicating that he had endured considerable trials during his own initiation. It involves chopping bamboo. Chopping bamboo? Long Xian rolled his eyes in disbelief. What difficulty could there possibly be in that? Do you have any idea how long it takes? How long? 3 years. Chapter 3. The initial cultivation and transformation as the moon ascended to its zenith and the stars adorned the night sky. A silent narrative of the mysteries of heaven and earth unfolded, timeless and eternal, yet perpetually misunderstood. Xiao Yitsai entered Long Xian's chamber, seated himself before him, and with a gentle smile remarked, Junior brother, our sect places great emphasis on foundational skills. As you embark on your journey, I shall impart to you the fundamental techniques of the Jade Purity Realm and the Frost Sword Technique. Memorize them diligently and practice independently. Should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Do you understand? Long Xian nodded slightly, curiosity stirring within him. He wondered whether the cultivation practices of this realm bore any resemblance to the traditions of his previous life at Mount Shu. Xiao Yitsai's expression turned serious as he continued. There is another matter I must forewarn you about. Our sect's unique arts are profound and intricate, attracting the scrutiny of malevolent entities. You must vow solemnly that upon mastering these skills, you shall never divulge them to outsiders unless they belong to our sect. Of course, I am fully aware. Long Xian replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. The Taiji Xuan Dao encompasses the various exquisite sword techniques of the Qingyun Sect. With its foundational principles stemming from the revelations of Qingyun over 2 millennia ago, derived from an ancient, nameless scroll, through the meticulous study of generations of Qingyun Sect masters, it has evolved into an unparalleled and profound path that harnesses the essence of creation. The Taiji Xuan Dao comprises 3 realms: Jade Purity, Upper Purity, and Great Purity. While many disciples of the Qingyun Sect possess exceptional talent, few can transcend the Jade Purity realm in their lifetime. Yet, even mastery of the pinnacle of the Jade Purity realm is exceedingly rare in the world. Currently, the Qingyun Sect boasts nearly 1,000 members, yet only a few, led by the sect leader Dao Xianjinren, have successfully ascended to the Upper Purity realm. This small cadre of over 10 individuals makes the Qingyun Sect one of the most formidable sects in contemporary cultivation. As for the legendary Great Purity realm, it is said that only the extraordinary genius, Patriarch Qingye, has ever attained it. As Long Xian listened intently to his senior brother Xiao Yitsai elucidate the intricacies of the Taiji Xuan Dao, a faint smile crept upon his lips. The realms of Jade Purity, Upper Purity, and Great Purity, if his suspicions were correct, corresponded to the powers within the secret transmission of Mount Shu. The 9 heavens' mysterious canon, namely the realms of scattered immortals and earthly immortals. Although Long Xian's previous life was enveloped in the waning age of cultivation, there were still adept masters of the earthly immortal realm. In fact, within the secluded sanctum of Mount Shu, numerous elders resided at this level, merely preferring to contemplate the path of celestial immortals, shunning the outside world. Given the abundant spiritual energy of this realm, one could surmise that the earthly immortal realm would not be lacking here. Not to mention, the sect leader Dao Xianjinren had already advanced to the minor completion of the earthly immortal stage, embodying the essence of the void. According to the lore of this land, he had undoubtedly crossed the threshold into the Great Purity realm. As Xiao Yitsai, now assuming the role of a mentor, noticed Long Xian resting his chin on his hand. Captivated by the discussion, he became increasingly animated, expounding further. The cultivation of the Taiji Xuan Dao progresses from the simple to the complex. Most practitioners can achieve the first level of the Jade Purity realm within their first year. However, as one advances, the challenges become apparent. The second level typically requires 5 years of dedicated practice, while the third level serves as a watershed moment, with those of lesser aptitude often stagnating for life. More gifted individuals may take 50 to 60 years to make progress. Upon attaining the fourth level of Jade Purity, one may attempt to manipulate objects with their thoughts, initiating the path of the Sword Immortal by severing heads from thousands of miles away. Xiao Yizai then shared additional insights on the nuances of the cultivation journey, concluding with a serious note. Junior brother, it is imperative that I impart this final counsel. Our sect's path to cultivation values gradual progress and grounded practice. Should one become greedy and hasty, they may invite calamity. Success or failure is predestined. There is no need to force it. Those who tread the path of evil and unorthodox techniques often seek quick results and ultimately face divine retribution. Such is the tragic fate of the misguided. Be vigilant. Long Xian felt a chill run through him and responded gravely. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I understand. Xiao Yizai smiled warmly, ruffled his hair affectionately, and departed. Long Xian settled onto his bed, cross-legged, and revisited the techniques of the first level of the Jade Purity realm in the Tai Xuan Qing Dao. Once he confirmed his understanding, he took a deep breath and commenced his cultivation. As his intention took form, Long Xian's body trembled slightly, and the principles of the Tai Xuan Qing Dao began to operate. It felt as though he had transformed into a colossal vortex, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the countless pores of his body. Taiji primordial energy embodies the unity of three into one, giving rise to all things. As the spiritual energy surged into him, circulating through his meridians for 49 cycles, it transformed into strands of azure mystical energy and settled into his dantian. While he practiced, a flicker of enlightenment arose within Long Xian. The Taoist teachings of the land originated from ancient philosophies, and even the three realms of the Tai Xuan Qing Dao are named after the three pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Dao Tianzuan, also known as the three pure beings. Taoist cultivation emphasizes unity with the cosmos, aligning oneself with nature and harnessing its transformative power for immense strength. In contrast, the cultivation methods of the Mount Shu Sword Immortals, as conveyed in the Nine Heavens Mysterious Canon, focus on channeling the forces of yin and yang into the body, transforming them into a golden elixir. This elixir undergoes 9 transformations, eventually yielding a supreme heart sword, achieving the path of the scattered immortal. Following this, the heart sword endures 9 temperings, leading one to break through the earthly immortal realm. Since the methods of cultivation do not conflict, could it be possible? A glimmer of resolve flickered in Long Xian's eyes. His soul hailed from Mount Shu, and how could he easily abandon its teachings? With a thought, Long Xian divided his focus. While he drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the Tai Xuan Qing Dao, he simultaneously activated the practices of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Canon. Invisible strands of yin and yang energy, adrift in the void, seemed to find their release, surging into the heavenly gate atop Long Xian's head. This energy, a manifestation of innate spiritual power, served to balance the forces of heaven and earth. Indeed, it was not to be underestimated. If anyone were to enter Long Xian's chamber at that moment, they would be taken aback by the sight. His complexion fluctuated between pale and dark, encircled by swirling black and white patterns that grew increasingly pronounced over time, intermingling to form a mysterious Taiji diagram that enveloped him entirely. Within Long Xian's body, however, an entirely different scenario unfolded. When he solely practiced the Tai Xuan Qing Dao, the spiritual energy he absorbed flowed smoothly into him, requiring little refinement to be transformed into true essence and stored in his dantian. Yet, upon concurrently channeling the Nine Heavens Mysterious Canon and absorbing the dual energies of yin and yang, this balance appeared to be disrupted. An overwhelming surge of yin and yang energy poured into Long Xian through the heavenly gate atop his head and the bubbling spring at his feet, converging in his dantian to form a small, spinning, purple-hued golden elixir. Just as Long Xian let out a sigh of relief, the influx of yin and yang energy seemed dissatisfied with the presence of other energies in his dantian. The golden elixir began to rotate, and a powerful sense of repulsion surged toward the true essence refined through the Tai Xuan Qing Dao. It felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. The true essence, sensing the provocation of the foreign energy, resisted the rejection while simultaneously intensifying its absorption of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In a short span, the operational speed of the Tai Xuan Qing Dao seemed to increase several-fold. Had it not been for Long Xian's extraordinary constitution, which allowed for seamless flow through all meridians, he might have been overwhelmed by the rampaging true essence. Despite the circumstances, Xian found himself in an unpleasant situation. With the forces of Yin and Yang clashing within him as if they were the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, his body serving as the battlefield. He desperately stockpiled resources at the initial stage of the first transformation of the Golden Core, the mid-stage, and the latter stage. From the initial level of Yuqing to its mid-stage and peak, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed from Xian's Golden Core, causing it to fragment instantly, only to reassemble under the overwhelming pressure of the yin-yang energies. It was now a larger, purplish orb, radiant with brilliance. Simultaneously, the dark blue Taiji true essence became increasingly viscous and darker in hue. Upon absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it swiftly transformed into vitality within his meridians. Consolidating in his dantian, its potency seemingly doubled. At the second level of Yuqing and the second transformation of the Golden Core, a bitter expression flickered across Xian's face. Although a breakthrough in cultivation was a positive development, if it slipped beyond his control, it would spell disaster. At this moment, the two techniques appeared to be in a fierce competition, maintaining a rapid pace as Xian's powers surged. Yet, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. Just then, he sensed a startling change within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 4. The beginning before him was an incredibly brilliant sphere of light, though small. It loomed in Xian's eyes like an eternal world. The instant his consciousness touched it, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to parting storm clouds to reveal the moon. As if riding the winds and waves to understand the vastness of the sea. A strange and exhilarating voice resonated in Xian's mind. The supreme way exists. Proven by strength. The way of heaven may diminish, yet humanity's heart endures. The way of humanity may fade, yet the heart of the sword remains unbroken. The way of the sword births one births two births three, and three births all things. All things are the mother of the sword path. All things are the myriad sword paths. The innate vital energy is what we call yin-yang. When yin and yang harmonize, the great way can be anticipated, and immortality can be attained. The voice began as a thought, gradually transforming into a chant, growing louder, resonating like the morning bell and evening drum, shaking the very core of one's being. It resembled an ancient ceremony, solemn and magnificent. Stay true to your heart. Remain undisturbed in your essence, above and below. I alone am supreme. As the voice slowly faded, a tempest surged within Xian's heart. This aura was unmistakable. It was the Tai Xuan Sword Classic he had once held in his past life. He could not fathom who had conceived such a domineering and imaginative text, aiming to evolve 3,000 paths into 3,000 sword techniques, a sight to behold. Just as Xian was momentarily dazed, the sea of consciousness shifted again. Where the sphere of light resided, its brilliance coalesced to reveal an ancient tome. The pages fluttered as golden inscriptions emerged, forming the image of an unparalleled woman. The bright moon hung high, a solitary peak stood firm, and the eternal tower radiated an undying glow. A woman clad in white swordsman's attire, her exquisite features and flowing hair, stood proudly atop the eternal tower, an exceptional female swordsman. The woman remained motionless as a mountain, her presence aligning with the moon, exuding a serene yet commanding aura. Holding a sword in one hand and gripping its hilt with the other, she seemed ready to draw her blade. Strangely, no matter the angle, it felt as though the sword's edge was pointed directly at the observer. Sensing a gaze upon her, the woman pulled her sword slightly from its sheath, the blade following suit. Xian let out a muffled grunt, his consciousness retracting back into his body. He sprang to his feet, inhaling deeply. At this juncture, the Taiji Shu Qing Dao and Zhuxian Xuanji had ceased their operation, stabilizing his powers and true essence within the mid-stage of the second transformation of the Golden Core and the mid-stage of the second level of Yuqing. His chaotic dantian was now distinctly divided into two areas, one above and one below. A purplish golden core floated above, while the lower section was filled with dark blue Taiji true essence. As Xian concentrated, the Taiji Shu Qing Dao and Zhuxian Xuanji resumed their operations. The yin-yang energies and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth coursing through him in a remarkably regulated manner, no longer veering out of control. Xian touched his nose, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he pondered the Tai Xuan Sword Classic that had invaded his sea of consciousness. He found himself at a loss for words, seeking to calm the unusual energies in his dantian, balancing the powers and true essence within, and contemplating the monumental sphere of light and the proud sword-wielding woman. He sensed he was on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret, yet a veil still obscured it. Since it has chosen me, one day it shall reveal this secret. Xiao Yizai wore an unusually strange expression as he led his newly initiated junior brother Long Xian to the back mountain, frequently glancing back to observe the serene youth following him, seemingly trying to discern whether he possessed extraordinary prowess. After a considerable time, even Long Xian, having lived a second life, could not endure such an intense and curious gaze. He touched his face and chuckled. "Senior brother Xiao, is there something amiss with me?" Xiao Yizai shook his head, contemplating for a long moment before replying, "I am truly enlightened. In just one night, you have achieved the mid-stage of Yuqing. It is indeed humbling. Senior brother, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck." Xiao Yizai shook his head, laughing. "In the path of cultivation, defying destiny to change one's fate, how can one call it mere luck?" As they chatted, the duo arrived at a location rich with slender bamboo. The bamboo joints presenting a deep black hue, about the thickness of a wrist, yet remarkably delicate. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yizai produced a machete and handed it to Long Xian. "Junior brother, this is the place. For the next 3 months, you are to chop one bamboo joint each day. Only one of such slender bamboo." Long Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Give it a try?" Xiao Yizai replied with a hint of amusement and anticipation. Long Xian nodded, taking the machete and approaching a slender bamboo stalk, inspecting it thoroughly before swinging the blade down. A crisp sound rang out as the machete struck, akin to hitting a hard stone, sending vibrations through Long Xian's palm. The bamboo bent forward upon being struck, only to spring back moments later. Thankfully, Long Xian was fully focused and managed to dodge the rebounding bamboo, avoiding a blow to his forehead. Furrowing his brow slightly, he noticed that the cut left merely a faint white mark on the bamboo, prompting him to draw a sharp breath. "Haha, junior brother, now you understand the challenge. The initiation tasks for the disciples of Qingyun are no simple feat." Xiao Yizai began to jest, but suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, a sound of disbelief escaping him. Long Xian gripped the machete, his eyes half closed as he seemed to enter a state of profound understanding. Each stroke resonated with a series of metallic sounds, embodying an unusual rhythm. A closer inspection would reveal that the angles of his machete strikes were nearly identical, each cut landing in the same spot on the bamboo. Every time the bamboo recoiled, he would swiftly strike again, severing it anew. Xiao Yizai instinctively rubbed his eyes, witnessing the young man chopping bamboo transform into a swordsmanship master, demonstrating the supreme essence of swordplay. Not far off, an elderly man clad in simple garments, holding a broom, suddenly froze, exclaiming in surprise. To reach such a state of profound understanding, one would require either a terrifying innate talent for combat or an exceptionally deep comprehension of swordsmanship. Yet, either attribute in a 12 or 13-year-old boy was astonishingly extraordinary. At this moment, Long Xian's expression was stern as he continued to strike, each blow quicker and stronger than the last. "No, not yet. Still not perfect. I can increase the force, enhance the speed," Long Xian murmured inwardly, harmonizing his body with the combat awareness of his past life. Though this body is endowed with an innate Dao body, it pales in comparison to Long Xian's previous incarnation, appearing frail and weak. The weapon in his hand has not been tempered through the rigors of countless trials as in his former life. Presently, without utilizing true essence or magical powers, the strength he can exert is likely but a mere fraction of 1,000th of his peak prowess in his past. Yet even so, that remains a 1,000th of a Sword Immortal. On a moonlit night atop the purple Forbidden City, a sword strikes westward, as if a celestial being descends from the heavens. The trajectory of the wooden axe becomes increasingly agile, seeming to possess a life of its own. It embodies his sword, his weapon, and the realm it encompasses is his kingdom. A master swordsman recognizes the spirit within the sword, wielding it amidst the heavens. Yes, this is the sensation. Long Xian suddenly opens his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within, his heart aligned with his actions, as the wooden axe carves an enigmatic arc in the air. With a sharp crack, he hears two crisp sounds. Long Xian grunts softly, his legs weakening as he kneels, and with the final strike, the axe abruptly snaps. Yet, before breaking, the sharp tip gracefully glides through the final section of the fine bamboo. Wood shavings scatter, and bamboo leaves flutter. The fine bamboo slides down along the smooth cut, producing a sparse rustling sound, leaving only Long Xian, panting heavily, and two wide-eyed onlookers. Chapter 5. The Taiji Sword. After a moment, Long Xian exhales softly, finally rising to scrutinize the bamboo stake before him, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The innate Dao body truly deserves its reputation as one of the pinnacle forms of cultivation. Not only are his meridians naturally connected, But his physical potential is also astonishingly strong. The swordplay he just executed, a myriad of changing techniques, was merely something he had casually acquired at a secular martial arts school during his travels. He had initially included this technique in his repertoire because, despite its mediocre rank, it possessed a unique efficacy in refining the practitioner's physique. Unexpectedly, such a technique could unleash such power in this world. Vaguely, Long Xian perceives a shortcut to attaining unparalleled strength in this realm. In his previous life, as a minor celestial being, he had collected numerous sword techniques while testing his sword against the world. Among these techniques were both mundane and extraordinary swords, both acquired and innate. The ancient refining Qi masters, unified in method and martial prowess, roamed the earth with myriad beings in submission. In Long Xian's mind, the teachings of his former master echo. Our lineage of sword immortals is one of the direct inheritances of the ancient refining Qi masters. Though we may follow different paths, we ultimately converge at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where even grass and trees in hand become instruments of slaughter. Every gesture is a grand art of combat. A serene heart yields a spiritual sword. A cold heart sharpens the blade. A lofty heart allows the sword to soar, thus becoming an immortal among swords. That evening, Xiao Yizai reported to Dao Xianjunren, who pondered for a moment and then remarked, "The Long clan of Heyang is indeed a prominent lineage, possessing profound knowledge. In light of this, Yizai, go inform your junior apprentice to directly study the Qingyun Dao techniques with you in the future, without any negligence. You must diligently supervise him. Be cautious, be cautious. Yes, I will abide by the Master's command." After receiving Dao Xianjunren's approval, Long Xian's foundational studies became optional. After all, ordinary disciples take 3 months to sever black-jointed bamboo, yet he achieved it on his first day. Such a prodigious disciple, even Dao Xianjunren, well-versed as he was, could not help but be astonished. The Qingyun Sect, rooted in Taoism, places great emphasis on health and physical cultivation. The 3-year assignment for entry-level disciples to cut bamboo was set by Qingyun to refine their physiques. However, it was evident that this task had lost its significance for Long Xian. What surprised Xiao Yizai was that upon hearing Dao Xianjunren had exempted him from his foundational studies, Long Xian's expression remained calm, lacking the exuberance he had anticipated. In the subsequent days, he continued tirelessly to the mountains to cut bamboo. To Dao Xianjunren, this not only filled him with satisfaction over his junior disciple's diligence, but also heightened his regard for him. 3 months swiftly passed, and Long Xian had already cultivated both the Taiji Xianqing Dao and the Jiutian Xianjing to the initial stage of the 3rd level, significantly enhancing the alignment between his body and soul. In Long Xian's perception, the compatibility of this body with his past life's soul had reached an impressive 95%. At this moment, on the night of the full moon, as the luminous orb hung high outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water, cascading onto the floor by his bed. Long Xian's spirit stirred, moved by the enchanting moonlight, and in a fit of inspiration, he grasped a blue steel sword that hung above his bed, leaping through the window to dance upon the moonlit night. Qingyun's Tongtian Peak, soaring into the clouds, surrounded by white mist, housed the disciples' quarters at its rear, backed by a steep, perilous cliff. Long Xian unfurled his body technique, lightly tapping the treetops or rooftops with his toes, riding the night breeze like a great rock, soaring skyward, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of zhang, floating as if he were gliding on the wind, a celestial being exiled to the mortal realm. In no time, Long Xian stood atop a high cliff, facing the night wind, gazing down at the vast river and endless fields below, and suddenly, he felt a sense of standing at the pinnacle, laughing at the tumult of the world. The land of Shenzhou, with its magnificent mountains and rivers, is indeed a treasure of nature, where exceptional individuals emerge from the earth. While his current reincarnation possesses lofty talents, he has yet to attain the strength to match. Many formidable masters remain unbowed before his sword, and the future promises boundless wonder. With this thought, a surge of unparalleled ambition welled up within Long Xian. Having been born into such a splendid world, he must wield his sword across the land, gathering heroes, a sword striking westward, compelling the world to bow. Only in this way can he fulfill the purpose of his reincarnation. With emotions swirling, the sword is drawn, moonlight cascading along its blade like flowing water, emanating a cool radiance. Long Xian stands before the moon, his fingers gliding gently along the sword's edge, a tranquil smile gracing his lips. As his form dances, the sword light weaves through the air, scattering fragments of moonlight. He dances with the moon, savoring the ephemeral beauty of the years. Finding solace in the eternal essence of the moon, Long Xian's sword becomes a dance, his entire aura coalescing into unity, resonating with the celestial moon, embodying the verses of the full moon. The intangible essence of the sword permeates heaven and earth, a faint silver glow flickering on the blue steel sword like boiling water, harmonizing with the pure moonlight in the distant sky. The sword dance, while not a martial art of combat, adjusts the body's muscles and bones, balances the flow of true qi, and harmonizes the heart and body. Without channeling true essence or magical powers, Long Xian unfolds a series of unparalleled sword techniques. Should anyone witness this, they would surely be left speechless. The circular, harmonious, and ceaseless Taiji swordplay, the formless, silent, and subtle Shi swordplay, the celestial being's 9 swords, descending from the heavens, the intuitive swordplay soaring through the 9 heavens, the ethereal and solitary moon dance sword technique, the mysterious and unfathomable Biluoxing Kong swordplay. All the supreme mysteries of swordplay unfurl beneath Long Xian's mastery. To command the sword with one's body, to govern it with one's energy, to direct it with one's intent, and to wield it with one's heart. This encapsulates the 4 realms of swordsmanship cultivated by Long Xian's previous life within the Zhuxian sword sect. In this moment, Long Xian inadvertently enters a state of selflessness, surpassing the pinnacle of his former self, advancing into the intermediate realm of wielding the sword with intent. Once again, as he manifests these sword techniques, a whole new world unfolds. In an instant, the entire cliff is aglow with countless stars, sword light flickering like the rise and fall of the sun and moon, as the myriad starry sword lights suddenly swirl, gradually forming a vortex of stellar rivers. The vortex spins faster and faster, ultimately causing all the starry lights to vanish, leaving only a seamless Taiji sword circle. Since grasping the essence of sword intent and transitioning from techniques with forms to those without forms in his past life, Long Xian has been diligently searching for a sword path suited to himself. Unfortunately, the profound influence of the mainstream cultivation community in his previous life has kept him shackled to this mindset. In this life, Long Xian has returned from the tribulations, his heart now clear and unburdened by the prejudices of his past life. For the past 3 months, he meticulously studied the Qingyun Dao Canon, aligning its teachings with his own swordsmanship, successfully infusing the essence of supreme virtue into his sword intent, thus creating a unique version of the Tai Chi sword technique. From the Dao comes 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 brings forth all things. From the limitless to the ultimate, from the ultimate to the limitless, existence arises from nothingness and returns to it. The essence of the Tai Chi sword is rooted in the divine, relying on intent rather than force, emphasizing a flowing sword momentum akin to clouds and water. In attack, it is as swift as mercury flooding the ground, penetrating every gap. In retreat, it gathers energy into a circle, a masterful technique of yielding unmatched in the world, deemed supremely gentle and invincible. The Tai Chi sword circle spreads like water, creating ripples atop the vast cliff, making it appear as if a spring has emerged from the mountainside. As the circle slows, the sword's aura diminishes, revealing the blade itself, which feels as heavy as if burdened by a 1,000-pound stone, sinking slowly yet gently, akin to a newborn's breath. Ah, young friend, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable, opening my eyes to new horizons. Just as Long Xian regained his composure and began to retract his energy, an aged voice suddenly resonated from the forest. Who goes there? Though startled, Long Xian remained calm, grasping his sword tightly, its tip slightly inclined, adopting the initial stance of the Tai Chi sword technique. In the shadows, footsteps echoed, slow yet deliberate, as a hazy figure approached. Under the moonlight, Long Xian clearly discerned the figure, a frail old man clad in simple garments, tall and thin, with an unusual visage, his face resembling gold paper, and a silver beard fluttering gently in the night breeze. Upon seeing the elder's true form, Long Xian's pupils narrowed instinctively, a profound sense of horror rising within him. This elder radiated an aura of boundless power, every gesture seemingly causing ripples in the surrounding spiritual energy. With a faint golden light shimmering above his head, his essence transformed into an ocean, drawing in qi through the heavenly gate, embodying the pinnacle of transcendence. In simpler terms, this elder's cultivation had reached an extraordinary level, the peak of the upper clarity realm. Over the past 3 months, aside from practicing his profound skills and deciphering the teachings, Long Xian had also perused numerous miscellaneous texts, gaining a preliminary understanding of this world, where the realm of Tai Qing exists only in whispers. The upper clarity realm represents the pinnacle of power for the elder generation of both righteous and demonic paths. To encounter such a being in front of him was beyond Long Xian's expectations. What a twist of fate, he mused, smiling wryly within. He had only traversed into this world for a mere 3 months, and had already met the elite practitioners of both Tai Qing and upper clarity. A common person might never possess such fortune in a lifetime. Yet, for Long Xian at this moment, this fortune felt more like a curse. As he watched the old man draw closer, he sheathed his azure steel sword. In his past life, he had also been a master at the initial stage of transcendence. Thus his understanding of this realm was not insignificant. If the elder were to attack, he would have no means to defend himself, seemingly perceiving Long Xian's vigilance. The old man smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "Fear not, I am also a member of the Qingyun Sect. There is no need for alarm. I am merely curious as to when our sect welcomed such an outstanding disciple like you. Who is your master?" "I am Long Xian, a humble disciple of Master Dao Xuan. I did not intend to disturb your serene cultivation, and I ask for your forgiveness, esteemed elder," Long Xian replied respectfully, bowing with his sword in hand. Since the elder was a member of the Qingyun Sect, he surely deserved Long Xian's deference. However, the elder did not respond immediately, gazing into the distant forest with a deep and complex expression, as if Long Xian's words had stirred many memories within him. After a moment, the elder finally returned to the present, chuckling softly. "At such a young age, to possess such swordsmanship, you have every reason to feel proud." After a brief pause, he continued, "But are you aware of the flaws within your sword technique?" Upon hearing the elder's first statement, Long Xian felt a flicker of joy, yet soon a hint of defiance arose within him. "All the sword techniques I have practiced embody both form and spirit, resonating with the essence of the sword. What flaws could there be?" However, recognizing the elder's stature as a peak practitioner of upper clarity and a senior in the Qingyun Sect, he understood that the elder would not speak without reason. Thus, he respectfully bowed once more, asking, "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me." Seeing Long Xian's earnestness, a glimmer of hidden admiration crossed the elder's eyes, though his expression remained unchanged as he replied, as one immersed in the game. "It is not unusual that you cannot see it. Observe my technique, and reflect on how your own differs." As he spoke, the elder slowly extended his hand, grasping a dry branch that lay before Long Xian. Watching the elder's deliberate movements, Long Xian felt a sudden surge of tension, as if anticipating something profound. Instinctively holding his breath, the frail, weathered hands of the elder, having weathered countless storms, clasped the long-dead branch tightly. A chill night breeze rustled through, stirring their garments amidst the ethereal mountain mist, where echoes of the past seemed to linger. Gradually, the once mighty figure who had once dominated the world, now adorned with wrinkles, lifted his head slowly. The wind suddenly turned fierce, howling as if it carried the souls of the restless dead. An endless radiance erupted, accompanied by a torrent of fierce sword aura. The elder's expression transformed with fervor, the deep lines on his face fading as if the youthful vigor of years gone by returned to him. In that moment, he soared, recalling the days of wielding his sword across the realms, laughing in the face of the world. He let out a cry, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. And with a deep chant, his formidable, mysterious powers were fully unveiled. 7 calamities dragon slaying, vanquishing ghosts and gods. "What is this?" Long Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, transfixed by the crescent-shaped, earth-shattering sword aura before him. In his perception, where the sword aura surged, countless sword techniques intertwined, an infinite will pouring forth from mountains, rivers, sun, moon, sky, earth, wind, and thunder. From the elder's strike, all was manifested, limitless and boundless. The sword aura surged to the heavens. The 7 calamities dragon-slaying technique, once revered alongside Thunderlight Dragon Escape technique, Tai Chi Xiantian True technique, and Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True technique, was among the 4 sacred arts of Qingyun a century ago. Especially the 7 calamities dragon-slaying technique, it imposed almost rigorous requirements on a practitioner's swordsmanship. It was said to be the crowning skill of a once prominent genius of the Qingyun Sect, but after an unforeseen event, it, along with its creator, became a taboo within the sect, gradually fading into obscurity. This was information Long Xian had gleaned from an ancient tome of Qingyun. Yet even that tome did not reveal the terrifying prowess of the 7 calamities dragon-slaying technique. In my prime, I traversed the world, adept at the dragon-slaying sword technique, relentlessly advancing, leading with attack, vanquishing countless evildoers. The elder's voice echoed, exuding an aura of supremacy. Sitting in the ancestral hall, facing the wall for a century, I grasped a profound truth. On the path of swordsmanship, there is no end. Even a lifetime immersed in it may not uncover the true essence of this art. Alas, alas, with no sword in the heart, there is no self. The focus solely on the sword, the focus solely on the self. Without self, without form, without self, without heart, without self, without intention, without self, without defeat. With my will, I manifest the natural order of creation, the great forces of heaven and earth. This state of mind, I call no self. No self. Long Xian murmured, as a cascade of thoughts flooded his mind, as if a mysterious door to the realm of swordsmanship was opening before him. Yet the more he pondered, the more turbulent his heart became, as if an unseen force was obstructing his exploration. He seemed to have fallen into a mesmerizing starry sky, his mind in disarray, and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The elder noticed Long Xian's unusual state and suddenly pointed a finger, gently tapping his brow, commanding sternly, "Regain your senses." The moment Long Xian heard the elder's voice, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and by the time he regained his composure, he was already drenched in sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of vigilance, and secretly thinking it was quite bizarre. Just a moment ago, he had merely speculated about the general realm from the elder's 32-character admonition, yet he had fallen into such a peculiar predicament. Even now, recalling it sent shivers down his spine. The elder observed Long Xian deep in thought, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Am I truly too impatient? This child, though gifted in the way of the sword, is still too young and lacks sufficient accumulation. Can he truly comprehend the state of no self? Today, he was stirred by a sharp sword intent from the back mountain, and upon investigation, I unexpectedly discovered him practicing his swordsmanship. After careful observation, I found his talent for the sword quite satisfactory, yet it seems he has strayed onto a misguided path, which prompted me to offer guidance, though perhaps I overstepped. In the land of Shenzhou, while the practice of cultivation is widespread, most cultivators remain at the stage of refining their techniques, lacking profound insights into the wonders of heaven and earth. Aside from a few leaders in the righteous and demonic paths who possess some understanding, the younger generation is largely ignorant, let alone the esoteric realm of conceptual paths. Even someone as extraordinary as the elder achieved enlightenment only after a century of silence, immersing himself in this path and refining his knowledge. After pondering for a moment, he solemnly said, "Child, there is no need for you to rush. The profundity of the conceptual realm cannot be conveyed in mere words. Do you know how long it took me to grasp the first layer of the 7 calamity dragon slaying technique, the state of no sword, no self?" Long Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling bitterly. Disciple does not know. The elder chuckled. In my first half of life, I diligently practiced the sword path, comprehending the 7 calamity dragon slaying technique to its great perfection. Even so, I spent a decade in seclusion to finally deduce the state of no sword, no self. Long Xian listened, his expression thoughtful. "Senior, how does one step into this state of no self?" The elder contemplated for a moment, appearing somewhat hesitant, but ultimately resolved. He said, "The sword path's conceptual realm is vast and intricate, not something that can be explained in a few words. Come find me at the ancestral hall tomorrow during the day. I may be able to provide some insights." Long Xian trembled with excitement, sensing the elder's intention to impart his teachings, and promptly bowed deeply. Disciple has taken note. Thank you for your guidance today, Senior. Chapter 7. 3 years later on the back mountain of Tongtian Peak, at the ancestral hall. The gentle sunlight illuminated the majestic hall, lending it an air of solemnity and mystery. The hall remained dim, with flickering lights from the eternal lamps and the faint glow of incense candles, still honoring the spirits of countless ancestors of the Qingyun Sect. The young man in blue, with a stern expression, sat alone in a corner of the ancestral hall, eyes closed in meditation. A thread of mysterious azure light flickered from the center of his brow, seeping into his Tianqi point, endlessly circulating. After a long while, the youth suddenly opened his eyes sharply, forming a hand seal and calling out coldly. In an instant, the winds rose and clouds surged. Strands of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth seemed to be inexplicably guided, swirling around the youth, twisting and transforming, ultimately coalescing into a massive taiji totem that rotated continuously, gradually merging into the youth's body. He stood up abruptly, waving his right hand, and with a flick of his palm, a snow-white, exquisite celestial sword unsheathed itself automatically, its blade gleaming coldly, unleashing an invisible sword energy in all directions. The blue-clad youth's garments fluttered, long hair flying as he grasped the sword and swung it towards the sky above Qingyun Mountain. Boom! The astonishing sword energy cleaved through heaven and earth, tearing the clouds apart. From a distance, it appeared as if the sky had been completely split open, a gash stretching thousands of feet long and dozens of feet wide. Behind him, in the shadowy depths of the ancestral hall, two pairs of eyes gazed at him in momentary astonishment. What level of sword path realm is this? Standing on the ground, he can slice through the heavens, causing the winds and clouds to change color and thunder to roar. In the darkness, the two exchanged silent looks, only speculating about the extent he had reached at this moment. After a while, a figure slowly emerged. It was the wrinkled, mysterious elder, who walked out of the shadows and sat down on the steps of the ancestral hall, his gaze fixed on the youth. After a long time, he spoke softly. "That will suffice." The youth took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and the white celestial sword seemed to sense its master's intent, flashing white light as it returned to its sheath and settled down. Turning to the elder, the youth smiled. "Senior, you have returned?" The elder nodded, looking at the youthful face with a hint of satisfaction. "It has been 3 years. Your talent is truly remarkable, and your diligence has borne fruit. Your current sword path realm is beyond my estimation." Gratitude flashed across the youth's face as he bowed deeply, softly saying, "I will never forget the grace of your teachings. Senior, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of Yuqing, and your self-created heartsword conceptual realm has matured significantly. I have little left to teach you." The elder waved his hand gently, sighing, "Though there are many exceptional individuals in Xinzhou with your cultivation, as long as you do not provoke the few formidable beings of this age during your travels, you should be fine. Our fates have come to an end. You may go now." The youth's lips twitched as he looked at the elder, a hint of reluctance apparent. The elder smiled, a faint melancholy crossing his face before it vanished, and he waved his hand. "A fine young man. There is no need for such gestures. Go." The youth inhaled deeply, bowed to the ground, and said, "Senior, your teachings over these 3 years have been monumental like a mountain. I will forever remember them, and will wield my knowledge to vanquish evil and repay the sect, not betraying my life's ambitions." The elder nodded with a smile. "Good. You may go." The youth performed another bow, glanced at the surrounding scenery, and then abruptly turned, standing tall and striding forward, leaving the ancestral hall. The sunlight illuminated his back, making it appear somewhat dazzling. The elder gazed at his figure, lost in thought, and he did not notice when another figure appeared behind him. "He has left," the figure said softly. The elder's lips moved slightly as he slowly stood up, turning to look at this person, the supreme leader of the Qingyun Sect, and shook his head lightly, saying, "It is for the best that he has departed. His path is different from mine. You may not know, but 1.5 years ago, I could no longer teach this child. His path must be discovered by himself." Dao Xinzhenren fell silent for a moment, and then slowly walked into the ancestral hall. Standing before the spirit tablet that enshrined countless ancestors of the Qingyun Sect, where the flickering lights of candles cast an uncertain glow on their faces, the elder approached the spirit tablet, took a brand new incense candle from the offering table, lit it from another candle, and replaced the one that was nearly burned out. Dao Xinzhenren silently watched his slow and practiced movements, suddenly saying, "Our Qingyun Sect flourished due to the extermination sword array, but also suffered because of it. Throughout history, countless heroes of Qingyun have met their end due to this curse." Dao Xinzhenren paused, seemingly struggling for words, but after a long silence, it transformed into a sigh. The elder's body trembled slightly, but quickly regained composure. "The extermination sword array is the hallmark of our Qingyun Sect. This is something neither of us can change. Our duty is merely to hope to hide that secret for as long as possible." Dao Xinzhenren remained silent, but suddenly said, "Today, that Puji monk has come again." "Oh." The elder displayed a hint of surprise. Although Qingyun Temple and my Qingyun Sect are both esteemed schools of righteousness in the Central Plains, the Buddhist and Taoist factions have historically maintained a rift, seldom interacting. What could be the purpose of his visit? He seeks to acquire the Taiji Su and Qing Dao of the Qingyun Sect, while offering the DFNB are of Qingyun Temple in exchange, intending to collaborate in unraveling the ancient mysteries of immortality. Even the elder, who had traversed the world throughout his life, could not help but change countenance upon hearing this proposition. He sighed deeply. It is unexpected that after all these years, Puji remains ensnared in this predicament. Was the tragedy of that figure from the Incense Valley not sufficient to awaken him? In those days, you, Puji, shared a deep bond with that figure from the Incense Valley. The Daoist Master of the Mysterious Path sighed. A century has swiftly passed. That individual from the Incense Valley, obsessed with the enigma of immortality, has fallen into the realm of spirits, while Puji, in his pursuit of eternal life, has also succumbed to madness. Even you. the most exceptionally gifted disciple, are now confined to the ancestral hall. Enough, the elder suddenly exclaimed. A sharp and unparalleled sword intent erupted from within him, causing the temperature in the ancestral hall to plummet. After a moment, the elder's initially tense expression gradually relaxed, and he sighed, saying, "Let us not dwell on the past. Consider it a small mercy for one such as I, who is already dead, Daoist brother." Meanwhile, Long Xian, upon leaving the ancestral hall, found himself momentarily lost. For the past 3 years, aside from basic cultivation of Taoist techniques, he had been under the tutelage of that mysterious elder within the ancestral hall. In this time, his cultivation had skyrocketed, with both Taiji Su-ing Qing Dao and GTI in Su, New Jersey, ing reaching the mid-9th level, alongside his swordsmanship attaining an unfathomable prowess. Initially, Long Xian intended to directly pursue the elder's concept of no-self, but upon achieving the first layer of this state, he encountered a dilemma, despite its merits. It did not suit him. His heart was tranquil, his disposition serene. Using the fervent, tumultuous essence of no-self to drive his swordplay would not yield its utmost potential. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to abandon this promising path. Ultimately, while practicing the Qujizich in Lingju under the elder's guidance, he drew inspiration from the first move, slaying the spirits, which diverged from the sword god's unwavering path. Long Xian envisioned a path of the Sword Immortal, ethereal and boundless, free and unrestrained. Thus, the state he comprehended was one of a transparent sword heart, a heart sword state that transcended the mundane, embodying the essence of an immortal, an unsettled mind. Boundless sword techniques, and infinite sword intent characterized the immortal within the sword. After 3 years of cultivation, Long Xian's prowess was no longer comparable to the time of his arrival. Similarly, during these 3 years, while Long Xian had remained secluded with the mysterious elder in the ancestral hall, he had only a few encounters with the heads of other branches of Qingyun. Strangely, he had garnered the affection and care of Daoist Qing, the head of Longsho Peak. Although unspoken, Long Xian held great respect for his uncle Qing. As he embarked on this journey, he felt compelled to bid farewell to his uncle. Resolute in his decision, Long Xian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a gesture of his right hand, summoned the Qing's sword, which unsheathed itself and propelled him skyward toward Longsho Peak. Chapter 8. The Gift of the Sword Qingyun, Longsho Peak. Among the 7 branches of Qingyun, Longsho Peak, though slightly lesser in disciples and strength than the Tongtian sect, held considerable renown. Daoist Qing, the head of Longsho Peak, had overseen the sect's disciplinary matters for over 2 centuries, known for his fairness and integrity, earning him immense respect among the second-generation disciples. His favored disciple, Hu, was a formidable figure in the younger generation, having cultivated for 60 years and reached the Jade Clear Upper Realm. The only peer comparable to him was the first disciple of the Longmen sect, Shi Oyci. As for Long Xian, despite his prodigious talent, his prolonged seclusion rendered him relatively unknown. At this moment, Hu was meditating in the Changxio hall atop Longsho Peak when he suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air from outside the window. A beam of white light rushed from the west. Rising to his feet, he observed the white light descend before the hall, and after a flicker of brilliance, revealed the figure of a young man, tall and elegant, dressed in a sky-blue robe that fluttered like a celestial being. "Ah, junior brother Long, what brings you to my Longsho Peak today?" Hu greeted with a warm smile, being quite familiar with Long Xian due to their shared master, Daoist Qing. Long Xian returned a faint smile and clasped his hands in greeting. "I, your junior brother, have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and intend to travel. Thus, I have come to bid farewell to Uncle Qing. A bottleneck?" Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Long Xian, feeling the overwhelming aura exuding from him, with waves of profound, true essence fluctuating in his every movement, even subtly affecting the surrounding void, surely a sign of being half a step into the upper clear realm. A complex expression crossed his face, filled with admiration. "Junior brother Long, you are truly a genius. At such a tender age, your cultivation surpasses mine significantly. Please wait here. I shall inform our master." Long Xian nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior brother Q." In the Changxio hall, Daoist Qing sat in the high seat, with Hu standing by his side. Qing scrutinized Long Xian's vast aura, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Xian, there is no need for such formalities. It has been a year since we last met, yet your cultivation has made considerable progress. Thanks to the guidance of our master and the support of the elders in the sect, Long Xian replied with a gentle smile. Daoist Cngs Ing then focused on the Qngp Ing sword Long Xian bore on his back, sighing, Daoist brother Daoist truly values you. To have bestowed upon you the Qngp Ing sword. Long Xian smiled lightly. When I attained the ability to manipulate objects, our master granted me this sword. However, I had not refined it due to my prolonged stay within the sect. Cngs Ing shook his head. In our youth, Daoist brother Daoyun wielded the two famed swords, Qx Ing and Qngp Ing. Qx Ing was a renowned sword of the Longmen sect, gifted to him by Master TNB, while Qngp Ing was acquired during his travels, surpassing Qx Ing in grade and rivaling the legendary Nine Heavens artifacts in power. His gift of this sword to you signifies great expectations. Long Xian chuckled. I shall not forget the guidance of our master. Cngs Ing nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, you have cultivated the Qing in secret technique, the divine sword of thunder control, and the seven calamities dragon slaying technique to a minor success, following the path of utmost rigidity and ferocity. Utilizing the Qngp Ing may not allow you to unleash your full potential. Since you are to venture forth, I have nothing else to offer, thus, I shall gift you a sword. As he spoke, Cngs Ing waved his hand, and with a clang, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the hall. A resplendent azure sword soared into the air, its blade as clear as autumn water, radiant with auspicious light, casting a green hue upon the faces of the three present. With a sigh, Cngs Ing reached out, grasping the floating azure sword gently, caressing it with a tenderness akin to that for a beloved. This is the dragon-slaying sword. Long Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the sword. For reasons unknown, he felt an emotional connection with the dragon-slaying sword, sensing its excitement and joy. As if a mysterious bond, akin to blood ties, linked them together. He even felt that if it weren't for Master Tsang still holding this sword, it might have already lunged at him. This sword is the personal weapon of one of your masters from years ago. As he gazed at the sword before him, Tsang Daoist appeared momentarily dazed, before suddenly breaking into a smile, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Swiftly replaced by a surge of heroism, your master back then was remarkably talented, just like you, and alongside brother Daoxian, they were known as the twin heroes of Qingyun. In those days, he took me, Tian Shibai, Shang Zhengliang, and Chang Shusang to boldly infiltrate the lair of the demon sect, the savage divine temple. Drenched in blood yet unmatched in prowess, the followers of the demon sect fled in terror, not daring to obstruct us for even a moment. One man achieved what countless others could not, entering the sacred hall and slaying demons. Wherever his sword pointed, no one dared to approach. Their fear was self-evident. Tsang Daoist's expression grew fervent, as if he were transported back to the days of his former glory. Not only he, but also Long Xian and Qi Hao felt their blood surge. Such deeds could truly be called those of a true hero, wishing they could share in the glory. Alas, heaven is envious of exceptional talent. Tsang Daoist took a deep breath, his expression mingling pain and struggle, before finally saying slowly, because of a past incident, my brother ascended. Yet I can never forget his elegant demeanor in white and the might of his dragon-slaying sword. Xianer, do not disgrace this dragon-slayer sword. Remember the name of your master. He is Wan Jiani, the one and only Wan Jiani of Qingyun. As he reached the final words, he cried out with all his might, as if addressing both his own heart and the shadow in the void. The last phrase struck like a thunderbolt in Long Xian's mind. Seven calamities dragon-slaying technique. Wan Jiani, dragon slayer sword. A series of keywords swirled in Long Xian's consciousness, hinting that he had grasped something, yet he could not be certain. As Tsang spoke, he released his grip, and the dragon slayer's sword let out a clear resonance, soaring into the air, circling Long Xian as it gradually spun. Long Xian's expression turned serious as he extended his right hand, gently grasping the hilt of the dragon slayer's sword. With a clang, the previously dim sword suddenly erupted with a green radiance, its brilliance akin to the blazing sun. Dazzling and unapproachable, Long Xian slowly drew the dragon slayer's sword, and with each inch pulled, it seemed to tremble with excitement, emitting a continuous dragon's roar that echoed into the heavens. As the sword fully emerged from its sheath, it howled forth. Even Tsang Daoist and Qi Hao, from afar, could feel the sword's spirited presence. Good, good, good. Tsang Daoist laughed heartily. The divine sword possesses spirit, choosing its master on its own, after a century of silence. The Dragon Slayer sword shall finally re-emerge in the world today. Long Xian played with the Dragon Slayer sword for a moment before sheathing it, placing it behind him. And with solemnity, bowed deeply to Zhuxian Daoist. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this sword. I shall wield the Dragon Slayer's sword to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Zhuxian Daoist extended his hand in a gesture of support. An overwhelming force of mana emanated from him, lifting Long Xian. Good child, go forth. I believe that the Dragon Slayer sword in your hands will surely restore its former glory. Yes, I take my leave, Master Zhuxian. Brother Qi, take care. Long Xian replied, then turned and departed from the Hall of Ascension, summoning the Qingping sword and soaring into the sky. Chapter 9. Puji, the majestic Qingyun Mountains tower over the central plains. With a great river flowing to the north and the bustling city of Heyang to the south, a strategically significant location, the Qingyun Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, peaks rising and falling, with the highest reaching 7 summits that pierce the clouds. On ordinary days, one only sees white clouds encircling the mountainsides, obscuring the true form of the summits. The mountains are densely forested, with cascading waterfalls and peculiar rock formations, home to rare birds and beasts, making for a breathtaking and perilous landscape, renowned throughout the realm. At the foot of the Qingyun Mountains, 50 miles northwest of the grand city of Heyang, lies a small village known as Qingyun. Here, over 40 households reside, characterized by their simplicity and strong sense of community. The villagers often venture into the mountains to gather firewood to exchange for silver at the Qingyun Sect, sustaining their livelihoods. The villagers frequently witness disciples of Qingyun soaring through the air, exhibiting various miraculous feats, leading them to revere the Qingyun Sect as celestial beings. The Qingyun Sect has always taken care of the surrounding populace, treating the villagers well. As Long Xian flew on his sword, he pondered the vastness of the realm and where he should venture for training, while also contemplating his own path of swordsmanship. Long Xian's swordsmanship was not of the cold-hearted demonic sword, nor was it the emotionless divine sword. He had created his own heart sword essence, embarking on a path of unity between law and martial prowess, a sword immortal's journey of independence from the world. Since he infused his emotional state into the sword path, it was only natural to align it with the application of the power of the void. Long Xian, through comprehending the first style of the Dragon Slayer sword technique, slaying gods and demons, and the second style, slaying the void, had vaguely grasped a method of influencing the hearts and minds of others and the surrounding void through swordsmanship. However, when attempting to comprehend the third level of the heart sword essence, Long Xian felt challenged. The path of entering the Tao through emotion had reached this point. And whether it was the emotionally driven sword that follows intent, or the indifferent celestial sword of Taoism, or the powerful sword that commands through force, each has its merits. Long Xian was reluctant to abandon any of them, so for the time being, he paused his comprehension of the heart sword essence, wishing to travel the world further before making a choice. As Long Xian was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the air around him subtly infused with sacred chants, and a series of faint golden lotus flowers, invisible to the naked eye, flickered in the void. Long Xian murmured softly. The long-dormant golden elixir of mana within his dantian began to stir, and a faint purple mark appeared on his brow, splitting open to reveal a mystical vertical eye. Long Xian had learned this from the legendary Shu Mountain sword sect's divine ability, the Heavenly Eye. It could perceive aura, discern fortune, and was said that with profound cultivation, one could even gaze into the heavens and observe the 9 realms, or peer into the 9 underworlds. The vertical eye on Long Xian's forehead blinked once before vanishing. Yet his brows furrowed, heavenly flowers descend, and earthly golden lotuses emerge. There must be a high monk of the scattered immortals realm nearby. However, this is the domain of Qingyun, where Taoism reigns supreme, and common Buddhist disciples are quite rare, let alone a high monk of the scattered immortals. Pausing for a moment, Long Xian thought, my understanding of the realm has solely been through the ancient texts of Qingyun. Since I wish to embark on a journey for training, I might as well descend and inquire with this wandering monk. Having made his decision, Long Xian concentrated his thoughts and descended, the Qingping sword guiding him downward in a flash of white light towards the earth. He had heard from Brother Shao that this area seemed to be a small village called Qingyun. At this moment, Monk Puji felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had traveled thousands of miles to Qingyun to meet Master Dao Xuan, hoping to persuade him to teach the true methods of both Buddhism and Taoism together, believing it could lead to unraveling the mystery of immortality. Unfortunately, he was gently turned away by Master Dao Xuan. Now, as he descended the mountain, he found himself wandering into Qingyun, and as the sky darkened, he decided to spend the night in a dilapidated temple within the village. Just as he began to meditate, he felt an inexplicable sense of alertness, unable to concentrate. While he was pondering this, a soft sound came from outside the temple. A look of surprise crossed Puji's face. The aura of the visitor was deep and vast, and their Daoist essence was powerful and imposing. Though they had not yet broken through to the upper clarity stage, it was evident to him that they were not far from it. He sighed, slowly rising to greet the entrance, saying, "Ba, I did not expect a distinguished guest to arrive. The old monk has failed to welcome you properly." As the door swung open, he saw a strikingly handsome youth in blue standing at the threshold, 2 swords, a green and a white, strapped to his back, his long, dark hair cascading down, only secured by a thin red ribbon. Just his mere presence seemed to position him as the very center of nature, exuding the unparalleled grace of a sword immortal. Yet, in Long Xian's eyes, the scene was quite different. The elderly monk before him, though his face was lined with wrinkles and his robe worn and tattered, was covered in dirt. The only remarkable thing was the string of jade prayer beads in his hand, which sparkled with a translucent clarity, emitting a faint azure glow. Strangely, amidst a dozen uniform, lustrous jade prayer beads, there lay an anomalous orb, neither jade nor stone, but a deep purple sphere, dull and devoid of luster. Yet, in its presence, an uncanny harmony with the cosmos seemed to resonate, evoking an impeccable sensation. Long Xian felt a chill in his heart. The old monk's formidable cultivation was already comparable to that of Master Tsang Song. Ba, the venerable monk intoned, "I am Tianyin Puji. May I inquire which disciple of the Qingyun Sect you are, young friend? To have achieved such a realm at a tender age is indeed a testament to your extraordinary talent." Puji scrutinized Long Xian closely, a faint smile gracing his lips. "So, you are one of Master Dao Xuan's esteemed disciples. No wonder you possess such prowess." Puji nodded kindly, smiling. "Please, Long disciple, enter and speak. What brings you to seek this old monk?" Long Xian followed Puji into the dilapidated temple, seated himself on the ground, and with a gentle smile, remarked, "I wish to venture out for training, yet the vastness of the divine land leaves me uncertain of my destination. I humbly request your guidance, master." Puji nodded, his expression turning solemn. "The expanse of our divine land is vast. Beyond the central plains lies the frigid north, home to the renowned Qingyun Mountains, from which legends of immortals have flourished for millennia. To the east lies the boundless ocean. As for the south, beyond the central plains, there are the 10,000 great mountains, towering at the border, endless and unyielding. There, treacherous terrain and vile miasmas abound, inhabited by fierce, primitive tribes known for their barbarity, who feast on raw flesh, leaving countless casualties in their wake. The southwestern region of our divine land is a vast, deadly marsh that terrifies all who speak of it. Its climate starkly contrasts with the desolate northwest. Throughout the year, rain falls 7 or 8 days out of 10, nurturing an abundance of peculiar flora. This damp and chill-laden place has long been a haven for venomous beasts and toxic creatures, with the unique noxious marsh gas rising from the decaying earth on rainy days, lethal to any who inhale it without the proper antidote. Moreover, the bodies of countless creatures, plants, and trees, long soaked and rotting from centuries of rain, have transformed this area into a perilous domain. One misstep could lead to an eternal descent into the abyss, resulting in a tragic demise. This old monk has just returned from that western marsh." As Puji spoke, he clasped his hands in prayer, his expression imbued with compassion, as if recollecting something ominous. He instinctively glanced at the deep purple bead in his hand, murmuring, "May the Buddha's compassion prevail." Following Puji's gaze, Long Xian noted the sinister purple orb, and upon probing with his spirit, felt a chill in his heart. "What a malevolent bead," he mused. "I wonder how many lives it took to amass such malevolence." Puji closed his eyes and nodded, sighing softly. "This is the blood-devouring bead that the black-heart old man wielded to dominate the world. It harbors an intense malevolence, capable of siphoning one's essence to nourish itself. The black-heart old man commanded the demonic sect, and it is unknown how many righteous souls he slaughtered with this orb. By chance, 30 years ago, I discovered this cursed bead in the western marsh, where the ground was littered with bones for miles. Devoid of life, truly a scene of desolation and rage. I thus employed the profound methods of Buddhism to contain it, and for 30 years, I have relentlessly subdued its evil with nightly rituals, using a prized emerald prayer bead from the Buddhist order to counteract its sinister intentions, ultimately managing to suppress this foul spirit." Ba. Long Xian nodded slightly, responding reverently, "Master's compassion knows no bounds." Puji tucked the blood-devouring bead into his robes and inquired, Long disciple, what are your intentions in descending the mountain? To be candid, master, I descend to hone my swordsmanship, striving for a breakthrough. Long Xian's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination emanating from him. Having heard your insights, I intend to journey to the 10,000 great mountains in the south to offer the blood of foreign tribes as a tribute to my sword path. Puji paused, recalling the ferocity of the southern tribes, whose brutality had led countless innocent souls to suffer and perish. Anger surged within him, and he refrained from further admonitions, instead intoning, Umitba, the southern tribes harbor formidable beings. You must exercise caution when testing your sword. Thank you for the wise counsel, master. I shall remain vigilant. Long Xian acknowledged. It is late. I shall rest here and set forth tomorrow. Your gratitude is appreciated. You are welcome to stay. Chapter 10. The Duel of Magic as Night Deepened. A thunderclap resonated, winds swirling ominously, dark clouds roiling in the sky. The impending storm cast a chilling atmosphere across the land. Long Xian and Puji remained seated in the grass hut, gazing outward. The distant Qingyun Mountain had become a mere blur, the surroundings silent save for the howling winds and thundering roars. A fierce gust surged, a lightning bolt cleaved the sky, illuminating the solitary grass hut momentarily. In that fleeting moment, Long Xian awakened, exchanging a serious glance with Puji. From the western village, a thick black mist had begun to rise, dark as ink, swirling incessantly. Standing at the entrance of the grass hut, Puji fixed his gaze upon the ominous cloud. Suddenly, the black mist twisted and spiraled upward, heading straight for the village. Approaching the grass hut with alarming speed, Puji's keen eyes discerned a child entangled within the murky tendrils. It was Lin Jingyu, whom they had seen earlier. His expression darkened, and without hesitation, he sprang into action, releasing a brilliant aura of Buddhist light to pierce through the black mist. Yet, a sharp azure blade of light shot forth from the grass hut, slicing towards the darkness with greater swiftness. From the obscurity, a voice emerged, laced with surprise and mockery. Simultaneously, several dull thuds resounded as the black mist faltered, swirling above the grass hut. Lin Jingyu emerged from the depths of the mist, his eyes shut and breath steady, seemingly either asleep or unconscious. From the darkened grass hut, a youth clad in a blue robe emerged, his garments billowing without wind, surrounded by a shimmering white sword aura. He gazed at the swirling black mist above, coldly addressing, "Esteemed one, your magical prowess is profound. Why do you lurk in the shadows, preying upon an innocent child? Are you not concerned about your reputation?" A raspy voice emanated from the black mist. "Ignorant child, how dare you obstruct my grand design? Step aside, or you shall find yourself in a fate worse than death." Long Xian scoffed, "In the realm of Qingyun, your disturbances are unwelcome. If you refuse to relent, I shall have no choice but to confront you and experience your skills firsthand." The figure in the darkness spat disdainfully. "What is Qingyun Sect but a den of filth? Inferior even to the demonic sect? Enough of your prattling. If you know what is good for you, step aside and hand over that child." Long Xian's expression hardened, and he ceased his idle chatter. Since discourse had failed, it was time for action. He recognized that this enigmatic adversary was a master of the scattered immortal realm. Yet he believed that with the profound powers of the Taiji Xiankong and Jiutian Xianjing, along with the two celestial artifacts, Qingping and Zhanlong, he could contend even against the likes of the Shanqing. In an instant, time appeared to freeze, as if the world had come to a standstill. The rumbling thunder intensified, and countless fine raindrops cascaded from the distant heavens, seemingly intent on cleansing the world of all its sins. Long Xian's piercing eyes narrowed, his spirit sinking into the realm of his sword intent, transcending all worldly matters, encompassing life and death, victory and defeat. His jade-like hand grasped the hilt of the Qingping sword, producing a crisp, melodious note that echoed as though it had descended from the ninth heaven. Lingering in the air long after the sound had faded, the white-green rush glimmers brilliantly, radiating auspicious energy, instantly enveloping the entire open space in an endless brilliance. A vast celestial tapestry. As the cold wind suddenly rises, Long Xian's thin garments flutter in the night breeze, emanating an invincible aura. The wind sways, the world falls silent. In this moment, he stands as eternal as a glacier, becoming an inseparable entity with the sky, the earth, the wind, and the rain. The green rush fully unsheaths. The sword tip traces an arc in the air, brilliantly shedding a dazzling light akin to the rising sun, like the sun illuminating the earth. The radiance beneath Long Xian's sword weaves an impenetrable net of light, confronting the dark energy above. In the depths of the black mist, a mysterious figure is equally astonished. never anticipating that this junior disciple of the Qingyun Sect would possess the audacity to challenge him. However, after years of dominance, though momentarily taken aback, he quickly regains his composure and roars, "You seek death, boy." With his words, a deep red glow flickers within the swirling black mist, and in an instant, the small grass temple is besieged by a chilling wind, a surge of ghostly energy. Poisonous blood banner. A furious expression emerges on Pu Zhi's face as he stands by Long Xian, exclaiming, "You dare cultivate such malevolent and wicked powers that bring calamity to the world? I shall not spare you today." The raspy voice sneers coldly, but offers no reply. Suddenly, a howl echoes, the red glow intensifies, and a 2-meter-tall red banner slowly rises into the air. The cries of ghosts grow increasingly mournful, as though countless vengeful spirits are lamenting in the night, accompanied by faint sounds of bones cracking, truly chilling to the heart. Surrounded by a torrent of sword energy, Long Xian's form appears dreamlike. Countless raindrops scatter upon contact with the sword energy, transforming into ethereal mists of vibrant colors, magnificent yet perilous. In a brief span, the two engage in a fierce exchange, seemingly dividing the void into two realms, one filled with ghostly energy, the other soaring with sword energy. Though Long Xian's sword intent surges forth, granting him the advantage and suppressing the mysterious figure from countering, he finds himself unable to break through the defense of the poisonous blood banner in that fleeting moment. The mysterious figure, anxious from the prolonged battle, realizes that this youth has profound connections with him. He cannot strike too hard. Yet, if he fails to subdue Long Xian quickly, the elders of the Qingyun Sect may discover the anomaly and intervene, jeopardizing his grand scheme. With this thought, he disregards the entanglement and, feigning a move, evades a strike from Long Xian's sword, calling out loudly, "Poisonous friend, why do you not take action? What are you waiting for?" As his words fade, a raspy laughter emanates from the nearby darkness. "You can't even handle a junior disciple from Qingyun? I truly wonder why the sect master would recruit such useless trash as you." Following this, a fierce-looking dwarf bursts forth from the shadows, darting towards Long Xian like lightning. Laughing maniacally, "You little brat, prepare to meet your end." However, he fails to approach Long Xian, intercepted by a golden light. Pu Zhi flips his palm, grasping a string of jade prayer beads, forming a water bottle gesture with both hands, his eyes wide open, radiant with golden light, reciting word by word, "Om, Ma, and I. Padme Hum." The 6-word king mantra? The poisonous child exclaims, not daring to confront it directly, retreating while releasing strands of foul black mist. Wherever the mist passes, flora and trees wither, clearly a deadly poison. "Begone." Pu Zhi's voice erupts like a lion's roar, shaking the surroundings. The jade prayer beads before him, infused with Buddhist power, glow ever more brightly. Suddenly, one bead shatters with a pop, transforming in midair into a giant character for Buddha, charging towards the black mist. "Ah, vile scoundrel." A muffled groan escapes the poisonous child, evidently wounded. Seeing his ally repelled in a single encounter, the mysterious figure inwardly curses the poison god for lacking resolve, dispatching such lowly minions. No wonder the 10,000 poison sect is declining, now facing competition from the emergent Ghost King sect. This assumption, however, severely misjudges the poison god. While the poisonous child may be inadequate, he nonetheless possesses formidable Qing cultivation. If he were to join forces with the mysterious figure, subduing a mere Pu Zhi would be astonishingly simple, especially since he still had a hidden trump card yet to be revealed. "Humph." The mysterious figure scoffs coldly, and from the blood-red banner, a grotesque, ghostly visage suddenly appears, sporting 3 triangular eyes and sharp fangs. With a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds, the 4 eyes of the ghostly face abruptly snap open, roaring as it materializes, surging toward Long Xian with an overwhelming stench of blood. Meanwhile, he himself darts towards Lin Jingyu on the ground. Long Xian's face hardens, though his heart burns with fury. Despite his tranquil nature, he cannot abide those who bully mortals with their cultivation. With a low grunt, he grips his sword, stepping forth in 7 strides upon the void. The green rush sword thrusting skyward, chanting, "9 heavens, transform into divine thunder. Radiant celestial might, I summon with my sword." In an instant, the clouds above churn violently, thunder rumbling as lightning flickers along the edges of the dark clouds, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. It seems as though the very heavens are about to collapse. A brilliant flash of lightning streaks across the sky, striking the ground and landing upon Long Xian's shimmering blade. The lightning blooming atop the sword like a flower in the night, an exquisite sight. Divine sword thunder command. Pu Zhi's face flushes with excitement, followed by a mixture of astonishment and a hint of fervor. Is this the true power of Taoist mastery? With a resounding shout, Long Xian, guided by his left-hand sword command, exerts all his strength to flick his wrist. As thunder reverberates, the electric brilliance shoots forth towards the grotesque, ghostly visage, cleaving through the air like a knife through paper, unrelenting as it strikes down upon the earth. Along its path, grass, trees, and stones are sent flying, leaving a deep, searing scar in its wake. Chapter 11. The mortal, though the black-cloaked mysterious figure moves with great swiftness, he is still momentarily impeded by the residual force of the divine sword thunder command. Meanwhile, Pu Zhi's face is filled with rage as he clutches Lin Jingyu under his arm, retreating from the main battlefield. The potency of the poisonous blood banner only increases, and the innocent lives lost during its cultivation must be more numerous. To achieve such formidable power, it is likely that 300 or more lives must be sacrificed. This fiend is utterly devoid of conscience. Ba, you wretched being, you poison the world so, today, I shall. Before Pu Zhi can finish, his entire body trembles violently, feeling an alien bite on his wrist, where he clutches the child Lin Jingyu. A wave of prickling sensation spreads throughout him, and his vision darkens as the protective Buddha light around him dims. At that moment, a strange surge of blood energy erupts from the ground, morphing into a grotesque phantom with a single, blood-red eye, unleashing a foul wind and an overwhelming presence. A ghostly wail echoes as the crimson light flashes, shattering the protective Buddha light and striking heavily against Pu Zhi's chest. Pu Zhi lets out a muffled groan, sent soaring backward, Lin Jingyu falling to the ground, with several sickening cracks echoing, likely his ribs shattered. Moments later, his frail body crashes against the wall of the grass temple with a thunderous crash, dust swirling as an entire section of the wall collapses. Ha ha ha! The mysterious figure bursts into mad laughter from the black mist, feeling triumphant. The turn of events is too swift for even Long Xian to intervene. Witnessing Pu Zhi gravely injured, he lets out a soft grunt, summoning his escape light and soaring to Pu Zhi's side, his mind racing as a dark blue Taiji light encircles them both. Master Pu Zhi, are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm fine, but I have burdened my disciple today. Pu Zhi shakily rises, a warmth filling his throat, unable to suppress a mouthful of warm blood that stains his monk's robe. He feels a flurry of golden stars before his eyes, his body racked with pain, and that prickling sensation draws ever closer to his heart. He steadied his mind, casting a glance at Lin Jingyu, who lay unconscious on the ground. To his astonishment, a colorful centipede, as large as a palm, began to crawl out from his garments. Its most peculiar feature was its seven-forked tail, resembling 7 distinct appendages, each adorned in a different vibrant hue, exuding a beauty tinged with an unsettling aura. The seven-tailed centipede. The words of Pu Zhi sounded almost like a groan. The darkness on his visage deepened, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, indicating his struggle to remain upright. He gazed at the black mist hovering above and declared, "You placed this vile poison upon that child and concealed your strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at me. You seek me specifically, do you not?" The figure within the black mist chuckled coldly, replying, "Indeed, I have come expressly for you, Pu Zhi, the bald monk. Were it not for that, your skills in the Buddhist ways of Tianyin Temple would pose a challenge. Now, hand over the blood-devouring pearl, and I shall grant you the antidote for the seven-tailed centipede, sparing your life." Pu Zhi offered a grim smile, stating, "How foolish of me to assume that you would not covet the blood-devouring pearl, considering your mastery in crafting such wicked poisons." His expression hardened as he resolutely declared, "To think I would hand over this most dangerous artifact is sheer folly." He then turned his gaze to the cold-eyed Long Xian beside him, transmitting a message, "Disciple, I will hold these two fiends at bay for a moment. You must escape. Their target is the blood-devouring pearl upon me, and they shall not hinder you." Long Xian nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I appreciate the goodwill of my esteemed uncle Pu Zhi, but the Qingyun Sect and Tianyin Temple are intertwined. If I were to flee in this hour of crisis, how would I face my brethren in the future?" His eyes gleamed with a cold determination, revealing a masterful composure. "That fiend hides his strength. I too have yet to unleash my full capabilities. My debut battle as Long Xian shall be marked by the sacrifice of 2 pure young bloods to forge my sword. What a thrilling prospect." With a hearty laugh, he made no overt move, yet suddenly soared into the air, as if riding the winds of the heavens, ascending to a height of 3 zhang. His sword erupted with a myriad of radiant beams, illuminating the rain-soaked village like a resplendent sun. To the eyes of the mysterious figure and Puji, Long Xian's aura transformed. The previously frosty and fierce sword intent vanished, replaced by a fluid and ethereal grace. The 4 dimensions and 6 directions sword technique, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, transcended the boundaries of existence, enabling boundless maneuverability. The swordplay, dynamic and unpredictable, struck with the fury of thunder from the heavens while maintaining a steadfast defense as if buried beneath the earth. Once unleashed, the swordplay morphed endlessly, confounding both gods and spirits. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the mysterious figure's eyes as he steadied his resolve. The poisonous blood banner unfurled, releasing waves of malevolent energy that traversed the realm. Utilizing an instinctive perception amidst the countless sword shadows, he sought the essence of Long Xian's Qingping sword. Swiftly, he maneuvered, sensing that Long Xian's sword energy could strike from any angle, like quicksilver spilling forth, compelling him to exert every ounce of strength to seal off the onslaught. The air filled with the piercing cries of the swords, contrasting the previous chaotic atmosphere, now resonating with a rhythm reminiscent of war drums on the battlefield. The 100 Poisons, intending to ambush Puji during his weakened state, found himself ensnared within the inexplicable sword light, forcibly drawn into Long Xian's domain. How dare you, little thief! Insult your grandfather, Baidu. Baidu fumed, darting left and right within the sword circle, yet finding no escape from the 6 directions sword's confinement. Enraged, he allied with the mysterious figure to assault Long Xian. Long Xian smiled serenely, disregarding them. As a practitioner of the dark arts, being struck at his core by the Buddhist 6-character mantra, which aimed to subdue demons and eliminate evil, even a master of the pure yang realm would find their strength diminished. The path of the sword is forged amidst life and death. Only through great peril can profound insights arise. Surrounding Long Xian, a dense violet aura surged as the golden elixir formed from his cultivation of the 9 heavens. Qingyun spun rapidly. A serene tranquility enveloped him, recalling a sensation he had not experienced in years. This was his first encounter in battle with the 9 heavens purple qi. As his mind cleared, an overwhelming sense of calmness arose within him. This moment of mental clarity heightened his perception to unprecedented levels, allowing him to grasp the emotional states of all present. Their tense spirits, drawn taut by the battle, vividly reflected in his mind. Without consciously exerting effort, he discerned every breath, heartbeat, and subtle fluctuation of energy from those around him. In this state of profound gentleness, could he be as innocent as a child? Long Xian experienced an epiphany, realizing that this ability was a result of the 9 heavens purple qi reaching its pinnacle. Once a coveted aspiration, it now came to him effortlessly, as if by nature, without forceful striving. The highest virtue resembles water, nourishing all things without contention. In this tranquil state, all movements in the world revealed their true forms without exception. The sinister aura of Baidu, the unfathomable power of the mysterious figure, appeared to Long Xian as vividly as a torch in darkness. The malevolent power of the mysterious figure's poisonous blood banner twisted under the force of the sword light, shattering. Baidu's blood mist, too, was torn apart by the sword light. The Taiji sword, one of Long Xian's favored techniques from his past life, renowned for its unmatched defense, now flourished even further after his profound comprehension of the sword's essence. Combined with the sharpness of the 9 heavens purple qi, he momentarily overpowered both the mysterious figure and Baidu, 2 masters of the pure yang realm. Slay the gods and spirits. Long Xian's gaze turned icy, yet deep within his pupils burned with fervor. Merging with his sword, he soared upwards, piercing through the heavens. In that instant, the overwhelming darkness quietly parted. Radiance erupted, only to be swallowed by the shadows. Moments later, a sharp, ringing sound echoed, resonating like the roar of a dragon. A dazzling light, sharp as a sword, appeared amidst the nighttime darkness, slicing toward the mysterious figure and Baidu from a distance. Zhang Xiaofan observed the clouds above, whether white or black, never having seen such proximity to the ground as the black clouds of this night. The thunder was deafening, and the lightning blinding, nearly impossible to behold. He had come merely to deliver blankets to the old monk, yet inadvertently witnessed such a spectacle. Raindrops struck his face, soaking his garments. He beheld the golden-clad monk, the ominous figure wreathed in dark energy, and the remarkably youthful yet ethereal Long Xian, feeling as if his world was crumbling. His blood seemed to reverse its course. In the next moment, the platinum sword light collided with the ghostly mist released by the now pale-faced mysterious figure. His limbs turned weak, breath escaping him, and in that instant, the wind ceased, the thunder quieted, and the entire world came to a standstill. Then, he involuntarily flew backward, unable to comprehend his fear as he beheld the radiant white and golden light, surpassing the brilliance of the sun. The entire grass temple shattered, radiating outward from the epicenter of the three combatants. An intense wave of terror surged within him, cold sweat enveloping his body as he trembled slightly. He fainted, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Bestowal of Skills. Pu Zhi approached slowly, his steps faltering, supporting both Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu beneath his arms. Reaching a somewhat cleaner spot, he gently set the two children down, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if it might split open. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed in exhaustion. Long Xian sat quietly, his blue robes stained with blood. He exhaled a sigh of relief only after witnessing Pu Zhi rescue the two innocent children affected by the chaos. As he released the power he had been using to suppress his injuries, his complexion turned pale, and he suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. A wave of weakness surged through him, revealing that his injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated. The backlash from his sword intent, combined with his final struggle against 2 formidable experts from the Supreme Clear Sect, had severely damaged his meridians. Upon introspection, he found that none of the extraordinary channels and 12 primary meridians within him remained intact. Even his internal organs had suffered considerable trauma. Should his injuries worsen, it would likely undermine his very foundation. Fortunately, Long Xian practiced the Taiji Xian Qing Dao and Jiutian Xianjing, both supreme Taoist arts renowned for their healing properties. While primarily aimed at nurturing life, these techniques also possessed unique capabilities for recovery. Indeed, he had much to be proud of. He had battled the high-ranking members of the demon cult without faltering, and his final strike even severed the left arm of the elder from the 10,000 Poisoned sect. As for the mysterious figure in black, despite his profound skills, he had suffered significant damage from Long Xian's heart sword intent. It was likely that he would be unable to fully recover his strength for months to come. After a moment, Long Xian managed to stabilize his condition and opened his eyes, meeting Pu Zhi's concerned gaze. With a light chuckle, he reassured, "Uncle Master, there is no need for worry. Although I am injured, my foundation remains steadfast. A few days of recuperation will suffice." Pu Zhi clasped his hands together but revealed a hint of a bitter smile. "This ordeal was meant to be my burden alone, yet I have inadvertently involved my disciple. I am truly ashamed. The demon cult's miscreants harm the innocent and deserve to be exterminated." Coughing lightly, Long Xian glanced at the 2 children lying nearby. Though he himself was but 15, not much older than the 2, his previous life experiences granted him a composure that often made others forget his youth. "These 2 boys have suffered because of us. What they have witnessed today, who can say whether it is a blessing or a curse for them?" Long Xian sighed softly, speaking thoughtfully. "Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy." Pu Zhi nodded slightly, hands still together, remaining silent. Long Xian furrowed his brow, seemingly resolute. These 2 children, one possesses exceptional talent, while the other, though slightly less gifted, exhibits a tenacious spirit. Perhaps I should report to Master and advocate for their induction into our sect. What do you think, Uncle Master? This thought reminded him of the mysterious elder from the ancestral hall, who had mentioned Tian Bai, the head of Bamboo Peak. Old Tian, despite lacking innate talent, had persevered and cultivated his inner qualities, ultimately securing his position and fame after a century of practice. Long Xian had noticed Zhang Xiaofan observing from a distance. He admired the boy's composure throughout the tumultuous battle, which was remarkable for one so young. Although there was a possibility he had been stunned into silence, such fortitude in a child of 12 or 13 was commendable. Given time, he too might achieve greatness akin to Tian Bai. Pu Zhi recited a Buddhist verse. "Amitabha, this is an internal matter for the Qingyun Sect, and I cannot intervene. However, it is evident that these 2 children have been affected by our actions, and guiding them into the Qingyun Sect for cultivation is indeed a commendable path." Long Xian nodded, smiling softly. "If that is the case, let it be decided thus. I have gained much from this battle and wish to enter seclusion for contemplation. Uncle Master, you should also take some rest." Thunder rumbled across the sky, and rain began to fall. Qingyun Mountain stood majestically amidst the storm, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Pu Zhi suddenly awakened from his dark thoughts and glanced at Long Xian, who was meditating nearby. He noticed the youth's body radiating alternating hues of blue and purple. As the raindrops approached his head, they were mysteriously repelled by an unseen force, indicating that he had entered a deep state of meditation. Pu Zhi sighed, reflecting on the marvels of Taoist arts, capable of harnessing celestial powers. If only the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism could complement each other, they might unravel the mysteries of life and death. Alas, though Dao Xian, the true master of Taoism, surpassed him in cultivation, he remained, like his three senior brothers, unable to release his narrow views and relinquish his status. Long Xian's remarkable display of prowess, battling two formidable foes without defeat, stirred Pu Zhi's heart. This young man had already embarked upon his own path of swordsmanship. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown in the realm. Reflecting on his own life, Pu Zhi harbored grand ambitions, yet he was haunted by an unfulfilled regret. As one of the four great monks of the Tianyin Temple, revered across the land, he yearned to penetrate the enigma of life and death. However, 50 years ago, he had come to realize that no amount of diligent practice in Buddhist arts could unlock the mysteries of existence. After decades of contemplation, he had finally conceived an unprecedented approach. In the present world, Buddhism, Taoism, and the demon cult were at their peak, with the highest mastery of arts among them. The demon cult, notorious for its malevolence, was shunned by all, while the profound and mystical arts of Taoism and Buddhism each excelled in their domains. If they could collaborate and share their knowledge, they might break through the impasse. Yet, to his dismay, his typically open-minded senior brothers vehemently opposed him, dismissing his ideas as heretical and urging him to reconsider. Unwilling to be deterred, he visited renowned Taoist sects several times, including Qingyun Mountain, only to be politely declined by Daoxian. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Pu Zhi's expression suddenly darkened, reciting this Taoist maxim with a tone filled with grief and anger. Suddenly, he was struck with an epiphany, murmuring, Qingyun disciples, his thoughts raced, as though he had grasped something significant, yet it slipped away in an instant, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Then, inexplicably, a fervent ardor rekindled within him. He laughed maniacally, his laughter tinged with madness. How wonderful! Though I may not attain the Taoist arts myself, if I can impart the Buddhist teachings to one individual and lead him to join the Qingyun Sect to practice Taoist arts, would that not fulfill my wish? The chasm between Buddhism and Taoism had existed for centuries, with neither side willing to engage with the other. The Qingyun Sect would never suspect that a young boy, raised at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, would possess the true teachings of Buddhism. As long as someone could master both disciplines, they could potentially unravel the age-old enigma of immortality. If that is the case, I would die without regret. Resolute in his decision, he approached the two children lying side by side. He instinctively glanced at Lin Jingyu, but hesitated momentarily, then sighed before turning his gaze to Zhang Xiaofan. Remembering the boy's stubbornness earlier that day, he nodded and remarked, though your aptitude is somewhat lacking, it matters not. Your future will depend on your own fortune. With that, he no longer hesitated and reached out, placing his hand on Zhang Xiaofan, channeling the residual Buddhist energy to awaken him. Zhang Xiaofan slowly stirred awake, his vision blurred and his ears ringing. After a considerable time, he regained clarity and was taken aback, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Before him stood the old monk he had seen earlier, tattered robes and a faint purple-black aura surrounding him, yet his expression was one of excitement and joy. He also noticed his companion, Lin Jingyu, lying unconscious beside him. Pu Zhi chuckled gently, Ba, little benefactor, why have you come to this desolate place in such wind and rain? Zhang Xiaofan paused, then replied, I saw you standing in the temple earlier, and when I noticed the rain was coming, I thought it would be cold here, so I brought you some food. Pu Zhi's lips curled slightly as he clasped his hands together, uttering, well said, well said. Everything is interconnected, destiny is preordained, and the Buddha is compassionate. Young benefactor, we are fated to meet. If so, I possess a method of cultivation that you may wish to learn. Zhang Xiaofan inquired, what is this method? Pu Zhi paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. He extended his gnarled hand to gently pat the boy's head and replied, it is not anything grand, merely a technique involving breathing and exhalation. After you learn it, you must promise me a few things. Is that agreeable? Zhang Xiaofan, though somewhat bewildered, nodded and said, go ahead. Pu Zhi continued, you must never speak of this to anyone, not even your closest kin. Can you manage that? Zhang Xiaofan nodded earnestly and affirmed, I swear I won't say a word. Pu Zhi felt a jolt in his heart. Despite the boy's tender age, there was a remarkable resolve on his face. The relentless rain fell like knives, drenching his small visage, which appeared somewhat weary. He suddenly inhaled deeply, lowered his gaze, and continued, moreover, you must practice this method daily, but never in the presence of others. Only during the stillness of night may you proceed. Lastly, unless faced with life or death, do not employ this technique, for it could lead to dire consequences. Are you capable of this? Zhang Xiaofan hesitated, tilting his head and scratching it in confusion, yet ultimately nodded emphatically. Pu Zhi smiled faintly, then began to impart a series of incantations. Chapter 13. Returning home at dawn, the rain finally ceased. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, sparkling as they slid down and fell, creating beautiful arcs in the air before landing on the ground, releasing a scent of moist earth. Long Xian stood tall, bowing respectfully to Pu Zhi. Master Uncle, you bear wounds. Why not rest and recuperate at my Qingyun Sect for a few days? Pu Zhi shook his head with a smile, though a grave expression soon crossed his face. The demonic sect has lain dormant for a century. But with the resurgence of the 10,000 poisoned sect, a storm of bloodshed is undoubtedly imminent. I must return to Tianyin Temple promptly to inform my 3 senior brothers and urge them to exercise caution. Long Xian nodded slightly. If that is the case, I shall not detain you further. Please travel safely, Master Uncle. Pu Zhi acknowledged him with a nod, but suddenly recalled something. He reached into his robe and produced a deep purple bead, examining it closely before handing it to Long Xian. Take this blood-devouring pearl and ensure it remains hidden from prying eyes. Long Xian was taken aback and asked, what is the meaning of this, Master Uncle? Pu Zhi sighed, a look of determination gracing his aged features. The demonic sect is aware of this blood-devouring pearl's existence with me. My journey back to Tianyin Temple may not be peaceful. Had my powers been at their peak, it would have been different, but after recent tribulations, I am left with only a fraction of my strength. I am solitary, which is acceptable, but if this blood-devouring pearl falls into the hands of the demons, my sin would be great. Upon hearing this, Long Xian no longer hesitated. He accepted the deep purple bead, scrutinizing it closely. He observed that it was semi-transparent, with a faint azure aura swirling within, seemingly alive, yearning to break free. However, each time the azure aura approached the surface, a small swastika symbol would glow, pushing it back. What a remarkable sealing technique. The secrets of Buddhism truly possess unique profundities. Long Xian internally praised Pu Zhi's resolve, embodying the principle of if I do not enter hell, who will? He solemnly assured, rest assured, Master Uncle, I will keep this in mind. Pu Zhi chuckled softly, then turned to depart for Tianyin Temple. Not far behind, 2 children observed the farewell between the elder and the younger. They were Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu. Brother Immortal, can Jingyu and I truly enter the Qingyun Sect to learn? After a prolonged silence, Zhang Xiaofan timidly inquired. His perception of Long Xian was still rooted in the previous day's display of prowess against the demonic sect's formidable figures, leaving him with a lingering awe. Long Xian smiled upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, a childlike innocence he had not encountered in ages. He ruffled Zhang Xiaofan's hair and replied, do not call me Brother Immortal. If you too join the sect, you may call me Senior Brother. My name is Long Xian, a disciple of the Qingyun Mountain's Chongmen lineage. Once you join, you will naturally learn of it. The Zhang and Lin families had resided in Kaomayakan, adjacent to Qingyun Mountain, and thus had an innate yearning for the celestial realm. When Long Xian approached them, subtly hinting at the possibility of taking Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu into the Qingyun Sect, both couples readily agreed, urging the children to kneel before Long Xian, much to his embarrassment. After several explanations, he finally managed to dissuade them from this act. As they conversed, a sudden sound of rushing air filled the sky, and a beam of white light descended from the heavens, landing beside Long Xian. A handsome and elegant young Daoist emerged, surrounded by a mesmerizing, shining sword. Most strikingly, 7 brilliant stars were intricately carved upon the sword's shimmering blade. Long Xian chuckled lightly and approached him, clasping his fists in greeting. Brother Xiao, I apologize for troubling you this time. Xiao Yizai expressed concern. Master received your message through the flying sword and learned of your battle with the demons last night. He was quite worried and immediately sent me down the mountain to check on you. Were you injured? Long Xian felt warmth in his heart and replied, though I have sustained some injuries, they are not serious. The purpose of my message to Master was not only to inform him of the demonic sect's return, but also to mention another matter. He glanced at the 2 young boys beside him. Following Long Xian's gaze, Xiao Yizai noticed the 2 children and remarked in surprise, who are these 2? Long Xian nodded slightly. They were caught in the crossfire during my battle with the demonic sect's experts. Afterward, noticing their considerable talent, I wish to guide them into the Qingyun Sect. What are your thoughts, brother? Xiao Yizai did not respond immediately, instead studying the 2 boys closely. He could not help but gaze at Lin Jingyu a bit longer, exclaiming, indeed, exceptional talent. But as for the timid Zhang Xiaofan, I see no remarkable qualities. He held a deep respect for his brilliant junior, knowing that few could catch his eye. Yet, he found it challenging to discern any unique attributes in this child. This boy possesses a resilient spirit. If he were to cultivate our Qingyun Sect's Tai Qing Dao, given time, he might achieve the same heights as Master Uncle Tianbai. As these thoughts crossed his mind, A voice echoed in his ears, revealing Long Xian's true essence. Xiao Yicai chuckled lightly. Since you recommend them, I have no objections. I will take care of these two children. Are you not returning to the sect? Long Xian shook his head, gazing into the distant southern horizon of Qingyun Mountain, a hint of longing in his eyes. Having been away for 3 years, my parents have missed me greatly. I wish to return home for a visit and see them. Xiao Yicai nodded slightly and said earnestly, in that case, I shall take my leave. Young brother, as you travel, exercise caution. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you for your kind words, brother. The journey from Qingyun Sect to Heyang City was not far. Long Xian rode his sword and arrived at Heyang City in just half a day's time. To avoid unwanted attention, he landed in a secluded spot outside the city. After a moment's thought, he concealed his 2 swords and, upon inspecting his appearance, found himself resembling a wealthy youth embarking on a leisurely outing. With a satisfied expression, he strolled towards Heyang City. In the vast expanse of several thousand miles, Heyang City can truly be regarded as the largest and most prosperous hub. The population residing within its walls is no less than 200,000 or 300,000, and its favorable geographical location ensures a bustling trade and vibrant atmosphere. Legend has it that Heyang City was established over a millennium ago, and through successive renovations by various rulers, its scale far exceeds that of an ordinary small town. The city walls rise to 30 zhang, stretching for miles, broad enough to accommodate galloping horses, with towers standing at intervals along the way. Upon entering the city, one is immediately struck by the throng of traffic and merchants, a cacophony of lively sounds filling the air. Long Xian, having traversed time, seamlessly absorbed the memories of his predecessor and found himself quite familiar with this ancient city. Thus avoiding any blunders of losing his way home, he proceeded straight through the bustling marketplace and arrived at a long street, wide yet remarkably serene, with few pedestrians. A spacious mansion loomed before him, flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance and a grand gate adorned with beastly heads, guarded by a dozen elegantly dressed swordsmen, patrolling like sentinels. The main gate remained closed, with only the side doors to the east and west available for entry. Upon spotting Long Xian, an elderly guard momentarily froze, rubbed his eyes, and then beamed with joy. Young Master Xian, is that truly you? Long Xian glanced at the man, noting his age to be just over 30. With a well-proportioned figure and calloused hands, the familiarity of the guard's face tugged at Long Xian's memory, though the previous owner of his body had not remembered his name. He nodded slightly and replied coolly, is it your shift today? Are my parents at home? The guard, beaming with delight, stepped forward. Both master and madam are at home. I have already sent someone to inform them. Very well, I shall go pay my respects to them. Crossing the threshold, Long Xian followed the guard to the entrance of the grand hall. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The hall was spacious and magnificent, where a man and a woman stood. The man, approximately 40 years of age, was tall, with a fair complexion and no beard, clad in a moon-white robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The woman, resplendent and regal, possessed an exquisite beauty, her bright eyes mirroring those of Long Xian. They were none other than his parents, Long Su and Wan Qingwei. Unworthy son Long Xian pays his respects to father and mother. At this moment, Long Xian instinctively bowed, as if an unseen force compelled him. Wan Qingwei stepped forward, her face radiant with emotion, and gently helped him up, her affectionate gaze surveying him from head to toe. My dear child, you have been away for more than 3 years without a word, causing your mother great worry. Long Xian nodded, a smile breaking across his face. I have made some progress in my cultivation, but it is not wise to remain secluded in the sect any longer. Thus, I wish to travel for a while. Long Su laughed heartily, his authoritative voice resonating. That is splendid news. My son has been away for 3 years, and it is only fitting that you stay home for a while longer. Due to his recent battle with 2 members of the demonic sect, although his injuries were gradually healing, it was wise for him to refrain from further conflicts and take time to recuperate at home. With this thought, he respectfully replied, I shall heed Father's arrangements. Chapter 14. A millennium of Heyang. The Long family has dominated Heyang City for over 1,000 years, ranking among the elite of the secular world. Their residence spans a vast area, ingeniously utilizing the terrain to create various scenic views, epitomizing a landscape of towering peaks and winding waters, where each step reveals a new vista. According to the differing landscapes, the Long family estate consists of several courtyards, with Qianlong Pavilion being one of them, where Long Xian had resided in his previous life. After dining with his parents, Long Xian followed his personal maid to Qianlong Pavilion. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by an artificial mountain blocking his view, standing about 15 or 16 zhang high. adorned with jagged rocks and unique peaks. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the 5 sacred mountains, with its formations intertwined, as if gathering the renowned mountains of the world into one place. Between the stones, moss speckled the surface, and vines concealed the path, revealing a narrow trail. Beyond the artificial mountain lay a picturesque lake, its expansive surface shimmering in the sunlight. Bordered by flowering willows, petals danced upon the water, which was crystal clear and meandering gracefully. Amidst the willow's shade, a winding bridge appeared, leading deeper into a realm of blooming lotus flowers. Crossing the winding bridge, Long Xian beheld a beautifully adorned building, inscribed with the words Qianlong Pavilion, the calligraphy flowing seamlessly, emanating a vigorous aura. "Young master, the hot water is ready. May I assist you in undressing and preparing for your bath?" The maid inquired with a slight bow. "This is no longer your concern. You may leave," Long Xian replied with a cool demeanor, gesturing for the maid to depart. Yes, although the maid felt puzzled, she dared not defy Long Xian's command and left Qianlong Pavilion. Letting out a sigh, Long Xian recalled his past life as a disciple of the Zhuxian sect, accustomed to the rigors of outdoor living. Although he had now transitioned into a life of luxury, his 3-year journey of cultivation had begun immediately upon his arrival. Now, upon his return, he found the demands of a wealthy heir exceedingly tedious, even requiring assistance for a simple bath. The following morning, as the sun rose, Long Xian, who had meditated through the night, opened his eyes and stepped out of Qianlong Pavilion, making his way to the lakeside lawn. A flash of light in his hand revealed a shimmering azure sword, the dragon-slaying sword. After receiving this sword from the Zhuxian Daoist, he had yet to familiarize himself with it. Thus, in the previous day's battle, he had to rely on the Qingping sword, despite his mastery of the final technique. Though the dragon-slaying sword possessed a spirit and was perfectly attuned to him, without practical experience, Long Xian could not fully harness its power. Closing his eyes slightly, he immersed his consciousness into the sword, aligning his mind, intention, and energy. With a swift thrust, the sword flashed, and a powerful wind arose, producing a resounding whoosh as it sliced through the air, the sharp sound echoing even beyond the pavilion. Long Xian's figure danced on the lakeside lawn, leaping and creating a multitude of illusory shadows. Each strike pierced the air with the might of a tiger's roar or the cry of a crane. With each move, the sword energy tore through the heavens, creating explosive sounds that reverberated like rolling thunder in the skies. The lakeside lawn became a tempest, sword energy crisscrossing fiercely, as if a whirlwind had been summoned. Leaves occasionally caught in the fierce wind were shredded to pieces, disappearing in an instant amidst the chaos. Feeling the dragon-slaying sword grow increasingly responsive in his grasp, Long Xian's spirit soared, his thoughts becoming clear and his heart serene. The essence of Tai Chi and the celestial energies flowed naturally within him, subtly vibrating through his meridians. As the sword light swirled in his hand, it seemed to form rotating Tai Chi patterns in midair, shifting left and right, defying the laws of physics with astonishing maneuvers, accelerating, halting, and instantaneously changing direction. Each movement executed with lightning speed, eluding grasp and comprehension, a dance of the divine. Suddenly, Long Xian halted his swordplay, transitioning from frenetic motion to profound stillness. With his eyes closed and right hand raised high, he steadied the dragon-slaying sword, gathering energy to its peak. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed the sword, and the dimensions of the world appeared as mere wallpaper under the thunderous intent of his strike. The sword moved like a dragon, weaving through the air, majestic and unstoppable, exuding the aura of a sovereign descended upon the earth. The sword energy surged forth, fierce and unparalleled, within Zhang. The air distorted, rippling with waves of energy. Not quite there yet. It feels as though something is missing. Long Xian opened his eyes and shook his head. Just moments ago, while practicing swordplay, he had invoked the Sword of Thunder's true technique. However, lacking the infusion of true essence, it naturally could not summon the heavenly thunder. Nevertheless, when the sword's momentum reached its zenith and he executed a decisive strike, Long Xian felt his spirit subtly intertwine with the surrounding cosmos. His entire being, from bones to meridians, was seemingly dominated by an unparalleled aura of thunder, akin to the sun rising from the eastern sky, erupting forth with unstoppable force. Yet, as Long Xian attempted to delve deeper into this profound state of being, the sensation vanished, as if all had been but a fleeting dream. Undeterred by this ephemeral experience, he continued his sword practice, but this time, the inexplicable power of thunder remained dormant, merely cloaking the dragon-slaying sword without the grace and vitality it once possessed. Alas, Destiny cannot be forced. Let everything unfold as it may, he mused, shaking his head as he dissipated the thunderous energy clinging to his sword and returned it to its sheath. Suddenly, a crisp round of applause echoed, and upon turning, Long Xian beheld Long Su's smiling visage, filled with a sense of pride. Ah, Xianer, your swordsmanship has reached such an unfathomable realm. The Heyang Long family has a bright future ahead. Father, you flatter me, Long Xian replied, maintaining his composure as he bowed respectfully. Well done. In victory, remain humble. In defeat, do not despair. With such a mindset, my Xianer shall surely achieve greatness in the path of the sword. For a millennium, Heyang City has developed its unique cultural system, a distinctive character of its own. When discussing the finest tavern in Heyang City, patrons would invariably recommend the Shanhaiyuan Inn, ideally situated on the bustling main street. Yet, within the quietude of the VIP hall on the third floor, a serene ambience prevails, with fewer than 10 tables catering solely to noble guests and affluent patrons. Its signature dish, the clear stewed sleeping fish, is renowned for its fragrant tenderness and delightful sweetness, making it a celebrated delicacy in the region. Should one inquire about the most esteemed brothel in Heyang City, the answer would undoubtedly be Feixian Pavilion, located on North Heyang Street, renowned for its vibrant nightlife. Even at night, the street is alive with song and dance, adorned with colorful lanterns and bustling with crowds, where one can see a lively mix of people, including figures clad in exotic garments from distant lands. "Haha, young Master Wong, you too have arrived," exclaimed a companion. "Today marks the performance of the Bottle Fairy. How could I possibly miss it? Brotherly, do you not share the same sentiment? Indeed, you speak wisely. Let us find a window-side elegant seat." Long Xian initially intended to leisurely explore Heyang City, but he unexpectedly found himself drawn into this lively scene, with whispers about the enchanting Bottle Fairy filling the air. Rumor has it that she is a newly emerged figure of great allure, captivating all with her enchanting dance and irresistible charm. Today marks her performance at Feixian Pavilion, and as Long Xian smiled subtly, he sensed that the Bottle Fairy was far from ordinary. Her appeal seemed to transcend all boundaries. Such prowess reminded him of the allure techniques mentioned in ancient texts. I hope the Bottle Fairy does not disappoint, he thought, adorned with a gentle smile that complemented his ethereal demeanor, rendering him almost otherworldly, causing others to overlook his actual age. As he strolled along North Heyang Street, the cacophony of laughter and music grew louder, intermingled with the sounds of stringed instruments and the playful banter of women. The streets were lined with opulent buildings, their vibrant colors reflecting a lavish and prosperous era. Feixian Pavilion, the most famous entertainment venue in Heyang, was bustling with activity. Upon entering, a lovely attendant guided him through the corridor, past the jade screens, leading him to a private chamber. The place where the Bottle Fairy would perform was known as the Lotus Pavilion, structured in an elegant layout typical of the finest brothels of the time, comprising 4 three-story towers encircling a vast garden. Each level housed numerous rooms, each with a terrace overlooking the garden, allowing all within to witness performances or duels simultaneously, a design favored by the literati of the day. Ascending to the top floor of the northern wing, Long Xian surveyed the surroundings, noting that every chamber was brightly lit, with lanterns illuminating the garden, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with animated conversation. Reflecting on his past lives, despite having traversed the world with a sword, this was his first venture into such an establishment, and he found himself exhilarated. The private room was exquisitely adorned, featuring a century-old red elm table and intricately carved chairs, their materials indiscernible, some even inlaid with jade, exuding elegance and beauty. As Long Xian stood by the railing, admiring the Lotus Pavilion, he suddenly heard the sound of jingling bells. Before he could turn, a melodious voice chimed. "Young master seems unfamiliar. May I inquire your esteemed identity?" He turned to see a stunning maiden in palace attire, her bright eyes sparkling like stars against the evening backdrop. As she smiled and bowed gracefully, she introduced herself. "I am Tang Wanner. It is an honor to meet you." "Young master." Long Xian gazed back, captivated by her luminous eyes, feeling an inexplicable stir within him, as if she were the sole being in existence with whom he wished to share his life. Humph, he thought coldly, activating a subtle defense against the enchantment. The allure techniques of the demon sect, though shameless, possessed their unique charm. "I shall see what game you play." Maintaining his composure, he responded with a charming smile. "Miss Tang, you are too kind. The essence of beauty and artistry is often difficult to balance. I have long admired the Bottle Fairy's exceptional talents and exquisite beauty. Upon hearing of her performance tonight at Feixian Pavilion, I came in hopes of experiencing her artistry and witnessing her grace." Upon hearing Long Xian's mention of the bottle fairy, Tang Xuan's expression momentarily darkened, but she quickly masked it with a playful smile. You speak so eloquently, young master. It is indeed a great honor for our Faxian Pavilion to host the bottle fairy's performance tonight. However, we have a rather overwhelming number of esteemed guests, and the surrounding rooms have all been reserved. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements. I hope you will forgive any inconvenience. Not at all. Miss Tang, please proceed. Long Xian replied with a smile as he watched her leave. As soon as the door closed, Tang Xuan's demeanor shifted, her expression turning icy. Bottle fairy, bottle fairy. Once again it is you. My dear senior sister, do you truly believe that your profound skills can secure your place as the leader of the Harmony Sect? One day, I, Tang Xuan, will show master that I am not inferior to you. After Long Xian closed the door, his expression turned equally frigid. Such mastery over the art of charm could only belong to the Huanhe sect of the demonic cult, without a doubt. Coupled with the Wandu sect from earlier, the gathering of phantoms and spirits seemed complete. It appeared that the world was on the brink of a significant upheaval once again. As he pondered, a cacophony of voices wafted up from below. Young Master Zong, I hope you can be understanding. The elegant rooms upstairs are indeed full. Allowing Xuan to find you a suitable seat in the main hall would suffice. It was none other than the aforementioned Tang Xuan. Opposite her stood a handsome youth, his features delicate and clad in a flowing robe, appearing to be in his 20s, wielding a gilded fan adorned with landscapes. Yet, he wore an expression of utter distress. I traveled a great distance specifically to see the enchanting fairy, but Miss Xuan's actions are quite disheartening. Tang Xuan displayed a look of apology and difficulty. Today, the esteemed guests are numerous, and all the elegant rooms of the Faxian Pavilion are indeed occupied. It is truly impossible to arrange a spot here. Long Xian opened the window and called down to the two who were in a standoff. This esteemed brother, if you do not mind, why not join me upstairs? It was at this moment that Long Xian, while assessing the youth, inexplicably sensed a fluctuation of true essence from the Tai Qing Dao within him. Although not particularly strong, it was at the 5th or 6th level of the Yuqing realm. Fearing that he might suffer a loss at the Faxian Pavilion, Long Xian extended the invitation. After a moment of contemplation, the youth cupped his hands in gratitude and replied with a hearty laugh. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Zong. I shall impose upon you. With that, he followed the maid upstairs, arriving outside the elegant room where Long Xian awaited. Long Xian welcomed him inside and closed the door, inquiring, I am Long Xian. May I ask how to address this esteemed brother? The youth hesitated for a moment before breaking into a broad smile. My humble surname is Zong, with the courtesy name Shu, hailing from the Heyang region. I arrived a bit late today and was informed that the elegant rooms were full. Were it not for Brother Long's generosity, I would have had to go to the main hall to witness the fairy's mesmerizing dance. A hint of amusement flickered across Long Xian's face, as he recognized the identity of this Zheng Shu, the only son of the esteemed Zheng Shuchang of Fenghui Peak. Although he was renowned for his exceptional talent and precociousness, his nature was rather capricious, preferring to raise rare beasts and collect peculiar artifacts and ancient tomes, truly a character full of mirth. As he contemplated, he spoke up, Brother Zheng Shu, you, uncle? Zheng Shu was momentarily taken aback. Then his face flushed slightly in embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. I am not trying to take advantage of you. My Shu refers to the character for book, not uncle. This is all my father's doing. Originally, my mother intended to name me Hero, which would have sounded quite grand. But my father, seeing my love for reading from a young age, whimsically named me Shu, turning me into a lifelong joke, truly. Noticing his self-deprecating tone and finding it amusing, Long Xian felt a surge of familiarity and teased. As a disciple of Qingyun, frequenting Heyang City seems somewhat inappropriate. Does it not? Zheng Shu's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly gathered his true essence in his hand. However, before he could act, a slender, jade-like hand grasped his, extinguishing the true essence as if it had never existed. Hold on. I am also a disciple of Qingyun. Long Xian retracted his hand and bowed to Zheng Shu. I am Long Xian, a junior disciple of Master Dao Xuan. Honored to meet you, Brother Zong. Zheng Shu was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Long Xian closely, before exclaiming in astonishment. Oh, I have heard of you. You are the prodigy renowned at Tongtian Peak. Long Xian rubbed his nose, at a loss for words. Realizing his faux pas, Zheng Shu offered an awkward smile and bowed. Brother, that was not my intention. Please do not take offense. Today, I was practicing sword control, and while flying, I became tired and decided to stroll around. inadvertently ending up at this grandest of establishments in Heyang City. Long Xian, following along with his narrative, nodded in mock seriousness. Xing Shu suddenly wore a conflicted expression. Junior brother, you must not breathe a word of this to my father. With his temperament, if he were to find out I visited such a place, he would surely break my legs. As he spoke, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, and he held up 3 fingers. If you keep this matter quiet, I will gift you a few rare items. You see, I have raised many fascinating creatures on Fenghui Peak, such as 3-legged rabbits, black and white peacocks, shell-less turtles, and winged snakes. Long Xian was taken aback. The thought process of this senior brother seemed rather erratic. He waved his hand dismissively. What use do I have for your 3-legged rabbits and shell-less peacocks? Xing Shu immediately corrected him. It's 3-legged rabbits and black and white peacocks. The shell-less one is a turtle. Long Xian stuck out his tongue. Oh, right. But I have no interest in any of those. Let us leave it at that. Xing Shu's eyes darted around, and he pulled Long Xian to a secluded corner of the elegant room, his face full of intrigue. Junior brother Long, let me show you something special. Tell me if you like it. With that, he produced a thick book with a blue cover from his bosom and handed it to Long Xian. Upon receiving it, Long Xian noticed that the book bore no title, and its cover appeared ancient, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Observing Xing Shu's demeanor, he seemed outwardly nonchalant, yet his keen eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings, giving him an oddly suspicious appearance. The once delicate features now bore a hint of the uncanny, as if the book contained either unparalleled techniques or a rare solitary manuscript. What is this? Take a look and see if you like it. I spent a great deal to acquire it. Xing Shu patted his chest, acting as if he were confiding in a close friend. Long Xian, intrigued by his odd behavior, opened the book only to be struck dumb. His face flushed crimson as he realized that this thick tome contained not only extensive text, but also numerous illustrations of naked couples entwined in passionate embraces. It was indeed a forbidden book. It was Long Xian's first encounter with such material, and the illustrations were exquisitely detailed, with lifelike characters that made his heart race, prompting him to exclaim, Brother Xing, how on earth did you come by such a thing? Shu. Xing Shu was startled, quickly snatching the book back and tucking it away. This is a remarkable book, rumored to be a unique edition. I cannot express how much effort I expended to acquire it. I guarantee that after you read it, you will charm the hearts of women everywhere. How about I gift this book to you, junior brother? Long Xian shook his head, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and waved his hand. I think I shall pass on this book. I will certainly keep your secret, brother. Goodness, if this continues. Who knows what further antics Xing Shu might come up with. Just then, a commotion erupted by the window, accompanied by an enigmatic melody. Ah, the enchanting fairy has arrived. Xing Shu, unbothered by the ongoing conversation, hurried to the window to gaze below. Chapter 16. The Dance of the Celestial Demon and the Art of Joyful Union. Observing Xing Shu's frenetic movements, Long Xian couldn't help but feel a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Coupled with the earlier book, he couldn't shake the feeling that his unreliable senior brother seemed to wear a conspicuous mark on his attire. He approached the window, suddenly frowning. Brother Xing, try not to drool. It looks rather unsightly. Do I? Xing Shu's eyes sparkled, transfixed, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances at the beauties below, and instinctively wiping his mouth with his sleeve. You must be mistaken, junior brother. How could I drool over such a trivial scene? Long Xian sighed, unable to bear the sight, and promptly turned away, mentally appending the word wolf to his evaluation of Xing Shu. Just then, the melodious strains of the guzheng filled the air, its notes cascading like a mountain stream, immersing the listener in a serene woodland ambience, accompanied by the gentle sounds of rustling leaves and babbling brooks. The beauty sighed lightly, her charm as enchanting as ever. Laughter mingled with the essence of yin and yang, accompanied by the gentle tremor of blossoming branches and the melodious notes of the zither, creating an ethereal symphony that resonated through the pavilions. The air was filled with a mystical rhythm, a poetic refrain that compelled passers-by to pause and listen, wishing that the captivating song would never cease. Unbeknownst to them, the radiant lights of the Lotus Pavilion quietly dimmed, leaving only the celestial melodies echoing in the dim space, subtly guiding everyone into another realm. With the song as her backdrop and the moonlight illuminating her path, a breathtaking figure gracefully approached, as if she were a division between dawn and dusk. Clad in a gown of pale yellow, she was a striking beauty with expressive brows, a gentle smile, and flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled like dew, as if she were an ethereal spirit descended from the clouds of Wushan. Long Xian's eyes narrowed to mere pinpricks. The depth of her charm cultivation surpassed his imagination, each smile and frown captivating the soul. Her every movement exuded countless charms, a beauty that was utterly breathtaking. As she glided under the moonlight, her light steps illuminated the steps with flickering candlelight, the soft glow reflecting upon her flawless skin, creating an aura that was both enchanting and mysterious, akin to a celestial maiden fallen to the mortal realm, close yet seemingly distant across mountains and rivers. Standing upon the circular platform in the center of the Lotus Pavilion, Jean Pinger danced with grace, in harmony with the rhythm of the music. Her fair visage adorned in yellow, dark tresses cascading like ink, and her flowing sleeves, both delicate and ethereal, made her appear as if she were a celestial being. Each motion, whether bending or spinning, was imbued with a unique charm. Her expression was one of joy, her form relaxed, fully immersed in this mesmerizing dance. The ribbons in her hands intertwined, resembling a brush painting vibrant scenes. The jade sleeves fluttered elegantly, while the melodious sounds filled the air. In that moment, Jean Pinger's gaze briefly lingered on Long Xian and Zheng Shushu in their alcove. Though fleeting, Long Xian's sensitivity to the flow of energy did not miss the chilling intent that flickered away. He paused, quickly realizing that this intent was not directed at him, but rather aimed at the entrancing Zheng Shushu beside him. With his cultivation of the Nine Heavens profound canon, he had sealed his own energy, rendering him undetectable to ordinary practitioners, let alone these two mere disciples of the Jade Clear Realm from the Hahuan Sect. Very well. I shall observe what tricks you can conjure. A glint of coldness flashed in Long Xian's eyes as he boldly seated himself, his right hand concealed within his sleeve, where a sword shadow flickered uncertainly. A soft hum escaped Jean Pinger's lips, her eyes sparkling with divine light, as a hint of purple energy began to rise. Suddenly, she leapt onto the white marble railing of the round platform, her form soaring like a specter, her hair swirling like serpents, both chaotic and beautiful. Simultaneously, a peculiar force, both real and ethereal, surged through the air, striking towards the dazed Zheng Shushu. Logically, being of similar realms, the outcome of a direct confrontation between Zheng Shushu and Jean Pinger would be evenly matched. However, the Hahuan Sect's martial arts were enigmatic, having developed a unique style since its founding by Lady Jean Ling, adept at beguiling opponents with charm arts before engaging. Zheng Shushu, a spirited young man, was caught off guard by Jean Pinger's enchanting dance, leaving him without the capacity to retaliate. Faced with Jean Pinger's all-encompassing assault, which combined enchanting sound, form, and presence, Long Xian shook his head, taking 2 steps forward. He aligned his fingers, transforming them into a sword, and thrust forth with a surge of ethereal, razor-sharp sword energy that effortlessly pierced through Jean Pinger's carefully crafted magical barrier, continuing unabated like the thunder of the heavens, striking towards Jean Pinger, who was still suspended in the air. In that instant, Jean Pinger found herself at the eye of a storm of thunder and sword energy. Feeling the air crackle with power, the lethal force weaving a chaotic yet majestic tapestry around her, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. In a moment of desperation, she revealed her formidable prowess as a leading figure of the Hahuan Sect. Her sleeves billowed, her gown a flurry of pale yellow, exposing her radiant, smooth arms. She formed an exquisitely graceful hand seal, conjuring a peculiar rune that flickered in the air, locking eyes with Long Xian. Her gaze imbued with a blend of longing and sorrow, unleashing a strange, indescribable power that clashed with Long Xian's piercing sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. This strike was merely a casual release from Long Xian, and he felt no surprise in Jean Pinger's ability to counter it. Conversely, if she had been unable to withstand even that, he would have lost all interest in engaging with such a feeble opponent. Although the immediate threat had passed, Jean Pinger's heart remained tumultuous. That sword energy had been too piercing. Had she not reached a certain mastery of the Hahuan Sect's heavenly book, she feared that blow could have severely wounded her. The Hahuan Sect was an anomaly within the demonic teachings, populated by strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, filled with youthful talent. Yet their disciples trained in unconventional ways, especially the female practitioners. During their training, they often performed in brothels under the Hahuan Sect's name, gaining worldly experience while honing their charm arts. Jean Pinger, with her extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, was greatly favored by her master, the 3 Wonderful Immortal, even receiving the 9 Heavens divine weapon, the Purple Radiance Blade, as a reward for her accomplishments. Heralded as an extraordinary talent in the sect and a strong contender for the next sect leader. However, today's battle profoundly taught her that there are always greater heights, and more skilled individuals. Looking at the seemingly indifferent youth beside her, she felt as though she were facing her master, the three wonderful immortal, and an invisible pressure enveloped her, causing her hair to stand on end. An inexplicable chill surging from her feet to the crown of her head. Do not be alarmed, little demoness. I harbor no intent to kill you. Merely seeking to negotiate a transaction. The calm words echoed in Jean Pinger's ear, easing her anxiety, yet she remained vigilant. She cast a lingering glance at Long Xian before returning her focus to her dance, mesmerizing the audience around her. Long Xian's communication to her stemmed from a sudden thought. Since the Qingyun Sect's foundational arts delve into the human heart, possessing profound insights into emotional realms, and as he had developed the heart sword concept, exploring the path of a sword immortal through emotion, it was imperative for him to deepen his understanding of human sentiments. Should he be able to comprehend the Qingyun Sect's secret arts and integrate them into his own swordsmanship, his heart sword concept would experience remarkable progress in a short span. Having traversed into this realm, although he possessed some understanding of its sects, his comprehension remained superficial. After all, in his previous life, his sect, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, had a complex array of cultivation systems, with elders practicing various paths, including both righteous and demonic arts. His master had once conveyed to him, human nature encompasses both good and evil. The law knows no righteousness or wickedness. Regardless of whether Daoist, Buddhist, or demonic paths, they are but one of the myriad paths leading to the profound celestial way. Despite their differing expressions, the ultimate goal remains the interpretation of the vast heavenly principles. Thus, he did not share the inherent aversion of native righteous practitioners towards demonic arts. He held no prejudice against the secret methods of the demonic sects. As long as he remained true to his heart and shunned those malevolent teachings, he would still be counted among the righteous. Seeing that Jean Pinger had calmed down, Long Xian smiled faintly and continued to communicate telepathically. The little demoness will be waiting here for a few days. When the time is ripe, I shall naturally contact you. Jean Pinger suddenly raised her head, looking at Long Xian, her lips curving into a reluctant smile as she subtly nodded in agreement. With this matter settled, Long Xian felt quite pleased and turned to the still absorbed Zheng Shu, playfully patting him on the back. Brother, snap out of it. The people have already left. Why are you still drooling? Chapter 17. The sword to the southern frontier. After bidding farewell to Zheng Shu, Long Xian lingered at home for a few days, accompanying Long Su and Wan Qingwei. After all, this journey to the southern frontier's 10,000 great mountains to hone his swordsmanship could entail unforeseen dangers. In other words, even if he succeeded in the end, it might take several years. Since he had occupied the body of his predecessor, he naturally had to fulfill his filial duties. Of course, even while staying in the Long family's inner courtyard, Long Xian did not neglect his cultivation of the Tai Qing Dao, Zhuxian, and his sword techniques, while also hastening the integration of the insights from his previous life's sword path. As he pondered, a scroll appeared in his hand, filled with elegant script, clearly penned by a woman. With a thought, a swirling orb of lightning suddenly materialized in the palm of his right hand, enveloping the scroll and reducing it to powder. Last night, after inviting Jean Pinger out, he had revealed his thoughts to her, only to be met with her vehement refusal. Ultimately, she had even taken on an expression that suggested she would rather perish than betray the secrets of her sect, leaving Long Xian quite exasperated. He had no choice but to compromise, persuading her to silently transcribe the essence of the Qingyun Sect's charm technique. Although the charm technique was renowned throughout the world, it was merely a technique. Without the support of the Qingyun Sect's profound methods, its power would be greatly diminished. In the end, he managed to persuade Jean Pinger to agree to this, resulting in the scroll now in Long Xian's possession. Whether or not the little demoness had made any alterations to the charm technique was of no concern to Long Xian. He had no intention of practicing it, merely using it as a reference to break through his own heartsword realm. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a meditative pose on his bed, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the techniques Jean Pinger had transcribed, beginning to simulate them in his mind. The morning bell tolled softly, while the evening drum resounded heavily. As the sun rose and the evening clouds glowed, the ever-changing winds and rolling clouds bore witness to the passage of time, which never halted for anyone. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By now, Long Xian had been at the Long family home for half a month, his injuries fully healed, and he felt a burgeoning sense of breakthrough towards the perfection of the Tai Qing Dao at the 10th level. In the courtyard of the Qianlong Pavilion, Long Xian sat cross-legged beneath a weeping willow by the lake, his body perfectly still. The weeping willow, a common tree in the Central Plains, boasted long, soft, drooping branches. In autumn, the trees began to shed their leaves, and the willow was no exception. As a gentle breeze blew, a few leaves swirled down, dancing gracefully to the ground. Before long, Long Xian's blue attire and hair were speckled with a dozen or so slightly yellowed leaves. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, revealing two distorted serpents of lightning flickering within. A glance ahead caused the fluttering leaves to appear as though they were sliced by invisible blades, splitting into halves, then quarters, and then eighths, transforming into a myriad of fragments that ignited spontaneously, becoming countless stars that vanished into the void. Rising to his feet, Long Xian shook off the leaves from his body, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Over these past few days, through his understanding of the heart-mind transformation within the Hehuan charm technique, he had made significant progress in his heartsword realm. His grasp of the vastness of the cosmos was also becoming clearer, and he had even begun to form a glimmer of insight into the third verse of the heartsword realm. Since this method of harnessing the forces of the universe stemmed from the divine, sword-controlling thunder true art, he decided to name it Thunder Slashing. Long Xian's eyes sparkled as he mused, sighing inwardly. With this matter resolved, and my body restored to normal, it is time to embark on my journey to the southern frontier. Father, Mother, rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. On the official road south of Heyang City, Long Xian, clad in blue, fluttered in the wind, turning to Long Su and Wan Qingwei. Xianer, be cautious on this journey. If you find your funds insufficient, feel free to write back, and your father will send someone with money. Wan Qinghui's eyes were filled with reluctance as she held Long Xian's hand, offering her advice. Mother, you jest. Xianer is going to train. Not for a leisurely outing. What need is there for money? Though he said this, a warm current swept through Long Xian's heart. Long Su chuckled wryly. Qingwei, Xianer has grown up. As parents, we should not fret unnecessarily. How wise you are. Wan Qingwei shot a glare at Long Su before turning back to Long Xian, her face softening with affection. Xianer, no matter what, be sure to write often, lest you cause worry for your father and me. I understand, Mother. Long Xian nodded. Father, Mother, take care. With that, without any further display of effort, the dragon-slaying sword at his back unsheathed itself, pulling him skyward, vanishing into the azure sky and white clouds. Long Xian soared through the air, covering over 3,000 miles in just 7 days, gradually approaching the southern frontier. As far as the eye could see, towering mountains reached into the heavens, the land expansive and lush with shade-giving trees, while the official road appeared insignificant, akin to a grain of sand in the ocean. During these days, aside from diligently practicing his cultivation, Long Xian focused on refining the Six Harmonies Mirror, a treasured relic passed down from the 10th generation master of the Qingyun Sect, Zhenren Wufang, to Long Xian as a greeting gift. However, after battling two formidable experts from the Wandu sect that night, Long Xian had come to realize his own weakness, defense. As a swordsman proficient in both the supreme scriptures of Taoism from his past lives and wielding the dragon-slaying sword and Qingping sword, two divine weapons of the nine heavens, he had extensively studied the formidable offensive secret arts of the Zhuxian and Qingyun sects, achieving a comprehensive arsenal. Yet, his only slight vulnerability lay in defense. Typically, if Long Xian engaged in offense against offense, even masters of the Shangqing realm would struggle to best him. However, this time, heading into the enigmatic 10,000 Great Mountains, his weakness was magnified, for demonic beasts would not engage him in honorable combat. After much contemplation, Long Xian resolved to refine the Six Harmonies Mirror, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Standing atop the clouds, he gazed into the distance, contemplating for a moment before deciding to descend with his flying sword. The southern frontier, a treacherous land located at the southernmost reaches of the vast territory of Shenzhou, was said to abound with perilous mountains and waters, teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, as well as foreign demonic entities. The most prominent dividing line from the central plains was marked by a sudden emergence of towering, majestic mountains stretching into the clouds, severing the north from the south. This was the 10,000 Great Mountains, shrouded in layers of mist. In recent years, there had been no reports of barbaric tribes causing harm, although occasional tales of strange, foreign creatures surfacing at the fringes of the southern frontier had circulated, most of which faded into obscurity and were gradually forgotten. While the common folk had forgotten these foreign entities, some practitioners of the way had not, regardless of whether they were righteous or demonic. Those with some experience knew that the reason the foreign tribes posed no threat to the world was largely due to the significant efforts of the Fengxiang Valley. Among the righteous sects, Fengxiang Valley was the most mysterious and ethereal. Its disciples had roamed the world for over 1,500 years, and in terms of lineage, only the Qingyun Sect and the Demon Sect could claim a longer history, even surpassing that of the Tianyin Temple, despite its previously understated presence. This faction has seen a significant rise, particularly since 8 centuries ago when they settled in a valley near a dark tunnel in the southern borderlands, declaring themselves the Valley of Incense. Over the course of these 800 years, they have produced remarkable masters and gained considerable influence, now standing alongside the Qingyun Sect and the Tianyin Temple as one of the 3 major righteous sects in the world. This information, however, is what Long Xian gleaned from the texts within the Qingyun Mountain. Personally, he harbors considerable skepticism towards the Valley of Incense, unlike the Tianyin Temple, which dispatches disciples into the world whenever the demonic sect grows powerful. The valley's contributions during the 2 great battles between righteousness and evil were minimal. Apart from their nominal guardianship of the southern border, Long Xian could not discern what characteristics qualified the Valley of Incense to be deemed a major righteous sect. Nonetheless, being a millennium-old sect, although criticized, no one truly dares to provoke them. Long Xian, wary of the valley, chose to walk slowly as he approached the southern border, preferring to avoid drawing attention with his sword flying. Chapter 18. Zhou Xian. The wind whistled mournfully, and the ancient path stretched desolately ahead. Since Long Xian ceased his sword flight, he had been walking along the official road for 2 days, enduring the elements, sleeping under the sky. When hunger struck, he caught wild birds or rabbits. When fatigue set in, he found a tree to sit beneath for the night. He had lived this way in his past life, so he felt no discomfort. As he drew nearer to the southern border, he began to encounter more and more people from the Miao ethnic group, dressed in distinctive attire. One day, Long Xian suddenly noticed an increasing number of travelers on the road, both Miao people and merchants from the central lands. Peering ahead, he saw a small town that, though modest in size, was bustling with activity along this official route. Approaching, he noticed a stone tablet by the roadside inscribed with the words Nanyun Town in strong, vigorous characters, clearly of some age. As moss had begun to grow alongside the letters. As Long Xian strolled into the town, the voices around him grew louder. The ancient path ran directly through this small town, lined with houses that exuded an exotic charm, interspersed with shops. However, more prevalent were the street vendors peddling their wares, creating a vivid tableau of everyday life. Unlike the ancient city of Heyang, which had a history spanning a millennium, Nanyun Town possessed a rustic simplicity, not overly boisterous, yet resonating with an unmistakable earthly flavor. While exploring the streets of Nanyun Town, Long Xian was suddenly tugged at by someone. Before he could react, a voice filled with urgency spoke beside him. "Ah, young sir, your aura is clouded, your brow is dark, and you bear the signs of misfortune. This bodes ill." Long Xian was momentarily taken aback. His words caught in his throat as he turned to see an elderly man beside him, with snow-white hair and a plain visage that bore an air of ethereal wisdom, evoking immediate respect. Beside him stood a lively young girl of about 3 or 4, her hair styled in 2 playful horn-like braids, adorably cherubic, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn and savoring it with delight. Upon noticing Long Xian's turn, the old man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him closely. He then continued, "This is quite serious. It seems you truly are facing great calamity. How about we step aside, so I may read your fortune?" As he spoke, the old man shook a bamboo rod in his hand, which held a piece of white cloth inscribed with the words, "A celestial being points the way." Realizing the old man was a fortune teller, Long Xian smiled kindly. Though the elderly man appeared to be a mere itinerant seer, Long Xian held no contempt, recalling that the founder of the Qingyun Sect was also an itinerant fortune teller. While no one in the current sect practiced this art, they had historically been welcoming towards such seers, as to do otherwise would be to disrespect their own roots. Moreover, Long Xian bore a faint purple mark on his brow, enhancing his smile. The grandfather and granddaughter were intriguing. The old man radiated a latent, formidable power, hidden beneath his exterior. If not for Long Xian's keen insight, he might not have perceived it. The little girl, despite her tender age, possessed an inherently strong spirit, with her earthly essence concealed within her soul's core. Should she pursue the secret arts, her progress would be extraordinary. Yet, in this land, such arts had long been extinct, and even Long Xian had only heard fleeting mentions of them from an elderly sweeper in the ancestral hall of the founder. Contemplating these thoughts, Long Xian chuckled lightly. "What wisdom do you impart, esteemed elder?" The old man chuckled in return, gesturing towards a large tree by the roadside. "Let us converse there." He then turned to lead the little girl away. However, she kept glancing back, her favorite candied hawthorn momentarily forgotten. Her curious eyes filled with wonder as she assessed Long Xian. Noticing her puzzlement, the old man gently patted her head, but she appeared confused, shaking her head in response to his subtle cue. The old man then squinted at Long Xian. I observe you possess a full brow and a hint of purple energy. You ought to be a person of wealth and nobility, correct? Long Xian nodded with a faint smile. You are indeed correct, sir. My father is a man of the secular political realm. The old man subtly sighed in relief, gently patting his robes with a composed demeanor. Might I request you extend your hand for me to examine? Long Xian obliged, extending his hand, but just as the old man was about to inspect it, the little girl dashed over, grabbing his hand and mimicking her grandfather's actions. After a few glances, a fleeting look of confusion crossed her face, but she soon giggled and scampered off, leaving Long Xian with sticky remnants of candied hawthorn on his hand, which he found rather unpleasant. With a furrowed brow, Long Xian retracted his hand, a barely perceptible flicker of lightning coursing through his fingers, obliterating the sugary residue into nothingness. At that moment, the old man offered a handkerchief. Chuckling, my granddaughter is quite mischievous, please forgive her. Long Xian managed a strained smile, unable to reproach the charming little girl, instead responding with a warm smile. What insights do you have for me, esteemed elder? The elder hesitated, pondering for a moment before stating, young brother, I sense you wish to journey south. Is that correct? Long Xian found the situation amusing but maintained his composure. Indeed, I plan to head to the southern border. The elder's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Long Xian's face. Young brother, your brow is dark and ominous, suggesting unfavorable fortune ahead. It would be wise to reconsider your path, for dangers surely await you. Otherwise, you may wish to spend 10 taels of silver for me to dispel this calamity. Long Xian shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he retrieved a silver note from his pocket and placed it in the old man's hand. As I descended the mountain, my master instructed me to assist any seer I encountered during my travels. As for your offer to dispel misfortune, I appreciate your sentiment. His calm words resonated with unyielding confidence. By the time the old man and his granddaughter regained their composure, they found Long Xian had already ventured southward. The little girl gazed at Long Xian's retreating figure, lost in thought. The old man remained silent for a moment, his expression solemn, before suddenly sighing. I never expected the Qingyun Sect to produce such a prodigy. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. The little girl pouted, her face full of disdain. Grandpa, how did you know that big brother just now was a disciple of Qingyun? The old man chuckled, a sudden change sweeping over his demeanor as he carefully examined the silver coins at his waist. Just by observing the young man, whose profound aura was unmasked and whose mastery of the Tai Qing Dao was evident, one could discern much. However, there seemed to be a great secret surrounding this lad. Aside from his cultivation techniques from the Qingyun school, he exuded an inexplicable magical power. The little girl, her expression composed, glanced at him and remarked, Grandfather, why are you acting like this again? Hey, little girl, do you not believe me? He replied, I don't believe it. The young lady responded earnestly. The elder, feeling somewhat indignant, boasted, I possess vast knowledge and wisdom. Is there anything in this world that I do not know? But you, my dear granddaughter, had the rare fortune to encounter a distinguished guest. Why did you let me down? Perplexed at the elder's words, the girl replied, I examined the young man based on the few divination books you provided. Yet I could glean not a single detail about his origins. I must confess my confusion, grandfather. Could it be that your divination books are not as effective as you claim? Bah, bah, bah. Such naive words, let them drift away. The elder, Zhuxian, feigned a strike, but upon seeing the girl deftly evade, he added, Little Huan, do not underestimate the divination texts I have shown you. The principles of fate and the study of features are legacies passed down from our ancestor, Qingyun Sect. It is merely your exceptional talent that allows you to grasp this knowledge. Had it been anyone else, like myself, they would remain in ignorance even after a lifetime of study. Little Huan spat at him playfully, retorting, What is so difficult about those simplistic divination texts? Clearly, it is you who has not applied yourself, yet you still have the audacity to say otherwise. In truth, it was the little girl who possessed the true skill, discerning the destinies of the guests, and sharing her insights with her grandfather. Zhuxian, suddenly struck by a thought, turned his head only to realize that Long Xian's figure had already vanished into the crowd. He could not help but exclaim, that lad headed south. Could he be venturing into the 10,000 great mountains? Grandfather, how did you know? Is it not obvious? That young man possesses profound cultivation. He must be descending the mountain to hone his skills. Would he dare venture into the 10,000 great mountains to slay beasts and demons? Or is he foolish enough to challenge the incense-burning valley? How reckless! Did his master not warn him of the dangers lurking in the 10,000 great mountains? Zhuxian lamented with a heavy heart. Precisely, grandfather. Earlier, you mentioned Qingyun Sect. Do you not often say that we are of the same lineage as the Qingyun Sect? Why not seek out our kin? Given the current standing of the Qingyun Sect, along with your lineage, you could easily enjoy a life of luxury. Zhuxian was startled, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before whispering, "Little girl, what do you know? The Qingyun Sect is now a renowned sect in the world of cultivation. What we have is but a fragment of the divination knowledge passed down from our ancestor. To recklessly seek kinship might lead to being perceived as a fraud and imprisoned on Qingyun Mountain for a century or two. Besides," he said with a faint smile, his demeanor reminiscent of the ethereal presence he had when conversing with Longxian, "I, Zhuxian, am not one to curry favor with the powerful." Little Huan was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, I never imagined you possessed such integrity." Before she could finish, Zhuxian's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, blocking the path of a middle-aged merchant with a prosperous demeanor and a prominent belly. He spoke with solemnity, "Brother, I see clouds gathering over your head, your brow darkening, and an aura of death surrounding you. It would be wise to allow me to read your fortune." Little Huan was speechless, observing her grandfather's gestures, and thus followed suit, putting on an innocent demeanor to closely examine the merchant's features. As for Longxian, after bidding farewell to the peculiar grandfather and granddaughter in Nanyun Town, he continued on his journey. The area was sparsely populated, thus he felt no need to conceal his actions, swiftly employing the sword evasion technique passed down from the Zhuxian sword sect. After 3 days, he finally arrived near the 10,000 great mountains. The night had deepened, and the full moon hung in the sky, shrouded by thick clouds that obscured the stars. However, the moonlight cast its silvery glow upon the mountain he stood on, illuminating it brightly. Longxian stood atop the hill, gazing southward with a furrowed brow. With his current awareness, comparable to the mid-stage of the upper clear realm, he could distinctly sense various figures ahead, along with erratic bursts of energy and potent magical fluctuations, indicating a confrontation among cultivators. Suddenly, a silvery light appeared in the night sky, streaking across the heavens towards the location of the battle. Longxian's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the strange silver glow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to act, merging with his sword and transforming into a streak of green light that soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of the silver light. As the night progressed, dark clouds began to gather, and the solitary moonlight dimmed, exuding an eerie, otherworldly aura that seemed characteristic of the southern regions. Even the bloodthirsty pearl in Longxian's possession appeared to grow more excited in such an atmosphere, its green energy striking against the pearl's surface with increasing frequency, persistently rebounding despite being repelled by a small swastika symbol, showing no signs of yielding. Longxian's expression turned cold as he pondered how to eliminate this potential threat entirely. On that day, Puji had left in haste, and he had forgotten to inquire about the method to seal the bloodthirsty spirit within the pearl. He sighed softly, tucking the pearl back into his robe. At this moment, he trailed closely behind the silver light, nearing the battlefield. The silver light landed on an open area, and with a surge of brilliance, an emaciated old man clad in gray emerged. Upon witnessing the scattered corpses, the old man's face contorted with anger. Raising his right hand, he summoned a chilling, peculiar weapon that soared into the fray, cleaving a fish-headed demon pursuing a disciple of the incense-burning valley in two, freezing the remains into massive blocks of ice. The 9 cold ice spear? It seemed this individual was undoubtedly Shangwan Su of the incense-burning valley. A flicker of understanding crossed Longxian's mind. Although he did not traverse the world, his reputation was nearly as formidable as the Valley Master, Yunalon, and his famed treasure, the 9 cold ice spear, was indeed one of the renowned divine weapons of the realm. The fish-headed demons, sensing the old man's presence, huddled together, their gazes fixated on Shangwan Su. Despite their ferocity, they seemed to recognize him, displaying an unexpected fear towards this seemingly ordinary elder, hesitating to charge forward. "What is the meaning of this?" Shangwan Su coldly inquired. "Where's Sun Tu?" As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man emerged from among the disciples of the incense-burning valley, followed closely by a handsome youth. Approaching Shangwan Su, the middle-aged man, Sun Tu, bowed respectfully, disciple reporting in. Shangwan Su regarded him with a discerning eye, noting the dust and dirt upon his face, indicative of the struggle he had endured during the recent skirmish. Yet, he remained alive, a fortunate occurrence indeed, as few could comprehend the language of these barbaric tribes. He instructed, "Come forth and translate their words for me." Sun Tu complied cautiously, taking a position by his side. Shang Wansu then turned his attention to the fish-headed demons. Calling out, "I am Shang Wansu. One of you step forward to speak." The crowd of fish-headed beings stirred, clearly understanding Shang Wansu's words. This name seemed to hold a certain power over them, commanding respect. After a moment, a tall fish-headed demon stepped forward. Shang Wansu's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Why have you sought to slay the disciples of the incense-burning valley? Do you believe us to be without protectors?" Beside him, Sun Tu responded, "Gree." The sound echoed like a ghostly wail in the night, akin to venomous creatures prowling, sending chills down one's spine. The merman's face turned furious, and he began to chatter incessantly, his voice loud with anger. Hidden in the darkness, Long Xian stroked his chin, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the renowned Burning Incense Valley, which claimed to guard the southern borders, had a more complicated relationship with the alien tribes than one might assume. Though it was his first encounter with such bizarre speech, he could perceive from the expressions of the other two that a conclusion was imminent. Indeed, after a lengthy discourse, the towering merman paused. Sun Tu, who had been intently listening beside him, turned to Shang Wansu and relayed, "The chieftain says that after all this time, the whereabouts of the Netherstone remain undiscovered, and the beast god king is extremely displeased. Your inefficacy has led our tribe to lose face before the beast god king. If you fail to provide concrete information again, do not blame our tribe for being unaccommodating." As Sun Tu uttered the words beast god, his voice suddenly dropped, and even the robust figure of the merman seemed to shudder slightly. Shang Wansu furrowed his brow, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. He was a top figure in Burning Incense Valley, his cultivation unfathomable. A century ago, during a secret fierce battle with the southern barbarian tribes, Shang Wansu displayed his might, instilling fear in the barbarians, thus becoming renowned among the 63 alien tribes of the southern wilderness. However, even so, the southern alien tribes were not to be trifled with. They were fierce and unyielding. Should Burning Incense Valley engage in large-scale conflict with them, it could potentially alert a formidable figure, jeopardizing the grand plans the valley had been nurturing for a century. Given the current situation, although Shang Wansu was greatly angered, he had to temper his temper. He spoke coldly. "The land of the divine continent is vast. Without Burning Incense Valley, how would your alien tribes uncover the whereabouts of the Netherstone?" He glanced at the towering merman, a sneer surfacing on his face. "Do you intend to disguise yourselves and venture out to investigate?" At this remark, the merman immediately responded with a series of agitated chattering. Evidently outraged, yet intimidated by Shang Wansu's reputation, he refrained from rash actions. Sun Tu listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grim. When the merman finally paused, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "The chieftain says that, given the circumstances, our tribe will grant you more time. If you return with nothing again, it will not only be the mermen who come to Burning Incense Valley next time." Observing that Sun Tu appeared to have finished, Shang Wansu was taken aback. The earlier lengthy discourse from the merman had been condensed into this single sentence, suggesting that the merman had likely uttered many curses in between, which Sun Tu chose not to translate. Shang Wansu's expression became grave, a weighty demeanor overtaking him. Yet a flicker of derision momentarily flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and replied, "Very well. We shall take responsibility for this matter and will provide you with a prompt response." The merman chattered affirmatively, and Sun Tu dutifully translated. The towering merman nodded, leading his subordinates out of the battlefield without casting them a glance, displaying the utmost arrogance and disrespect. A fleeting anger crossed Shang Wansu's face as he spat. Merely a dog under the beast god's command. How dare they be so presumptuous? Just then, a handsome young man approached Shang Wansu, smiling ingratiatingly. "Uncle Master, please quell your anger and consider the greater picture." Shang Wansu chuckled coldly. "Were it not for the grand plans of our sect, I would not bother with them." Turning to the young man, he inquired, "Sir, you weren't injured in this battle, were you?" "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master. I am merely a bit fatigued. A period of rest will suffice." "Then gather the bodies on the ground and return with me," Shang Wansu commanded, surveying the corpses littering the ground, his expression darkening further. As the members of Burning Incense Valley departed, the place fell into silence once more, the moonlight cold and seemingly intensifying the eerie atmosphere. In the shadows, Long Xian cast a glance at Burning Incense Valley, a cold, disdainful smile curling his lips. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a low, haunting voice from behind. "Young man, where do you think you're going?" Long Xian's body quivered slightly, and he swiftly turned to look, only to see an expanse of darkness, indistinct and formless. The dragon-slaying sword unsheathed itself and fell into his right hand, as he scoffed. "Who dares to play tricks in the dark?" Show yourself. Suddenly, two crimson flames ignited in the darkness, as large as a bowl, followed by a low, rumbling breath resembling the growl of a mighty beast echoing through the shadows. Long Xian paid no heed to the fiery glow, instead focusing on the ground where the flames flickered as faint footsteps approached, gradually revealing the silhouette of a figure cloaked in black. Chapter 20. Battle and breakthrough. The figure seemed to flow from the darkness itself, shrouded entirely in black, leaving only two hollow eyes visible, which were chillingly eerie. Although he walked, his rigid body gave the impression of floating in midair, unbound by gravity. Long Xian was momentarily taken aback, then a cold, humorless smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a master of the ghostly path. Pray, what wisdom do you seek to impart? The figure in black narrowed his pupils, shook his head slowly, and replied, impart wisdom? I dare not presume. However, since you have stumbled upon the dealings between the Beast God and Burning Incense Valley, to avoid unnecessary complications, you can no longer be allowed to remain. So, you too are under that Beast God. Long Xian realized, a mixture of derision and pity crossing his features. Your subordinates are either simple-minded aliens or grotesque beings. It seems your Beast God has little prospects ahead. The figure in black remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Long Xian's taunts, while behind him, the two crimson flames flickered again, emitting a low growl of fury. The figure in black raised a hand slightly, calming the restless entities in the shadows, then spoke slowly. The Beast God is not someone you can malign. His voice deepened, laced with an icy chill. Long Xian slightly closed his eyes, yet an air of pride and arrogance flickered across his visage, as if speaking to himself or engaging the figure in black. Then let me see how much of the beast's prowess you have acquired. The night wind whistled past, carrying the unique red mist of the southern region, which began to dissipate. With a clang, the dragon-slaying sword enveloped Long Xian in azure light, merging him with the sword, his form faintly taking on a dragon shape, as he surged forth through the dark mist like an arrow released from a bow, unstoppable in his advance toward the figure in black. His expression was fervent, as if the very essence of his being was igniting with fervor. The true essence of Taiji and the purple qi of the nine heavens seemed to be boiling over, as if they were communicating, expressing an outpouring of energy. In a fleeting moment, Long Xian felt as though he had returned to the battlefield where he had seized the Tai Xuan Sword Classic, alone with his sword, battling against the multitude, exuding unparalleled valor and laughing defiantly at the world. The figure in black's countenance changed drastically, utterly unprepared for this young man, whom he had thought merely a chance encounter, to possess such formidable skills. Though he had transitioned from shaman to ghost, mastering both paths, most of his abilities lay in ghostly techniques and ancient witchcraft, and in terms of direct combat prowess, he could not hold a candle to Long Xian. In a moment of desperation, he bellowed, his body instantly becoming ethereal, transforming into a mass of strange mist, narrowly evading the edge of the dragon-slaying sword. Roaring in response to the sense of danger, the monstrous creature behind him unleashed a chilling roar, a palpable aura of death rapidly spreading. From the darkness, a grotesque head gradually emerged, with 4 eyes, 2 pairs set on either side of its face, as thick as copper bells. Its mouth was enormous, nearly as wide as its face, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, particularly the 6 fearsome fangs protruding from its lips, which were terrifyingly menacing. Under the illumination of Long Xian's azure sword light, drops of saliva could be seen dripping from its fangs, landing on the gray-black, bumpy hide of the beast. A Taotai? Long Xian paused mid-leap, perched upon a tree branch, coldly assessing the scenario. Indeed, it is true that every generation produces its own talents. To think that in the twilight of my life, I would encounter someone of your caliber. It seems the heavens have not forsaken me. A voice devoid of any emotional hue resonated from all directions, accompanied by countless flickering green flames burning in the air, creating an indescribable strangeness. The sound of the night wind melded with it, growing eerily reminiscent of ghostly wails. A strand of dark energy behind Long Xian suddenly transformed, protruding like blades, and a slender scythe pierced through the air, striking fiercely towards Long Xian's neck. Just as the cloaked figure believed he had the upper hand, the black scythe was seized by a long, pale hand. In the dark, he could not discern Long Xian's visage, yet he sensed his disdain. Such ghostly tricks are hardly worthy of a response. A surge of deep purple lightning erupted from the pale hand, which grasped the black scythe, shattering it into fragments. What other tricks do you have? Reveal them all, lest I underestimate you. The general under that beastly demon. A fierce wind swept through, drawing the flickering green flames towards a singular point, coalescing into a massive, ghostly green flame that burned silently. From the firelight emerged the figure of the cloaked man, who nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You are indeed correct. Though your realm has yet to reach the upper clarity, the difference is negligible. I underestimated you if I thought it would be so simple to subdue you." The cloaked figure gestured in the air, and the ghostly flames split apart, multiplying from 1 to 5, dispersing in all directions. In quick succession, several dark red beams shot forth from the green light, intertwining to form an eerie 5-pointed star formation, exuding layers of chilling ghostly energy that rushed towards Long Xian. His expression grew grave. This strange formation inexplicably bore down upon him with immense pressure, reminiscent of facing the formidable saint of the underworld, Su Wan, from his past life, a deep-seated chill and unexplainable dread, as if it were etched into the depths of his very soul. At that moment, the mysterious formation took shape, and in an instant, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted throughout the mountains, piercingly loud. "Young one, receive my ghostly howlbreak." The sound appeared formless, yet was unyielding, emanating from the formation with a fierce intensity, shattering stones and uprooting trees in its path, even carving deep grooves into the solid earth. Long Xian, however, adjusted his grip, clasping his sword with both hands, arcs of electricity inexplicably dancing along the blade, akin to a roaming dragon, as the overwhelming force of nature enveloped him. The sword remained still, yet the sword energy surged, as if the wild winds of the open fields had been cleaved in twain. When the sword's might reached its zenith, Long Xian did not hesitate. With a thunderous voice, he unleashed a strike filled with boundless explosive force. Crack! The power of this strike far exceeded the cloaked man's expectations. A radiant arc of lightning surged forth, a strange force rippling outward like waves, expanding in all directions. It was the newly conceived thunder-slash technique of Long Xian. The cloaked figure trembled slightly, for the unfathomable depths of his being were pierced by this inexplicable sword light, causing him excruciating pain throughout his body. "You have forsaken your goddess. You are a sinner, a sinner, a sinner." In a daze, he seemed to hear an incensed voice echoing in his ears. The towering figure akin to his former self, robust and formidable, his face obscured by a veil, his expressions hidden. Yet his voice grew increasingly desolate and sorrowful. "I am not wrong. I am not wrong," he uttered, his tone deep, as if a fierce fire raged within his heart. A commanding roar resounded, and a colossal figure lunged forward, positioning itself before the cloaked man. Another mournful cry erupted, and the blood-soaked Tao Tai, once indestructible, bore marks of injury, a deep gash running from its neck down to its foreleg, exposing bone, with the wound faintly flickering with lightning, releasing a savory aroma into the air. Such a splendid sword technique. It can truly affect the mind. The cloaked man, having narrowly escaped disaster, regained his composure, gazing at Long Xian, who remained poised to strike in the distance, and spoke hoarsely. In the darkness, Long Xian's complexion turned pale, his vision momentarily clouded with golden stars. Fully exerting the thunder slash, it seemed he was not only depleting his true essence, but also his mental strength. Yet now was not the time for relaxation. The 9 heavens purple chi circulated within him, forcefully suppressing the drowsiness and injuries within his body. The defense of the ancient divine beast was indeed extraordinary. No wonder it was legendary. Long Xian gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly, its brilliance intensifying, illuminating a 5-zhang radius around him. Fortunately, the cloaked man, too, was unsettled and failed to perceive Long Xian's fa-ade of strength concealing his inner weakness. He enveloped the injured Tao Tai in dark energy and transformed into a shadowy figure, disappearing into the void. Today's gift shall surely be repaid on a future day. Seeing the cloaked man finally retreat, Long Xian could not suppress a cough of blood but murmured, "Should we meet again, I will surely sever you." Just then, he felt an unusual sensation within him, settling into a meditative posture, focusing inward. He discovered his dantian swelling, the Tai Chi true essence swirling, forming an illusory yet tangible Tai Chi diagram, while the magical golden elixir above it was riddled with cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. His expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be? Is a breakthrough to the 10th level of magical power and the 10th layer of jade clarity imminent? Originally, he had estimated that such a breakthrough would require 2 to 3 months at best, or a year and a half at worst. Yet, he had not anticipated that the catalyzing effects of 2 battles would enhance his efficiency 100-fold, leading to a potential breakthrough today. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Long Xian's expression darkened. "No, this place is not safe. I must leave at once." With that in mind, He exerted his mental strength to suppress the stirring Tai Chi true essence and the nine heavens purple chi. Surveying his surroundings, he transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the sky and spiraling away into the somber night. He soared through the skies, traveling 100 miles before landing on an unnamed desolate mountain. There, he discovered a modest cave halfway up the slope, seated cross-legged, closing his eyes, and intertwining his hands to form an unusual mudra. It is time for a breakthrough, Long Xian thought to himself, as his will activated the cultivation methods of the Tai Chi mystical clarity path and the nine heavens mystical scripture, distinctly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the dual energies of yin and yang without interference. With his innate meridians fully connected, Long Xian's advancement appeared remarkably effortless. The Tai Chi true essence below his dantian spun ever more rapidly, and as torrents of spiritual energy flooded in, a spectral Tai Chi diagram began to solidify. Simultaneously, the magical golden elixir hovering above his dantian radiated with brilliance, whirling as it subtly exuded countless strands of unmatched vigor. Finally, upon reaching a critical threshold, a golden light erupted from Long Xian's dantian, the source of which was the magical golden elixir that had begun to disintegrate. In an instant, a series of muffled cracks echoed as the magical golden elixir shattered, transforming into an immensely dense purple energy sphere, enveloping a faint golden sword silhouette at its center. The heavens serve as the furnace, creation as the artisan, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper. From the Peng bird ode by Jia Yi of the Western Han Dynasty, a chilling, proud chant reverberated within Long Xian's mind, growing louder and more potent, seemingly drawing his consciousness into an enigmatic realm, vast and boundless, akin to the primordial universe. At the center of this cosmos stood an ethereal woman clad in white, wielding a sword with an otherworldly grace. It was the projection of the mysterious female swordsman from the Tai Xuan Sword Classic. However, compared to the first encounter, the features of this female swordsman were much clearer. Though she remained strikingly beautiful and seemingly unattainable, she exuded less of a celestial aura, revealing more of a human essence. Long Xian gazed at the female swordsman in silence, his heart stirred with emotions that refused to settle. Regarding the culprit responsible for his transmutation, Long Xian, though curious, found himself utterly powerless. Over the years, he attempted to infuse his true essence, the ethereal purple energy, and even his divine consciousness, yet all his efforts were in vain. Akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, the pages of the Tai Xuan Sword Classic welcomed all who sought its wisdom, absorbing every attempt, but beyond that, nothing transpired. As the celestial melodies gradually subsided, the cacophony transformed into clarity, ultimately coalescing into 10 succinct characters. There seemed to be more to the message, yet with Long Xian's current cultivation, he could not discern it. Suddenly, the realm shattered with a thunderous crash, and Long Xian's consciousness returned to his physical form. At this juncture, his breakthrough was nearing completion, and the vortex of spiritual energy surrounding him began to diminish, settling into tranquility. The errant Tai Chi true essence within his dantian dissipated entirely, morphing into a semi-ethereal Tai Chi diagram. The golden elixir of magical power vanished, replaced by an ethereal purple sword embryo. The 10th level of Tai Chi Qing Dao and the 10th level of Nine Heavens Xian Jing were heralded as the pinnacle of perfection, no longer divided into early, mid, and late stages. They merely represented a critical state. With one more breakthrough, he could ascend to the Shangqing realm. Although Long Xian had not practiced for long, the validation of his past life experiences and guidance from his current mentors had ensured he avoided any detours. Even grasping the unique essence and laws of the Shangqing level ahead of time, accumulating profound depth, should he wish to force a breakthrough, it would not pose a challenge. However, the crux lay in the fact that Long Xian dared not advance at this moment. Since his initial foray into cultivation, his body had seemingly undergone a transformation under the guidance of the Tai Xuan Sword Classic, maintaining an absolute equilibrium between the Tai Chi true essence and the Nine Heavens purple energy, both in quality and quantity. If only the Tai Chi Qing Dao transitioned from Yuqing to Shangqing, it would be of little concern, as Long Xian possessed various means to avert any latent dangers. But if the Nine Heavens Xian Jing simultaneously ascended from the realm of magical power to the scattered immortality realm, the repercussions could be severe. At present, the sword embryo within his dantian had only just taken form. How could it withstand the trials of the thunder tribulation? Thus, he resolved to linger in this realm for a while longer, treating it as a fortification of his foundational skills. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging waves of magical power within him, yet his heart harbored a longing for more. Nevertheless, with the 9 heavens purple energy having reached the 10th level of magical power, and with his access to multiple secret techniques from Mount Shu, such as the invisible sword light and the great 5 elements extinction sword light, if he could master them, Long Xian's strength would soar in a short span. Yet, overthinking proved fruitless. Since his cultivation had already advanced, he decided to continue his journey. With a swift thought, he mounted his sword and soared through the sky, leaving behind an empty cave that seemed to whisper eternal silence. The southern frontier was vast, sparsely populated, and aside from the wild ethnic tribes residing in the sprawling 10,000 great mountains of the extreme south, the inhabitants of the southern border generally belonged to 5 major clans: Miao, Tu, Zhuang, Li, and Gaoshan. In terms of population, the Zhuang clan predominated, constituting nearly 40% of the total populace in the southern regions. However, regarding territorial strength, the Miao clan held the most power, occupying the most fertile lands, while the Gaoshan clan, despite having the fewest members, was renowned for their ferocity. For generations, these 5 clans had coexisted at the southern frontier, each possessing their own languages. Yet they generally communicated using a common tongue closely related to that of the central lands, albeit imbued with regional dialects. Over the millennium, the southern frontier, though not significantly developed, had birthed several bustling locales. At this moment, the settlement beneath Long Xian's feet, known as Tianshui Village, was a melting pot of the various ethnicities. Nestled at the confluence of the Miao, Zhuang, Tu, and Gaoshan territories, Tianshui Village was a well-known and vibrant hub at the southern border. Beyond this village, traveling 100 miles southwest, one would encounter the enigmatic and foreboding 10,000 Great Mountains, a place where sunlight seldom penetrated, shrouded in thick clouds and howling winds. Occasionally, daring hunters would venture into the mountains during times of famine, but none ever returned. Among the 5 clans of the southern frontier, a long-standing ancestral warning forbade entry into that accursed mountain range, for it was home to the demon lord feared by all clans and his terrifying barbarian followers. For countless years, this shared decree had been passed down, and as time flowed, the mystery surrounding the 10,000 Great Mountains only deepened, cloaked in black clouds. The sole passage leading to that dreadful realm still lay quietly at the foot of the mountain, within a sinister cave from which eerie shrieks occasionally emerged, chilling the bones of those who heard them. In the legends of the southern frontier, these were believed to be the furious roars of the dreadful demon lord. As fate would have it, while Long Xian sought information about the 10,000 Great Mountains in Tianshui Village, the 2 youths he had initially introduced to Qingyun had already settled there. Although both boys were recommended by Long Xian, Dao Xianzhenren surprisingly showed no inclination to recruit them into the sect. This prompted the heads of other factions to begin vying for them, primarily focusing their attention on the exceptionally talented Lin Jingyu, while Zhang Xiaofan received no regard. Ultimately, Lin Jingyu was taken under the wing of the rather pleased Sangsong Daoist as a disciple of Long Shou Peak, whereas Zhang Xiaofan was assigned to the unfortunate and ill-fated Tian Bai. Zhang Xiaofan, who practiced both Buddhist and Daoist teachings, found himself struggling with the distinctly different methods, causing him considerable distress as his cultivation progressed slowly. Even attaining the most fundamental first level of Yuqing took him several days of arduous effort, yet he remained stagnant. One day, Tian Bai, feeling curious, decided to check on Zhang Xiaofan's progress in cultivation, only to become infuriated after a brief inquiry. By common standards, an ordinary person practicing the Tai Qing Dao should achieve some small success within 3 months, capable of initially drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body and circulating it through 3 to 5 cycles. When Long Xian first entered, he even broke through to the 2nd level of Yuqing in a single night, a tale of great admiration. However, Zhang Xiaofan's lack of talent was truly unprecedented. After 3 months of practice, he could not even control his bodily orifices with ease, let alone draw spiritual energy into his body or circulate it through several cycles. Tian Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Zhang Xiaofan. The surrounding disciples exchanged sympathetic glances, but dared not speak. Originally, Song Darren intended to speak up for Zhang Xiaofan, but witnessing the dismal state of his own disciple left him feeling shamed into silence. Meanwhile, his daughter, Tianlinger, watched the unfolding spectacle with a grin. How could the illustrious Dragon Master take an interest in such a fool? A rotten wood cannot be carved. Tian Bai muttered after a prolonged silence, moving his stout figure and sweeping away in exasperation. Zhang Xiaofan, filled with shame, knelt before Tian Bai, feeling utterly humiliated, thinking that no matter how harsh his master's reprimands, they were well-deserved. During his time at Qingyun, he had gained a deeper understanding of the extraordinary Long Xixiao, who bore the title of the first genius of Qingyun in a millennium, radiating brilliance and earning the favor of the sect's leader, Dao Xinjianren, as well as the Zhuxian Daoist, who governed the sect's laws. Even his master and mistress occasionally referred to him in front of the disciples on Dazhu Peak, treating him as a potential future leader of Qingyun. Such a remarkable figure. Why would he take an interest in someone like him? Zhang Xiaofan felt bewildered. Song Darren frowned, noticing Zhang Xiaofan's dazed expression, and stepped forward to assist him. Little junior brother, master is merely momentarily vexed. It is of little consequence. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will eventually earn his recognition, he encouraged. Zhang Xiaofan, filled with shame, nodded repeatedly, vowing to work even harder henceforth. Chapter 22. The completion of the sword path and the escape. Each morning, he ascended the mountain with Tianlinger to gather bamboo. While ordinary disciples could sever black bamboo after 3 months of practicing the Tai Qing Dao, Zhang Xiaofan astonishingly took half a year to cut through his first black bamboo. Nevertheless, he persevered through rain or shine, his physique gradually becoming robust. He no longer struggled for breath while climbing the mountain. After the previous investigation, Tianbai lost faith in Zhang Xiaofan and ceased to inquire about him. Initially, Song Darren checked on his progress a few times, but as time passed and Zhang Xiaofan's progress stagnated, even Song Darren grew disheartened and stopped asking. In his secluded dwelling, he practiced Tai Qing Dao during the day and delved into the great Brahman prajna at night. Thus, time slipped away imperceptibly, and before he knew it, 3 years had elapsed. During this period, Zhang Xiaofan established the worst record since the founding of the Qingyun Sect. It took him a full 3 years, 3 times longer than an ordinary person, to finally complete the first level of the Tai Qing Dao's Yuqing realm, gaining the ability to control his body's acupoints and channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through 36 cycles. Unbeknownst to others, he simultaneously laid a solid foundation in internal energy control through his practice of the great Brahman prajna. After 3 years of cultivation, Zhang Xiaofan was only 14 years old but had developed a sturdy physique. His childhood companion, Tianlinger, had blossomed from a 13-year-old girl into a 16-year-old maiden. Her beauty radiant, her laughter enchanting and ethereal. Time in the mountains was timeless, and the passage of years was imperceptible, the dimness devoid of sunlight. The towering black trees entwined in a labyrinthine embrace, the scattered remnants of humans and beasts, and the flickering phosphorescence among the grim bones created an atmosphere of endless darkness, seemingly frozen in time. With a sudden flourish, the celestial sword was drawn, effortlessly cleaving a beast resembling a tiger and leopard in twain. The young man in blue stood still, an intangible sword aura rising around him, merging with the very essence of the environment. He opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze as calm as an ancient well, awakening from the depths of a profound dream. Endless thoughts transformed into myriad sword techniques and intentions, ultimately converging into a single decisive stroke. The very first technique he learned as a swordsman, the one he would wield most frequently, symbolizing the inception of his sword path. In the cycle of renewal, the essence of the Dao is simplicity. The pinnacle of the sword lies in the space between a swing and a cut. Long Xian bore a serene smile, softly reciting as he gripped the dragon-slaying sword, which seemed to resonate with his emotions, emitting a clear and melodious hum. He raised the sword once more, executing a casual stroke that flowed naturally like a bird in flight or a fish swimming, embodying a flawless beauty imbued with limitless profundity. A radiant violet sword arc flashed and vanished, as if teleporting through space, obliterating any obstacles in its path, severing towering trees and shattering ancient stones. Such a sword technique moves like a dragon soaring through the heavens, concealed like a serpent beneath the earth, devoid of praise or blame, unburdened by external matters, truly exquisite. A raspy, calm voice suddenly reached Long Xian's ears as the black-clad wraith, Haimu, floated out from 100 paces away. As expected of a wraith, even flattery came with an icy detachment. He paused momentarily before articulating each word carefully. Why has your cultivation advanced so swiftly? Long Xian remained silent, gazing at the darkness surrounding the wraith, and chuckled softly, responding, is it truly so surprising that my cultivation progresses smoothly? The wraith fell silent, a pall of quiet settling over him. Long Xian sheathed his sword, stating matter-of-factly, after 3 years of honing my skills, I have finally mastered the sword path today. However, I would prefer not to dampen the mood. Old He, we are old acquaintances. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly before I change my mind. A strange light flickered in Haimu's eyes, yet his voice remained steady, betraying no hint of retreat in the face of Long Xian's lethal intent. Lord Beast God has summoned you to the ancient devil-subduing cave. He wishes to see you. The chilling winds of the black forest stirred the wraith's dark garments, rendering him increasingly ethereal amidst the desolate landscape, tinged with an air of unreality. Oh, what does he seek from me? Long Xian replied calmly, his tone indifferent. The intentions of the Lord Beast God are beyond my comprehension. Haimu's tone remained unwavering, echoing hollowly. I am merely a blade in his hand, and not the sharpest one at that. Is it due to the seal of the Linglong Witch? Long Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. The wraith seemed to tremble slightly, the eternally cold and lonely being unnerved by the mere mention of that name. After a long silence, he finally spoke. How do you know of her? Long Xian turned away, gazing into the darkness deep within the 10,000 great mountains, towards the unseen ancient devil-subduing cave, and softly remarked, I have encountered that fearsome spirit. Haimu let out a barely perceptible sigh. Why would he share such matters with you? Long Xian regarded the voice shrouded in ominous energy, his eyes flickering with a complex, inscrutable light. Yet he answered evasively. Most people in this world tend to forget events from long ago, but legends will inevitably persist, passed down bit by bit. The wraith trembled slightly, lowering his head, uttering softly, Your Majesty. The cold wind continued to blow, and above, the dark clouds of the 10,000 great mountains churned silently, the bleak atmosphere heavy with desolation. I know I cannot hold you back, Haimu stated, gazing at Long Xian with a detached demeanor, producing a jade disc that reflected a ghostly light in his eyes, resembling two flickering white flames. Thus, the Lord Beast God did not send me alone. Boom, boom. The sound of footsteps echoed, resonating against the earth. The surroundings remained enveloped in darkness, yet the fantastical sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. 1, 2. 3 figures of wraiths emerged from the shadows, sensing the frenzied dance of demons behind them, accompanied by a fierce wind, mingled with their eerie laughter. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The world howled, as if the very mountains and earth of the 10,000 great mountains trembled in unison. The footsteps drew nearer, and at the edge of Long Xian's vision appeared a colossal silhouette, its white bones starkly visible beneath the dark clouds, while behind it, 3 pairs of brilliantly colored wings exuded a haunting beauty. Yet, these magnificent wings sprouted from the body of a massive serpent, reduced to bones save for its head, creating an aura of terror. A white-boned serpent, nearly 3 meters long, quivered as it stirred its 3 pairs of wings. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, releasing plumes of black smoke. Moments later, from behind the white-boned serpent, 12 distinct beasts gradually materialized. In these 3 years, how many beasts have you slaughtered in the 10,000 great mountains? Had it not been for this, we would not have known your cultivation could advance so rapidly. The wraith's voice brimmed with mockery and inexplicable fervor. Today, all 13 demon kings under the Lord Beast God have gathered. You cannot escape. Surrender yourself willingly. Long Xian listened quietly, neither surprised nor elated, casting a glance at the seemingly confident Haimu and the dozen beasts around him, a smile creeping onto his lips that gradually morphed into laughter. If the Beast God were to come in person today, I might indeed feel a twinge of fear. But do you think that you, with your half-baked skills and these 13 mere fish trapped for 1,000 years, can possibly detain me? Haimu's brow furrowed deeply, scoffing coldly. You speak arrogantly. Long Xian ceased his words, intertwining his hands to form an intricate seal. A radiant stream of multicolored light emanated from his brow, enveloping his entire being as he soared skyward, seeking to breach the azure void. It was none other than the legendary lightning sword escape technique, reputedly the fastest evasion method of the Xianmen. Haimu's expression changed drastically as he raised the jade disc in his hand, emitting a series of strange sounds. Roar. 13 demon kings, each displaying a distinct demeanor, roared in unison as they swiftly pursued Long Xian. The skeletal demon serpent, the swiftest among them, opened its mouth to unleash a cloud of black mist as it approached Long Xian. However, just as the mist neared within 10 zhang of him, it was abruptly halted by a deep yellow halo. Seizing the moment of the serpent's astonishment, Long Xian's escape light surged past the black mist, breaking into the sky. From afar, his clear voice echoed, Old friend, I appreciate your and the beast demon lord's care over the past 3 years. But do you truly believe that my progress has been limited to mere cultivation and swordplay? Ha! The expression of the demon Wuliao Haimu darkened further as he clenched his fist and coldly ordered, Let us return and report. Chapter 23. The Spirit Cat, Ailey. Meanwhile, Long Xian, having used the Spirit Light Sword to break through the blockade set by Wuliao Haimu and the 13 Demon Kings, flew 300 miles away. Despite numerous flying demon beasts attempting to intercept him, they were merely left trailing in his wake as he unleashed the full speed of the Spirit Light Sword. Soon enough, Long Xian departed from the enigmatic Black Forest and arrived at the valley bordering the southern frontier and the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a graceful spiral, he descended. Ali, Ali, he called out, glancing around. In response, a small creature, black and white, leaped into his arms, using its limbs to scurry. This little being bore a face reminiscent of both a cat and a tiger, with adorable large eyes and sleek black and white fur, resembling a larger version of a tabby cat. However, it sported 3 fluffy tails and 2 delicate horns atop its head. Indeed, a Wyoming dragon cat. A legendary offspring of the Wyoming tiger and the Jiaolong, born with the innate ability to command the ghostly energy of the underworld. In adulthood, its power rivaled that of the transcendent beings, Shanqing. Long Xian embraced the Wyoming dragon cat Ali, scratching its neck as it purred contentedly. Glancing at it, he gave its head a playful flick. Meow. Ali opened its big eyes, filled with confusion and a desire to please. Little one, stop pretending to be pitiful. You've certainly had your share of fun while I was away. Ignoring the cat's cute antics, Long Xian chided with a smile. Today, the roasted meat will be halved. Meow. Meow meow. The little dragon cat, startled, jumped out of Long Xian's embrace, standing on its hind legs, mewing loudly and gesturing with its front paws as if trying to explain something. Enough, be quiet. Long Xian interjected. If you keep arguing, there'll be no meat for you today. Meow. Pressured by the thought of missing out on the roasted meat, the rest of its protest was swallowed back down. You're quite a little glutton, Long Xian chuckled. All right, let us go hunting. In the past 3 years, Long Xian had lived a remarkably fulfilling life. Although his realm remained unchanged, still at the 10th level of Yuqing and the 10th level of magical power, his strength was incomparably greater than 3 years prior. Not only had his swordsmanship advanced significantly, but he had also mastered several top-secret techniques from the Zhuxian sword sect of his previous life. He had even thoroughly researched the advanced methods of the Qingyun Sect's divine sword technique, the Thunder Dragon sword technique, and the Taiji Shintian true technique, allowing him to wield them with ease. The sword embryo in his dantian had undergone 3 years of refinement, now resembling a sword shape. With a mere thought, boundless sword energy surged forth, grounding his foundation immensely. It seemed he was ready to face the tribulation of the 3 nines. Long Xian focused inwardly, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his past life, when a sword cultivator reached the realm of transcendent beings, they would encounter a period of explosive growth and power. The same was true in this life, especially since Long Xian also practiced the Taiji Qing Dao, achieving a remarkably profound level. Should both of these cultivation methods break through simultaneously, Long Xian's power would truly shatter any limitations, equipping him with the capability to contend with the renowned righteous and demonic powers of the land in a remarkably short span of time. As Long Xian pondered, a distant, chilling low growl echoed before vanishing into silence. He furrowed his brow, opening his eyes but remaining still. Sure enough, moments later, the nearby bushes rustled as Ali returned. One paw pressed against its chest, it clutched several wild fruits, while the other dragged something behind it, as if pulling on an object. Curiosity piqued. Long Xian glanced behind Ali and was taken aback to see it dragging a massive wild boar back. The boar was quite large, at least much bigger than Ali, yet the little dragon cat towed it effortlessly, though slightly inferior to the legendary divine beasts. The Wyoming dragon cat was a rare primordial species and possessed innate strength, making this feat entirely normal. Long Xian extended his hand from within his sleeve, summoning a concentrated emerald sword energy that he deftly sliced across the boar's belly. In a few swift motions, he skillfully skinned and boned the boar, finding a spot with a spring to wash the meat before setting up a wooden framework to start the roasting process. As the fire blazed, the glow illuminated Long Xian and Ali's faces with a rosy hue. Ali gazed at the roasting boar with drool-inducing anticipation, fiddling with its ears and occasionally dashing to the side to gather twigs to toss into the flames. The once silent air slowly filled with an enticing aroma. Ali, Long Xian mused, gently patting the little dragon cat's head. I've enjoyed your company these past 3 years. However, my training is nearly complete, and I will soon depart from the southern frontier. Take care of yourself, and don't let any hunters catch you. Ali scratched its feline face, its eyes revealing a bewildered innocence, letting out a soft mewl. Long Xian smiled faintly, returning to focus on turning the spit with the meat. Before long, a large wild boar had been devoured by the pair. Long Xian chuckled softly, waving goodbye to Ali, and made his way towards the southern frontier. Observing the changes in Long Xian, Ali tilted its head, confusion deepening in its eyes. Finally, as it saw Long Xian's figure about to turn a bend in the valley, realization seemed to dawn upon it. A sense of urgency overtook Ali, and it began to cry out, dashing forward like a white flash towards Long Xian. Hearing the commotion behind him, Long Xian instinctively reached out, grabbing the approaching figure. To his surprise, it was the pitiful Ali. "Oh, Ali, what are you doing here?" The little dragon cat leaped to the ground, its eyes darting around, standing on its hind legs and flailing its front paws in a frenzy. Despite the commotion, Long Xian remained puzzled by Ali's intentions. He chuckled, "Ali, stop it. I'll come back to see you when I have the time." Seeing Long Xian preparing to leave, Ali's urgency intensified. It jumped into his arms, scaling up to his shoulder using all four limbs. One paw pointed towards the road ahead, while another pointed at itself, mewing incomprehensibly. At last, Long Xian began to grasp Ali's meaning. Pointing at himself, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean you want to come with me?" Ali's eyes reflected a mix of apprehension and eagerness as it nodded vigorously. Long Xian patted Ali's head, a strange expression crossing his face. After a long pause, he smiled softly. "Well then, if that's the case, you can follow me from now on." In his previous life, he had read in the Zhuxian text that while the Wyoming dragon cat was gifted and highly intelligent, it was also fiercely independent and not easily tamed. Thus, upon encountering Ali at the entrance to the 10,000 Great Mountains, he had not expected it to bond with him. He had merely found it adorable and tossed it a few pieces of roasted meat while cooking, leading to their gradual companionship. Hence, now that he was about to leave, Ali expressed its desire to accompany him. As they walked along the official road, Long Xian furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance toward the direction of the incense-burning valley, a notion stirring within him. He trained in the majestic 10,000 Great Mountains for 3 years. During that time, driven by curiosity, he ventured into the ancient demon suppression cave, where he beheld the statue of the exquisite witch and encountered the irascible spirit guardian at the entrance. The guardian recounted tales of the southern sorcerers. Yet when it came to the beast god, he spoke in veiled terms, solely intent on preventing Long Xian from entering the cave, even candidly declaring that should the beast god arise, chaos would ensue across the realm. Long Xian later inquired about the dark stone mentioned in a conversation between the Burning Incense Valley and the Fishman tribe that he had eavesdropped on, but the guardian, after much contemplation, remained perplexed. At this juncture, Long Xian, emboldened by his adept skills developed over 3 years, had mastered the ethereal escape techniques of the Zhuxian sword sect, along with several other extraordinary arts. He mused that even if he were discovered by the Burning Incense Valley's denizens, he could evade capture. The notion of exploring the enigmatic Burning Incense Valley became increasingly irresistible. "Very well," he thought, his expression growing colder. "I shall uncover what mysteries the vast Burning Incense Valley conceals." Chapter 24. Infiltration. The peaks of the southern border stood in stark contrast to the mountains of the central plains, lacking their serene elegance, and instead exhibiting a formidable, rugged grandeur. Under the cloak of night, the undulating mountains loomed, intertwining ominously, exuding an air of lethal intent from afar. Long Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance. Beyond 2 lower peaks and across a relatively flat expanse lay 4 towering summits, interlocking to form a valley. Behind these mighty peaks, shrouded in the vast night, lay the endless shadows of the 10,000 Great Mountains. At the forefront of these peaks was the renowned Burning Incense Valley. Long Xian furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze. With a flick of his slender, jade-like fingers, he traced a circle in the void. As the circle formed, it suddenly emitted beams of purple light, rippling through the air like water, gradually revealing the distant scene of the Burning Incense Valley. Under the influence of his divine consciousness, the image within this mirror-like circle shifted. Over the past 2 days, apart from the enigmatic mountain river hall and the so-called forbidden ground of the Burning Incense Valley, he had utilized the secret technique of the Tai Qing Mirror, inherited from another world, to explore most of the Burning Incense Valley's territory. It was not for lack of trying to investigate in person. When he first arrived, he donned a cloak of night and intended to infiltrate the Burning Incense Valley. However, each attempt was thwarted almost immediately, raising the alarm after several futile tries, and he failed to uncover any secrets. This left Long Xian both impressed by the prowess and depth of the Burning Incense Valley and frustrated by the formidable defenses of the Demon Gate. Feeling somewhat at a loss, fortunately, the secret arts he brought from his previous life were formidable enough. The Tai Xuan mirror he currently employed was a remarkable application of consciousness combined with magical power, said to reflect the myriad worlds if cultivated to the utmost. Of course, for Longxian, such an extraordinary realm was still far from reach. With his current mid-level divine consciousness, he could only explore movements within a 100-mile radius, far from the legendary ability to reflect the myriad worlds. However, it was perfectly suited for surveying a valley of moderate size. As he switched perspectives with the Tai Xuan mirror, Longxian suddenly gasped in surprise, pointing into the void. The scene at the entrance of the burning incense valley appeared in the mirror. He saw 3 figures cloaked in black, their faces obscured, being led by a gaunt elder and a middle-aged man into the valley. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Longxian counted their steps, and upon reaching 18, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he fixated on the mirror. Indeed, at that moment, just as the first black-clad figure set foot on solid ground, a clear chime rang out, echoing in the silence from afar. The black-clad figure seemed startled, raising a scaled hand to point at the elder and middle-aged man, emitting a series of eerie sounds akin to ghostly wails or the nocturnal cries of venomous creatures, sending chills down the spine. Humph, more fishmen, Longxian thought. Recognizing the distinctive sound, his suspicions toward the burning incense valley deepening. The gaunt elder momentarily paused before angrily exclaiming, "What are those disciples doing? Were they not instructed to remove the gray porpoise sentinels along the route?" The middle-aged man, Sun Tu, hastily explained to the 3 black-clad fishmen, and when their agitation finally subsided, he wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile, saying, "I do not know. The clan leader urged us to depart hastily. If the news of the dark stone is true, the beast god will." He was abruptly silenced by the elder, who shot him a glare before whistling a peculiar sound. From the dark corner of the foundation, a small, peculiar beast emerged. Its gray skin and 3-foot length contorted into an unusual bow shape, with a high back and drooping head and tail, its small black eyes embedded in its head. Yet, the most peculiar feature was its extraordinarily long nose, nearly half a foot in length, almost a third of its body length, with 2 large nostrils at the tip, resembling a pig from a farmer's household. Gray porpoise? Longxian observed the scene through the mirror, momentarily stunned, before letting out a snort and murmuring, "No wonder I could not evade the burning incense valley scouts. They had gray porpoises stationed at the entrance." At this point, the elder emitted a few more whistles, finally calming the gray porpoise, and the ringing ceased. "All right, let us go." The gaunt elder seemed still irate, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Tuesday. "Today, even that old fellow, Shangwan Su, has emerged from the Xuanhua altar. I wonder what the Valley Master wants with him." Mentioning Shangwan Su, the elder's expression betrayed a hint of insincerity, dismissing the matter with a scoff. Sun Tu nodded obediently. After all, his cultivation was not high, and his importance in the valley stemmed merely from his position as a senior translator. Those within the valley, embroiled in their power struggles, were matters far beyond the scope of a mere junior disciple to comment on. As the 5 figures receded into the distance, the valley fell silent once more. Longxian coldly regarded the mirror, a frosty, disdainful smile gracing his lips. Dark stone, heavenly fire's secret technique? A righteous sect, once noble for a millennium, has fallen to collude with barbaric and alien tribes. It is truly laughable and tragic. With another flick of his finger, the mirror trembled and dispersed. Glancing at the imposing mountain river hall shrouded in mist, Longxian coldly mused, "Since the main figures have gone to the mountain river hall, I shall make my way to the Xuanhua altar." At this moment, the gray porpoise sentinels at the entrance of the burning incense valley had been withdrawn by the gaunt elder, allowing Longxian to employ his stealthy skills to enter the valley with remarkable ease. The night was deep, and the now tranquil valley seemed particularly profound. As Longxian glided through the paths of the valley like a specter, the world beneath the dark veil gradually revealed itself. The burning incense valley, renowned as the pillar of the righteous path, maintained a low profile in its operations, yet being a sect that had flourished for 8 centuries. Its underlying richness soon became apparent along the way. In the dim light, several paths, large and small, intertwined like the blood vessels of a body, delving into the darkness of the burning incense valley. Alongside the roads were the dwellings of ordinary disciples and grandiose halls, interspersed with vibrant flora, including green bamboo and cold plum blossoms, as well as resplendent peonies, creating a harmonious blend with the surrounding architecture, each exhibiting its own distinct charm. Though it was the dead of night, the depths of the incense valley were not devoid of movement, as a few disciples patrolled the area. This minor activity was hardly a challenge for Longxian. Over the past 3 years, although his cultivation had not ascended, His mastery of Dao had progressed at an astonishing rate, coupled with the tempering he endured through life and death trials. He was far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary disciples of the Incense Valley. Suddenly, Long Xian halted in his swift passage, sensing a warmth radiating from his chest. In an instant, he heard a series of muffled cracks, as if something had shattered. Alarmed, he reached into his robe and retrieved a purple orb. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see that the long-dormant blood-devouring orb was emanating a vibrant azure light. Its inner energies thrashing against the orb's walls with the ferocity of wolves and tigers, while the swastika seal meant to contain it grew increasingly weak and dim. Furrowing his brows, Long Xian realized that the threat posed by the blood-devouring orb had reached a critical juncture that could not be ignored. Regrettably, he found himself deep within the Incense Valley. Although he held disdain for the patrolling disciples, any excessive noise might attract the attention of the valley's hidden masters. After a moment's contemplation, Long Xian gritted his teeth and swiftly began to chant, uttering a series of incomprehensible syllables. A purple luminescence blossomed from his right hand, illuminating the blood-devouring orb as a stream of arcane symbols surged forth, enveloping the orb tightly until it finally settled down. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "I hope this purple barrier can hold for a while longer. Once this matter is resolved, I must make my way to the Temple of Heavenly Sound." In both his past and present lives, Long Xian hailed from prestigious sects, but had only truly mastered the half-heartedly learned purple barrier technique from the Shu Mountain sword sect. In this life, he had yet to delve into the renowned sealing techniques of the Qingyun Sect. Professional matters were best entrusted to those with expertise, especially since the blood-devouring orb rightfully belonged to the monk Puji. As his thoughts raced, Long Xian arrived at a winding path leading deeper into the valley. Beside the road stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Xian Fire Sacred Ground, Disciples Halt." Long Xian's brows unfurled, and without hesitation, he entered the path. Chapter 25. The strange array. Although the stone tablet appeared unremarkable, it seemed to serve as a boundary marker. After passing the tablet, the path, albeit still winding, revealed a stark reduction in nearby flora. The ground he traversed began to crack, and the few remaining trees appeared withered and yellowed, indicative of severe drought. As if the earth had been scorched. Strangely, the Xian Fire Altar, a supposed sacred site of the Incense Valley, was devoid of any guarding disciples. As Long Xian pondered this anomaly, he rounded the final bend and abruptly halted, taking a sharp breath as a vast clearing emerged before him. A wave of heat seemingly emanating from nowhere. At the center of the clearing stood a colossal circular altar, suspended in midair, supported by 13 towering pillars of white jade, each reaching heights of 30 feet. Surrounding the altar were 12 additional white jade pillars, each as thick as 2 men could embrace, while the central pillar, the largest, would require 5 or 6 men to encircle. Above the altar, all structures were constructed from a peculiar red stone, with steps and railings fashioned from the same material. From a distance, the altar resembled a massive inferno, piercing the heavens. Standing beneath the altar, Long Xian felt diminutive, like an ant in comparison. He marveled at the grandeur and craftsmanship of the Incense Valley's architecture, a testament to its reputation as one of the 3 great righteous sections. Gathering his focus, Long Xian's agility unfurled, allowing him to glide silently to the base of the Xian Fire Altar. Upon arrival, the heat in the air spiked exponentially, and although the light was not blinding, the currents within the altar twisted into ominous blackness, overwhelming even Long Xian's formidable Dao with an unyielding sensation. Instinctively, a dark azure aura enveloped him, manifesting as ethereal taiji symbols that shielded him from the oppressive heat. Ali, scratching its face, emitted a soft cry as an aura of shadow coalesced around it, resembling a suit of dark armor. "Ali, can you withstand the temperature here?" Long Xian inquired, gesturing towards the Xian Fire Altar and gently patting Ali's head. The creature, displaying a remarkable understanding, nodded and settled once more on Long Xian's shoulder, feigning sleep. The Yomi dragon cat, a rare and ancient breed, had not been seen in ages. Even during Long Xian's previous life, the Shu Mountain sword sect, renowned for its supremacy, possessed scant information about them. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, it was far more advantageous for Ali to be unfazed by the heat than to be deterred by it. And Long Xian had little time to ponder further. Ascending the stone steps of the altar, the surrounding heat intensified, as if he were stepping upon genuine flames rather than mere red stones. Even the night breeze felt oppressively warm. Ali opened one eye, its gaze darting about curiously, surveying the surroundings. After traversing the 108 steps across 3 tiers, Long Xian stood before the grand stone doors of the hall, gazing at the spire that shot up like a sword into the sky. His brow furrowed slightly. Although the hall was sealed, an overwhelming malevolence seeped forth, staining the very heavens above in a sanguine hue. It felt almost as if he were witnessing not a hall, but rather a colossal inferno. The air was thick with a sense of authority and gravitas, pressing down upon him like a mountain. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he quelled his discomfort and pushed open the door. As anticipated, the interior of the hall was vast, soaring 5 zhang high, and circular in shape. The walls, akin to the exterior, were hewn from the same red stone, devoid of any ornate carvings or embellishments, yet in this immense space, they exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur. At the center of the hall blazed a tremendous fire, suspended in the air, surrounded by 8 statues of fearsome deities, their crimson hues flickering like blood, pulsing with an eerie vitality. Beneath the flames lay an enormous totem, the artistry vigorous and chaotic, etched deeply into the stone floor, which bore the marks of age, revealing the ancient history of its existence. At the center of the totem stood a 4-armed deity, howling towards the heavens. Its bald head bore twisted horns resembling those of a ram, and while its facial features were human-like, its hollow, sinister eyes and sharp fangs marked it as something other. The flickering red light illuminated the deity's lips, which appeared to curl into a sinister grin, as if it were on the verge of rising from its stone slumber. Long Xian inhaled deeply, suddenly producing the sealed blood-devouring orb from his robe. Observing its surface, the swastika seal laid by Pu Zhi had dimmed to near invisibility. Within, the azure energy seemed to sense a call, thrashing against the walls of the orb with the ferocity of wild beasts. As a faint metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air, Long Xian's expression hardened. Channeling the 9 heavens purple qi, he prepared to inject it directly into the purple barrier, but at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From the depths of the searing flames, a haunting wail echoed, reverberating with an overwhelming force. Surrounding the ground were those fearsome stone carvings, each emitting a crimson glow that illuminated one after another. The flickering light cast an erratic radiance upon Long Xian's form, while a fierce wind howled, mingling with a chilling, sinister laughter that echoed through the heavens and earth, seemingly celebrating the return of the Demon King. This was perilous. The stone carvings must be destroyed. With a mere thought, Long Xian summoned the dragon-slaying sword from its scabbard, which sang a melodious tune akin to a celestial dragon soaring through the skies. He struck down fiercely, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword energy imbued with unmatched might and an edge sharp enough to pierce the heavens, aimed straight at the final of the 8 fearsome deities. With a thunderous crash, a deep sword mark appeared from the left shoulder to the waist of the 8th deity, an aura of boundless thunder swirling around the scar. A roar erupted from an inexplicable presence in the darkness, a sound of reluctance that gradually faded into silence, leaving behind a battlefield marred with destruction and a fearsome statue cleaved in two, as if reminding him of the events that had transpired. Long Xian took a deep breath and reached into his robe to retrieve a blank piece of parchment, channeling an immense spiritual force from his mind towards the statue on the ground, which could be better described as a formation diagram, an extraordinary array of unparalleled power that seized the very essence of creation. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as his hand moved swiftly across the parchment. Under the influence of his spiritual perception, a series of bizarre, chaotic symbols began to form on the parchment. The array was profound and expansive, harnessing the might of the heavens and usurping the natural order, a skill that every disciple of his past life as sect had to master. As he inscribed the symbols, admiration welled up within Long Xian for the ingenuity of the designer of this array, who had ingeniously combined bloodthirsty energy and fiery essence to construct its foundation. A perfect fusion of righteousness and malevolence beneath his feet. Though it might not rival the legendary formations of the Zhuxian sword sect, it was certainly on par with the Qingyun Sect's extermination sword array. Unfortunately, the decline of the witch clan throughout history had resulted in the incomplete transmission of array techniques across the land of Shenzhou. Thus, even after occupying this territory for over 800 years, the incense-burning valley had failed to unravel the secrets of this array, unable even to reproduce the basic diagram. This series of misfortunes had inadvertently favored Long Xian as he quickened his hand movements, and within the span of half a stick of incense, a strange flame totem emerged on the parchment. At its center, the visage of a roaring, fearsome deity. As he completed the final stroke, the previously inscribed symbols coalesced into a singular form, and the parchment radiated a brilliant red light, beginning to absorb the ethereal fire essence from the surrounding environment. Just as the moment was upon him, A flash of purple light emanated from Long Xian's hand, swiftly enveloping the parchment in a sealing spell. A spiritual array, when properly inscribed, could autonomously absorb the essence of the heavens, but alas, the parchment's material was inadequate. Had Long Xian not been prepared, it might have incinerated at the moment of formation. Long Xian tucked the parchment into his robe, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He had not anticipated such substantial gains from a visit to the celestial fire altar. His gaze shifted toward the entrance to the third tier of the altar, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. As he ascended the stone steps from the second altar to the third, the only illumination came from a faint red glow emanating from a circular hole, while the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, in the depths of that darkness, a faintly glowing object caught his attention. Intrigued, Long Xian focused on it, revealing a stone pedestal, taller than a person, cylindrical in shape. Markedly different from the surrounding crimson rocks, exuding a gentle chill while emanating a soft, shifting light, sometimes crimson, sometimes lavender, at other times a delicate yellow, and occasionally a vibrant green, creating a captivating spectacle. Upon the flat surface of the pedestal was a circular indentation, inscribed with the 3 characters Celestial Fire Mirror. Long Xian examined the groove closely before glancing at the heavy stone slab leading to the third tier, realizing that the entrance to this third level could be controlled by the Celestial Fire Mirror. However, it was widely known that the treasured Celestial Fire Mirror of the incense-burning valley had been stolen by an alien race many years prior and had since vanished without a trace. Naturally, Long Xian did not possess the Celestial Fire Mirror, yet this did not impede his entry into the third tier. He let out a soft hum, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination as he drew his sword. With a firm grip, he channeled an immensely oppressive sword intent that surged to a peak in an instant, akin to the clarity of autumn waters, crackling with the energy of thunder. Without moving, he harnessed the might of the heavens, unleashing a devastating, cataclysmic aura that radiated outward. Break! Long Xian bellowed, delivering a vertical strike from above. A thunderous arc of sword energy surged forth, colliding violently with the stone door, producing a resounding boom. The thunderous strike was magnitudes more powerful than 3 years prior. This was a sword imbued with the essence of the cosmos, a demonstration of the miraculous nature of creation. It seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars bowed before it, for in heaven and earth, only he stood supreme. With a series of crackling sounds, the once imposing stone door began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface until it ultimately collapsed into a heap of rubble. Long Xian smiled faintly, sheathing his sword, yet lingering for a moment before stepping through the shattered entrance. At that instant, the temperature around him plummeted astonishingly, shifting from sweltering heat to an icy chill. The extreme heat and cold coexisted within this celestial fire altar, an undeniable marvel. Surprised, Long Xian placed greater importance on the array diagram he had inscribed. Only an ancient and untamed formation could wield such dominion over creation. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the heat from the volcanic vent below seemed to have no effect here. Upon stepping onto the surface of the third tier, he discovered a thick layer of ice beneath his feet, with faint blue lights gently emanating from various corners. Long Xian maintained a calm demeanor as he walked forward, the soft sound of his footsteps gradually breaking the ancient silence of the place. In the depths of the darkness, a soft, ethereal female voice echoed, deep yet hauntingly beautiful. "Are you a disciple of the incense-burning valley?" Long Xian halted, gazing into the darkness with an indifferent expression, and after a moment's pause, he replied slowly, "I am not." The voice fell silent for a moment before responding with a hint of self-deprecation. "It seems that being trapped for 300 years has dulled my senses. If you were truly a disciple, would you dare to intrude upon the celestial fire altar?" After a brief silence, 2 glowing orbs of light emerged from the depths of the darkness, resembling infinite, profound eyes, flickering as they gazed intently at Long Xian and the fox spirit perched upon his shoulder. The fox spirit perked up its ears, its large eyes blinking excitedly, before suddenly leaping off Long Xian's shoulder and bounding into the darkness. "The ethereal dragon cat?" The woman's voice emerged again from the darkness, now tinged with astonishment. "Young man, you truly surprise me. To possess such profound swordsmanship and to be accompanied by an ethereal dragon cat of such primordial lineage. Pray tell, from which celestial mountain did this remarkable youth emerge?" Long Xian chose not to answer her, instead smiling and saying, "Senior possesses keen insight. Ali is indeed of the dragon cat lineage. May I inquire as to your identity and why you are confined within this celestial fire altar?" Though the mysterious figure before him exhibited vast knowledge and immense spiritual power, An air of weariness was unmistakable, indicating that she had been imprisoned by the incense-burning valley. "Who am I? Who am I?" The woman's voice in the darkness repeated these words in a dreamlike cadence, as if entranced. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her black, deep-set eyes, and with a cold laugh, she spoke. 300 years ago, I led our Fox Demon clan to seize the mysterious fire mirror from the Incense Valley, but we suffered heavy casualties. Apart from my son, Xiao Lu, who managed to escape, I alone survived, imprisoned within this mysterious fire altar, enduring the torment of the mysterious fire chains. My magical powers are relentlessly suppressed by these chains, and the 8 fiends' mysterious fire formation beneath, suffering day and night. Long Xian nodded with interest, his footsteps unceasing as he, too, stepped into the darkness. The 8 fiends' mysterious fire formation? Is that the name of the extraordinary array below? Indeed, it is apt. As Long Xian advanced, the scene gradually unfolded before him. The darkness obscured his vision, but could not hinder his spiritual perception. He saw a white fox, radiating a hazy luminescence, towering as high as 2 men, its smooth fur as silky as the finest silk from the central plains, with 9 tails dancing gracefully in the space around it. Ali, with a feline face, displayed an utterly human-like joy as it lay at the feet of this majestic figure. However, the white fox was in a dire state. It was bound by a dark red iron chain, as thick as a human arm, emanating a faint red glow. Even from a distance, one could sense its eerie magical essence. Truly, as the leader of the Fox clan, the elder had achieved the form of a 9-tailed fox. Long Xian remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he clapped in admiration. Since ancient times, the vast land of the divine continent has been rife with various intriguing tales. In the remote and wild corners of the divine continent, amidst treacherous mountains and rivers, ancient spiritual beasts and primordial Dao seeds still linger in the world. For centuries, countless impassioned youths have traversed mountains and rivers, capturing dragons and demons, their legends cherished and passed down through generations. Among the spiritual beasts of heaven and earth, the most anthropomorphic clan is indeed the Fox Demons. Within the Fox Demon clan, there exists a particularly wise and mysterious lineage. It is said that as they cultivate their powers, their tails increase in number. 100 years of cultivation grants them 3 tails, known as demon foxes. 1,000 years grants 6 tails, known as spiritual foxes, and upon reaching 9 tails, one achieves the unparalleled realm of demonic beings. No one knows how many years of cultivation are required to attain this, but according to legend, a 9-tailed fox is already a peerless entity, possessing divine powers, known as a 9-tailed celestial fox. The white fox scrutinized Long Xian, ultimately focusing on the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, sighing gently, a fine sword, imbued with a fierce aura. I wonder, young man, how many lives you have extinguished to gather such a menacing essence upon your blade. Long Xian did not respond, his expression solemn as the dragon-slaying sword in his grasp blazed with brilliance. With a powerful vertical slash, a crescent-shaped sword light cleaved through the air, striking the dark red iron chain with a resounding impact. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Long Xian's face as the sword light merely left a shallow white mark on the chain, without even cutting through it. Though this strike was delivered casually, his mastery of the sword had reached such a level that, apart from a limited number of techniques, he was no longer constrained by specific moves. Even a casual strike could wield unfathomable power. Yet, upon this iron chain, he could only leave a faint mark, revealing the chain's extraordinary nature. The white fox observed Long Xian's actions and shook her head. Young man, it is futile, do not attempt it again. The mysterious fire chains are celestial anomalies, intensely fierce. Once bound, unless one knows the secret incantations of the Incense Valley, they cannot be released. Is there truly no other way? Long Xian's face darkened, his aura surging with sword energy, the invisible sword intent locking onto the mysterious fire chain once more. A flicker of astonishment crossed the white fox's eyes, yet she spoke calmly. This mysterious fire chain is intertwined with the 8 fiends' mysterious fire formation below. If I had the mysterious fire mirror in hand to momentarily halt the relentless surge of malevolent energy from the formation, then I could escape. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Long Xian's eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. He grasped the dragon-slaying sword, preparing to ascend to the next level, the sword energy surrounding him intensifying rather than dissipating. Why do you wish to assist a beast? A hint of peculiarity flashed in the white fox's eyes as she gazed at Long Xian's retreating figure, unable to refrain from asking. Long Xian did not turn back, remaining unmoved. The sword energy emanating from him surged higher, an endless sharpness seeming to tear apart the void above him. As a swordsman, my every word and action reflects my true heart. If I wish to save you, then I shall do so, without need for justification. His figure vanished beyond the threshold of the third layer, yet his indifferent and domineering voice echoed faintly from afar. Chapter 27. 10,000 Swords to the Temple. The heavenly tribulation descends. The white fox stared blankly at Long Xian's receding silhouette, unsure of how much time passed before she gave a slight nod. A trace of a smile glimmering in her profound gaze, softly uttering, "Thank you." At this moment, as he ascended the steps of the second layer of the mysterious fire altar, Long Xian could hardly conceal his joy, for the white fox's words had indeed reminded him. His cultivation of the nine heavens' mysterious scripture had already reached the limits of magical power, and the essence of his destined heart sword within his dantian had been refined to perfection, ready to break free from its constraints and attain the path of a transcendental immortal. However, before stepping into the realm of transcendental immortality, he needed to absorb a type of celestial malevolence into his sword essence to determine the attribute of his destined heart sword. In the future, when it was forged, it would carry the attribute of that celestial malevolence in its sword intent. Long Xian, both in this life and the last, had been a favored child of heaven. Though his demeanor was indifferent, his pride was etched into his very bones, making him reluctant to seek out any commonplace malevolence for his sword essence's foundation. When he first encountered that enigmatic flame, he felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed to resonate with the energy of the sword essence formed by the yin and yang within his dantian, sharing a common origin. However, as his focus was captured by the diagram of the eight fiends' mysterious fire formation, he forgot to further investigate that peculiar energy. It was only upon the white fox's reminder that he realized that this peculiar energy was indeed a celestial malevolence. Although this malevolence could not compare to the legendary primal malevolence or the ominous blood malevolence, it remained a transcendent existence, placing it among the top 5. Long Xian's use of it to establish his heart sword was more than sufficient. Yet, having caused a commotion in the mysterious fire altar, even shattering one of the fierce deities that formed part of the eight fiends' mysterious fire formation, it was clear that the defenses of this place would significantly strengthen in the future. Before him lay two paths, either to seize the opportunity and retreat, having acquired the invaluable diagram of the eight fiends' mysterious fire formation, thus justifying his journey, or to take advantage of the current weakened defenses within the mysterious fire altar to directly absorb the celestial malevolence drawn in by this formation, weathering the impending heavenly tribulation to break into the realm of transcendental immortality. Of course, the latter option was exceedingly perilous, for the might of the heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly attract the attention of unparalleled figures from the Incense Valley. Even if he successfully endured the tribulation, he could not be certain of a safe departure. Alas, one must seek fortune and risk. Such celestial malevolence is not something one can easily find. Standing before the formation on the second layer of the mysterious fire altar, Long Xian's mind raced, and he quickly made up his mind. Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged, 5 points directed towards the heavens, his brow aligned with the strange flame at the center of the grand hall. With a thought, a tempest arose within his dantian, the true essence of the supreme clarity rapidly compressing. His entire body, with 480 million pores, opened wide, greedily absorbing the celestial spiritual energy surrounding him, creating an almost tidal effect of spiritual energy. The sword essence of his heart sword had already been refined to an unparalleled degree. Thus, upon dispersing the restraint of his cultivation, it fluttered joyously, suddenly darting out from the heavenly gate atop his head, painting the world in shades of black and white. An intangible, yet substantive sword intent soared into the sky, drawing in the accumulated celestial malevolence within the eight fiends' mysterious fire formation, rich beyond measure. At that very moment, a faint sound of a sword's cry resonated within the Incense Valley. The sound of the sword echoed softly yet distinctly, reverberating across a radius of 1,000 miles. Within this expanse, the disciples of the Incense Valley, engaged in refining their sword-shaped treasures or spiritual swords, found their weapons unsheathing themselves autonomously, with their tips subtly directed towards the direction of the Xuanhua altar, emitting a harmonious chant of submission. Alas, this situation had escalated significantly, prompting a need for haste. As soon as Long Xian sensed the extraordinary phenomenon of myriad swords converging, he understood the gravity of the situation. The nine heavens' mysterious scripture within him operated swiftly, and the ethereal heart sword was enveloped by a thick layer of celestial energies, radiating a profound brilliance that pierced through the grand hall of the Xuanhua altar. Ascending to the heavens in a display reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the celestial dome. As the celestial energies were absorbed by Long Xian's heart sword, its luster intensified, while the central flame of the Xuanhua altar grew increasingly feeble. The 7 fierce deity statues, encrusted with cracks, appeared on the verge of shattering. The ancient totem at the altar's core flickered slowly, akin to a flame's flicker, resonating with a silent scream that seemed to express both fury and a roar. Boom! A muffled sound erupted at that moment. The ground beneath Long Xian, where he sat cross-legged, shattered explosively, debris scattering. Yet, as it neared 3 paces from Long Xian, it was intercepted by rotating Tai Chi diagrams, a manifestation of his cultivation in the supreme clarity realm. At this level, not a feather could fall, nor a leaf touch him, for the true essence of Tai Chi had begun to circulate throughout the cultivator's body, autonomously protecting its master. Simultaneously, the 3rd level of the Xuanhua altar underwent a tumultuous transformation. The stone platform sank, the surrounding walls trembled, and deep fissures began to emerge, soon followed by a second. The deeply embedded Xuanhua chain also began to tremble violently, culminating in a thunderous crack as a 7th fissure appeared on the stone wall. The once indomitable Xuanhua chain, akin to a lifeless serpent, lost its brilliance and fell from the waist of the 9-tailed celestial fox, crashing to the ground. Caught between ice and fire, darkness and light, the 9-tailed celestial fox howled to the heavens. The sound was piercing and distant, resonating far and wide, ultimately merging with the furious roar of the volcano beneath. Senior White Fox, hold off the strong ones from the Incense Valley for a moment. At this juncture, Long Xian's mental power surged forth, imprinting these words in the depths of the White Fox's heart. The White Fox glanced at Long Xian, who sat amidst swirling winds and soaring sword energies, and was momentarily taken aback. Upon grasping his intent, she smiled and said, "Very well. You focus on your breakthrough. I shall reclaim our honor after being imprisoned by these rascals from the Incense Valley for a century." As Long Xian's heart soared, hovering 3 meters above his head, swept away the celestial energies accumulated over countless years within the Xuanhua altar, the eerie flame at the center of the hall extinguished silently, and the 7 fierce deity statues crumbled into dust. The moment the heart sword took shape, it pierced through the dome of the hall and soared into the clouds. Boom! The night sky suddenly rent asunder, bolts of lightning striking down, aimed directly at the ascending heart sword. Within the Hall of Mountains and Rivers, the master of the Incense Valley, Yun Ilan, along with elders Shangwan Su, El Shun, Sun Tu, and 3 cloaked figures, sat opposite one another. "Report to the Valley Master and 2 uncles," the clan leader said. "The Beast God King has learned that we have located the Soul Stone and is quite pleased, thus agreeing to grant our Incense Valley half of the Heavenly Fire secret technique." Yun Ilan frowned slightly, replying coolly, "My disciples of the Incense Valley have traversed the expanse of the Divine Land to uncover this news, and it seems somewhat inappropriate for the Beast God to withhold the complete secret technique. Sun Tu, relay this message to the clan leader." Before he could finish, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Most present were seasoned practitioners, including guests from the Fishman clan, whose physical cultivation had reached remarkable heights. Although caught off guard, they quickly stabilized themselves. Look towards the Xuanhua altar. The sky has changed color. In the Incense Valley, the lamps that had extinguished in the deep of night flickered back to life one by one. Voices, both distant and near, mingled with grumbles of irritation from disturbed sleep, gradually rising in volume. Yet this growing clamor was firmly suppressed by the tremendous upheaval emanating from the Xuanhua altar. The once pitch-black night sky transformed into a striking purple, with clouds swirling like rushing thunder, encircling a specific location. There were hints of wind and thunder, a spectacle of atmospheric phenomena. Shangwan Su and Yun Ilan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they instinctively gazed into the distance. Indeed, the tempest of thunderclouds was centered around the mysterious Xuanhua altar. No longer concerned with entertaining their Fishman guests, Shangwan Su stomped his foot and transformed into 2 beams of light, one gray, one gold, heading straight for the Xuanhua altar. Chapter 28. Breaking the Tribulation. The might of the Sword Immortal both were among the most formidable experts in the Divine Land. Their speed was exceptional, and in no time, they neared the Xuanhua altar. At that moment, the altar was a scene of devastation. The Xuanhua hall lay in ruins, scattered debris amidst the lingering sword and thunder energies. High above, a massive vortex of thunder swirled, with electric serpents visible, while nearby mountains were cleaved apart by the raging lightning, sparks flying. Shangguan Su's eyes widened in fury, and he roared, "Which demon dares to act recklessly in my incense valley?" Yunilan's face was as still as water. Yet he remained silent, taking the initiative to attack. With a wave of his left hand, flames erupted, as pure as the sun, suspended in the air like amber, representing the pinnacle of the incense valley's unique fire technique. That flame, seemingly solid, burned in Yunilan's palm. With a serious expression, he flicked his wrist, and with both hands in a graceful motion, like a meteor streaking across the sky, that point of pure flame detached and began to hover in the air, slowly spinning, moving toward the thunder vortex. The scorching Xuanhua descended, but was intercepted by a wall of lightning, instantly extinguished without achieving any effect. Yunilan furrowed his brows and called out towards the thunder vortex, "Shangguan, let's strike together." "Yes," he began. But Shangguan suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of water elemental energy approaching from behind him. In an instant, he revealed his profound cultivation, decisively stepping forward to create some distance as icy spikes of the 9 cold ice emerged swiftly from his hands. A flash of cold light illuminated the surroundings. The water elemental ice wall, seemingly fragile, was pierced effortlessly by Shangguan's 9 cold ice spike. He turned the tide, unable to suppress a cold laugh. "So there are accomplices who dare to intrude upon my incense valley, still not yielding?" Before he could finish, Shangguan's expression changed dramatically, contorted with pain as he let out a muffled groan, his body flipping backward. Behind him, a faint bluish light flickered, revealing that the first ice wall had merely been a ruse, while the true lethal strike lay hidden in the second wave of attack. In that moment of distraction caused by the anomaly at the Xuanhua altar, Shangguan Su was successfully ambushed. In the distance, Yunilan furrowed his brows deeply but was compelled to return, unleashing a pure yang Xuanhua that shot forth, deflecting a spinning silver-white orb aimed at Shangguan Su. In the darkness, the mysterious figures suddenly spoke, remarkable powers. Their voice was soft and melodious, devoid of sorrow or joy, yet somehow evoking an unusual feeling in the listener's heart. "Who is this eminent figure? Please reveal yourself." To strike from behind is not the act of a hero. Flames surged around Yunilan, illuminating his face with a faint golden hue. The mysterious figure clapped their hands, the sound ringing like silver bells, tinged with a hint of mockery and delight. "Oh, is that so? May I inquire, esteemed leader of the Cloud Valley, what valor lies in overpowering the few with the many?" Suddenly emerging from the shadows was a beautiful woman, enveloped in a radiant white glow. Her features were like a painting, her eyes shimmering like water, exuding an irresistible charm and unparalleled grace. With a faint smile, she possessed an enchanting allure that was captivating. "Is it you, demon? You have managed to escape?" Yunilan's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke coldly. "Indeed, it is I. After being imprisoned by your incense valley for a century, I must reclaim my dignity before facing my old friends," the woman replied, her smile blossoming yet devoid of warmth. The ground beneath her feet swiftly froze, spreading outwards from her. At this moment, Shangguan Su had regained his composure, letting out a cold snort. Forcing himself to stand as he declared sternly, "Demon, you dare to show yourself?" The woman in white, her attire conjured by her formidable water magic, laughed heartily, glancing at Shangguan Su as if he were a fool, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. "Ah, Shangguan old ghost, I am timid and feared to meet you. Thus I offered you a little gift upon our meeting, which is why I had the courage to appear." Yunilan extended his right hand, a fiery lotus gradually rising from his palm, emanating unbearable heat even from a distance. He remarked coolly, "Demon, 300 years ago, my master could subdue you, and 300 years later, I can do the same. But I wonder, how much of your vast water spirit power remains after being shackled by the Xuanhua chain for a century?" The woman's expression remained unchanged, yet her heart tightened. Yunilan's calm voice struck at the core of her predicament. Her spiritual power had indeed dwindled to a mere fraction, and some of her old wounds had yet to heal. Originally, she intended to stall for time with the two from the Incense Valley, but she never anticipated being seen through so quickly by Yunilan. With a huff, she grasped a mysterious orb of light in her hand, sneering, "You may try." Just as the tension escalated, and a fierce battle seemed imminent, the distant thunder vortex suddenly surged, booming like thunder across the horizon. As if the entire Incense Valley trembled in response, the sky darkened entirely, an ominous cloud swirling above, with thunder rumbling and flashes of lightning darting across the edges, creating an atmosphere of impending doom, while a fierce wind howled, as if an ancient thunder god had been disturbed from slumber, roaring in fury. "How dare a mere thunder tribulation obstruct me? Great 5 elements extinction sword light, break for me." A faint voice resounded through the heavens. In the next moment, an astonishing sword aura pierced the sky, as if the entire celestial barrier had been torn apart. 5 beams of light, gold, blue, green, red, and azure, exploded from the depths of the thunder vortex, merging into one, transforming into a colossal sword that soared upwards, shattering the thunder vortex and colliding with the tumultuous thunderclouds above. The surface of the thunderclouds erupted like fireworks, wailing as they were utterly shredded by the overwhelming sword energy. As the rain of thunder light dispersed, a slender figure emerged, standing tall with one foot on the ground and the other in the sky, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. Like a sword unsheathed, existing in solitary grandeur, eternal and unyielding. After closing my doors for so long, I had no idea such a formidable figure roamed the land. Yun Elon turned to cast a cold gaze at the mysterious figure clad in night attire hovering in the air. Dare to cause trouble in my incense valley? Even if your methods are astonishing, I shall not shy away from exchanging a few moves with you. Old man Yun, if you wish to test my strength, come at me. Let me see if you, the leader of the incense valley, are merely a name without substance. Long Xian, draped in black, replied with an indifferent gaze and a hoarse voice. Yun Elon ceased his words, flames erupting around him, gradually transforming into an amber hue, waves of heat radiating outward. Long Xian floated in midair, observing Yun Elon's movements silently, making no effort to intervene. Purple energy surged around him, and golden sword shadows flickered in his eyes like swimming fish. Jade Sun True Fire. In the next instant, a brilliant silver sword light descended from the sky like the Milky Way cascading down, while the amber flames defiantly surged to meet it. The two forces clashed midair, unleashing an explosive wave of sword energy and fiery torrents. Boom! The ground where the Xuanhua altar stood cracked, as torrents of molten lava erupted, piercing through all obstacles like a colossal fire pillar reaching for the heavens, even breaking through the dark clouds above with sheer force. Moments later, ashes, massive boulders, and charred remnants rained down from the sky, some pitch black while others burned, resembling a tragic downpour of apocalyptic despair. Almost simultaneously, Yun Elon's complexion paled, and he staggered back 3 steps. Long Xian's face turned a mix of blue and white, soon suppressed by the overwhelming purple aura. Let us go. Taking advantage of the Incense Valley duo's moment of distraction, Long Xian floated away, transforming into a streak of colorful light, spiraling around the dazed white fox form. Soaring into the sky, like a great bird flying into the unknown. Master of the Cloud Valley, your skills are truly commendable. Should there be another opportunity, I shall seek your guidance again. Haha. Chapter 29. The plan. After Long Xian had fled far from the Incense Valley, he landed on a secluded hill, surrounded by lush trees that would delay any pursuers from the Incense Valley. Moreover, the vast area surrounding the Incense Valley made it challenging for them to track him down. As he touched ground, the purple aura around him quickly dissipated, revealing a hint of crimson. With a cough, blood spurted forth, and Long Xian felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Are you all right? A long, fair hand reached out from the darkness, steadying Long Xian. You were too reckless. The old ghost Yun possesses centuries of cultivation, and you are still so young, yet dared to confront him directly? Long Xian managed a difficult smile, replying, I just broke through, and in a moment of excitement, I didn't realize I still fell short of him. The nine-tailed celestial fox stared at him, rolling her eyes. You should be content. I have lived for a millennium and seen countless talents from various races. Yet I have never encountered anyone with your level of cultivation at such a young age. Long Xian smiled silently, hastily removing his night attire. With a flash of lightning, it turned to ash, carried away by the night breeze. He cupped his hands in gratitude towards the nine-tailed celestial fox, saying, I owe you much for your protection during my breakthrough. Thank you, senior. The nine-tailed celestial fox waved her hand dismissively, lifting the little dragon cat in her arms and returning it to Long Xian. Had it not been for you, I would have suffered in the Xuanhua altar. Protecting you is merely repaying a favor. Long Xian took the bewildered Ali and placed it on his shoulder. Looking at the captivating woman before him, he asked gently, What are your plans for the future, senior? The nine-tailed celestial fox fell silent, a fleeting look of confusion passing through her eyes as she gazed towards the distant mountains shrouded in night. 300 years, she murmured, a smile carrying an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Even as a demon, how many 300 years can one squander? My kin have suffered great losses, and I am now without a home. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with something unusual. Turning to Long Xian, she inquired, What about you? With this matter concluded, what do you intend to do? Long Xian smiled softly, retrieving a purplish, misty orb from his robes. As the orb appeared, a faint scent of blood filled the air, and the temperature around them seemed to drop slightly. The nine-tailed celestial fox inhaled sharply, the blood-devouring orb. This treasure of the demonic sect vanished after the demise of the black-hearted old ghost. How did it come to be in your possession? Long Xian was not surprised that the nine-tailed celestial fox recognized the blood-devouring orb. After all, achieving the nine-tails form indicated she had lived for at least a millennium and had been contemporaneous with the black-hearted elder. In his time, the black-hearted elder led the blood-refining hall, uniting the demonic sect, dominating the world, and was one of the key figures stirring the tides of that era. The nine-tailed celestial fox would certainly not be unaware. This was entrusted to me by an elder of the Tianyin Temple. However, Senior, as you have observed, the Buddha light sealing power on the surface of this bead is diminishing. I am not adept in this area. Thus I intend to return it to the Heavenly Sound Temple to suppress the bloodthirsty spirit within the bead using the true methods of Buddhism. Long Xian's subordinates tirelessly continued to infuse the nine heavens purple qi, reinforcing the purple radiant seal, while he explained to the nine-tailed fox, "Are you planning to head to the Heavenly Sound Temple?" The nine-tailed fox asked, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. I have cultivated various mystical arts and traveled extensively. My mastery of the sword has reached a mid-level accomplishment, yet I must traverse the world, experience the bustling mortal realm, to refine my state of mind." Long Xian replied with a slight nod. A sage once said, "Among the 3,000 paths and 800 side roads, attaining the utmost can lead to enlightenment. In the end, these myriad methods converge into three paths, proving one's worth through power, severing worldly notions of good and evil, and attaining enlightenment through merits, accumulating virtue to benefit oneself and others. The direct lineage technique of the Zhuxian sword cult, nine heavens profound arts, is said to originate from the golden elixir path of the supreme Dao ancestor, although it follows the path of heart-controlled swordsmanship, proving the way through force. One cannot neglect moral conduct and the accumulation of virtue. Otherwise, one risks becoming lost amidst the boundless forces of creation and turning to ashes beneath heavenly tribulations. Thus, disciples of Zhuxian, upon attaining the status of loose immortal, automatically ascend to the rank of elder and may freely leave the mountain gate to traverse the world and indulge in the mortal realm. In the days of yore, the renown of the three immortals, 2 elders, and 5 sons of the Zhuxian sword sect was largely established during their loose, immortal phase. The bloodthirsty pearl is indeed an exceptionally malevolent object, possessing formidable powers beyond compare. If one could grasp its true application, it could unleash devastating might capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Do you truly wish to return it? The nine-tailed fox gazed at Long Xian, a playful smile gracing her lips. Long Xian replied with a faint smile, a proud demeanor evident on his face. What need have I for it? As a sword cultivator, I rely on myself, not on external objects, and I can still wreak havoc upon heaven and earth. The nine-tailed fox regarded Long Xian in silence for a moment, her gaze deep as the ocean. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and laughed, appearing somewhat mad. Yes. For 300 years, I have been imprisoned in the Xuanhua altar, pondering how I foolishly stole this Xuanhua mirror. If I had spent these 300 years cultivating, I could have opened a pathway of divine powers for my fox clan. Senior, I am quite well. The nine-tailed fox halted her laughter, her eyes softening with warmth. I never expected that after a millennium of cultivation, my understanding of the Tao would be surpassed by that of a mere youth. Senior, you flatter me. The nine-tailed fox shook her head, yet a gentle smile graced her lips. Having been secluded for 300 years, I have lost track of time in the world. Hearing your words, I too am inspired to traverse the world. She closed her eyes, slightly tilting her head as if listening to something, seemingly savoring the taste of freedom in this world with her body and spirit. With your profound powers, Senior, the world is indeed yours to explore. Why not journey together? The enchanting woman smiled sweetly, her charm radiating, making the surrounding night seem softer. Long Xian could not discern whether the nine-tailed fox was jesting, causing his expression to stiffen. That, Senior must be joking. The nine-tailed fox waved her hand and chuckled lightly. Our nine-tailed clan is naturally adept at allure and illusion. At my level, aside from a few exceptional individuals, others will hardly recognize my true form, so I shall not trouble you. Very well. Long Xian pondered for a moment before agreeing, as he recalled that had it not been for the nine-tailed fox stepping forward to withstand Yun Ilan's assault during his tribulation, he might not have survived it. As for rescuing her, Long Xian knew well that it was merely a matter of absorbing the unique energies from the Xuanhua altar. My name is Long Xian, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. May I know your name, senior? The nine-tailed fox, now in the guise of a woman, appeared taken aback but soon wore a look of resignation, stating after a pause, what should I be called? I have long forgotten my original name. How about this? Since you have seen my true form as a white fox, you may call me Little White Sister. Little White Sister? I mean senior. Long Xian was momentarily at a loss, instinctively addressing her as senior before receiving a sharp look from the nine-tailed fox. From now on, do not call me senior. Do you not know that incessantly calling a woman senior ages her? It is quite disrespectful. Without delving into the trivial exchanges between Long Xian and the nine-tailed fox, a mysterious expert arrived at the incense-burning valley. With unparalleled swordsmanship, they joined forces with a woman to obliterate the Xuanhua altar, subsequently clashing with the valley master, Yunilon, without losing ground. This news spread across the land with astonishing speed, and countless confidential documents regarding this intelligence were promptly presented to the leaders of the righteous and demonic sects. Chapter 30. Casual Talks in the Yuqing Hall. The 7 leaders of the Qingyun Sect gathered, their attention drawn to Dao Xianjinren. Shuizhu Peak's leader, Master Shuiwe, was the first to rise, saying, Dao Xian, what on earth is happening? The incense-burning valley is located in the southern region and typically operates discreetly. There should be no reason for them to draw the ire of the demonic sect. Dao Xianjinren sighed, responding slowly. This is precisely what perplexes me. It is said that the intruder possesses profound mastery in the sword arts, employing unfamiliar sword techniques not seen in this world, and is aided by a woman of remarkable power. The Valley Master and Daoist friend Shangwan so were caught off guard and suffered significant losses. What? How could this be? The faces of the leaders were filled with astonishment, given Yun Ilan and Shangwan So's formidable skills among the righteous. To have them suffer a great loss indicates the intruder's extraordinary strength. Dao Xianjinren surveyed his fellow disciples, sighing, this is precisely what concerns me. The current state of the world appears calm, yet there are turbulent undercurrents. On the surface, the demonic sect's 4 factions are stirring, while hidden forces like this mysterious expert lie in wait. Tian Bai snorted. I have long suspected that the incense-burning valley is up to something. Perhaps they have unwittingly provoked some formidable figure. The southern region is chaotic, home to many hidden masters, as you are all aware. Master Shuiwe huffed, her tone icy, seemingly imbued with a hint of chill. Regardless, the incense-burning valley is one of our righteous sections. If this mysterious figure dares to provoke them today, they may well dare to attack our Qingyun Sect tomorrow. Master, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Everyone present understood the rivalry between Master Shuiwe and Tian Bai, so they were not surprised to see Shuiwe rebutting Tian Bai without hesitation. Naturally, Tian Bai was aware of Master Shuiwe's temperament, and with a huff, he fell silent. Dao Xianjinren waved his hand, stating calmly, all right, I have my own thoughts on this matter. We shall set aside the mysterious figure for now. His expression grew serious as he pondered. Not long ago, the Valley Master sent me a message, indicating that the blood refining hall of the demonic sect seems to be showing signs of revival. The blood refining hall, the one established by the Black-Heart Old Man. Upon hearing this news, the 6 leaders below could no longer sit still, exchanging glances filled with shock. The blood refining hall, founded by the Black-Heart Old Man, unified the demonic sect, unleashing a torrent of demonic flames that overshadowed the world. Had it not been for the emergence of the profoundly skilled Qingyun and the enigmatic Qixin Shanshi to suppress the old demon's ferocity, the landscape of the world would have been vastly different today. Although the blood refining hall rapidly declined after the Black-Heart Old Man's demise, it remains the orthodox sect of the demonic path, directly connected to the Old Man. If they were to rally, that disjointed demonic sect could swiftly reorganize. Recalling the brutality of the previous righteous demonic war, all present paled slightly. Seated to the left, Feng Hui Peak's leader, the oldest among the 7 with graying hair, Zheng Shuchang, spoke up. Does Master already have a resolution in mind regarding this matter? Dao Xianjinren nodded and said, this matter is of great significance. I cannot afford to be negligent. I have dispatched my 2 disciples, Yi Kai, down the mountain to investigate. Upon hearing this, the master of Chuyang Peak, Liang, chuckled and replied, Isn't this splendid? Young Master Xiao Yi Kai possesses extraordinary talent and profound cultivation. He truly stands out among the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. He even returned victorious from the last 7 Veins martial assembly. With him on the case, what could possibly go awry? Dao Xianjinren's expression grew serious, and he waved his hand, saying, however, Yi Kai has uncovered some intelligence indicating that the demon sect has resurfaced, seemingly in pursuit of an extraordinary treasure. Given his limited strength, he intends to proceed with caution. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence at Dao Xianjinren's words. After a moment, the cold and unyielding Master Shui spoke up. What course of action does the sect leader intend to pursue? Dao Xianjinren gestured dismissively and said, "To be candid with you all, I do indeed have a plan. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Seven Veins Martial Assembly in 2 years, I intend to send the top 4 young disciples down the mountain to travel. This will not only serve to intimidate the demon sect and thwart their nefarious schemes, but will also broaden their horizons. As for the champion of the assembly, I will personally offer a piece of extraordinary treasure from the stockpile of Tongtian Peak. What say you all?" Tian Bai chuckled and remarked, "Brother Dao Xian, your calculations are astute. Young Master Long's innate talent is exceptional. Who knows what heights he may reach in 2 years? It is unnecessary for you, as his mentor, to make such a show of gifting him." The other masters of the various veins remained silent, yet their expressions clearly conveyed a similar sentiment. Dao Xianjinren was taken aback, but replied with a smile, "Rest assured, my fellow disciples, Xianer will not participate in this martial assembly." "Oh, and why is that?" Tianyun Daoren inquired, surprised. A smile crept onto Dao Xianjinren's face at the mention of his young disciple. He chuckled softly. "Xianer has fortuitously entered the upper clarity realm during this journey. Should he return, he will automatically ascend to the status of elder within Tongtian Peak, and thus be ineligible to partake in the martial assembly." A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. As awe surged within them. To have achieved such a level at such a young age was truly extraordinary. If he possesses this level of cultivation now, what heights might he reach in 10, 50, or even 100 years? Perhaps he could become a figure akin to the revered Zhuxian. Haha, congratulations, brother. With young Master Long's accomplishments, the Qingyun Sect shall thrive and prosper in no time. Daoist Sangsong chuckled heartily, though none noticed the fleeting complexity in his eyes. Meanwhile, Long Xian, having informed Dao Xianjinren of his ascension to upper clarity via a flying sword message, departed the southern wilderness with Xiaobai, heading towards the Tianyin Temple on Mount Shumi. Both bore injuries, and with the experts from the Incense Valley lurking nearby, they opted not to fly but instead followed the customs of mundane merchants, hiring a carriage and driver to traverse the central plains. Inside the carriage, Xiaobai gazed at Long Xian with astonishment. "Since you have discovered so many secrets about the Incense Valley, why not report them to your master?" Long Xian shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. At that moment, both of his swords were concealed within him, cultivating their essence through the wandering sword qi. Clad in a pale moon-white robe, wearing a scholar's cap, and wielding a folding fan, he presented the image of a refined gentleman in a turbulent world. It is not that simple. Even if I had evidence, it would be of no consequence to the Incense Valley. "Oh, and why is that?" Xiaobai, having cultivated for a millennium and possessing profound knowledge of techniques, found herself lacking in the subtleties of human relationships. Her curiosity piqued, she inquired further. "It is simple. For the righteous path requires the Incense Valley. For centuries, the 4 factions of the demon sect and the 3 righteous sects have maintained a balance of power, preventing open conflict. Should these 3 factions suddenly become 2, that equilibrium would shatter, igniting an all-out war between the righteous and the demonic. Such a monumental issue. My master cannot shoulder the burden of responsibility, nor would he dare to do so. Thus, I shall not add to his troubles." Long Xian waved his folding fan, enveloping them in a subtle barrier of qi to keep their conversation private. "Humph, you righteous folk are far too cautious. With such restraint, what sort of immortals do you aspire to become?" Xiaobai scoffed, expressing her disdain for Long Xian's reasoning. "One must act according to their station and manage their affairs. The world is in chaos. Do not be deceived by my master's indulgence towards me. If our matters were to be exposed by the Incense Valley, even my master would be unable to protect me. 100 years of wall-sitting would be a lenient punishment." Long Xian huffed softly, snapping his fan shut and striking it lightly against his palm. "What matters could possibly concern the 2 of us?" Xiaobai's exquisite face flushed crimson, enhancing her beauty, her eyes shimmering as if they might spill forth their emotions, captivating all who beheld her. "For instance, collaborating to dismantle the Xuanhua altar, or giving a good thrashing to that old ghost Yun. If this dispute were to reach the Yuling Hall, it would surely be a spectacle." Having spent much time together, Long Xian and Xiaobai had grown quite familiar. Though Long Xian's demeanor was typically cool, he did not shy away from jesting with Xiaobai on occasion. As he spoke, he lifted the curtain to gaze at the sky beyond, suddenly sighing softly and murmuring, "It is precisely because of such troubles that I would rather linger outside than return. In the past, I could defer with youth and low cultivation, but now I must attend to these matters seriously." Chapter 31. The 8 Immortals Restaurant and Parting in the Early Morning. as the sun rose. Its rays filtered through the gauzy drapes, transforming into specks of light scattered throughout a lavishly adorned room. On the bed lay a stunning woman, who had enjoyed sweet dreams throughout the night. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she soon opened her eyes, her aquamarine gaze still tinged with a hint of confusion and sleepiness. After a while, she finally regained her composure and lazily sat up, a faint blush still gracing her cheeks, accentuating her beauty. "Sister Xiaobai, you are awake?" A woman in a crimson dress, with a graceful figure and striking beauty, entered upon hearing the voice. Seeing Xiaobai in such a disheveled state, she could not help but smile. "You really ought not to drink so much if you cannot hold your liquor. I have known Brother Gio for many years, yet I have never seen anyone who can surpass him in terms of alcohol tolerance." This stunning beauty was none other than the nine-tailed celestial fox, Xiaobai. At this moment, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes as she glanced at the woman before her and chided, "Sister Zhu, you tease me again." After a moment, a trace of hesitation appeared in her gaze. "Did I do anything inappropriate after drinking yesterday?" The woman known as Zhu smiled brightly. "Oh, like what, for instance?" Xiaobai's face reddened further, resembling a piece of red jade. Even the fair skin of her neck and a hint of her chest displayed a delicate flush. "Exactly that." Zhu smirked, then turned to Xiaobai. "Sister Xiaobai, I won't tease you any longer. You did not, in fact, do anything out of line after drinking. You merely leaned against young Master Long's neck and whispered for a while." Upon hearing the teasing phrase whispered, Xiaobai instantly shook off her drowsiness, fully awakening. Recollecting the events of the previous day, she realized, indeed, that she had leaned against Long Xian's neck and perhaps exchanged a few words. At this thought, Xiaobai felt her face grow hot, exuding an air of unparalleled beauty and grace. Trying to appear nonchalant, she asked softly, "And what of Brother Xian?" Zhu glanced at Xiaobai, a smile dancing in her eyes, though her expression remained composed. "Young Master Long is not as lazy as you, sister. He rose early and is currently practicing swordsmanship in the backyard." Speaking of this, her tone held a note of respect. For rising that early and diligently practicing was no small feat, which explained why young Master Long had achieved such cultivation at a young age. Although Xiaobai may not be well versed in the intricacies of human relationships, having lived for a millennium, she could naturally discern the teasing undertone in the words of the woman in red. A sense of unease washed over her, fearing that the woman might uncover something amiss. Thus, she hurriedly donned her attire and attended to her grooming, completely disregarding the series of strange chuckles emanating from the woman behind her, and swiftly fled the room. In the backyard of the Eight Immortals restaurant, Long Xian stood clad in a moon-white robe, his figure swaying gently with the morning breeze. With his eyes partially closed, he wielded the Qingping sword with grace, immersing his mind entirely in the weapon at hand, focusing intently on the present moment. A fierce and chaotic sword pressure enveloped the area within a radius of 3 zhang, with an unparalleled sharpness of sword energy crisscrossing around him, vast and overwhelming. Something felt amiss. This strike should not be executed in such a manner. Long Xian adjusted his movements, meticulously fine-tuning the strength and arc of his swordplay. The brilliance of the sword glimmered, as if lightning dragons and electric serpents danced upon the blade. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flickered through his mind, and a smile graced Long Xian's face. A faint golden sword shadow arose in his gaze. Indeed, while the power of thunder is the most formidable destructive force in the universe, it also embodies the principle of transformation from destruction to rebirth, exhausting annihilation. One can attain boundless vitality. My relentless pursuit of destruction through thunder has led me astray. No wonder the thunder slash technique has never reached its zenith. Resolute, Long Xian's body soared into the air as if riding the wind. The Qingping sword in his hand radiated a brilliant purple light, with thunderous energy rolling forth. As the sword was unleashed, a blinding beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. With a thrust, a slash, and a cut, 3 strikes emanated, blossoming like a beautiful lotus beneath the sword, a technique of slaughter that paradoxically evoked a sense of infinite vitality. At this moment, what he unleashed was no longer mere sword energy, but true thunder. Ascending to the heavens, ethereal and untraceable, the 9 heavens thunder, though not swift, imparted an inescapable sensation, as if embodying the universal laws, subtly encompassing the myriad forms of existence. His thunder slash had acquired its own spirit. What a masterful sword technique, returning to the essence. A new beginning. Brother Long indeed deserves the title of a distinguished disciple of the Qingyun Sect, with such remarkable accomplishments in the path of the sword. A middle-aged man clad in a blue shirt, clutching a large wine gourd, approached alongside a flamboyantly dressed, corpulent man. Both bore expressions of astonishment in their eyes. Long Xian sheathed his sword and stood with a gentle smile, greeting the two. Brother Jiao, Brother Kai, you are up early. The corpulent man, well versed in the ways of the world, was captivated by the splendid swordplay, his heart racing with excitement. He chuckled. When I, the fatty, was learning my craft, I too wandered the world and have seen a thing or two. I observed that Brother Long's current swordsmanship ranks among the finest across the realm. Long Xian offered a modest smile and clasped his fist in salute, replying, Brother Kai overestimates me. The vast expanse of this land harbors countless extraordinary individuals. My humble skills pale in comparison to those of the esteemed predecessors. The man in blue chuckled heartily, took a hearty swig from his wine gourd, and displayed a look of satisfaction. Witnessing such a sword dance is indeed a pleasure in life. Let us indulge ourselves. Long Xian inclined his head slightly, unperturbed by the man's boorishness, and after a moment's thought, he said with a light-hearted smile, I have troubled you brothers at the Eight Immortals for quite some time. But today I must ascend the mountain to pay my respects at the temple. The corpulent man waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Long, you speak too modestly. Had it not been for your brave intervention alongside Miss Xiaobai, my dear sister Luzhu would likely have been captured by that villain and taken to the Black Wind stronghold as a captive bride. Furthermore, we have enjoyed such camaraderie with you, so consider the Eight Immortals your home. There is no need for such formalities. A bitter smile flickered across Long Xian's face as he confessed, to be honest, I have been away from my sect for over 4 years, and my master has been quite concerned. He has sent 5 letters urging my return. I must obey his command and, after paying my respects to my esteemed uncles at Tianyin Temple, I shall return to Qingyun. The blue-clad man took another swig from his gourd and sighed. One must heed the master's wishes. With your cultivation, you will surely gain renown throughout the realm. My brothers and I hail from humble beginnings, our skills modest at best, and we have long grown accustomed to the carefree life of wandering clouds and wild cranes. Otherwise, we would have sought to accompany you on your adventures. You flatter me. Brother Jiao, in this wide world, how many skilled individuals lead lives more carefree than you four? Long Xian replied, shaking his head gently. The blue-clad man took another drink and shouted, Old lecher, bull nose, where have you two been gallivanting? Come out here. As soon as he spoke, a clear voice responded. Old drunkard, why are you causing a ruckus so early in the morning? Disturbing others' peaceful dreams. You truly lack manners. At that moment, from a side door in the backyard emerged a middle-aged man adorned in splendid attire, with a flowing beard and an air of arrogance, accompanied by a young man in Daoist garb. After hearing the blue-clad man's remarks, the bearded man waved his hand and smiled gently. I was wondering what the matter was. Let Brother Long finish his business and return to my restaurant for a few more days of hospitality. Indeed, the Eight Immortals restaurant is situated at the foot of Mount Shumi. After I visit my esteemed uncles at Tianyin Temple, I can descend the mountain and share drinks with you 4 brothers. Long Xian replied, clasping his fists with a smile. The trio of Jiao, Kai, and Qi, upon hearing Long Xian's words, ceased their entreaties and instructed their servants to prepare a sumptuous banquet for Xiaobai and Long Xian before seeing them off from the restaurant. As they traversed the path on Mount Shumi, Xiaobai's delicate face bore a slight flush, and she hesitated several times to speak. Long Xian noticed her unusual demeanor and promptly halted, asking with concern, Sister Xiaobai, what troubles you? After a prolonged silence, Xiaobai sighed and shook her head, then turned to Long Xian, speaking earnestly, Brother Xian, I have been very happy during this past year with you. Long Xian was taken aback, rendered speechless, as a complex expression crossed his face. Sister has been away from home for many years and intends to return to the ancestral land of my Fox clan, to Qi Mountain, for a visit. Xiaobai spoke slowly, as if each word required immense effort to articulate. From the side, Long Xian observed her face, which, amidst its gentle curves, bore a hint of inexplicable resolve. Over the years, Ali had seemingly entered a phase of growth, her intelligence blossoming. Though she could not speak, she could comprehend human speech. At that moment, she leaped from Long Xian's shoulder into Xiaobai's embrace, meowing with a face full of reluctance. A faint smile graced Long Xian's lips, though a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. Very well, Sister Xiaobai, take care. If I have the chance in the future, I shall surely visit you at Qi Mountain. Xiaobai gazed at Long Xian, silent for a while, her eyes deep and reflective. Suddenly, she smiled, a smile imbued with the weight of countless years and solitude, forcing a laugh as she said, Then I shall await your esteemed presence at Qi Mountain. With that, she nodded to Long Xian and transformed into a shimmering blue light, soaring into the sky. Long Xian stood on the mountain path, lost in thought for a long time, sighed softly, and turned towards the Tianyin Temple at the summit of Mount Shumi. Only Ali, perched on his shoulder, continued to meow desperately at the sky. Chapter 32. Tianyin Temple at the summit of Mount Shumi. The morning bell and evening drum resonated day after day, seemingly endless. Life in the mountains transcended the passage of time, and cultivation felt timeless. A single day in the mountains could equate to a millennium in the world below. Each day seemed to echo the trajectory of the one before, with some finding peace, while others felt restless. Yet, the passage of time lingered solely in the hearts of people. At the peak of Mount Shumi, before the gates of Tianyin Temple, Long Xian stood still, clad in white, his attire billowing in the morning breeze, as if his heart had also become empty and tranquil. Over the past year, he and Xiao Bai had not traversed the skies, but relied on their legs to journey from the southern regions to the foot of Mount Shumi, a journey spanning thousands of miles. Along the way, Long Xian beheld the suffering of countless beings, striving to alleviate the hardships of the world. As he cultivated a serene heart, honing his swordsmanship against the occasional encounters with the deranged disciples of the demonic sect, he inadvertently earned the title of the white-clad sword master. Unbeknownst to him, the common folk of the mortal realm had become aware that a disciple from the prominent sect of the Central Plains, the Qingyun Sect, had emerged, embodying the heavenly spirit and wielding a sword to vanquish evil. Countless young aspirants of immortality, along with valiant heroes of the world, emulated him, donning white robes and swords as they traversed the rivers and lakes, igniting a wave of fervor. At this moment, as he listened to the resonant chimes emanating from the Tianyin Temple, Long Xian felt his heart clear, as if the slight traces of malevolence accumulated from slaying the fierce beasts of the southern wilderness and the demons of the dark sect were being purified by the Buddhist melodies. Upon approaching, he was taken aback to witness throngs of common folk bustling around the entrance of Tianyin Temple, one of the three major orthodox sections. Countless individuals held incense and bowed in reverence, filling the steps and squares, the temple both inside and outside, with an unimaginable abundance of offerings. This scene left Long Xian somewhat perplexed. A grand establishment like Tianyin Temple, revered among the orthodox sects, appeared as if it were an ordinary temple open to the myriad of secular citizens for worship. In both his past and present lives, Long Xian had grown accustomed to the so-called ethereal demeanor of the immortal realm, whether it was Mount Shu or Qingyun Mountain. He had never witnessed ordinary folk ascending the mountains to offer prayers and wishes. As Long Xian drew closer, a monk in his 30s approached, hands clasped, and bowed deeply. "Esteemed patron, I humbly bow to you." Long Xian returned the gesture with a gentle smile. "I am Long Xian, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Pleased to meet you, esteemed brother." Upon hearing Long Xian address him as brother, and noticing his ethereal and transcendent demeanor, the monk understood that he was indeed a member of the Daoist sect. With slightly furrowed brows, he said, "Ba, may I inquire from which celestial mountain this esteemed brother hails, and what brings you to our Tianyin Temple?" Long Xian nodded slightly and replied, "I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, here to seek the venerable Uncle Puji of your temple. I would appreciate it if you could relay my visit." The monk, upon hearing this, was filled with respect. He was aware of the Qingyun Sect's traditions. Only disciples who had reached at least the 4th level of the Taiji Xianshan realm were permitted to descend the mountain for journeys. Thus, despite Long Xian's youthful appearance, he was not someone he could treat lightly. He immediately ceased to refer to himself as brother. Hands clasped, he said, "My apologies, esteemed brother. You are indeed a distinguished disciple of Qingyun. Please enter the quiet room and await my return as I inform the Dharma Master." After a brief wait in the quiet room, Long Xian heard footsteps outside, and 3 monks entered, led by the previous monk. In the center stood a fair-skinned monk with bright eyes, clad in a moon-white robe. He appeared somewhat frail, yet commanded respect. Following him was a tall monk with thick brows and a rugged visage, emanating a dignified presence. If not for his robe, one might mistake him for a bandit. The young, fair monk assessed Long Xian and, impressed, praised him in silence for his celestial bearing. He announced, "Ba, esteemed Daoist brother, please. I am the Dharma Master of Tianyin Temple, and these two are my fellow disciples, Fashion and Fazhong." Fazhong and the towering Fashion both greeted Long Xian. With a gentle smile, Long Xian addressed the Dharma Master. "I have long admired the name of the Dharma Master, renowned for being a rare talent in the orthodox cultivation community. It is a pleasure to finally meet you today. I am Long Xian, a humble disciple under the guidance of Master Dao Xuan of the Qingyun Sect. I hope my impromptu visit does not inconvenience you." The Dharma Master was taken aback, surprise flickering across his face before he smiled and bowed. "I am but a humble practitioner, unworthy of such praise from Brother Long. I did not expect to meet the esteemed Long in person, truly a figure of unparalleled grace, worthy of the title of white-clad sword master. In truth, Long Xian's reputation had grown far beyond what he himself had anticipated. Although Master Dao Xuan had not publicly declared it, he had privately indicated his intention to establish Long Xian as his heir. Furthermore, Long Xian's profound cultivation and his undefeated exploits against demons had solidified his name over the past year, bringing honor to the Qingyun Sect. Even the Dharma Master's own teacher, the head of Tianyin Temple, Pu Hong, had praised Long Xian for his exceptional mastery of both the law and the sword, declaring him a beacon of the orthodox path. Thus, the Dharma Master certainly would not be unfamiliar with Long Xian. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned to the matter at hand. The Dharma Master smiled. I have heard from Fa Zhong that you seek my uncle Puji. May I inquire about your intentions? Noticing a hint of hesitation on Long Xian's face, he joined his hands. If there are matters that are difficult to disclose, there is no need to share. I can inform Master Pu Hong on your behalf. Long Xian shook his head, smiling lightly. You overestimate me, Dharma Master. There is nothing I cannot share. I have come regarding this. With that, Long Xian reached into his robe and produced a purplish orb, within which azure energy surged against the walls of the orb, seemingly alive, yearning to break free. Each time the azure energy approached the surface, a brilliant purple lotus would bloom, repelling it back. Despite this, the moment the orb appeared, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. The Dharma Master scrutinized the orb for a while, as if recalling something, his expression shifting dramatically. This is indeed the blood-eating orb of the demonic path? Long Xian nodded gravely. Over 4 years ago, I encountered Uncle Puji at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, where we faced 2 formidable practitioners of the demonic sect. During our confrontation, Uncle Puji was ambushed by a 7-tailed centipede, sustaining grave injuries. As he returned to Tianyin Temple, fearing that he could not safeguard this blood-eating orb due to his condition, he entrusted it to me. The Dharma Master nodded, recalling the incident from over 4 years ago, when Uncle Puji had returned to the temple, bloodied and injured. He had not realized that this incident was linked to the blood-eating orb. With 4 years having passed, the seal placed on the orb by Uncle Puji had been shattered by the malevolent spirit within. Observing the Dharma Master's astonished countenance, Long Xian toyed with the orb in his right hand and continued, Fortunately, during my youth, I encountered a remarkable individual who imparted to me a technique known as the purple lotus sealing method. I have reinforced the orb daily, preventing the malevolent spirit from wreaking havoc upon the world. Today, I have come to Tianyin Temple not only to visit Uncle Puji, but also to return this malevolent orb to him. At this moment, the Dharma Master, still unsettled, listened to Long Xian's words with growing respect, his demeanor becoming solemn. Amit Ba? Brother Long, your solitary efforts to suppress this unparalleled malevolent artifact for years are truly commendable. A deed of immeasurable merit. Long Xian waved his hand modestly. I acted on someone else's behalf, and it is a matter of loyalty. I kindly ask you to inform Uncle Puji. The Dharma Master hesitated for a moment before responding. However, Uncle Puji is not currently in the temple. Is Uncle Puji traveling the world once again? Long Xian inquired curiously. Not quite. The Dharma Master shook his head. After recovering from his grave injuries, it seemed he had an epiphany regarding the Buddhist teachings. He conversed with our esteemed teachers, Pu Gong and Pu Fong, and relocated to the Wanfa Tower on the back mountain of Shumi for secluded meditation. It has been nearly 4 years now. Long Xian's face revealed a look of distress. After contemplating for a moment, he turned to the Dharma Master. Are any of the other revered monks present in the temple? The Dharma Master nodded slightly. Master Pu Hong, along with Masters Pu Fong, Pu Kong, and Pude, are all currently in the temple for quiet meditation. Long Xian nodded, a smile breaking across his face. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to Dharma Master Pu Hong. The Dharma Master smiled faintly, hands clasped. Of course, esteemed Brother Long. Please follow me. Chapter 33. The sound of the great compassionate Buddha tempering the sword heart as Long Xian followed the Dharma Master to the residence of Master Pu Hong. He could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Dharma Master, as Tianyin Temple is a major Buddhist sect, why is it open to the secular world? The Dharma figure smiled faintly, his hands pressed together, as he led Long Xian around the great hero hall and out the back gate of the Tianyin Temple. Speaking as he walked, this is the wish of my esteemed master. After assuming the position of abbot, he, along with 3 other senior monks, delved into Buddhist teachings and made a great vow, stating, the Buddha is the Buddha of all beings, not merely my own. Thus, he decided to open the mountain gates to welcome the common people. Pointing to a narrow path leading to the summit of Mount Sumeru, he revealed a bittersweet smile. Yet, those who leave the secular world require tranquility. My master and several seniors are fond of solitude. Thus they reside in a small temple at the peak, which we often refer to as the Little Tianyin Temple. Long Xian nodded, sighing softly. If I do not enter hell, who will? The actions of Master Pu Hong, embodying the teachings, truly inspire admiration. The Dharma figure nodded slightly, smiling gently, and said nothing further. Although Mount Sumeru cannot rival the towering peaks of Qingyun, it is far from low. The Tianyin Temple they just left is nestled halfway up the mountain. Yet their ascent took half an hour before they finally beheld the plaque of the Little Tianyin Temple. From an exterior perspective, the temple indeed lives up to its name. Being modest in size with only 3 courtyards, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Tianyin Temple above. However, this place is distant from the mundane world. Surrounding it are tall pines and slender bamboos, forming a dense forest. As the mountain breeze passes, the pines sway and the bamboos rustle, creating an indescribable serenity and elegance. A stark contrast to the hustle and bustle below. The Dharma figure guided Long Xian through the central hall, turned right at 2 corners, and entered the back hall, which contained 3 tranquil meditation rooms. Stepping forward toward the middle room, the Dharma figure called out in a clear voice, "Master, Long Xian from Qingyun requests an audience." A voice from within the meditation room, though aged, was warm and welcoming. "Bring in the young disciple Long. Do not neglect our esteemed guest." As they entered the meditation room, Long Xian glanced around, noting the simplicity of the space, which was even less adorned than the guest room he had previously occupied. Abbot Pu Hong sat cross-legged on the meditation platform, a string of prayer beads in hand, looking at him with a gentle smile. Disciple Long Xian pays respects to Master Pu Hong. Long Xian bowed deeply, regardless of his own cultivation or demeanor. The presence of Master Pu Hong radiated the true essence of a great sage, incomparable to the hypocrisy of figures like Yunilan. Thus, while he might confront Yunilan with hostility, he could only approach Master Pu Hong with reverence. Master Pu Hong scrutinized him closely, his gaze shining with a unique benevolence. As he turned the prayer beads in his hand and smiled, "I observe that you have gathered your true essence, returning to your original state. Have you perhaps reached the realm of supreme clarity?" Upon hearing this, the Dharma figure beside Master Pu Hong trembled slightly, astonished as he looked at Long Xian. "Master's insight is as sharp as a torch. I have indeed fortuitously broken into the realm of supreme clarity." Long Xian nodded slightly, feeling no surprise. It was only natural for Master Pu Hong, esteemed alongside his master Dao Xuan, to possess profound cultivation. Furthermore, Long Xian had not concealed his progress, so being seen through was hardly astonishing. "Ba, Master Dao Xuan has taken in an exceptional disciple." Master Pu Hong's voice was calm, and he smiled. "May I ask, young disciple, what brings you here?" Long Xian produced the blood-devouring pearl, holding it in his right hand, and presented it to Master Pu Hong with a smile. "I come for 2 purposes. First, to visit Master Pu Ji. Second, I hope Master can employ the wondrous methods of Buddhism to permanently suppress the malevolent spirit within this pearl." Master Pu Hong's expression turned serious as he took the blood-devouring pearl, examining it closely. He inhaled sharply. Ba, what a domineering and fierce aura. This pearl had been lost for 1,000 years and had been suppressed by 2 supreme methods, yet the bloodthirst within remained remarkably resilient. Truly deserving of the title of a treasure of the demonic sect. Long Xian nodded slightly, gravely stating, "Master's words are indeed true. The demonic power of the blood-devouring pearl is overwhelming, and its bloodthirst is astonishing. Common methods cannot suppress it." Master Pu Hong pressed his palms together. "Do not worry, young disciple. The powers of Buddhism excel in restraining such demonic entities. As long as I and several of my junior brothers form a Vajra crossing calamity circle, we shall surely dispel the malevolent aura of this pearl." Long Xian nodded and handed the blood-devouring pearl to Master Pu Hong, saying, "Then I shall trouble Master with this." He paused, a hint of regret crossing his face. "Since Master Pu Ji is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed, please convey my regards to him when he emerges." At the mention of Master Pu Ji's name, a complex expression flickered in Master Pu Hong's eyes. Yet his smile remained. "Young disciple, since you have traveled such a distance to Tianyin Temple, why not stay a few more days? It would allow our temple to extend its hospitality." Long Xian hesitated, but seeing Master Pu Hong's goodwill, he could not refuse. Thus, he agreed. "Then I shall impose upon you." After exchanging pleasantries with Master Pu Hong, he followed the Dharma figure to the guest quarters. Master Pu Hong watched Long Xian's retreating figure until he vanished from sight, then sighed softly towards the back mountains of Sumru. Junior brother, fate has been determined. All things will ultimately ebb and flow. After years of studying Buddhism, have you still not seen through the concept of reincarnation? Alas, the Tianyin Temple, majestic and grand, loomed over Mount Sumru, where countless mortals gathered from all directions at dawn, bowing before the statues within the temple, expressing their wishes and seeking divine blessings. Thousands came, and thousands departed. This ebb and flow of time never paused. Only the golden Buddha within the hall remained eternally smiling, while the lanterns outside burned bright, seemingly witnessing the vicissitudes of life. In the blink of an eye, Long Xian had spent several days within Tianyin Temple, listening to the morning bell and evening drum, resonating from an unknown place within the temple as he silently passed his days. Strangely, in just a few days, he felt as if he had seamlessly integrated into this extraordinary environment. Aside from occasionally conversing with familiar monks and taking leisurely strolls along the mountain paths, he spent most of his time in silence, perusing scriptures, lost in thought. He did not deliberately practice the Taiji Qian Dao or the Zhuxian Zhuangqing, yet he sensed his power was steadily advancing every moment. He reflected on his past life in Shushan, his current existence in Qingyun, and this inexplicable transmigration, vaguely feeling that in the unreachable heights of the heavens, there lay the realm of reincarnation, governing the destinies of all beings. In these days, he had even neglected his daily sword training, standing atop Mount Sumru at dawn, gazing at the rising sun. On the first day, as a swordsman, the intangible sharpness within him diminished by more than half. On the second day, due to his cultivation of the true methods, the ethereal aura he had previously exuded gradually faded. By the third day, standing outside his own quarters, watching the sun set and the evening glow dissipate into a sky full of stars, the sword intent that had once lingered within him vanished, leaving him in a state of confusion, as if he had lost his very soul. High atop the distant 10,000 Buddha Tower, Master Pu Hong stood alongside an elderly monk, gazing down at Long Xian's courtyard. Merely 3 days, just 3 days, murmured the old monk, a smile gracing his face. Amitabha, he has attained enlightenment. Master Pu Hong nodded slightly, his expression filled with compassion. This young man possesses a resolute spirit and extraordinary talent. In just 3 days, he has discerned the profound essence of the great compassionate Buddha's teachings. Truly remarkable. I wonder how high he will elevate Qingyun in the future. The old monk nodded fervently, his eyes sparkling with fervor. If he continues to grow, perhaps he will forge an immortal path for our cultivation realm that lasts through the ages. Listening to the old monk's words, Master Pu Hong's eyes clouded with concern, the prayer beads in his hands spinning faster as he chanted the Buddhist scriptures. Yet he offered no further response. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Long Xian finally regained his senses, as if awakening from a profound dream. Grasping his sword, Qing Ping, he executed one stroke after another, each movement seemingly simple, yet evoking an impression of boundless variation, where the techniques appeared finite, but the underlying essence was infinite. Absent were the scattered glimmers of sword light and the overwhelming aura of sword intent. It was merely a display of swordplay, stripped of flamboyant flourishes, leaving only the purest essence of the sword's artistry, embodying the paradox of form emerging from formlessness. At that moment, Long Xian's sword was devoid of ostentation. Attuned to the silent whispers of the wind and rain, each strike directed unerringly at his own heart. After a considerable time, he sheathed his sword and opened his eyes, murmuring softly, "A true master of battle does not seek glory. The sword is inherently dull. Only when unsheathed does it taste blood." Just then, a series of firm knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a clear voice. "Is Brother Long present?" "I, the monk Fa Xiang, request an audience." Chapter 34. The silent jade wall of the Buddhist temple. As Fa Xiang entered, he beheld Long Xian's figure. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of disorientation washed over him. The young visage before him remained unchanged, yet bore an inexplicable depth, an overwhelming vastness that captivated his very spirit, as if within those eyes the cycles of life and death were in constant flux. Noticing Fa Xiang's peculiar demeanor, Long Xian furrowed his brow, and with a subtle shift of his thoughts, the lingering sword aura dissipated instantly. After a brief moment, Fa Xiang regained his composure. When he looked at Long Xian again, he appeared unchanged. Yet Fa Xiang knew that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. For the past 2 days, his esteemed mentor, Master Pu Hong, had been invoking the profound Buddhist chants of great compassion, merging them with the morning bell and evening drum, the intent of which was unmistakable. Observing Long Xian's unusual state, Fa Xiang understood it to signify his mentor's profound intentions had not been in vain. However, he pondered what insights this brother Long had gleaned from the resonant chants of great compassion. Long Xian inclined his head slightly to Fa Xiang and inquired, "Brother Fa Xiang, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Fa Xiang gathered his thoughts and forced a smile, saying, "Ba, I come at my master's behest to invite Brother Long to join us after your evening meal." Long Xian paused briefly, then chuckled lightly. "How fortuitous. I, too, am seeking Master Pu Hong. I shall visit shortly." Fa Xiang pressed his palms together, uttering a chant, and nodded respectfully to Long Xian. Upon returning to the summit of the small Tianyin Temple, Long Xian could not help but pause momentarily, glancing back at the quietude of Mount Sumru, which appeared particularly serene in the night, a refreshing respite from the day's clamor. The only sounds were the monks within, chanting their scriptures and the rhythmic beat of wooden fish, lending an air of solemnity to the temple. After a brief pause, he turned abruptly and made his way to Master Pu Hong's quarters, where the vast courtyard echoed solely with the sound of his footsteps. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the meditation room, gently knocking on the door. From within came Master Pu Hong's calm voice. "Is that you, my nephew Long? Please, come in." Long Xian responded softly and entered. Inside, Master Pu Hong sat serenely on the meditation bed, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded Long Xian's entrance. Long Xian's expression turned serious, and with a sudden bow, he performed 3 deep salutations, proclaiming, "Disciple Long Xian humbly thanks my esteemed uncle for your guidance and support." Master Pu Hong smiled gently, turning his prayer beads, and replied, "Ba, all things in this world are bound by fate. Your enlightenment is a result of your own karmic connections. I am merely a fortunate witness to your journey, and such reverence is unwarranted." Long Xian nodded slightly, then replied with a smile, "Once a teacher, forever a father. Though my uncle has not directly imparted the true teachings, through the celestial sounds of the Buddhist path, you have illuminated my understanding of the sword. Thus, I must honor you with the respect due to a master." Ba. Master Pu Hong's eyes softened, and he recited a Buddhist chant, emanating a compassionate aura. "I have conferred with several fellow monks, and the usual methods prove ineffective against the bloodthirsty specter. For now, there is but one approach that may be tested." "Oh, what method do you seek my assistance with?" Long Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. Master Pu Hong clasped his hands together but countered with a question. "Do you know of the uninscribed jade wall located behind our Tianyin Temple? Standing over 7 zhang high and as smooth as jade, it is said that our temple's founder attained enlightenment beneath this jade wall, thereby establishing the lineage of Tianyin Temple." Long Xian paused momentarily, seemingly puzzled about the connection between the jade wall and the resolution of the bloodthirsty specter. Nonetheless, recognizing Master Pu Hong's inquiry, he replied, "Indeed, I have encountered mention of the jade wall in our temple's records, which states it is the treasured artifact of your esteemed temple." Master Pu Hong smiled faintly and rose, pacing to stand before Long Xian. "The jade wall lies within the mountains of Sumuru, where the Buddhist aura is most solemn and auspicious. Tomorrow at noon, I wish to gather the monks and disciples at the jade wall to form a Vajra protective circle. Such auspicious energy may suppress the malevolent spirit." He paused, gazing at Long Xian, and added, "This is a significant event. If you have time tomorrow, I invite you to accompany Fa Xiang to witness it." Long Xian nodded, saying, "I am grateful for my uncle's kind invitation. I shall certainly attend tomorrow at noon." The uninscribed jade wall that Master Pu Hong spoke of was located in the mountains behind Sumuru. Long Xian initially thought it would be easy to locate. But to his surprise, the following day, after preparing and following Fa Xiang and brother Fa Shan along the mountain path for nearly half an hour, they still had not glimpsed the jade wall. All 3 were accomplished practitioners with agile movements, navigating the rugged terrain, yet before they knew it, they had left Tianyin Temple far behind, now out of sight. The scenery along the way was quite different. As Long Xian traversed the path, he found the mountains and waters reminiscent of the peaks of the 7 channels of Qingyun, momentarily lost in thought. While pondering, Long Xian suddenly heard Fa Xiang ahead call out, "Brother Long, look, we are nearing the jade wall." Long Xian was startled and looked forward, but all he saw was the winding mountain path, dense forests on one side, and thickets of weeds and brambles on the other. With a cliff just 3 feet away, there was no sign of the jade wall they spoke of, which was said to stand over 7 zhang high. Seeing Long Xian's expression, Fa Xiang chuckled. "Do you doubt this place, brother?" Long Xian nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings, yet finding nothing. He asked, "Pray tell, brother Fa Xiang, where's the jade wall?" Xiang smiled and took a few steps forward to the edge of the cliff. Turning back to say, the jade wall is just beneath this cliff, within the valley. Long Xian was taken aback, and Xiang laughed. Let us descend. With that, he leaped off, and brother Xian followed suit. Long Xian contemplated for a moment before activating his agility and leaping after the two. The valley was remarkably enchanting. As Long Xian descended, a mist enveloped him, akin to a layer of clouds, remaining undispersed despite the mountain winds. He suppressed his protective energy and took a gentle breath, finding the mist extraordinarily cold, almost like the liquefied essence of water, coursing through his meridians and refreshing his body and mind. Suddenly, a deep, resonant chant echoed as if from the heavens, reverberating like the heavy toll of a temple bell. Accompanying this chant was a solemn force that surged from the unknown ground beneath him, akin to a tidal wave soaring skyward, causing the surrounding mist to swirl and gradually thin, rendering the scenery before Long Xian crystal clear. Before him stood a small, smooth stone platform, upon which floated a pearl shrouded in purple mist, the bloodthirsty pearl. Surrounding the platform was an area of 3 zhang, where sparse trees stood, encircled by dozens of monks from Tianyin Temple. Though their positions were varied and lacked orderly arrangement, an underlying unity of profound principles flowed among them, subtly forming a formation of sorts. At the forefront of the monks sat the esteemed Abbot Puhong of Tianyin Temple, with the distinguished monk Pufang, one of the 4 revered monks of Tianyin, seated to his left. Recently, Long Xian had encountered him. To the right of Abbot Puhong sat a rather peculiar monk, one Long Xian had never seen before. His gaunt visage and sallow complexion bore the pallor of a dying man, and his age seemed to eclipse even that of Abbot Puhong. The identity of this enigmatic figure was unknown, but his presence alongside the 2 eminent monks indicated that he must be a remarkable elder of Tianyin Temple. Long Xian offered a respectful bow to Abbot Puhong, who returned the gesture with a smile, saying, "Nephew has arrived." Long Xian nodded slightly, casting his gaze about, and inquired, "Uncle, may I ask where the wordless jade bai is?" Abbot Puhong replied with a smile, "In just a moment, you shall behold it." Nodding in acknowledgement, Long Xian moved to a corner of the valley, seated himself, and intently observed Abbot Puhong as he performed his incantation. "Disciples, form the formation," commanded Abbot Puhong, his robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, a faint golden halo appearing around him, while a semblance of 7 luminous rings manifested behind his head. "By the abbot's decree," responded Pufang and the aged monk in unison. Their palms pressed together as an extraordinary force began to surge and integrate into the array behind the 3. Long Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the legendary wordless jade bai. Before him, upon a diminutive stone platform, beneath a sheer cliff, a mirror-like wall rose straight up, exceeding 7 zhang in height and 4 zhang in width. The wall, appearing like jade yet not quite, was impeccably smooth, reflecting the beauty of the heavens and earth, as well as the distant mountains, all captured within the jade bai. Long Xian and the monks of Tianyin Temple appeared minuscule beneath this magnificent sight. Chapter 35. The unveiling of the blood-devouring pearl's true form. Long Xian remained silent for a prolonged moment, releasing a deep breath, closing his eyes, whereupon a faint purple mark emerged at his brow. If he was to witness the ceremony, it was only natural to utilize his spiritual sense for a clearer view. At that instant, dozens of Tianyin monks, including Abbot Puhong, Pufang, and the mysterious elder, joined in a chant of Buddhist sutras, golden halos gradually ascending, forming myriad incomprehensible characters that flowed into the wordless jade bai, their chanting growing ever more resonant, enveloping the atmosphere in solemnity. Suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted as the unique formation the monks occupied glimmered with radiant golden brilliance. The aura of the monks intensified, and moments later, a deafening roar echoed, as a magnificent golden mantra of a great Buddha manifested above the formation, slowly ascending. The blood-devouring pearl upon the stone platform seemed to sense impending danger, its inner azure energy swirling and violently striking against the pearl's walls. Long Xian's half-formed purple seal emitted muffled thuds, the purple light wavering, as if on the brink of collapse. "Enough, you vile creature, why do you not submit to justice? What do you await?" Abbot Puhong, his Buddhist light swirling around him, abruptly rose, his robes inflating without wind, hands forming the water bottle mudra, his eyes wide open, his entire being suffused with golden light as he intoned, "Om, Ma, and I, Padme, Hum." This was the 6-character mantra previously wielded by Puji when he and Long Xian fought side by side. In the void, 6 enormous golden characters appeared, spinning and darting forward, enveloping the blood-devouring pearl, as the supreme power of Buddhism surged forth, seeking to suppress the malevolent spirit attempting to break free. However, it was too late. Alarmed, Long Xian's eyes flew open, his expression shifting dramatically. Simultaneously, a muffled sound reverberated, and in an instant, it seemed as though the sky had darkened. The azure light from the blood-devouring pearl flared brightly, transforming the entire pearl into a vivid azure hue, as a mist of purple light flickered, shattering the lotus totem of the purple seal completely. With a tumultuous roar, boundless azure and crimson radiance erupted from the blood-devouring pearl, accompanied by overwhelming bloodlust and sinister energy. As if the pearl were basking in a surging sea of blood, emitting sounds of satisfaction. In the next moment, a chilling aura surged through Long Xian's spiritual sense, racing towards his spirit sea. The vivid halo enveloping the blood-devouring pearl hovered above his head, casting an eerie glow upon Long Xian's eyes, akin to ghostly flames. All transpired with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the blood-devouring pearl had broken through the monk's Buddhist power restraints, and now loomed before Long Xian, its bloodlight seemingly poised to siphon his very essence. This is dire. Abbot Puhong and the other two monks changed color, aware that Long Xian's identity was no ordinary one. If calamity were to befall him at Tianyin Temple, even the most benevolent Dao Xuan would not let the temple go unscathed. Brother, we must prioritize rescuing Long Xian. He cannot come to harm. Pufong stood, his expression grave, a flash of golden light in his hand revealing a resplendent alms bowl, his renowned artifact, the Stupa Golden Bowl. All disciples, heed the command, formed the Vajra ring formation. Abbot Puhong's visage was as dark as water, a mysterious golden wheel emerging behind him. As the resonant sound of mantras filled the air, subtly suppressing the blood-devouring pearl's malevolent energy. In truth, Long Xian's predicament was far less perilous than Abbot Puhong had surmised. Let us not forget, the heart sword cultivated from the nine heavens mysterious scripture was inherently composed of both the most yang and most yin energies. When the sword embryo was forged, it absorbed the celestial and terrestrial anomalies ensnared for millennia within the 8 fiends inferno of the Incense Valley, an immensely dangerous entity in its own right, rivaling even the blood-devouring pearl. Thus, with the heart sword safeguarding his spirit sea, Long Xian, aside from an initial moment of surprise, quickly regained his composure, wielding the heart sword's essence to contend with the encroaching bloodlight and malice. At this moment, under the midday sun, with the celestial energies at their zenith, as Abbot Puhong and the other monks encircled Long Xian in the formation, the wordless jade by radiated splendid golden light, shimmering magnificently, accompanied by the resounding chants. Golden Buddhist light began to seep forth from the jade by, slowly enveloping Long Xian, who sat beside it. This golden light, though faint, brimmed with vitality, its flickering brilliance exuding an indescribable sense of solemnity and reverence. The blood-devouring pearl, unable to withstand the relentless pressure from the external Buddhist power, radiated vast quantities of azure light and black fog, enveloping Long Xian entirely, the chilling aura intensifying exponentially. The moss within a 3-zhang radius of Long Xian appeared to wither instantaneously, succumbing to a sudden deathly pallor. Surrounding him, a haze of lifeless energy coalesced, drawing in power with increasing ferocity. Yet, encased in the azure light and black fog, Long Xian felt an unexpected joy. The essence of his heart sword, comprising the very anomalies of heaven and earth, was a formidable weapon, inherently a bane to malevolent spirits. However, the entanglement of good and evil in this world was so profound that since the inception of his heart sword, he had only occasionally unleashed its intent in battle, never revealing its true form beyond the knowledge of Bai. Now, with the blood-devouring pearl nearby, Long Xian found a perfect pretext to reveal the heart sword's true essence without hesitation. With a thought, the heart sword, which had been standing guard at the periphery of Long Xian's spirit sea, trembled slightly and transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring from the crown of his head. In the next instant, the entire Mount Shumi was engulfed in tumultuous winds, the sky darkening with swirling blood clouds and the ominous rumble of thunder. As if the very rays of the sun had been suppressed, and a boundless malevolent aura surged skyward, tearing at the heavens. Amitba, the heavens manifest blood light. Great calamity descends. The overwhelming power of the blood-devouring pearl could even provoke a shift in the celestial realm, leaving Abbot Puhong aghast and muttering in shock, while urgently invoking the great Brahma mantra, infusing Buddhist power to fortify the formation. In that moment, amidst the swirling dark mist and azure light, a different scene unfolded. Long Xian's expression was icy, his eyes flickering with an unfathomable sword energy that seemed to permeate the air. His long, dark hair broke free from the confines of a red ribbon, swirling chaotically as if stirred by an unseen force. In his right hand, he grasped an extraordinary sword, half golden and half red, his very essence merging with the surroundings, exuding a limitless sword intent and a formidable aura of menace. In an instant, Long Xian flicked his wrist, unleashing a streak of golden-red sword light that sliced through the air. It transformed from utter stillness to wild motion, piercing the ethereal realm and hurtling towards the blood-devouring pearl. A deafening roar erupted from the valley as the golden-red sword light cleaved through layers of dark mist like mere parchment, colliding violently with the blood-devouring pearl. The next moment, the pearl trembled slightly, and the dark mist and azure light enveloping Long Xian began to waver precariously. Crack! A series of crisp sounds emanated from the point of impact with the sword light. Long Xian looked up to find a thin crack appearing on the surface of the blood-devouring pearl, which quickly spread, marred by fissures reminiscent of Ashura's visage, silently mocking the world. With a thunderous crash, the pearl shattered completely, and a thick, blood-red essence, as if imbued with a spirit, let out a mournful wail, swirling momentarily in the air before merging into the blade of Long Xian's heart sword. He did not resist, for the malevolent essence was a boon for his heart sword. As anticipated, after merging with the blood essence, the heart sword solidified further, with a vivid crimson pattern emerging on the blade, enhancing its ominous allure. Just as Long Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, two faint golden lights surged forth from the blood essence, piercing into his brow and racing towards his consciousness. An intense agony momentarily dazed him. When Long Xian regained his senses, his consciousness had already entered a realm of perception. Before him, brilliant lights erupted, dividing the vast expanse of golden radiance into two factions, gradually revealing a series of distorted characters, deeply engraved as if etched into the fabric of reality. Alongside these were countless ancient, golden symbols that were difficult to comprehend. Amidst the flickering golden-red light, the characters danced vibrantly, and within the runes, 10 ancient characters emerged, proclaiming, "Heaven and earth are devoid of compassion," treating all beings as mere fodder. Chapter 36. The mysterious sword shadow. Each character of these 10 words was nearly the size of a human, their strokes archaic yet powerful, flowing like dragons and snakes, penetrating the very essence of existence, exuding an aura that seemed to challenge the heavens themselves. At first glance, Long Xian felt little impact, but upon closer inspection, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if he were entranced, devouring each word and line with an insatiable thirst, oblivious to the world around him. In the primordial creation, in the era of chaos, when ignorance reigned and the sun and moon shared their brilliance, the heavens and earth merged into one, transforming into clarity and murkiness. The celestial phenomena bore no punishment, and the path held no name. Thus it is said, there is no self, no other, no sentient beings, nor those who age, only the attainment of illumination. Embracing the righteous path, one's innermost nature aligns with the essence of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, profound changes unfolded within his dantian. As the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish formed during the Upper Clarity period spun rapidly, intertwining strands of mysterious azure true essence with the 9 heavens purple energy emanating from the heart sword, merging with the earthly malevolence, giving rise to strands of silver white, peculiar mystical power in the center of his dantian. As Long Xian continued to study the nameless mystical formula, this newly birthed silver white energy gradually expanded. Outside, as the blood-devouring pearl shattered, the vast azure light and dark mist naturally dissipated. The monks of Tianyin Temple witnessed Long Xian, pale and bleeding from the mouth, seated on the ground in a meditative state, his true essence boiling, a torrent of vast and mysterious silver light emanating from his pores and acupoints. At that moment, the temple's treasured nameless jade disc seemed to sense an inexplicable call, suddenly radiating a brilliant light that enveloped Long Xian, revealing numerous ancient golden characters that shimmered with brilliance. Such an extraordinary event had never been witnessed by any of the monks, including Master Pu Hong. They observed the jade disc, at times exuding auspicious energy, at times flickering ominously, the solemn golden light mingling with an eerie red glow, creating a sense of suffocating pressure. "Master, what is happening?" The expression of the Dharma figure turned pale, glancing intermittently at the golden characters appearing on the nameless jade disc, and then at the pallid Long Xian, who remained in deep meditation. Master Pu Hong's countenance grew grave, as he cradled the golden disc in his right hand, speaking slowly. It seems that Long Xian's true essence is undergoing some profound transformation. Whether it is for better or worse, we cannot intervene. We must protect him. The monks nodded, some occasionally glancing at the jade disc, only to be met with dizziness and a disordered sense of Buddhist power, prompting them to center their thoughts and avert their gazes. Time flowed quietly, and 3 days passed. The brilliant golden light of the mysterious formula inscribed on the jade disc showed no signs of waning, and the soft radiance continued to envelop Long Xian. At this moment, his countenance was tranquil, forming an unnamed hand seal, the silver light surrounding him flickering gently, though faint. It created an illusion of boundless vastness. Master Pu Hong slowly opened his eyes from meditation, his expression complex as he glanced at the mysterious characters on the jade disc. Sighing softly, "Amitba, have you too also discerned this?" He shook his head gently, continuously sighing. Seated to his left, the monk Pu Fong bore a grim expression, speaking softly. "I did not expect such extraordinary powers to exist in this world. Even a mere fragment can be so profound, hinting at the great principles of our Buddhist teachings. I wonder who the exalted master was that left this behind. The Tao of heaven is vast and unpredictable. Who can foresee its depths?" Since the mysterious chapters began to manifest on the jade disc, the 3 great monks of Tianyin Temple had begun their study. Yet, they soon realized that these chapters were endless, merely remnants of a mystical formula, yet containing supreme truths of Buddhism, subtly resonating with the teachings of the great Brahman Prajna, offering inspiration even to such esteemed figures as themselves. All 3 were astute individuals, and connecting this with the legends surrounding the nameless jade disc. They understood, the tales were indeed true. The founder of Tianyin Temple must have fortuitously encountered these texts, leading to the comprehension of the great Brahman Prajna method. The path they held dear had evolved from a mere fragment, explaining the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 3 great monks. At this moment, however, an inexplicable danger loomed within Long Xian, as 3 radiant and mysterious formulas floated in a trident formation within his consciousness. Should an outsider enter, they would undoubtedly see that the distorted golden characters of the 3rd formula bore an uncanny resemblance to the nameless remnants displayed on the jade disc. Under the guidance of these 3 formulas, the pores of Long Xian's body and the heavenly gate atop his head continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the malevolent essence of the land, and the overwhelming Buddhist power flooding the valley. These 3 formulas were akin to branches of a singular, unparalleled truth, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th sections of an extraordinary technique. Due to the incompleteness of the formulas, the practice was fraught with obscurities, akin to a traveler facing countless abrupt cliffs on their journey, resulting in an alien spiritual force relentlessly compressing and impacting Long Xian's meridians and dantian. Were it not for Long Xian's innate Daoist body, naturally expansive dantian, and the interconnectedness of his 100 meridians, he would have surely succumbed to madness under the overwhelming onslaught of this spiritual force. Even so, after 3 days, he was nearing exhaustion, his mental faculties severely impaired, his spiritual energy clashing violently within, almost bursting forth. Just then, within his consciousness, the ancient tome housing the Tai Xuan Sword Classic stirred to life, its pages fluttering, countless inscriptions soaring forth to dance around Long Xian's meridians. Wherever he passed, the once rebellious foreign powers of magic became submissive, and the damaged meridians rejuvenated like spring rain, ultimately enveloping the inscriptions like a sea of myriad rivers, transforming into colorful orbs of light that returned to the dantian, gradually merging into Long Xian's heart sword. The heart sword quivered violently, and upon its blade, 10 minuscule characters gradually emerged, signifying the essence of the profound, as if resonating with the heavens. These were the very words uttered by the mysterious female swordsman when Long Xian broke through to the 10th level of Yuqing. Observing the shift from peril to safety, Long Xian felt a sense of relief, yet he could no longer hold on, and his consciousness fell into darkness. At this moment, the monks of Tianyin Temple were equally astonished. Half a day prior, Long Xian had sat cross-legged on the ground, but now he floated, his entire being aglow with purple light, a colossal sword's phantom, covered in inscriptions, seemingly ready to cleave the heavens, materialized behind him. At the sword's edge, countless miniature worlds flickered in life and death, thunder crackled, and sword energy soared into the sky. This sword was not of this world. Master Pu Hong gazed at the heavens, slowly inhaling a breath of cold air, when he suddenly heard a thin, ancient monk beside him say softly, "This child's mastery of the sword is indeed formidable. He has achieved much at a young age." But whether this is a boon or bane remains uncertain. Master Pu Hong's face softened with compassion as he cast a deep glance at the old monk. Ba, junior brother. Tread carefully with your words. The withered monk turned his gaze to Long Xian, suspended in midair, and uttered a Buddhist chant. How fortunate is Qingyun. Long Xian now is nearly comparable to the legendary Wan Jian. The name Wan Jian was spoken in low tones, betraying a hint of respect intertwined with inexplicable mockery. Master Pu Hong remained silent, and after a moment's pause, was about to speak when a sudden stir arose beside him. Several voices gasping in surprise, and an eerie energy emanated from behind. He quickly lifted his gaze to witness the colossal sword's phantom dissipating, revealing Long Xian's form. Swathed in a swirling amalgamation of azure, purple, gold, and crimson. Eventually, these colors coalesced into the simplest duality of black and white, though this duality was peculiar, oscillating between pure white and pure black, unpredictable in its manifestation. Soon, this transformation concluded, but Long Xian remained unconscious. Master Pu Hong chanted a Buddhist invocation and immediately reached out to support Long Xian, channeling his spiritual energy into him, examining carefully, and after a while, he exhaled with relief. Ba, the auspicious Long Shizhi has divine favor. He is merely exhausted and not gravely harmed. The Dharma aspect nodded. Taking Long Xian from his mentor's grasp, I shall escort Long Shixiang to the guest room for rest. So much had transpired over the past 3 days that even Master Pu Hong, with his unflappable demeanor, felt somewhat overwhelmed. He nodded. Very well. You and Fa Shan must take good care of him. The Dharma aspect sensed his mentor's unease but refrained from inquiring further, softly chanting a Buddhist phrase as he withdrew with Long Xian upon his back. Chapter 37. The 5 Swords of Tai Xuan. The heavenly sword-style Long Xian sat cross-legged in a realm of serene emptiness, unaware of the passage of time. Here, nothing marked the flow of moments, and curiously, he felt no hunger or thirst, quietly contemplating the 3 fragmented scriptures. The more he delved into them, the more profound their significance became. In this ethereal and transcendent state, he suddenly heard unusual sounds, akin to footsteps. Long Xian opened his eyes abruptly, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed in the direction of the sound. The footsteps drew nearer, revealing the hazy silhouette of a woman amidst the darkness, surrounded by glimmers of azure light, enhancing her enigmatic allure. In such a place, you remain remarkably unperturbed, your mind steadfast. It is indeed rare. No wonder the lady holds such high hopes for you. A gentle voice echoed in Long Xian's ears. Who are you, and where is this place? The woman approached, her pace a curious blend of slow and swift, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before Long Xian, clad in a flowing azure robe, a long sword resting on her back, her long tresses bound with a pale purple ribbon, and her bare, exquisite feet glistening like jade. Her breathtakingly beautiful face bore an aura of captivating majesty, imposing. The subtle pressure emanating from her surpassed even that of Long Xian's master, Dao Xianjinren. Not even his spiritual consciousness could pinpoint her presence. Long Xian took a deep breath and bowed slightly. I am Long Xian of the Qingyun Sect. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder. The azure-clad woman smiled gently. I do not recognize the Qingyun Sect, but I shall remember your name. Her expression remained serene as she continued. When the lady shattered the void back then, she manifested the Tai Xuan Sword Canon with a fragment of her soul. We, the 4 great sword attendants, each left behind an incarnation upon this scripture. Since you have acquired the sword canon, you are the lady's successor. Today I, Qingyi, shall impart a sword technique to you. Long Xian gasped in astonishment. An incarnation possesses such a formidable aura. How powerful must her true self be? Moreover, what realm has that mysterious lady attained, capable of shattering the void? The azure-clad woman seemed to perceive Long Xian's thoughts and smiled softly, offering encouragement. There are always those beyond oneself, and heavens beyond heavens. A swordsman upholds the way of the sword, battling heaven, earth, others, and oneself. As long as the sword heart remains unwavering and diligent practice is pursued, one can dominate the world with the sword. What difficulty is there? Long Xian lifted his gaze, and in that moment, his previous confusion dissipated. He smiled freely and bowed once more to the woman. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I understand. As with countless days before, the melodious morning bell tolled once more, resonating through the Shu Mountains. Within this echo lay the weight of countless years, having witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Yet how many can savor it fully? Footsteps echoed outside the Zen chamber, and the Dharma aspect glanced outside, quickly rising to his feet to greet Master Pu Hong, who entered with a gesture of respect. Master. Master Pu Hong nodded, casting a glance at Long Xian, still resting on the Zen bed, and inquired softly, "How is he faring?" The Dharma aspect hesitated. Since that day, Long Shidi has remained in a deep slumber. However, I observe his breath is steady, and there are no signs of distress or injury. Logically, he should have awakened long ago, which troubles my heart. Master Pu Hong nodded slightly, a compassionate expression gracing his face as he sighed. Amitba, each has their own karmic path. With the demonic sect stirring restlessly, I have conferred with your two masters. We intend to send you and your junior brother Fa Shan down the mountain. The Dharma aspect was taken aback, raising his eyes to Master Pu Hong. Master, what do you mean? I do not quite understand. Master Pu Hong shook his head, smiling gently. You possess exceptional talent, rare in this world, yet more importantly, you possess a unique insight into Buddhist teachings. While our Buddhist studies are transcendent, traversing the world and practicing one's path is equally indispensable. Master Pu Hong appeared to recall something, and his smile gradually faded. Among our 4 disciples, it was you, Master Pu Ji, who was most gifted. Alas, despite your intelligence, you strayed from the path and squandered your understanding of Buddhism, seeking immortality, leading to stagnation in your cultivation. The Dharma aspect was startled and fell to the ground. Master, I wish to accompany you day and night, serving you and absorbing your teachings. Master Pu Hong chuckled softly, then sighed, pulling the Dharma aspect up. Foolish child, your understanding of Buddhism is derived from scriptures and the teachings of our elders. While it is comprehensive, it remains superficial. How can you attain true knowledge of the Buddha without venturing into the world of mortals? This decision is unalterable, but there is no need for haste. I have discussed it with Daoxian. When the time comes, you and he will descend the mountain together with the top 4 prodigies from this generation of the Qingyun Sect. As he spoke, Master Pu Hong retrieved a gleaming orb radiating a solemn golden light from his robe. Upon its appearance, it exuded golden glimmers, forming luminous circles that danced around Master Pu Hong as if imbued with spirit. The Dharma aspect was astonished. The reincarnation pearl? Master Pu Hong nodded slightly, extending his right hand forward, and the reincarnation pearl gracefully fell into his palm. This reincarnation pearl is a treasured relic of my Buddhist sect. I now entrust it to you, hoping that you will wield it to vanquish demons and uphold the esteemed name of our Tianyin. The Dharma aspect nodded solemnly, accepting the pearl from Master Pu Hong's hand, then bowed deeply, knocking his head on the ground. Rest assured, Master, your disciple will not disappoint you. Master Pu Hong's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he gazed at his kneeling disciple. Though he had long attained a state of indifference to fame and disgrace, genuine joy surfaced on his face. He gently stroked the head of the Dharma aspect, repeating 3 words, good, good, good. In the realm of Tai Xuan, Long Xian seemed to meld entirely with the void, as if he commanded the very heavens and earth, merging seamlessly with the sword in his hand. A formidable sword pressure surged into the sky. Suddenly, he turned, wielding his sword, and a black and white sword energy tore through the air like a celestial being, slicing towards the far horizon. Wherever it passed, thunderous dragons and electric serpents erupted, akin to rocks piercing the sky, creating a cacophony of sounds. Within the brilliance of the sword light lay an unparalleled meaning, embodying a sovereign essence that declared, in heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. Excellent. The woman in green clapped her hands and smiled, softly praising. In just 3 days, you have elevated the heavenly sword style to such a level. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Amid her laughter, she extended a jade-like finger, lightly gesturing, and the vast black and white sword energy dissipated into nothingness. She turned, regarding the still deep in thought Long Xian with a look of astonishment and admiration. A prodigy of swordsmanship. In just 3 days, he has mastered the Tai Xuan 5 techniques left by the young lady, achieving a profound level in the heavenly sword style, truly astonishing the woman in green. With each passing day, he seemed to progress further under her guidance, revealing an innate intuition towards the sword that allowed him to grasp its essence in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, the sound of rustling pages broke the silence, and Long Xian opened his eyes in surprise, turning towards the source of the noise. The woman in green's expression grew solemn as she sighed softly. Senior sister in green, what is that sound? With a faint smile, she replied, the time has come. You may return now. Long Xian paused, momentarily unable to comprehend her words. You have mastered the heavenly sword style and can leave now. The Tai Xuan 5 swords of the young lady formed the foundation of this style. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, The woman in green spoke to Long Xian with a sense of nostalgia, articulating every word. The Tai Xuan 5 swords, heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost. Myself and the 3 other sisters each learned a sword technique from the young lady. In the future, when your cultivation is sufficient, you will naturally meet those 3 predecessors in this realm. Long Xian's heart filled with more questions, and just as he was about to ask, the woman in green waved her hand, and his consciousness was suddenly engulfed in darkness once more. By the way, that nameless technique in your sea of consciousness is quite intriguing. If one day you can piece it together, you may carve out a path in swordsmanship that rivals the young lady's. This was the last sentence Long Xian heard before he fainted, losing consciousness. Chapter 38. Farewell to the Saha world. Return to the azure clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed like a deep bell tolling from the heavens, gradually awakening him from a profound nightmare. The resonant bell rang closer, as if striking deep within his heart. As Long Xian's awareness returned to his body, he focused inward and realized that, unbeknownst to him, the Tai Qing Qing Dao had reached the 2nd level of the supreme clarity, and the heart sword hovering within had significantly grown, surrounded by azure flames, clearly signaling the completion of the heart sword's 2nd transformation. The deep bell tolled again, seemingly relentless, continuing to resonate. Long Xian listened intently, his breathing steady, fully immersing himself in the soothing tones, letting out a nearly imperceptible sigh. How long has it been? Since his crossing into this world, this was the first time he lay here without a care in the world. Heaven and earth are the stage, and all beings are its children. The world is divided in black and white. Having traversed this world for over 7 years, Long Xian's reputation and strength had reached a considerable level. In terms of cultivation, he had attained the 2nd level of supreme clarity and the 2nd transformation of the heart sword. Regarding power, even the esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect could hardly surpass him with a mere flick of his hand. In terms of reputation, he was the most cherished disciple of the Grand Master Dao Xuan, renowned across the land as the white-clothed sword master. With such credentials, even if the world were to undergo great changes and storms were to arise, he would be the one playing the chess game, not merely a pawn on the board. Gradually, he finally opened his eyes. Buddha. This was the first sight that greeted him. A colossal character for Buddha hung from the ceiling, encircled by golden floral patterns. Surrounding it were intricately carved statues of 500 arhats, forming a grand circle. Each arhat was of similar size but possessed distinct expressions and postures, arranged in perfect order. At that moment, footsteps approached the door, and with a creak, the door to the meditation room was pushed open. A figure clad in moon-white monk robes, with a fair complexion and holding prayer beads, entered, none other than the Dharma aspect. Ah, Brother Long, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? The Dharma aspect seemed quite surprised, but wore a look of joy, chuckling lightly. Long Xian smiled and nodded slightly, replying, I am well now. I am immensely grateful for the care provided by Master Puhong and Brother Dharma aspect during this time. The Dharma aspect softly recited a Buddhist phrase, saying, Brother, you are too kind. The Tianyin Temple and Qingyun Sect have been on friendly terms for generations. We are like branches of the same tree. When you were injured, it was only right for us to care for you. Long Xian was taken aback, then smiled wryly. I was mistaken. Is Master Puhong currently in the temple? Master is in quiet meditation at the little Tianyin Temple. What matters do you have, brother? The Dharma aspect inquired, hands clasped together and nodding slightly. Long Xian nodded in response. I have been away from the sect for over 4 years, and my master is quite concerned. Now that the matter of the blood-eating pearl has been resolved, I wish to take my leave to bid farewell to Master Puhong. Amipa. If you are not fatigued, then allow me to take you there. Long Xian regarded the Dharma aspect, sensing his sincerity, and smiled. Brother, do not worry. I am in perfect health. This was Long Xian's 3rd visit to the little Tianyin Temple atop Mount Shumi. Yet, for some reason, each time he came here, he felt an extraordinary detachment, as if he were transcending the mundane world. Boom. The final bell resonated in the heavens. Long Xian gently closed his eyes, basking in the morning breeze of Tianyin Temple, while his inner breath surged quietly beneath the calm exterior, as though he were about to take flight. Amipa, Master invites you to enter the meditation room for a discussion. The Dharma aspect smiled, welcoming Long Xian into the meditation chamber. Upon entering, Long Xian saw Master Puhong seated cross-legged on the meditation bed, also smiling as he looked at him. Long Xian bowed respectfully to Master Puhong, saying, Master Puhong. Master Puhong observed Long Xian's approach, his gaze traveling from head to toe before finally resting on his hands. Suddenly, he nodded and clasped his hands together with a smile. In such a short time, You have made great strides in your cultivation, truly a cause for celebration. The Dharma aspect standing beside him was slightly taken aback, stealing a few more glances at Long Xian. Long Xian, however, maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly with a light smile. Master's discerning eye is commendable. I am indeed fortunate to have received such a fortuitous encounter. Amipa. Master Pu Hong nodded slightly, not inquiring about the so-called fortuitous encounter, but suddenly furrowed his brows, gravely stating, "For some reason, I feel that the blood and murderous aura surrounding you seems to have intensified significantly compared to before. Has there been an issue with your cultivation?" Long Xian felt a sudden chill in his heart, and as he discreetly assessed the situation, he comprehended the reason behind it. On that fateful day, he had utilized the essence of his heart sword to sever the blood-devouring pearl, absorbing the boundless malevolent energy that had accumulated over countless years within it. Although his heart sword was of a higher grade, it had yet to be fully refined, resulting in a slight manifestation of malevolent energy. Though subtle, it was not easily concealed from an extraordinary figure like Master Pu Hong. At that moment, he maintained a calm demeanor and remarked with a smile, "A swordsman must possess brilliance. After surviving this tribulation, I have gained profound insights, leading to a breakthrough in my swordsmanship. Perhaps this state of enlightenment will persist for a considerable time." Master Pu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then gently shook his head, saying, "The sea of suffering is boundless, and the distinction between good and evil lies within a single thought. As my nephew upholds the way of the sword, he must also align with the heavenly mind. Should one solely pursue ferocity and dominance, they may stray into a misguided path, which is indeed unworthy." He gestured towards the window, saying, "Outside the little Tianyin temple, there lies a great stone. Go and take a look. You may comprehend the essence of the Buddha's teachings." Long Xian nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I am enlightened." As he spoke, a resplendent sword, shimmering like autumn waters, appeared in his right palm. He caressed the blade and declared proudly, "The path of the sword for me is the path of the Sword Immortal. I command the sword with my heart and wield it with my spirit. The sword is my brother, my confidant, yet it cannot dominate my thoughts." Amipa. It is reassuring to see my nephew attain such understanding, Master Pu Hong said with a light recitation of the Buddha's name, approvingly adding, "May your journey home be smooth, and should you find leisure in the future, do visit my Tianyin temple." Long Xian nodded, exchanged greetings with Fa Xiang, and then departed the meditation chamber. Fa Xiang remained in a daze for a long while before suddenly asking, "Master, is there something amiss with Brother Long?" Master Pu Hong smiled faintly. "There is a slight manifestation of malevolence, but my nephew has already gained self-awareness, so I do not worry excessively. What comes next will depend on his own destiny." Fa Xiang bowed his head, clasped his hands in prayer, and chose not to speak further. Upon leaving the little Tianyin temple, Long Xian paused at the temple gate, hesitating for a moment before turning right. After a few steps, he indeed spotted a large stone, towering above a person, lying on the ground. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but Long Xian pondered that Master Pu Hong would not have pointed it out without a reason. Approaching, he contemplated for a moment, and suddenly his gaze sharpened, captivated by a particular spot on the stone. The stone was weathered and scarred, clearly having endured countless years of the elements. Yet there was an indistinct pattern etched upon it. Time had obscured its form, making it difficult to discern. Long Xian extended his hand, gently brushing away the dust, and after a lengthy examination, he recognized it to be the shape of a shell, now transformed into stone, fused with the massive rock. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly drew a sharp breath. The Shu Mountain range towered high, spanning miles without a deep sea in sight. Yet this stone was unmistakably an artifact from Shu Mountain. It was conceivable that millions of years ago, this might have belonged to a vast ocean. In the grand scheme of good and evil, right and wrong, such natural forces rendered human conflicts trivial. As long as one's heart remains untainted, regardless of the path one follows, he would still be the same Long Xian, unchanged. The essence of the Tao exists within the interplay of opposites, between flower and stone. He turned to glance back at Master Pu Hong's abode, bowed respectfully towards the tranquil little temple, then descended the steps. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, and with a flash of colorful light, he vanished from the spot. With audacity that could rival the gods and a sword that sang like a dragon, he traversed the realms. I seek nothing more than to be a carefree sword immortal. Chapter 39, A Betrothal? Encountering Heyang again. When Long Xian beheld the vast city of Heyang once more, several years had passed since his last descent from the mountain. The bustling, vibrant atmosphere, filled with the sounds of carriages and people, remained unchanged. The ancient city, 1,000 years old, continued to stand tall. Having witnessed countless travelers and returning souls, Long Xian stood upon the Qingping sword, cradling the cat's spirit Ali, gazing quietly at the world below. Letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Just then, his brow furrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise, noticing a white light streaking across the far southern horizon. The familiar Tai Chi true essence immediately led Long Xian to deduce that it could only belong to a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. As the white light approached, Long Xian could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Before him, 3 enormous dice spun incessantly in the air, displaying various numbers. With a young man standing atop them, his face gaunt and sharp, eyes wide and cunning, exuding a clever demeanor. It turns out to be an old acquaintance. To think that even the somewhat unreliable Du Bishu from Daju Peak has now reached the realm of object manipulation after years apart. With a slight smile, Long Xian summoned his thoughts, and the Qingping sword soared towards Du Bishu. Unfazed by the disparity in their cultivation levels, he arrived before Du Bishu in no time, stopping the radiant light and greeting him with a slight fist salute. Brother Du, do you still remember your younger brother? Du Bishu appeared exceptionally nervous. He had received permission from his master, Tian Bai, to descend the mountain in search of materials to forge treasures, with a year's limit set. However, he had ended up lingering for an additional 6 months. With the martial arts competition approaching, he hastened towards Qingyun Mountain, only to find himself ensnared by an unknown sword rainbow upon entering the territory of Heyang. Recognizing the sword rainbow's speed, he realized that the visitor's cultivation far surpassed his own, and thus he abandoned the thought of fleeing, standing awkwardly atop a die while waiting. Before long, the sword rainbow reached him, its brilliance dissipated to reveal a young man in white, cradling a cat. Long and elegant, he possessed a face like a jade crown and eyes that sparkled with warmth. His long hair was tied back with a red ribbon, exuding an ethereal aura typical of a celestial being. Who might you be? Du Bishu, upon hearing the recognition of his identity, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask which esteemed brother you are? Long Xian chuckled lightly, not taking offense. When he had departed the mountain years ago, he was merely a 15-year-old youth. Now, after several years, his appearance had transformed significantly, and having broken through to the upper clarity, he unconsciously radiated an ethereal elegance. It was only natural that Du Bishu could not recognize him. It is I, Long Xian. Do you recall me now, the junior brother from Tongtian Peak? Long Xian observed Du Bishu's bewildered expression and introduced himself, playfully pointing at the dice beneath Du Bishu's feet. It has been several years. Brother has indeed entered the 4th realm of Jade Clarity. Truly commendable. But do you not fear that Master Tian might be angered by your choice of gambling dice as treasures? It is indeed junior brother Long. Years have changed you greatly, and I did not recognize you at first. Please do not hold it against me. Du Bishu replied joyfully, but his expression soured at the mention of Master Tian. Do not jest, junior brother. A year ago, I found a 1,000-year-old Sanju tree by the banks of the red water in the south, rich with spirit. I carved these 3 dice from its essence on a whim, without any ulterior motives. Long Xian smiled gently. The matter of treasures is of great importance. As long as you are aware, brother. He then gestured towards the city of Heyang, saying, it is a fortunate meeting that we encounter each other here. As night falls, why not stay at my home for the night? We can return to Qingyun together tomorrow morning. Du Bishu, touched by Long Xian's warm hospitality, readily agreed. Then I shall trouble you, junior brother. Long Xian smiled lightly, remaining silent. With a thought, a vibrant stream of light enveloped both him and Du Bishu, swiftly whisking them towards the distant city of Heyang. The Lingguang sword escape, reputed in Long Xian's past life as the swiftest evasion technique of the Xian men, was not without merit. In mere moments, the escaping light had swept over the city walls of Heyang, traversed the bustling streets, and landed before a spacious mansion. As the light dissipated, it revealed a contemplative Long Xian and a somewhat astonished Du Bishu. The Long family, being a prestigious household, had guards of exceptional caliber. Although they recognized that Long Xian's prowess indicated his significance, they steeled themselves to approach. A burly man with a dark complexion clasped his fists and, in a deep voice, inquired, esteemed immortal, may I ask what brings you to the Long residence? If there are urgent matters, I can relay your message. Long Xian, however, paid him no heed. Lost in a reverie as he gazed at the plaque and stone lions at the entrance, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. At that moment, a steward-like figure emerged, immediately recognizing the entranced Long Xian and the awkward Du Bishu. He was about to scold them when a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in surprise. Young Master Xian? Oh my, it truly is you. You have finally returned. Snapping back to reality, Long Xian smiled at the excited elder before him, Lu the steward. Are my parents at home? The elder was indeed the chief steward of the Long family. Lu nodded, beaming, yes, yes. I have already sent word. It has been years since we last met. You have grown. Your father and mother will be overjoyed to see you. With that, he led Long Xian and Du Bishu into the mansion. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, revealing a poised and elegant woman, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a kind smile. Unworthy son Long Xian, having returned from your travels, I come to pay my respects to my father and mother. Just as he was about to bow, two graceful arms caught him, and Wan Qinghui, with a face full of excitement, inspected Long Xian, murmuring, My dear Xian has grown thinner, yet matured. Meow. Ali, his pet, chimed in, catching Wan Qinghui's attention. Oh, what a marvelous tabby cat. Is this your pet, dear Xian? Long Se shook his head with a smile, stepping forward to support his wife and son. Xian, who might this be? Your fellow disciple? Long Xian then recalled that he had left Du Bishu standing aside. He raised his head, apologetically glancing at Du Bishu, and smiled. Father, mother. This is my senior brother Du Bishu, a disciple under Master Tianbai. Situated near Qingyun Mountain, although Long Xian was not well versed in the lofty techniques of celestial beings, the reputation of the heads of the Qingyun Sect was widely recognized. Long Se responded with a smile. So, my esteemed nephew is a disciple of Master Tian. Indeed. A talented and gifted individual. Du Bishu chuckled and respectfully replied, Uncle, you flatter me. I pay my respects to you and aunt. After a pleasant exchange, they proceeded to dine together. During the meal, Wan Qinghui served Long Xian dishes but suddenly sighed. If only you could have returned a few days earlier. Long Xian, taken aback, queried, Mother, why do you say that? Your uncle visited with your little cousin a few days ago, but you were away. He left yesterday morning. Long Su explained upon hearing Long Xian's question. Uncle? Cousin? Long Xian's expression became conflicted. Although he had absorbed every detail of his predecessor's memories, he had never realized there was an uncle in the picture. It is not surprising you are unaware, Wan Qinghui chuckled. Your uncle is a businessman, always traveling. He only visited during your mother's wedding and your birth. He even held you once. How unfortunate. Long Xian replied, his tone indifferent. Indeed, Wan Qinghui continued, her enthusiasm rekindled. And then there's Yaoer. I hardly recognized her at first. She has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Yao. Long Xian repeated, slightly taken aback. Yaoer is your cousin's nickname. Long Su interjected lightly, picking up Wan Qinghui's thread. I became close with your uncle, and during your birth, we arranged a betrothal. Alas, he visited just as you were away, which is quite regrettable. You should stay home for a while. Your cousin will visit again soon. What? Long Xian felt as though a firecracker had exploded atop his head, leaving him dizzy. He hastily grabbed Du Bishu, who had been observing the commotion, and fled in a panic. I have eaten my fill. Please, father and mother, continue without me. Xianer, that child. Wan Qinghui called after him, shaking her head in disbelief. It seems he is rather resistant to this marriage. Long Se chuckled softly. Let them meet first. Yaoer is indeed a remarkable girl, possessing both beauty and intellect, inheriting her father's virtues. I hold her in high regard. That will have to suffice. Chapter 40. The ninth elder to the south of Qingyun Mountain, thousands of miles away in a remote region, stood a majestic mountain known as Foxkey Mountain, the headquarters of the Ghost King Sect, one of the four major sects of the demonic path. In an exquisitely adorned pavilion, two beautiful women sat facing each other. One wore a light purple gown, her face veiled, obscuring her features, yet the exposed skin was as white as snow. The other appeared youthful, clad in water-green garments. With delicate brows and a fair complexion, her bright eyes sparkling with vivacity, captivating all who beheld her. Yaoer, are you still angry with your father? The veiled woman's gentle voice echoed in the room, ethereal, yet imbued with a hint of eeriness. Yoani, do you think father is being unreasonable? The girl, referred to as Yaoer, huffed, shaking the veiled woman's hand. It's absurd. He has inexplicably arranged a betrothal for me. You must help me with this. After a moment's contemplation, the veiled woman nodded slightly. The world is in turmoil, and there are undercurrents within our holy sect. Whoever secures the treasure of our sect, the blood-devouring pearl, will hold the moral high ground. According to the disciples' investigations, this pearl is likely concealed by that sinister old ghost in the blood-drip cave. The sect leader has tasked me with this mission. If you are willing, you may accompany me, at least to evade for a time. Blood-drip cave? The girl gasped, her face lighting up with excitement. I have heard my father speak of it since I was young. It is said to be near the Sea of No Emotions. Could it be that the death abyss leads directly to the Sea of No Emotions? The veiled woman nodded, falling into silence, her expression inscrutable. The sky stretched infinitely, azure and unclouded, with towering mountains rising majestically, cloaked in lush greenery and ancient woods. Wisps of white clouds, delicate as silk ribbons, spiraled around the mountainside, veiling most of the towering peaks, revealing only the grandest silhouettes piercing the heavens. In the distance, the calls of cranes echoed, auspicious energy rising. Countless solemn palaces, pavilions, and towers emerged, half hidden among the mist, creating a realm akin to that of celestial beings, a paradise for cultivation. Long Xian's face was a mask of seriousness as he wielded a massive, multicolored sword rainbow that cleaved through the sky. Carrying him and Du Bishu swiftly towards the Qingyun Sect. Du Bishu yawned, bleary-eyed, gazing at Long Xian. "Junior brother, is it appropriate for us to leave without notice?" Long Xian remained expressionless, replying coolly, "In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary measures. The utmost priority now is to escape that inferno." Du Bishu, feeling dismissed, merely pouted and fell silent. The Lingguang's sword escape was exceedingly rapid. In no time, they had entered the territory of Qingyun. After bidding farewell to Du Bishu, Long Xian steered the Qingping sword towards Tongtian Peak. As memories of Master Dao Xuan and the enigmatic elder from the ancestral hall surfaced, Long Xian felt a wave of admiration and joy swell within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Mount Tongtian, soaring into the clouds, stood majestically, its ethereal aura seemingly untouched by the mundane world, as if it were opening its embrace to welcome Long Xian's return. The vibrant sword rainbow spiraled in the air before descending upon the Cloud Sea Plaza, where its brilliance dimmed to reveal Long Xian's figure. Being the heart of the Qingyun lineage, Mount Tongtian boasted many disciples, although most remained in the lower realms of Yuqing. Their discerning eyes recognized the profound cultivation reflected in the speed of the multicolored sword light. Just as they pondered which esteemed elder had arrived, the sword light dispersed, revealing the silhouette of a young man, which caused a wave of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. Whispers fluttered above the cloud sea like drifting wisps of vapor. Moments later, a young Taoist clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of vigor, stepped forward towards Long Xian. Long Xian offered a gentle smile, advancing a couple of steps to clasp his fists in greeting. "Brother Chongjian, it has been well?" Chongjian hastily returned the gesture, scrutinizing Long Xian intently. Suddenly recalling something, his expression shifted to one of excitement. "Long Xian, it's truly you. You've returned." Long Xian nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied. "After more than 4 years away, I have not disappointed our master and have made some accomplishments." In the early days of his apprenticeship, though his teachings were imparted by Xiao Yizai, it was Chongjian who looked after his daily needs. Even after moving to the ancestral hall for the sake of his studies, his respect for Chongjian had never waned. After exchanging pleasantries, Long Xian inquired, "Brother Chongjian, might our master be atop the mountain?" Chongjian nodded, lowering his voice. "In recent years, the forces of the demonic sect have resurged with great ferocity. Master Dao Xuan can no longer venture out as he once did." He glanced around before continuing quietly. "Brother Yizai was dispatched down the mountain over a year ago to investigate the demonic sect's whereabouts and has yet to return." Long Xian's brow furrowed, though he was not surprised. In the past year, he had traveled extensively and had even vanquished numerous wicked members of the demonic sect. Observing the situation from a distance, he sensed the looming turmoil. "Then I shall first pay my respects to our master. Brother Chongjian, please carry on." Chongjian nodded slightly, stepping aside with a smile. "In 2 months, we will have the 7 Pulse Martial meeting, a grand event held once every 60 years. I trust your skills will allow you to outshine the competition and elevate our sect's reputation." Long Xian smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Brother Chongjian." After bidding farewell to Chongjian, Long Xian traversed the Cloud Sea, under the gaze of countless Qingyun disciples, and approached the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, the first rays of morning sunlight finally graced the land, casting a gentle glow upon Mount Tongtian. The clear waters on either side of the Rainbow Bridge shimmered, revealing a resplendent rainbow amidst the rippling waves. Ding! The chime of a bell resonated from the Yuqing Hall atop the mountain. Unlike the heavy chimes of Tianyin Temple, which carried the weight of aspirations to guide souls towards goodness, the morning bell of Qingyun Mountain was light and ethereal, embodying the tranquil essence of the Taoist path. Lost in thought, Long Xian crossed the Rainbow Bridge and arrived at the edge of the Baishui Pond, where he spotted the wide steps leading directly to the Yuqing Hall. However, the spirit beast, the Water Qilin, which guarded the Qingyun gate, was conspicuously absent, most likely still resting in the pond. With each step, his emotions swelled. As he approached the sacred place, his heart raced with anticipation. Finally standing before the Yuqing Hall, Longxian took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. "Master, your unworthy disciple Longxian has returned from his travels and humbly comes to pay his respects." A voice of surprise echoed from within, followed by the warm and benevolent tone of Master Dao Xuan, who seemed to suppress his excitement. "Come in." The doors of the Yuqing Hall swung open, revealing an atmosphere of solemnity that greeted him. The most sacred space in the Qingyun Sect retained its awe-inspiring grandeur, evoking admiration. Before the hall, incense flickered silently, sending wisps of smoke into the air. At the center of the hall sat Master Dao Xuan, his presence exuding wisdom and grace. A gentle smile adorning his lips as he regarded his most cherished disciple. "Ah, Xianer, have you reached a new realm?" Longxian exhaled softly, then knelt reverently on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times to Master Dao Xuan. "Yes, Master. After 4 years of trials and tribulations, I have not failed your expectations and have ascended to the second layer of Shanqing." Master Dao Xuan's eyes sparkled with pride as he gazed at his kneeling disciple. Despite having cultivated to an extraordinary level himself, a genuine joy illuminated his face. He reached out to gently pat Longxian's head, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good." Suddenly, he rose with a booming voice. "Today, I declare Longxian, a disciple of our sect, endowed with exceptional talent and diligent effort, who has attained the Shanqing realm at a young age, to be the 9th elder of Tontian Peak in the name of the Qingyun Sect, and may the ancestral spirits bear witness." As Longxian stood in astonishment, Master Dao Xuan's hand glimmered, producing a token that resembled neither gold nor jade, unadorned yet ancient. He presented it to Longxian. "Xianer, this is the insignia of the elders of the Qingyun Sect. Carry it with you always, and do not let it be destroyed." Seeing Master Dao Xuan's resolute intent, Longxian accepted the token and tucked it into his robe. "Your disciple Longxian shall faithfully obey your wishes." Chapter 41. Reunion with Xiao Fan in the ancestral hall of Qingyun's Tontian Peak. The atmosphere remained as dim as ever. An aged man, seemingly worn down by time, reverently held 3 sticks of incense, paying homage to the countless ancestral spirits before stepping forward to place the sandalwood incense into the censer on the offering table. This was a daily ritual he had performed for years, the passage of time now a blur. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. "Senior, your disciple Longxian has returned from his travels and wishes to pay his respects." The dim light illuminated the lines etched deeply upon the old man's face as he slowly turned, raising his voice. When did you return?" Longxian, standing outside, replied respectfully, "I just returned this morning and went straight to the ancestral hall after greeting Master." A faint smile appeared on the old man's lips as he responded, "Oh, is that so? Please wait outside for a moment. I still have some matters to attend to." Longxian nodded respectfully and quietly waited nearby. Although he bore no formal title of disciple to this mysterious elder, their bond was as profound as that of a master and apprentice. Longxian had followed him for 3 years, holding him in equal esteem as his official teacher, Master Dao Xuan. Before long, the elder's calm voice resonated. "It is ready. Xianer, you may enter." Longxian acknowledged and stepped into the ancestral hall. As he entered, a chill enveloped him, and the surroundings seemed to darken. Longxian furrowed his brow. This ancestral hall always exuded an eerie gloom, yet it was not entirely dark, as there were numerous candles lit before the ancestral spirits, their flickering flames seemingly existing merely to accentuate the deeper shadows, failing to dispel the hall's chilling ambience. However, having spent 3 years living with the mysterious elder, any initial discomfort was swiftly quelled. Longxian knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times to the elder, who stood in the shadows. "Senior, I have returned." The elderly man chuckled softly as he stepped out of the shadows, surveying Longxian with an approving gaze. To have ascended to the second level of the upper clarity so swiftly, quite commendable. His eyes fell upon the emerald-hued celestial sword strapped to Longxian's back, and a fleeting look of nostalgia flickered across his face. Ah, the days of exultation and pride when one wielded the Dragon Slayer. The weariness etched on the old man's face seemed to fade slightly as he gazed at the sword and suddenly spoke. Indeed, Longxian thought, and with a flick of his mind, the Dragon Slayer was drawn forth, gliding into his right hand like a fish returning to water. The radiant azure light illuminated the ancestral hall, reflecting the diligence with which Longxian had wielded the sword over the past 4 years, vanquishing demons and upholding the teachings of his master and the spirit of his predecessor, Master Wan. The old man was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, one that even the sword's brilliance could not dispel. Long Xian could not see his features, yet sensed a tremor run through him at the mention of Master Wan, followed by a soft sigh. Master Wan. It is surprising that even now, there are those in Qingyun who remember him. Just as Long Xian was about to speak, the old man gestured for silence, smiling gently as he helped Long Xian to his feet and guided him to the central mat of the ancestral hall, where they sat facing one another. Do share your experiences from these past 4 years. I am most intrigued. Long Xian hesitated briefly before recounting his life over the last 4 years in detail, omitting only the secrets of the Tai Xuan Sword Classic and the enigmatic incomplete techniques. He recounted everything, even the tumultuous events at the Incense Valley. After he finished, the old man fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Is it true what transpired at the Incense Valley? Why did you not inform your master Dao Xuan of this matter?" Shaking his head, Long Xian replied softly, "This matter is of great significance. How could I speak without certainty? Though I lack conclusive evidence, my investigations have led me to a high degree of confidence." He glanced at the imposing jade-clear palace atop the distant peak, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. As the headmaster of Qingyun, my esteemed master is often bound by circumstances. Even with evidence, such matters would likely be suppressed. The righteous path cannot be divorced from the Incense Valley. At this point, Long Xian's voice trailed off, and the old man fell silent as well. After a long pause, he finally offered a bitter smile, laden with sorrow, and murmured to the spirit tablets and flickering candles before him, "Indeed, the greater good must take precedence." Time passed swiftly, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The grand event of the 7 sects martial arts competition was nearing its commencement at Qingyun Sect. During these months, aside from visiting the Zhuxian Daoist at Dragon Head Peak, Long Xian had also made several visits to Great Bamboo Peak to see Zhang Xiaofan. He had initially wished to reconnect with Qi Hao, but the latter's demeanor, though still cordial, carried a tone of respect and distance that left Long Xian disheartened. After a few encounters, he lost interest in further discussions with Qi Hao. He understood that this was a reaction to the changes in his own identity and cultivation. Now that he had attained the 2nd level of upper clarity and held the esteemed title of the 9th Elder of Tontian Peak, he was no longer merely Dao Xian's junior disciple. To the disciples of Jade Clear Realm, he was akin to a senior uncle. Thus, although Qi Hao remained polite, he could not regard Long Xian as the same unassuming junior he once was. In contrast, Zhang Xiaofan, who had always been rather dull-witted, had astonishingly cultivated the Tai Qing Dao to the 4th realm of Jade Clear in just over 4 years, which left Long Xian greatly astounded. Upon inquiring, Zhang Xiaofan himself was unaware of this advancement. Later, upon hearing the news, Su Ru visited personally to investigate, and upon confirming the news, she could not contain her joy, gifting him her Mo Shui sword on the spot. On Qingyun Mountain, at Great Bamboo Peak, the ethereal clouds drifted among the mountains like gentle white ribbons, softly shifting in the morning light. The air, slightly damp and refreshingly cool, swept over the verdant bamboo groves, caressing the summit of Great Bamboo Peak. The buildings centered around the silent hall stood tranquil in the morning glow, all exuding an air of serenity until a sudden cacophony of barking, mingled with squeaks and meows, shattered the calm. A vibrant yellow dog raced in from afar, with a gray monkey and a 3-tailed weasel perched atop its back, the trio frolicking joyously. In the bamboo grove, Long Xian stood tall, nodding slightly to Zhang Xiaofan and Tian Linger beside him. "Junior brother Zhang, junior sister Tian, you need not see me off. Please return. In a few days, when the martial arts competition commences, I shall personally welcome you both to Tontian Peak. Brother Long, you can just call me Linger." Tian Linger replied with a charming smile, before suddenly lowering her head and adding softly, "My father and mother always call me that." Long Xian nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying, then turned to Zhang Xiaofan, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Junior brother Zhang, I cannot help but feel that your physical strength is exceptional, and your energy channels seem remarkably broad." Zhang Xiaofan's heart quivered. No longer a novice in the cultivation world, he understood the reason well. The great Brahma Banruo, as a supreme Buddhist art, inherently possessed the effect of enhancing the physical body. However, he could not divulge this to Long Xian, so he lowered his head, fearing that Long Xian might discern something unusual. Though unaware of the cause, Long Xian perceived it as a positive sign. Observing Zhang Xiaofan's reaction, he assumed he had startled him and chuckled lightly to clarify, "When the time comes for you to engage in combat, just focus on prolonging the duel. You may yet find unexpected success." Zhang Xiaofan sighed in relief and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Long Xian nodded, smiling gently. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Ali, you rascal, what are you still dawdling for? The three-tailed weasel perked up its ears, and, upon hearing its master's call, promptly leaped onto Long Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, with a thought, Long Xian summoned the Qingping sword, transforming into a radiant streak of multicolored light that ascended into the heavens. Chapter 42. The thunder-slashing sword technique versus the Qilin surrounded by endless greenery. Towering mountains stood majestically against the sky, seemingly reaching for the heavens. There, amidst the drifting white clouds, the faint sound of bells echoed throughout the vast expanse. Tantian Peak appeared to genuinely connect with the azure skies above. On this occasion of the once-in-60 years Seven Sects martial arts competition, the solemn and grand Tantian Peak was particularly bustling with activity. Beneath the boundless sky, countless beams of various colors danced and twirled, growing denser as they approached Tantian Peak. These were the magical artifacts wielded by the disciples of Qingyun, accompanied by the whistling wind, Zhang Xiaofan's Mo Shui sword light, and his senior brother Song Daren's 10 Tigers sword light landed upon a vast square. As they touched the ground, the monkey Xiao Hui glanced around excitedly and jumped down from the pale-faced Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder, bouncing around the square in delight, wiping the sweat from his brow. Song Daren turned to Zhang Xiaofan with a wry smile. Junior brother, you really need to practice your sword control. Along the way, you've struggled to maintain control over the Mo Shui sword light. If I hadn't been close by, you might have plummeted to your demise, leaving Great Bamboo Peak with a tarnished reputation. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was at a loss for words, a clear voice called from a distance, Senior brother. We are over here. They turned to see the group from Great Bamboo Peak, with Tian Linger waving to them beside a massive bronze cauldron in the center of the square. As they approached, Tian Linger surveyed the surroundings, her expression suddenly turning sour. I thought Brother Long would come to greet us. Such a lack of sincerity. Hearing the name of Brother Long, Zhang Xiaofan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, and his expression subtly changed. Song Daren, with keen eyes, inquired, What is the matter, Xiaofan? Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and forced a smile, replying, It's nothing. At that moment, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from above, reverberating like thunder and shaking the entire venue. Hundreds of disciples from Qingyun gazed upward, where a streak of red light shot down, halting above the square in an instant. A red celestial sword emanated a mystical aura, suspended mid-air, with a Daoist from Tongtian Peak standing atop it. He called out to the disciples gathered in the square, Esteemed brothers, the sect master and the esteemed elders have summoned you to the Yuqing Hall for a discussion regarding the upcoming Seven Sects martial arts competition. Brother Long must have been delayed, but will join us shortly. Fourth brother Hidaji pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us first proceed to the Yuqing Hall to meet with our master and mistress, lest we keep them waiting. Meanwhile, the subject of the conversation, Long Xian, stood calmly beside his master, Dao Xianjunren, within the Yuqing Hall, where all the elders of the various sects had gathered. Among them, from Dao Xianjunren downwards, the likes of Cangsong Daoist and Tianyun Daoist were accompanied by a throng of elders. Notably, the master of Shuiwei, seated at the far right, had no elders standing behind him, only a female disciple clad in white, her beauty striking, bearing a long sword with a sky-blue scabbard that shimmered with a hint of flowing light, unmistakably a treasure of the celestial realm. She bore a cold expression, seemingly untouched by the trivialities of the world, though her gaze occasionally flitted to the ethereal young man in white beside Dao Xianjunren, revealing a flicker of combat spirit. Yet, Long Xian had no time to notice these nuances. In the days prior, amidst his regular practice, he had been engrossed in deciphering the complex formation diagram of the 8 Fiends Xian Fire Array. After nearly a year of exploration, he had gradually unraveled its intricacies. If only he had the materials at hand, recreating this extraordinary array would be within his grasp. However, he faced a dilemma. The foundation of this formation relied on a legendary artifact, the Xian Huijian. Without the guidance and control of the Xian Huijian, even summoning a lower-tier beast like the Red Flame Mingzuan would be impossible, let alone the cataclysmic 8 Desolation Fire Dragon. Moreover, this diagram originated from the Incense Valley. Despite his disdain, if he were to brazenly employ it as is, he feared that Yun Ilan and Shang Wansu would come knocking at his door the very next day. Such thoughts left Long Xian in a quandary, akin to standing in a treasure trove, yet unable to find the entrance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. My heart sword is an extraordinary object of heaven and earth. If I use it as the foundation of the array and modify some of the patterns, replacing the Xianhua power with the might of thunder, could I construct an 8 Fiends thunder array? As Long Xian contemplated the feasibility of this approach, Dao Xianjinren gently cleared his throat. Xianer. Long Xian returned to his senses, stepping forward respectfully from behind Dao Xianjinren. What is your command, master? Dao Xianjinren smiled slightly. Your fellow disciples should be arriving shortly. Please guide them in. Yes, I shall heed the master's instruction. With a deep bow, he departed the Yuqing Hall and made his way to the Yunhai Square. Along the way, Long Xian's mind was divided. He continuously simulated his thoughts while greeting the leading disciples from the 7 sects, ushering them toward the Yuqing Hall. During this journey, he encountered many familiar faces, such as Zheng Shushu from Fenghui Peak, Wen Min from Shaozhu Peak, and Chu Yuhong from Chuyang Peak. Brother Long, it has been several years since you last visited our Shaozhu Peak. Wen Min remarked with a gentle smile, walking beside him and gesturing. I remember when Dao Xian Sherbo brought you to visit Shaozhu Peak. You were barely this tall. I have been traveling and exploring the world these past years, only recently returning. Long Xian responded with a warm smile, exchanging pleasantries with old friends. Yet inwardly, he was elated. After modifying the formation diagram of the 8 Fiends Xian Fire Array with a few tweaks, he inscribed the patterns onto the blade of his heart sword with the essence of heaven and earth. Indeed, as the array activated, bolts of lightning flickered, and the ambient thunder power was irresistibly drawn toward it, enveloping the heart sword in a soft purple glow. Just as Long Xian reveled in his success, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the gathered disciples. At the edge of the Baishui pool, the slumbering behemoth, the Water Qilin, suddenly awakened, turning its massive head with a fierce glare. Its enormous eyes radiated an unquenchable fury, its fur bristling as it opened a cavernous maw, revealing long, sharp fangs. Preparing to attack, its target was none other than the disciples of Qingyun standing on the steps. The Water Qilin, a primordial spirit creature and an ancient beast, was a pinnacle water element spirit. While it slept, it sensed a latent and domineering thunderous power erupting nearby. This subtle essence of thunder was imperceptible to others, but not to the Water Qilin's heightened senses, which mistakenly triggered memories of its old adversary, the Thunder Qilin, awakening a deep-seated rage within it. In that moment, the sky darkened and the winds swirled ominously. The Water Qilin stepped forward, and an astonishing water column began to coalesce beside it, swirling and undulating in the air. As the host of this gathering, Long Xian, also an elder from Tongtian Peak, knew he had to act. He stepped forward, shielding the disciples behind him, his white robes billowing without wind, the sword's momentum locking onto the water column as he bellowed. Spirit Lord, calm your wrath. In an instant, the Water Qilin continued its furious roar, its eyes wide with rage and hatred, as if sensing some profound enmity that compelled it to battle to the death. The massive water column swirling before it accelerated, and with a thunderous crash, it surged toward the disciples on the steps. Long Xian's eyes narrowed. Should that immense power strike the gathered disciples, the consequences would be dire. Without further thought, he unsheathed the Zhan Long sword, grasping it firmly as arcs of lightning surged forth from the blade. The overwhelming sword intent seemed to tear through the heavens themselves. And with a thrust, a slashing motion, and a slicing cut, 3 strikes manifested a vibrant, otherworldly thunder lotus that defiantly surged toward the water column. Though not swift, it bore an undeniable sense of inevitability, embodying the natural order of the universe. With a resounding clash, the Water Qilin's water column collided with the extraordinary sword lotus, unleashing a cacophony of roars as if countless beastly souls were crying out in fury. In the next moment, the disciples on the steps stood aghast. The unassuming sword lotus had managed to forcefully repel the colossal water column, sending it crashing back onto the unsuspecting Water Qilin, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. Forgive me, Spirit Lord, for the unavoidable circumstances. Long Xian's face paled, and he did not dare to sheath the Zhan Long sword. Bowing deeply toward the Water Qilin as he declared, Spirit Lord, please temper your fury. At the same time, a voice rang out from the air. Dao Xianjinren's expression turned serious, preparing for action, while behind him, several figures appeared, standing in the air, led by Tsangsong Jinren, with the other 6 sect leaders and various elders, including Tian Bai and Su Ru, all wearing solemn expressions. At this moment, the Water Qilin appeared to have lost all its vigor. Its massive body glistened with droplets of water, intermittently flashing with the light of thunder. With its 2 front legs resting on the ground, it paid no heed to the multitude of elders hovering above. Its gaze fixated solely on the young disciples on the steps. Its eyes darted back and forth, and it sniffed the air, seemingly unable to detect any scent. After a prolonged period of this peculiar behavior, the Water Qilin seemed to finally relent, shaking its enormous head before turning away and lumbering to another open space, where it lay down, resting its head on its legs and squinting its eyes, soon emitting a gentle snore. The disciples of Qingyun exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 43. Invitation to battle. Long Xian frowned slightly, yet he regained his composure and stepped closer to Dao Xianjinren, whispering, "Master, this situation is peculiar. It would be prudent to allow the disciples to leave first." He glanced at the slumbering Water Qilin, feeling an undercurrent of trepidation. If it were not for his mastery of Thunderslash, a harmonious blend of rigidity and softness, it remained uncertain whether he could withstand the Qilin's onslaught. Dao Xianjinren came to his senses, casting a glance at Long Xian and the nearby Songsong Daoren, nodding in agreement. "Songsong, you lead the disciples up first while I investigate what ails Lingzuan." With that, he pivoted and soared toward the Water Qilin. Songsong turned back, addressing the stunned disciples with a booming voice. "What you witnessed was merely a jest from Lingzuan. There is no need for alarm. All disciples participating in the martial contest should proceed to the Yuqing Hall in order." His words, imbued with a trace of Tai Chi essence, jolted the dazed Qingyun disciples back to reality, guiding them toward the Yuqing Hall. As the disciples regained their composure, discussions erupted among them, the din rising to a fever pitch. Who is that? Truly formidable. A single strike from Lingzuan could overwhelm even the elders, yet he managed to push Lingzuan back. Alas, after a lifetime of toil, who would have thought I could only vie for second place? Truly the whims of fate. Of course, some disciples from Tongtian Peak, who were privy to the circumstances, waved their hands dismissively, their eyes alight with curiosity. That is none other than a renowned figure from Tongtian Peak, the direct disciple of the sect leader. Hey, do you know who he is? Needless to say, this Long Xian has already reached an extraordinary level in the Tai Chi Xiankong Dao before even reaching maturity. He is now the 9th elder of Tongtian Peak and will not be participating in this contest. Thank goodness. Some disciples from other branches sighed in relief, feeling fortunate, glancing over at the striking figure in white, each wearing an expression of admiration. Your disciple has indeed made a name for himself. How splendid. Songsong Daoren chuckled, stroking his beard. Long Xian waved his hand, forcing a smile. Songsong Shu, please refrain from jesting about your disciple. Had the situation not compelled me, I would not wish to provoke Lingzuan. Songsong Daoren laughed heartily, patting Long Xian on the shoulder, and chose to remain silent. This year's martial contest saw an increase in participants, doubling the usual number, leading to some adjustments in the rules. After the drawing of lots, the drawn numbers would dictate the matchups. Number 1 would face 64, number 2 63, and so forth. In the second round, the winner of 1 and 64 would face the winner of 2 and 63, continuing until the final showdown. However, due to the scarcity of disciples from Dezhu Peak, only 8 were sent, resulting in a total of 63 participants. Therefore, if any disciple were fortunate enough to draw number 1, they would enjoy a bye in the first round and automatically advance. In the end, it was Zhang Xiaofan who fortuitously drew the number 1 lot. Suddenly, Du Bishu smacked his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Had I known, I should have bet on who would draw number 1. Surely it would have been a dark horse." After the disciples had their share of laughter, Dao Xianjinren rose from his seat and walked slowly before them, surveying the crowd of young disciples. "Esteemed disciples, you are the elite of the younger generation in Qingyun, distinguished by your talent and abilities." He observed the eager expressions on their faces and smiled gently. "To encourage our disciples to strive toward the Dao and dedicate themselves to their cultivation, I, in consultation with the Elder Council, have decided that starting from this martial contest, a small reward will be granted to the ultimate victor after each 7 branches contest." A stir of excitement rippled through the Qingyun disciples. Dao Xianjinren, gazing at the youthful faces brimming with aspiration, continued with a smile, "The reward for this contest shall be the exquisite Linglong gourd." "What is that?" Zhang Xiaofan stood in surprise, glancing sideways to see his fellow disciples equally puzzled. However, Chi Hao, Song Daoren, and Wen Min, disciples of longer standing, displayed rare expressions of excitement and yearning. Song Daoren, regaining his composure, noted the eager faces of the younger disciples and chuckled softly. The Linglong gourd is one of the personal treasures of Patriarch Qingya. It contains a space akin to that of Mount Sumeru, perfect for storing items. It is said that if the owner possesses sufficient spiritual power, even capturing living beings is not beyond reach. It seems the sect leader and the master have truly invested greatly this time. Dao Xianjinren paused, smiling as he observed the vibrant discussions among the young disciples. After a moment, he added, "Well, that is the gist of it. You may return to rest." The 7 branches contest will commence early tomorrow morning. Gradually, the disciples filtered out, leaving behind only the 7 branch heads and a handful of elders in the grand hall. Dao Xianzhenren turned to the elders with a smile. Dear brothers, you should also return and rest. Tomorrow, with many contests ahead, your assistance will be much needed. He then glanced at Long Xian, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes for the remarkable strength of this young disciple, which far surpassed his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Xianer, you shall be responsible for judging the matches tomorrow. Yes, master. Long Xian replied respectfully, though somewhat surprised. As darkness enveloped the towering mountain, a cold moon cast its serene glow upon the summit. Long Xian stood at the end of the rainbow bridge, lost in thought. Behind him, the dragon slayer and Qingping swords, one azure and one green, radiated a gentle celestial light, accentuating his ethereal presence, rendering him almost otherworldly. Time slipped away unnoticed until delicate footsteps echoed from afar, gradually revealing a hazy silhouette. A celestial sword, always at her side, rested upon her back, softly emanating a gentle blue light that illuminated the surrounding shadows. The night breeze chilled, fluttering her snow-white garments. A few strands of dark hair were tousled by the wind, brushing against her fair face, yet she seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed intently on Long Xian as she approached. Sister Lu, I wonder what urgent matter requires my presence at this late hour. Long Xian furrowed his brows, regarding the stunning woman before him. Fight me, she stated flatly, her expression devoid of warmth, as if encased in ice. Her eyes locked onto Long Xian, articulating each word deliberately. Oh, Long Xian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman before him. Though she possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of Yuqing, it was still insufficient. A chasm too vast for him to entertain the idea of engaging her. He shook his head gently, replying coolly, You are not my match. If there is nothing else, I must excuse myself. A sharp sound broke the silence of the night as the Tianya divine sword was suddenly unsheathed, illuminating the darkness with its brilliant radiance. The woman, her features obscured by shadows, remained cloaked in white, her form swaying in the growing night wind. Fight me, she repeated, her tone cold and devoid of warmth, yet brimming with fierce combativeness. In a moment of fierce intensity, Long Xian's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as the sword intent around him began to rise, locking onto the distant figure of a woman. Observing the resplendent blue sword in her hand, he remarked coolly, Tianya is indeed a fine sword. Yet my senior sister lacks the requisite cultivation. Even with a divine weapon to enhance her strength, she remains no match for my younger brother. There is no need for your concern. The woman in the shadows, her silver teeth clenched and her delicate face marred with anger, wielded her celestial sword with a fierce aura that seemed to cleave the mountain winds in two, responding coldly. Unbeknownst to Long Xian, Lu Sueki possessed extraordinary talent and high aspirations, having been the center of attention among her peers since her entry into the sect. Even her master, the esteemed Shueyu, had acknowledged that she would undoubtedly become a leader of Qingyun in the future. However, upon Long Xian's arrival, things began to shift. As Master Shueyu praised Lu Sueki's progress, he would occasionally mention the exceptional Long Xian, which stirred her pride, deeply etched in her character. She resolved to make a formidable showing against Long Xian at the next Seven Veins competition. Yet, upon attending the event with high hopes, she discovered that Long Xian had already ascended to the position of an elder at Tontian Peak and no longer participated in the contests. Years of anticipation slipped away like water, leaving Lu Sueki feeling resentful. Thus, she boldly challenged him, leading to the current standoff. Just as the tension between them reached its peak, an unexpected voice suddenly broke in. Long Shixiao. Oh, Lu Shiji, you're here too? Chapter 44. Pre-competition. Long Xian exchanged a glance with Lu Sueki, and they both instinctively retracted their dissipating true essence and sword pressure. Lu Sueki understood that with a third party present, their battle could not commence. With a cold snort, she sheathed Tianya. Beneath the heavy night and the cold moon, the mist on the summit of Qingyun Mountain floated like gossamer, breathtakingly beautiful. A slender figure clad in red emerged from the darkness, her face displaying surprise as she beheld the two before her. The moonlight illuminated her delicate features, imparting a touch of melancholy tenderness. Junior sister Linger, what brings you here? Long Xian greeted with a warm smile upon seeing her. Tian Linger had come at the invitation of Qi Hao to meet at the Rainbow Bridge, but she had not anticipated encountering Long Xian and Lu Sueki. I was feeling stifled, so I thought I'd come out for some fresh air. For reasons unknown, Linger hesitated to mention Qi Hao and Long Xian's presence and concocted an ambiguous excuse. Long Xian smiled lightly. understanding that the high Tontian peak must be refreshing at night, and since junior sister Tian was reluctant to elaborate, he chose not to press further. A moment of silence enveloped them, only the mountain breeze rustling the surface of the pool. The cold moon cast an extraordinary chill in the air. Lu Shiji, linger. It is getting late, and you both have a competition tomorrow. Allow me to escort you back, Long Xian suggested, realizing it was past the hour of Su, and lingering any longer would be inconvenient. All right, thank you for your kindness, Shi Xiao. Linger replied softly, feeling an inexplicable relief that Shi Hao had yet to arrive. Assuming he must be delayed, she resolved to apologize to him tomorrow. Lu Sueki remained silent, neither protesting nor agreeing, merely casting a deep glance at Long Xian before nodding slightly. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and the three departed together, soon vanishing upon the rainbow bridge. As the moon hung high in the sky, the hazy night took on an even more desolate quality. In the shadows of the forest, Zhang Xiaofan slowly emerged, making his way to the edge of the azure pool, gazing longingly at the trio who had disappeared into the night. A surge of emotion welled within him, and he felt the urge to cry, yet no tears came. An indescribable pain raged within him like a wild beast, leaving his heart marred with scars. Indeed, Linger had come out at Long Shixiang's behest. Long Xian was remarkable, his prowess unmatched, destined to become a giant within Qingyun. Surely, Linger would find happiness marrying him. Zhang Xiaofan's breaths gradually steadied, yet he suddenly felt an overwhelming weariness, a fatigue that seeped from his very soul. He looked up at the cold, vast sky, where the lone moon hung high. He stared blankly, as if his once fervent spirit had solidified, chilling him to the core. In the early morning, Long Xian awoke from meditation, his eyes bloodshot, yet displaying an inexplicable joy. With a thought, the radiant heart sword emerged from his palm. However, unlike before, the once flawless blade was now adorned with mysterious dark purple patterns. As it manifested, an aura of malevolence and thunderous power radiated from it, appearing both enchanting and terrifying. His vision for the Eight Fiends' thunder array had proven remarkably successful. The formation was now intricately engraved upon the sword. The heart sword had become the foundation of this new array, and once he located 8 different fierce auras to infuse into it, the Eight Fiends' thunder array would materialize in the world. Long Xian admired the heart sword in his hand, then stored it within his being. He opened the window, gazing towards the back mountain of Qingyun, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Years ago, the esteemed Qingye Patriarch had established the extermination sword array to safeguard Qingyun, ensuring its endurance for a millennium. Why then could he, Long Xian, not achieve the same? Once his heart sword underwent 9 transformations, and he ascended to the Earth Immortal realm. Deploying this formidable array would surely rival the extermination sword in might. At that moment, a 3-tailed raccoon cat nimbly leapt through the open window, only to be unexpectedly grasped by a hand. Long Xian lifted the creature to his shoulder, observing the colorful remnants of food on its fur and traces of butter on its face. Understanding its mischief, he chuckled lightly. Ali, you glutton. No wonder I couldn't find you last night. You were raiding the kitchen. Meow? Ali flailed its paws in the air, its face displaying a pitiful expression, mewing for forgiveness. Long Xian shook his head, deciding to ignore it, for today marked the first day of the 7 Veins competition. He had been tasked by Dao Xianzhenren to oversee the judging at the Li Hao platform. There was no time to waste. Rising, he tidied Ali, practiced his sword techniques, and set off towards the Cloud Sea Square. The sky was still early, with only a few Qingyun disciples strolling above the clouds. A cool mountain breeze brushed against Long Xian's face, sending a chill through him. Ah! In the distance, a strikingly handsome disciple of Qingyun, wielding a gilded fan, exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly approached Long Xian, gazing curiously at the lethargic little raccoon cat resting on his shoulder, muttering, "The Netherworld raccoon cat, the Netherworld raccoon cat." Long Xian smiled faintly, reaching out to touch the newcomer's forehead, chuckling, "Zheng Shixiao, are you feverish? Why are you talking nonsense so early in the morning?" The newcomer was none other than Zheng Shushu, whom Long Xian had met years ago at the Feishan Pavilion in Heyang. Zheng Shushu shook off Long Xian's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is this spirit pet of yours truly a Netherworld raccoon cat? I read that such extraordinary beasts have strange temperaments and cannot follow humans. What method did you employ?" Long Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Ali followed me after I encountered it on a desolate mountain." Zheng Shushu's eyes widened even further, a hint of fervent longing igniting within them. "Do you remember the location of that desolate mountain? Are you planning to go?" Long Xian gazed at Zheng Shushu in surprise, then shook his head. "That mountain is perilous. You should not venture there to meet your demise." As he spoke, he continued onward, crossing the 4 grand platforms, Qian, Kuan, Sun, and Zhun, toward the remote Lihao platform. These 8 grand platforms, constructed from tree trunks as thick as a waist, were spaced several dozen feet apart, arranged in the formation of the 8 trigrams. Zheng Shushu stamped his foot, but quickly caught up with Long Xian's figure, proudly declaring, "Junior brother, you may not know, but in recent years, I have been compelled by my father to practice martial arts. My cultivation has significantly advanced, though I still cannot compare to you. However, exploring a mere desolate mountain is not beyond my capabilities." Long Xian rolled his eyes, observing the exuberant Zheng Shushu before him, finding it rather amusing. Indeed, his cultivation had greatly improved. At the 8th level of the Yuqing realm, while still inferior to Lu Sueki, he stood out among the second-generation disciples. The 10,000 mountains of the southern wilderness. It was there that I first encountered Ali outside the Black Forest, Long Xian remarked, gazing at Zheng Shushu with a hint of a smile. "Are you still willing to go?" Upon hearing Long Xian's words, Zheng Shushu stuck out his tongue and replied with a wry smile, "If that's the case, I truly cannot go. The 10,000 mountains are not only famous in the southern wilderness, but also renowned across the Middle Earth. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that they are infamous. Legends abound with tales of alien beasts. Without the cultivation of the Qing realm, entering those mountains is akin to courting death. Even I, with my dual-path true methods and the many arcane arts from my past lives, found navigating those dangers akin to walking on thin ice." At that moment, many disciples of the Qingyun Sect had gradually finished their breakfasts and gathered at the Yunhai Plaza. A sea of people could be seen, bustling and vibrant, a testament to the prosperity of the Qingyun Sect. Long Xian bid farewell to Zheng Shushu, approached the registration platform, and greeted an elderly man with a white beard responsible for the records before taking a seat beside him, closing his eyes to rest. As time passed, more disciples filled the plaza, each arena bustling with activity, and the first battle of the 7 Veins martial arts competition was about to commence. Chapter 45. Martial Arts Competition. Just then, Long Xian suddenly heard an excited call, "Brother Long." He opened his eyes to see the members of Dazhu Peak standing before him, with Tian Bai and Su Ru among the crowd, both smiling at him. He quickly stood up, respectfully greeting, "Uncle Tian, Aunt Su." Tian Bai waved his hand, chuckling lightly. "No need for formalities, nephew. Are you the one responsible for officiating the departure platform today?" "Indeed." Long Xian nodded slightly, signaling a fellow disciple nearby to bring chairs for Tian Bai and his wife to sit down. He smiled, "This is the instruction from our master. But as I am still young and inexperienced, I hope both of you will offer your guidance." Tian Bai smiled faintly, shaking his head. "You jest, nephew. Today is Linger's first match. We have come only to cheer her on and would not dare to overshadow her." Long Xian glanced at the radiant Tian Ling, standing beside Su Ru in her fiery red attire, and remarked, "Sister Linger is well educated and renowned for her early wisdom. I am certain she will not disappoint you both." "You flatter me, Brother Long," Tian Linger replied, a delightful blush gracing her cheeks. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and could not help but lower his head. "Hey, Xiaofan, what's wrong with you?" Long Xian, sharp-eyed, noticed his unease and asked with concern, "You look bloodshot. Did you not sleep well last night?" Zhang Xiaofan quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. Just a bit unaccustomed to a new place. Thank you for your concern, brother." Before Long Xian could respond, Shang Zhengliang, the head of Chuyang Peak, arrived with a group of disciples at the foot of the platform. It was evident that today's martial arts competition would likely feature a bout between Tian Linger and one of Chaoyang Peak's disciples. Long Xian directed a disciple to add another chair beside Tian Bai. After Shang Zhengliang sat down, he exchanged a glance with Tian Bai, a flicker of sparks seemingly igniting between them, yet both merely smiled faintly, appearing unfazed. Then, a clear ringing sound echoed, resonating through the misty cloud sea, rousing everyone's spirits and abruptly silencing the previously bustling plaza. On the enormous platform, the figures of Dao Xianjinren and Song Song Daoren appeared. Dao Xianjinren stepped forward, surveying the multitude of disciples below, and announced in a booming voice, "The competition begins." Tian Linger greeted her parents before stepping onto the stage, facing off against a disciple from Chaoyang Peak named Shen Tiando. Although Shen's magical artifact was far inferior to Tian Linger's amber vermilion silk, his combat experience was significantly richer. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, engaged in a spirited contest. As Tian Linger found herself at a stalemate, frustration bubbled within her. Suspended in midair, she crossed her arms in a flower gesture, exclaiming, "Bind the gods." The amber vermilion silk paused in midair, producing a sharp sound, and instantly flared into a dazzling light, expanding massively in mere moments, enveloping Sun Tiandou within its grasp. Then, Tianlinger manipulated her spells, chanting incantations as the amber vermilion silk transformed into a massive red sphere, compressing inward. Within the gaps, under the radiant light, the faint glimmer of a gray-brown sword could be seen, indicating Sun Tiandou's valiant struggle against the encroaching silk. Despite his resistance slowing the advance, the relentless red threads inexorably pressed inward. As time ticked away, the amber vermilion silk gradually inched closer, drawing gasps from the onlookers, who found it hard to breathe in anticipation. Suddenly, a guttural cry pierced the tension as Sun Tiandou, like a ferocious tiger, broke free from the bindings. But his face had turned completely pale. Long Xian, understanding the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. The outcome was clear. He cast a glance of admiration towards Tianlinger, who was fiercely engaged in battle. Indeed, moments later, Tianlinger soared through the air, pointing her right hand. The amber vermilion silk, like a bone-piercing needle, shattered Sun Tiandou's feeble protective barrier, sending him flying. With a flicker of thought, Long Xian summoned the spiritual energy of the world, forming a gigantic multicolored hand that gently caught Sun Tiandou and lowered him to the ground. Realizing what had transpired, the disciples from Chaoyang Peak rushed to assist Sun Tiandou. Tianlinger, having retracted her artifact, descended to the platform, beaming as she addressed Sun Tiandou. "Thank you, Senior Brother Shun, for your restraint." Sun Tiandou offered a wry smile. "Sister Tian, you are truly a prodigy. I am in awe." He then turned to Long Xian, offering a slight nod. "Thank you, Junior Brother, for your assistance." Shang Zhengliang sighed, exchanged pleasantries with Tian Bai, and led his disciples away. Seeing his daughter achieve a splendid victory, Tian Bai's face beamed with pride. Feeling a sense of fulfillment among his peers, he affectionately patted his daughter's head, clearly pleased. Turning to the other disciples, he said, "Next, it will be your turn. With Linger leading by example, you will see that the disciples of other veins are not insurmountable. You must all strive hard." With 3 members of Daju Peak participating in the upcoming 8 matches, Tian Bai and Suru needed to separate to watch. Upon noticing that Tianlinger and Zhang Xiaofan had not moved, he was surprised. However, seeing Long Xian calmly directing the disciples to repair the arena, he felt reassured. With a gentle smile and a few words of encouragement about watching closely and reflecting on the matches, he departed. As soon as her parents left, Tianlinger wasted no time and rushed to Long Xian's side, playfully exclaiming, "Brother Long, how did I do? Wasn't I impressive?" Long Xian, feeling a fondness for this adorable little sister, chuckled softly. Indeed, indeed. Sister Linger possesses extraordinary talent and exceptional aptitude. Truly, you are a remarkable prodigy of our Qingyun Sect." Tianlinger shot him a glance, her playful smile fading slightly as she remarked, "Brother, you flatter me too much." Then, lowering her head, she whispered, "When it comes to the gift of cultivation, how could I dare to compare myself to you, brother?" Gazing at the radiant smile on his senior sister's face, which evidently emanated genuine joy, Zhang Xiaofan stood in place, lost in thought. A wave of profound sadness and disappointment surged within him, piercing his soul like a dagger. The repeated calls of Xiaofan finally roused Zhang Xiaofan from his stupor. Looking at the concerned expressions of Long Xian and Tianlinger before him, he absent-mindedly replied, "Ah? Senior brother, what did you just say?" Long Xian furrowed his brow and gently touched Zhang Xiaofan's forehead. "It's nothing. Xiaofan, you seem a bit strange today, as if you're lost in your thoughts. Would you like to return and rest for a while?" Zhang Xiaofan waved his hand and forced a smile, saying, "No need to worry, Senior Brother Long. I'm merely spaced out for a moment. I'm fine and don't need to rest." Long Xian gazed deeply at Zhang Xiaofan, seemingly searching for a crack in his demeanor. After a long pause, he let out a gentle sigh and produced an exquisite jade vial, saying, "It's up to you. This is a Qingxin pill, which I made during my leisure hours. It is effective in calming the mind. If you find it difficult to sleep tonight, just take one." In his previous life as a disciple of Shu Shan, although Long Xian primarily focused on swordsmanship, he had dabbled in formations and alchemy. While his knowledge of alchemy was not as profound as his understanding of formations, he could certainly prepare some common medicinal remedies for healing and focus. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, touched by the concern reflected in Long Xian's eyes, and quickly waved his hands, saying, "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Without giving him a chance to refuse, Long Xian placed the jade vial in Zhang Xiaofan's hand, his gaze revealing an unyielding authority. "It's merely a trinket, far inferior to the grand Huang Dan passed down in your bamboo peak. Take it, or don't blame me for being harsh." Thus, the three of them lingered by the challenge arena, witnessing one battle after another. Most of the time, Long Xian accompanied the events with soft explanations, covering everything from the techniques employed by the combatants to his own insights into the Qingyun arts. He acted as a devoted mentor, imparting his understanding to Tian Linger and Zhang Xiaofan. Several disciples, drawn by the spectacle of the matches, inadvertently overheard Long Xian elucidating the battles taking place and could not help but gather around him, captivated by his words. Before long, a crowd formed around Long Xian, drawn in by his engaging commentary, resulting in an ever-growing number of spectators at the challenge arena. By the afternoon, the area in front of the challenge arena was densely packed with spectators, rivaling that of the Qianhao arena. As the final battle concluded, Long Xian finally fell silent. Turning to observe, he was astonished to find not only Tian Linger and Zhang Xiaofan, who wore expressions of admiration, but also a multitude of fellow disciples surrounding him, their faces adorned with looks of contemplation and enlightenment, standing in rapt attention. At this moment, as Long Xian ceased speaking, the crowd remained momentarily lost in thought, still wearing expressions of regret at the end of the enlightening session. A tall man stepped forward, solemnly clasping his fist towards Long Xian. "I am Gao Fei, a disciple from Fenghui Peak. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." His words prompted the surrounding disciples to follow suit, expressing their respect to Long Xian in imitation. Though Long Xian was surprised, he reciprocated each gesture of respect with a nod. Unbeknownst to him, in the realm of cultivation across the vast land of Shenzhou, disciples typically practice their techniques through personal comprehension of the scriptures. Many students, limited by their experiences, struggled to achieve deep insights into a particular technique, which made Long Xian's clear and accessible explanations based on his past experiences significantly impactful for the Qingyun disciples. After all, the Seven Sects martial arts competition would continue for several more days, and establishing a good rapport with this enigmatic senior brother could only be beneficial. In the distance, Dao Xianjunren stood alongside Sangsong Daoran, observing the crowd gathered around Long Xian. Sangsong Daoran's face briefly flickered with a complex expression before quickly transforming into a look of satisfaction. "Senior brother, who would have thought that your disciple possesses such profound insights into our Qingyun arts? Truly, heroes emerge from the young." Dao Xianjunren smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious light, and shook his head slightly. "Shin'er's talents are extraordinary, yet he has only showcased his remarkable prowess in swordsmanship until now. Today's performance has indeed astonished me." Sangsong Daoran smiled warmly, seemingly about to speak, but then appeared to recall something. Glancing towards the direction of the disciples from Longzhou Peak, his expression darkening. As the headmaster of Qingyun, Dao Xianjunren, possessing a keen intellect, recognized Sangsong's contemplative demeanor and understood his thoughts. With a sigh, he inquired, "How is your disciple named Fong Chao faring?" Upon hearing this, Sangsong Daoran's countenance darkened further, and he huffed heavily. Sister Shiyue's disciple is indeed too ruthless. Having won, he still resorted to using a magical artifact to ruin another's celestial sword. "Senior brother, can you explain this reasoning?" It is no surprise that Sweki, being inexperienced in her cultivation, cannot control a divine object like Tianya, came a cold voice from behind them. It was the aloof Master Shueyue, accompanied by the ethereal Lu Sweki, her fair skin glowing like snow, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, eliciting both admiration and a hint of reverence. Sangsong Daoran's anger surged, ready to erupt, when suddenly a hand rested upon his shoulder. It was Dao Xianjunren, his expression stern as he patted Sangsong's shoulder. Sangsong glanced at him and managed to suppress his fury, snorting heavily before striding away. At the incense valley, Yun Yilan and Shang Wansu slowly walked to the center of the Xuanhua altar, standing upon the remnants of the 8 fiends' Xuanhua array. From afar, his face seemed shrouded in the shadows of crumbling ruins. Nearby stood Li Sun, Yin Hong, and Elder El Shan, distinguished disciples of the incense valley. With a somber expression, Yun Yilan sighed deeply. "How long has it been?" He suddenly spoke, his tone low and devoid of context. Shang Wansu, standing beside him, displayed no surprise, evidently aware of certain matters. However, he had no intention to respond, instead casting a curious glance at Li Sun and Yin Hong, who stood 3 paces behind them. Yun Yilan reached out, gently stroking a raised stone platform at the center of the Xuanhua altar, and said softly, "Suner and Honger are not outsiders. They will eventually take over the lineage of the Incense Valley. We should not hide these matters from them." Shang Wansu trembled slightly, then steadied himself, remaining silent for a moment before replying. "Since preparations began, it has been nearly a year and a half." He paused, glancing at Yun Yilan. his voice growing even more somber. That mysterious master employed unknown means to drain the accumulated power of the 8 fiends Xuanhua array, which had been gathered over a millennium. Following that, he engaged in a fierce battle here with my senior brother, seemingly leaving the foundational array completely destroyed. We have attempted to restart the Great Array 9 times using the methods recorded in the Incense Jade Codex, yet we have been unsuccessful. The Red Flame Mingzuan has also remained unresponsive. Yun Elan's expression turned grim, and he remained silent, as if pondering a significant issue. Meanwhile, Shang Wansi simply observed his brother's figure, maintaining his silence. The trio standing beside them, Li Sun and the others, appeared to adopt a posture of humility, remaining wordless. Is there any clue regarding the identity of that mysterious master? Yun Elan suddenly inquired, 3 deep lines forming between his brows, a hint of murderous intent faintly detectable in his voice, which grew increasingly frigid. On that day, as the mysterious master engaged in battle with his senior brother, he employed 2 sets of sword techniques that were utterly unprecedented within the realm of Shenzhou. As Shang Wansi beheld the icy gaze of Yun Elan directed towards him, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire being, compelling him to involuntarily take a step back. However, the enigmatic master seemed to possess profound expertise in the art of thunder. It remained uncertain whether there existed a connection to the Qingyun Sect. Yun Elan raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a contemplative demeanor. For a millennium, the righteous sects and demonic cults of Shenzhou had been in opposition, naturally familiarizing themselves with each other's methods. Among the masters of the demonic sect, there were indeed many sword cultivators, yet none possessed such profound mastery over the art of thunder. After all, thunder embodies the purest and most yang force of the universe, inherently clashing with the sinister and malevolent. Excluding the 4 major factions of the demonic sect, only the other 2 righteous sects could dare to confront the formidable Husu of the incense-burning valley. When the monks of the Tianyin Temple made their move, they were typically accompanied by the resonant chants of Buddhist hymns and the radiance of the Buddha's light, which clearly did not align with that of the mysterious master. Thus, the only remaining possibility was the Qingyun Sect. Since the time of the revered Master Qingya, various mystical sword techniques had been passed down, predominantly focusing on the elemental powers of ice and thunder. Techniques such as the renowned Frosty Dance of Heaven and the heavenly Profound Ice Art, as well as the Divine Sword of Thunder Command, exemplified the might of these 2 elements, with the Qingyun Thunder method standing unrivaled across the land. Yun Elan's brows gradually furrowed, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, as if an internal struggle raged within him. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and turned to Shang Wansi and Li Sun, who stood behind him, stating, "Let this matter rest for now. Without conclusive evidence, do not speak of it again." Shang Wansi glanced at Yun Elan, his voice barely above a whisper, "Senior brother?" Seemingly resolute, Yun Elan did not waver further, coldly asserting, "The winds of change are sweeping across Shenzhou, and the demonic cult is stirring with impatience. The one within the demon-suppressing cave is growing restless." He need not elaborate on the significance of the formation within the Xuanhua altar. Its restoration was imperative. Otherwise, he left the thought unvoiced, yet all present understood his implication. In the tranquil Xuanhua altar, an intangible aura of darkness flowed like a shadow. Shang Wansi was momentarily taken aback, processing Yun Elan's words. A spark of realization illuminated his expression. "Could it be, senior brother, that you have devised an alternative method?" Yun Elan's eyes twitched slightly as he nodded gently, though a chill clouded his visage. Indeed, a certain ancestor once contemplated such a predicament and proposed a solution, which was inscribed in the incense-burning jade manual. Upon hearing this, Li Sun and the others were elated, but Shang Wansi discerned something amiss from Yun Elan's countenance and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, senior brother, what sort of method did that ancestor record?" Yun Elan fell silent for a moment before enunciating 6 words deliberately: "No, measure, essence, blood, sacrifice." In an instant, a wave of cold surged from their feet to their heads, leaving them speechless as they exchanged glances. After a long pause, Shang Wansi managed to regain his composure, his voice trembling. "Senior brother, is this truly what our ancestor documented?" Yun Elan snorted coldly, his gaze piercing, as if to penetrate the very souls of those present. "What? Do you doubt that I would invoke the name of our ancestor to perpetrate such malevolence?" Shang Wansi's expression turned bitter, his body trembling slightly as he seemed to struggle with his words. However, under Yun Elan's intense gaze, he gradually retreated. After a lengthy silence, he appeared despondent, murmuring, "Senior brother, do you intend to sacrifice the blood of the living to appease the malevolent spirit?" Yun Elan shook his head, responding coolly, "Initially, that was my intention. However, I recently received reports from my disciples regarding an intriguing development, which prompted me to reconsider." Shang Wan's eyes widened in sudden realization. "Are you implying the blood-devouring pearl?" Yuan Ilan replied, observing Shang Wan's reaction. He then turned to pat Li Sun's shoulder, speaking softly, "Sir, you are aware of the resurgence of the demonic cult's blood refining hall, correct?" "Yes, master," Li Sun replied respectfully and earnestly. It was reported that someone had discovered the whereabouts of the demonic cult's treasured blood-devouring pearl, and soon you shall journey north to collaborate with the elite of the Qingyun Tianyin to eradicate the evil forces. Yuan Ilan gazed deeply into Li Sun's eyes, a glimmer of something extraordinary shimmering within. "Your primary objective is to acquire this blood-devouring pearl. Should you succeed in bringing it back, the next leader of the incense-burning valley shall be you." Li Sun trembled with excitement, a flicker of fervor gracing his expression, before he suddenly looked up, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I will not disappoint your expectations." Yuan Ilan nodded, turning away into silence, yet his eyes were shrouded in a chilling, ominous aura. Chapter 47. Dare you not accompany? As the first rays of sunlight cascaded upon the sea of clouds, the entire Tongtian Peak appeared as a celestial sanctuary. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect arrived as they had the previous day, witnessing the final battle of the Seven Sects competition. Today marked the decisive confrontation between Senior Sister Lu and Senior Brother Qi. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Is that even a question? Senior Sister Lu is a once-in-500 years prodigy of our Qingyun Sect, having cultivated the Taiji Qing Dao to an exceptionally profound level. I fear Senior Brother Qi's chances are slim. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect is truly deserving of its title as the foremost righteous sect. First, there was the prodigious Senior Brother Long. And now we have the likes of Senior Sister Lu Sueki, Senior Brother Qi Hao, Senior Brother Zheng Shu, and Senior Brother Peng Chong. The revival of our sect is imminent. Silence, silence. The esteemed elders have arrived. As the disciples engaged in fervent discussion, Dao Xianjinren and the heads of the various sects had already made their entrance. Long Xian, clad in dragon-slaying attire, followed closely behind Dao Xianjinren, his demeanor icy and contemplative. Upon the Seoul Qianhao arena, Lu Sueki and Qi Hao stood opposite each other, ready for battle. Behind her, Tianya emitted a faint blue glow. Qi Hao inhaled deeply, gazing at the ethereal figure before him, his expression solemn. In his hand, the cold ice sword radiated a thin veil of white light, releasing tendrils of chilling energy. As the bells tolled in unison, their resonant chimes echoed across Tongtian Peak. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. Lu Sueki straightened her posture and steadied her mind. With one more victory, she would achieve her goal. She turned slightly to gaze at the familiar figure clad in white amidst the crowd, their eyes meeting, filled with unspoken significance. Tianya, glowing with blue radiance behind her, proclaimed, "Disciple Lu Sueki of Shaozhu Peak, I seek your guidance." Qi Hao inclined his head slightly, his own ice sword glowing brilliantly as he solemnly declared, "Disciple Qi Hao of Longzhou Peak, I seek to learn from Senior Sister Lu." After exchanging formalities, the battle commenced. Qi Hao swung his ice sword, summoning ice spikes that materialized from thin air, descending upon Lu Sueki. In contrast, Lu Sueki remained expressionless, suspended in the ever-drifting clouds, her right hand gripping Tianya. Her sword unsheathed, yet a chilling sword intent surged forth. With a gentle yet commanding shout, a streak of blue sword light erupted skyward, cleaving through the rain of ice spikes. The blue glow illuminated the surroundings, and every ice spike was severed. None dared approach within a radius of 3 feet from Lu Sueki. Qi Hao's expression remained unchanged. The ice spikes were merely a probing attack, and their destruction by Lu Sueki's sword came as no surprise. Yet unexpectedly, the sword light, having shattered the ice spikes, continued unabated towards Qi Hao. With a cold snort, Qi Hao executed a series of hand seals, summoning walls of ice to rise before him, successfully blocking the fierce sword light. In the exchange of blows, both contenders had engaged in several moves, each claiming victories and defeats, neither gaining the upper hand. In the midst of the air, azure light flickered and white radiance surged, scattering the once formidable giant timbers of the arena into mere fragments, echoing with the sound of thunder, deafening to the ears. The nearly 1,000 onlookers from the Qingyun Sect were left aghast. Never had a bout escalated to such fervor from the very onset. Lu Sueki's expression was as frigid as frost, her garments billowing without a breeze. In an instant, myriad beams of blue light enveloped her figure, and the Tianya sword resonated with a colossal roar akin to a dragon's roar. It seemed as though Lu Sueki had become one with the sword, soaring skyward. "Brother Qi, shall we settle this with a single move?" A voice as crisp and melodious as the shattering of ice echoed from above the clouds. Qi Hao, suspended in midair, felt the chill emanate from him, spreading outwards. He gazed upward, the once gentle features on his face now etched with gravity, and replied calmly, "I shall patiently await my junior sister's esteemed move." Suddenly, the wind ceased. As if frozen in the air, Lu Sueki drew the Tianya divine sword with a flick of her wrist. The sword, reminiscent of autumn waters, crackled with thunderous energy. Below, Qi Hao, unwilling to be outdone, formed an intricate hand seal, conjuring a mysterious white rune that swiftly took shape. The water element of the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, rapidly converging to coalesce before him into a resplendent ice sword. Qi Hao shouted, "Ice of the Xiantian, condense into the sword." Extremely cold, swift. In the next moment, the ice sword shot upward, propelled by unmatched force toward Lu Sueki. Her countenance remained unchanged as she executed 7 steps in midair, her sword thrusting toward the heavens while she chanted, "9 heavens mystic abyss, transform into divine thunder." The might of the heavens, guided by the sword. Instantly, a fierce wind swept forth, the previously clear blue sky darkened, and tumultuous clouds surged in the horizon, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. In the depths of the clouds, a brilliant light emerged, as countless bolts of lightning converged, seemingly aimed at Lu Sueki's Tianya divine sword. The divine thunder control technique. On the ground, from the venerable Dao Xuan to the esteemed elders of the various sects, all wore expressions of astonishment. Rising in unison to gaze at Master Shueiyue of Shaozhu Peak. The Tsangsong Daoist, observing Master Shueiyue, bore a wry smile, and sighed, "Shueiyue, you have taught a remarkable disciple." Just as the moment arrived, the thunderous pillars conjured by Lu Sueki collided with the gigantic ice sword in midair with a resounding boom. The entire realm quaked momentarily. In the next heartbeat, the ice sword was shattered by the thunder, the pillar's force unabated, enveloping Qi Hao beneath it. After a long silence, the dark clouds dissipated. Sunlight streaming down. Qi Hao knelt on the ground, his garments stained with blood, the celestial sword he leaned upon dimmed in radiance. The Tsangsong Daoist appeared beside him like a specter, supporting him, casting a deep glance at the pale Lu Sueki in the distance, and with a cold snort, led his disciple away to recover. Dao Xuan sighed in relief, yet spoke with a faint smile. After 6 days of competition, the victor of this 7 sects martial arts meeting has been determined. It is the master of Shaozhu Peak. Before he could finish, a clear and cold voice interrupted him, causing a stir among the disciples of Qingyun, all turning pale. Dao Xuan, having presided over Qingyun for a century, had always commanded respect, yet today, someone dared to obstruct him. Amidst the uproar, Lu Sueki, devoid of color, slowly rose, inhaling deeply, meeting Dao Xuan's gaze without a hint of retreat. Her unparalleled beauty shone forth, her white teeth gently biting her lower lip as she calmly declared, "I, Lu Sueki, the 8th-generation disciple of Shaozhu Peak, challenged the disciple Longxian of Chongmen." She turned slightly, fixing her gaze upon the composed Longxian below, and asked softly, "I wonder, junior brother, do you dare to fight? Do you dare to fight?" This question instantly incited a commotion among the disciples, for Longxian, besides being a disciple of Dao Xuan, was also an elder of Tongtian Peak. Lu Sueki's sudden declaration was tantamount to a provocation against Chongmen. Dao Xuan was taken aback, and Master Shueiyue was equally astonished, rising swiftly, exclaiming, "Qi, have you lost your mind? Cease this at once." Lu Sueki's lips quivered, her breath quickening, yet she did not retreat, her gaze unwavering upon Longxian. Longxian remained silent, observing the resolute beauty before him, lost in thought. A flicker of inexplicable tenderness and melancholy surfaced in his cold, deep-set eyes. The Dragon Slayer, sensing the shift in its master's heart, emitted a series of melodious cries. This woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his past. "Yinner, I promised that elder I would remain silent about this matter. Please, do not press me further." Confronted and cornered, Lu Sueki's defiance carried a hint of disdain. "I see you are no different from those demonic cultists." Longshuan's lips curled into a self-mocking smile, which gradually widened. Though it was a smile, it exuded an overwhelming sense of solitude and despair, as if his heart had grown weary. He lifted his gaze, his black eyes reflecting Lu Sueki's pristine silhouette, and calmly replied, "Since senior sister is so inclined, how could I refuse?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a yellow pill floated into the air, drifting toward Lu Sueki. 3 days hence, at this very place, I shall seal my cultivation and confront you with the cultivation of the 9 realms of Yuling. Chapter 48. The Sword Immortal's glorious rise. Is that not a great yellow pill? Why does Longxian possess it? In the crowd, Su Ru tugged at Tian Bai's sleeve, whispering her inquiry. No, the quality seems different from the great yellow pill. Tian Bai frowned and replied, it resembles the returning essence pill from Tantian Peak, used to accelerate the recovery of true essence. It appears this Longxian is quite the connoisseur of fine herbs. His words carried a hint of playful irony. Su Ru, frustrated, punched him lightly. You can still jest at a time like this. After Sweki's outburst, Xiaozhu Peak has become the target of everyone's ire. I only hope the master does not hold this against Sweki. Tian Bai sighed softly. This matter is set in stone. It cannot be altered. 3 days hence, regardless of victory or defeat, you must have your Shueihua sister accompany Lu Sweki to offer an apology to Brother Dao Xuan. Su Ru pondered briefly and nodded slightly. Yet her face remained etched with worry. Master Shueihua stepped forward, supporting the pale Lu Sweki, remaining silent for a while before suddenly sighing. His voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of sorrow. Chi-Chi, oh. Amidst the throng of her master and sisters, Lu Sweki remained silent, lifting her head to tightly grip the pill in her hand, gazing blankly in the direction Longxian had departed. With the rising sun and the setting dusk, day after day passed in an endless cycle. Life in the mountains, detached from the clamor of the world, seemed to replicate the day before. This tranquil passage of time, whether long or short, resided solely within the heart of man. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. As the sun rose, many disciples of Qingyun gathered spontaneously at the Yunhai Square, eager not to miss the impending confrontation. Whether it was Longxian, armed solely with his sword, repelling the Water Qilin, or Lu Sweki, cutting through her opponents with unparalleled prowess, both were subjects of much discussion. More importantly, Longxian had proclaimed he would seal his cultivation, engaging Lu Sweki with the strength of the 9 realms of Yuling, undoubtedly adding to the spectacle of this contest. The Yuling Hall, the most sacred place within the Qingyun Sect, stood majestic as ever, inspiring awe. Before the grand hall, incense candles burned silently, releasing wisps of light smoke. Longxian awakened from his meditative state, nodding slightly to the ever-watchful Dao Xuan, and with a thought, summoned the true essence of Taiji. Binding his dantian with what felt like chains, his aura rapidly diminishing until it stabilized at the 9th level of Yuling. Dao Xinjinren sighed. Xin'er, you are overly ambitious. Your current capabilities likely do not even amount to 20% of your full strength. His concerns were not without merit, for Longxian had sealed his cultivation, rendering his power inferior even to that of an ordinary Yu Qing 9th stage cultivator. Imagine 2 robust men, one unencumbered, the other burdened with heavy shackles. In combat, who would prove superior? Longxian smiled faintly, rising slowly, his garments white as snow, his demeanor as graceful as jade. The Zhan Longxian Jian shimmered like autumn waters, each movement exuding the elegance of an unparalleled swordsman. He turned to face his master, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, esteemed teacher, even with just 10% of my strength, I shall not be defeated. If I cannot even conquer my peers, what right do I have to pursue the sword path? Dao Xinjinren gazed intently at Longxian, his most cherished disciple, his eyes momentarily clouded as if he saw another figure reflected in him, equally striking, equally brilliant, with an arrogance seemingly etched into his very bones. That name, haunting like a nightmare, had not been uttered for a century. Wang Jianyi. Longxian bowed respectfully before exiting the Yu Qing Hall. The time for the match was nigh. Look, Brother Longxian has arrived. Oh, why isn't he the headmaster come? Speculated the disciples. Surely, the headmaster trusts Brother Longxian immensely, hence his absence. As they observed Longxian approaching alone from the direction of the Yu Qing Hall, a buzz of chatter ensued. Dong. The resonant chime of the bell echoed as an elderly gentleman, resembling a learned sage, took the stage and sighed. For this contest, I shall serve as the judge. You both have no objections, I presume? Longxian smiled slightly and replied, I have complete faith in Master Zheng's integrity. Lu Sweki remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Master Zheng nodded thoughtfully and suggested, if possible, why not both take a step back? Must we escalate to such tension? Longxian and Lu Sweki exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of battle intent in each other's eyes. Longxian smiled faintly. I appreciate Master Zheng's good intentions, but having already accepted this challenge, I see no reason to retreat. Master Zheng sighed softly, shaking his head, and withdrew from the stage. Lu Sweki took a deep breath, steadying her resolve, and with a swift motion, grasped the Tianya divine sword. Her beautiful visage turned frosty as she refrained from unsheathing the sword. Instead, she executed an overhead slash with the azure blade, sending 3 crescent-shaped blue sword lights in a triangular formation towards Long Xian. At this sight, numerous disciples gasped, and upon witnessing Lu Sueki's ethereal presence, they gazed up at her with reverence, recognizing her profound mastery of the Qingyun sword art. However, as the sword lights approached Long Xian, they were taken aback. Even the esteemed elders present displayed expressions of astonishment, rising in unison. A slender finger, like jade, pointed into the air, unleashing 3 short bursts of azure sword energy that collided with the crescent sword lights, obliterating them into nothingness. The technique resembled both a finger technique and a sword technique. Though identical in form, it imparted an impression of endless variation. Sister Lu, let us forego further probing and engage directly. Long Xian spoke calmly. With a thought, the Zhan Long sword unsheathed itself, its blade shimmering like autumn waters. As azure flames began to dance along the edge, an invisible sword intent locking onto Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki's expression hardened. Without hesitation, she summoned Tianya, its blue radiance flashing as she unsheathed it, severing Long Xian's sword intent. The Tianya surged skyward, swift as lightning, wielding an overwhelming momentum towards Long Xian. Long Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the Zhan Long sword crackled with lightning. Both swords ascended, clashing multiple times in a brief span. The resonant clangs echoed, the lightning on the Zhan Long sword fading, transforming into swirling azure sword energies that enveloped the blade. With each collision, an invisible sword intent surged toward Lu Sueki, overwhelming her spirit. After 9 strikes, a wave of vitality surged within Lu Sueki, her body nearly losing balance in midair, a mixture of shock and fury swelling within her. From their exchanges, Long Xian maintained an unfazed demeanor, evidently holding back, solely utilizing this mental assault to inflict upon her considerable distress. Steeling herself, she bit her silver teeth. Her fair face flushed with determination, her garments billowing without wind. With a fierce cry, the Tianya glowed intensely, its sharp sword energy breaking through the Zhan Long sword's vortex of intent, celestial energy surging toward the heavens. Long Xian, calm in countenance, refrained from pursuing. With a thought, the Zhan Long sword gracefully returned to his grasp, landing perfectly in his right hand. Lu Sueki snorted coldly, wielding Tianya, merging with her sword, she soared into the sky, her hair flowing like a celestial maiden. The Tianya trembled slightly, sensing its master's resolve, springing upward like an enraged dragon, illuminating the world in a cascade of blue light. Converging as one, descending upon Long Xian with lethal intent. Long Xian looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised the Zhan Long sword high. A powerful gust of wind erupting, the invisible sword pressure constricting, nearly rendering breathless. He let out a mighty roar, akin to a dragon's lament echoing through the heavens. The sensation akin to his very blood igniting with fervor. The Zhan Long sword sang, reminiscent of days when its former master roamed the world with unmatched bravado. A verdant brilliance surged skyward. In this moment, Long Xian mirrored the legendary figure of yore, unyielding as he brandished the Zhan Long sword, a harbinger of destruction. With a thunderous crash, akin to the roar of the heavens, the very mountain trembled as Tianya was forced back, yet it continued to hum with vigor. Lu Sueki appeared in the sky, firmly gripping Tianya, but blood trickled from her lips, crimson staining her alabaster skin, a striking contrast of red and white, breathtakingly vivid. Slayer of Gods. Chapter 49. The Divine Sword Commands Thunder. The observing elders of the Qingyun Sect changed countenance, as if through the searing azure flames. They glimpsed the extraordinary figure from a century past, regal and unparalleled. Song Dao Ren stepped forward, gazing at Long Xian suspended in the air with intensity. A flicker of struggle in his eyes that quickly faded, replaced by resolute determination. Long Xian, his expression impassive, looked across the desolate expanse. Meeting the gaze of the beautiful woman standing alone amidst wind and rain, her complexion slightly pale, eyes reflecting sorrow and a hint of panic. He smiled serenely, speaking softly. I have long heard of your mastery in the Qingyun thunder technique, so let us engage in a contest of thunder. Lu Sueki remained silent, her expression icy. Sword poised in his direction. The frosty blade of Tianya began to shimmer with threads of thunderous energy, as if the ancient thunder god awoke from an eternal slumber. The wind howled violently, their figures swaying amidst the tempest. Lu Sueki suddenly unleashed a piercing cry, the Tianya divine sword radiating with brilliance as she twirled her wrist, the sword's body crackling with lightning. She stepped in a formation of the 7 stars, advancing 7 paces, and thrust her sword skyward, her once rosy complexion devoid of color. Chanting, 9 heavens mystic realm, transform into divine thunder. Magnificent celestial might, I summon with my sword. In an instant, the clear skies darkened ominously, clouds roiling, thunder booming, and the realm was engulfed in a terrifying aura of slaughter. Long Xian slightly closed his eyes, the tip of the Zhan long sword lowered. Standing tall as if a timeless statue, clad in white as snow. As memories of tumultuous years past flicker through his solitary gaze. A fleeting shadow of loneliness crosses his eyes. He opens them, feeling the increasingly violent tempest of thunderous sword energy surrounding him. Suddenly, he smiles and gazes intently at Lu Sueki, speaking earnestly, "Senior sister, the essence of the divine sword thunder control technique lies in the fusion of sword energy and the power of thunder. Your sword only carries thunder. Yet you have strayed onto a misguided path." Unfazed, Lu Sueki continues her movements, vast torrents of thunder and lightning converging from the heavens, cascading onto the autumn water like Qingyun sword. Whether she hears Long Xian's words remains uncertain, yet the onlookers from Qingyun are all lost in contemplation. Since my senior sister does not believe, allow me to demonstrate my divine sword thunder control technique. Long Xian shakes his head. In an instant, he merges with his sword, transforming into a brilliant emerald light that ascends to the sky, revealing his form amidst the clouds. Amidst the fierce gale, his long azure hair dances behind him like ink splashed across a canvas. With a countenance as stern as frost, he holds the Zhanlong sword before him, his left hand forming a mystical gesture. As he steps forward, an eerie phenomenon occurs. It is as if his soul has departed his corporeal form. Then, with a solidified sword intent, he alters his pace, and another Long Xian emerges. 2, 4, 6, 7. In a heartbeat, he strides through the 7 stars formation, executing 7 steps in midair, blending 7 swords into one, the Zhanlong sword piercing the heavens as he recites, 9 heavens mysterious abyss, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent celestial might, drawn forth by my sword. The already low-hanging dark clouds churn even more violently, resembling boiling water, as the winds howl through the cosmos, shaking heaven and earth in an instant. A flash of lightning, seemingly from ancient times, ignites the sky, piercing through the black clouds and tearing apart the vast expanse like a proud deity descending upon the mortal realm, resting upon the blazing sword tip. In that fleeting moment, his figure vanishes, leaving only the searing, blinding thunderlight and the overwhelming sword energy that obscures the mundane world below. What a swift sword! What formidable, thunderous power! The onlookers exchange glances, astonished by Long Xian's sword technique. Their expressions akin to those who have seen a ghost. The divine sword thunder control technique can be wielded in such a manner? In the distant ancestral hall, the mysterious elder pauses his actions, gazing toward the Cloud Sea Plaza, his face suddenly reflecting a hint of satisfaction as he murmurs, "To what extent have you truly reached now?" With a resounding thrust, the space where Long Xian stands seems to twist momentarily, appearing like a mirror poised to shatter. The thunderous power of the Zhanlong sword surges, imbued with an unyielding sharpness that seems capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, Long Xian remains unperturbed, stepping forward as the Zhanlong sword slashes downwards, a flawless arc of lightning manifesting from thin air. The thunder column beneath Lu Sueki's sword is forcefully cleaved apart, shattered by the roaring arc of lightning, which hurtles towards her direction, imbued with earth-shattering thunderlight, sword energy. This is bad. Master Shu Yue's expression changes dramatically as his robe billows, soaring into the air. The same divine sword thunder control technique, executed by Long Xian, exceeds Lu Sueki's by more than tenfold. Unexpectedly, the arc of lightning alters its trajectory mid-air, crashing violently into the thunderclouds above Lu Sueki, unleashing an ear-splitting roar from the pitch-black clouds. Some of the weaker disciples struggle to maintain their footing, falling over at the Cloud Sea Plaza, as if the solid earth beneath them has suddenly quaked violently. Akin to an earthquake, the arena falls into a sudden silence as a figure descends from the cloud layers. Long Xian's complexion turns pale, and he takes a deep breath as the Zhanlong sword sheathes itself, leaving the arena without looking back. As he passes, all Qingyun disciples instinctively part to create a path for him. Even the prominent figures like Qi Hao, Wen Min, and Zheng Shushu are no exception, their expressions reflecting reverence for the strong, a timeless principle in the realm of cultivation. Why did Brother Long Xian leave? Who truly won this contest? Some disciples, perplexed by Long Xian's actions, begin to murmur among themselves. "Look, Master Shui and Senior Sister Lu are coming. Some sharp-eyed disciples exclaim, watching a white rainbow descend from the sky. In Master Shui's arms, the icy woman appears gravely injured, her snow-white attire stained with blood at the chest, and blood continues to seep from her pale lips, indicating she has evidently coughed up blood. In truth, had Long Xian not endured the backlash of the thunder and forcibly elevated the arc of the divine sword, Lu Sueki would have suffered far worse than merely coughing blood. Yet, even so, some residual thunderous sword energy has still penetrated her body. Although the Qingyun Sect possesses exquisite methods, it is somewhat lacking in terms of stabilizing the heart pulse and protecting oneself. The situation is now crystal clear. Lu Sueki is gravely injured and unconscious, while Long Xian, though slightly pale, remains lively and vibrant, demonstrating a stark contrast in their conditions. Some of the Qingyun elites were expressions of astonishment. Suddenly recalling a fact, Long Xian is currently utilizing only the cultivation of the Jade Clear Ninefold. If he were at his peak, what formidable power could he unleash? The foremost disciple of Qingyun's younger generation is indeed fearsome. Suru casts a glance at Tianbai beside her and steps forward to aid Master Shui in supporting Lu Sueki. With swift hands, she gently pries open Lu Sueki's lips, retrieving a small vial from her robe, pouring out 2 or 3 yellow pills, and placing them directly into her mouth. After completing these actions, she exhales softly, inquiring, "Senior sister, how is Sueki?" Master Shui, holding Lu Sueki's delicate wrist, examines her condition and, upon sighing in relief, waves her hand. She is not in serious trouble, merely afflicted by the thunder's power, causing some internal disturbance. With your Daoang pill, she will recover in a few days. As she speaks, she gazes toward the distant Yuqing Hall, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, murmuring, "I wonder how Master Long is faring." The backlash from forcibly altering the thunder's trajectory must be quite severe. Suru sighs, but responds, "Once Sueki recovers, senior sister, you should take her to apologize to Brother Daoxian. I believe Brother Daoxian is of a serene disposition and will not hold it against a younger disciple." Master Shui nods slightly, saying, "That is the only course of action, but this favor is indeed a significant debt." Suru understands her meaning. After all, this contest was initiated by Shaozhu Peak, and the opponent not only sealed their cultivation but also endured backlash during the battle, showing considerable restraint, a testament to their benevolence. Though their own disciple has also sustained considerable injury, it cannot be blamed on the other party. In a direct confrontation, they simply fell short. Chapter 50. Descending the mountain again after Long Xian departs from the Cloud Sea Plaza, he traverses the path of Qingyun Mountain and soon returns to his dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he exhales softly, and with a single thought, the 9 heavens purple qi which had been suppressing his injuries dissipates. In the next moment, he cannot help but turn pale, a wave of weakness and stagnant blood surging within him. The backlash from forcibly altering the arc of lightning is indeed severe, far surpassing his expectations. The power of thunder is the ultimate judgment force of the heavens and the earth. Its backlash is not to be trifled with. At this moment, not a single one of Long Xian's meridians is intact. Even his organs have sustained some damage. Had it not been for the pivotal moment when the sword within his dantian instinctively protected him and absorbed some of the violent thunder energy, the situation would have been much graver. Nonetheless, these matters are not the focal point. During his trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains years ago, he had endured injuries far more severe than this, and he has long since grown accustomed to such wounds. This level of injury is insufficient to instill fear in him. His expression suddenly darkened, and with a swift movement of his right hand, a sphere of lightning materialized, crackling and hovering in the air. As he gently closed his eyes, 2 faint sword shadows, one black and one white, emerged within the depths of his gaze. In an instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. Wisps of eerie silver energy surged forth from the edges of the lightning sphere, emanating an overwhelming, mysterious aura. This silver energy was, in fact, the product of his earlier fusion of the Tai Chi essence, the 9 heavens purple qi, and the energies of heaven and earth, which he had derived from the mysterious fragments of a spell in front of the wordless jade by at Tianyin Temple. Unfortunately, since its formation, it had remained dormant within Long Xian's dantian, only stirring briefly in the beginning, until just now, when Long Xian, employing the heavenly sword technique to summon the thunderous power, inadvertently drew out those strands of silver energy. Shocked, Long Xian abandoned the competition and hurried back to his residence to investigate further. Could it be that the heavenly sword technique taught to me by the senior in green is somehow connected to that enigmatic fragment? Long Xian kept his eyes shut, dividing his focus between healing his wounds and meticulously studying the lightning sphere, enveloping it with his vast mental energy. 2 days passed. Although the thrilling battle had long concluded, its captivating details continued to be the talk of many disciples of Qingyun. At the Jade Clear Hall on Tongtian Peak, Dao Xianjinren sat at the center, with Long Xian standing beside him. The heads of the other 6 veins were also present, and at the forefront of the hall stood the 4 strongest competitors of this competition: Lu Sueki from Xiaozhu Peak, Qi Hao from Longzhou Peak, Zheng Shushu from Fenghui Peak, and his senior brother Peng Chong. Seeing that his disciples had remarkably secured 2 of the 4 top positions, Zheng Shushu's elderly face bore an undeniable smile. Clad in white with a blue sword, Lu Sueki's exquisite, ethereal beauty remained as cold as ever. Occasionally, her gaze would drift toward Long Xian, revealing a flicker of inscrutable emotions deep within her eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Dao Xianjinren, observing the 4 below, broke the silence with a smile. Today, I have summoned you 4 for a specific purpose, to venture down the mountain for some experience. Lu Sueki and the others were taken aback. Although they were cultivators, their youth rendered them curious and reluctant to part from the mundane world. Dao Xianjinren, with a gentle smile, recounted the significant incident at the ancient cave of Wanfu on Shu Mountain, stating, "This matter is of great importance. You 4 are the elite of my Qingyun Sect, and thus, you have been chosen to investigate. However, be wary of the cunning and treacherous nature of the demonic sect." His profound gaze swept over the 4, then turned eastward. "Moreover, besides our Qingyun Sect, both the Burning Incense Valley and Tianyin Temple have dispatched outstanding disciples to assist in this investigation. Maintain decorum in public, but do not allow the prestige of our Qingyun Sect to falter." The 4 exchanged glances and responded in unison. Just as Dao Xianjinren was about to elaborate further, Long Xian unexpectedly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Master." Dao Xianjinren was somewhat taken aback, clearly unaware of what his younger disciple was about to say, and chuckled. "Xianer, what is it?" Long Xian nodded slightly and replied, "Master, may I propose the addition of 1 more person for this expedition?" Dao Xianjinren's expression turned more surprised as he asked, "Do you wish to join, Xiano?" Long Xian affirmed with a nod, stating, "To master myriad techniques, one must traverse myriad paths. The tranquility within the sect is not conducive to my swordsmanship training. With the demonic sect re-emerging, it presents a prime opportunity for me to test my sword." In truth, Long Xian harbored an ulterior motive for this journey. The silver energy within his dantian was beyond his control and posed a significant threat. Perhaps due to the incompleteness of the mysterious spell, after 2 days of meticulous study, he had only discovered that the heavenly sword technique could slightly provoke its power. Even so, the insights gained from the first part of the mysterious spell, along with the 2nd volume of the demon and the 4th volume of the Buddha, had inspired Long Xian greatly. Thus, he concluded that if he could fully acquire this spell, its might would rival that of the renowned Xiantian Sword Classic. Therefore, his primary objective for venturing out was to seek the remaining parts of this enigmatic spell. Although the vastness of the realm made this quest akin to searching for pearls in the ocean, it was better than doing nothing. On the other hand, even if he could not find the other fragments of the spell, traversing the mortal world and dueling with heroes would still be a joyous endeavor. Indeed, the sword of an immortal swordsman is a sword that transcends the world, a sword of purity. However, to seek transcendence, one must first engage with the world. To attain purity, one must first experience the mundane. Dao Xianjinren pondered Long Xian's words and suddenly smiled. "Very well, very well. Since you possess such ambition, how could your master deny you?" He glanced at the 4 disciples of Qingyun. "You shall descend the mountain together with your 4 senior brothers and sisters. Additionally, your senior brother Shao has already gone to Shu Mountain to investigate this matter. If you find him, be sure to confer with him on all matters." Long Xian bowed respectfully and replied with a light smile, "Thank you, master." He then stepped back to stand beside his old friend, Zheng Shushu, who laughed heartily, and, while his father was not paying attention, cheekily made a face at him. Dao Xianjinren chuckled softly, casting a glance at the 5 remarkable young individuals before finally resting his gaze on Lu Sueki, beckoning her. "Sueki, come here." Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback, but stepped forward. Dao Xianjinren scrutinized her for a moment before turning to Master Shuiwei with a smile. "Sister Shuiwei, your Xiaozhu Peak has promising successors." A rare, faint smile appeared on Master Shuiwei's cold and indifferent face as she replied, "Brother, you flatter me." Dao Xianjinren smiled and produced an object from his robes, handing it to Lu Sueki. "Sueki, this is a prize for the martial arts competition. Please accept it." Upon receiving it, Lu Sueki found herself holding a delicate jade gourd intricately carved with fine inscriptions, evoking an ethereal sensation. Before she could fully grasp the significance, Master Shueihua, visibly delighted, urged her softly. "Chair, why are you still dawdling? Thank the master." Regaining her composure, Lu Sueki reflected that this extraordinary item was likely one of the personal treasures of the Grandmaster Qingya, the Linglong Gourd. She promptly bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Sueki expresses her gratitude to the master." Dao Xianjunren smiled and replied, "No need, no need. Rise." He then addressed the others, "You may all leave now." The assembled disciples understood that he intended to impart the techniques for wielding the Linglong Gourd to Lu Sueki. So they all exited together. Tianbai observed Master Shui's joyful demeanor and couldn't help but smirk, choosing not to comment, likely harboring some unspoken grievances against her. The relationship between the Great Bamboo Peak and the Little Bamboo Peak had always been strained, and the rivalry between Tianbai and Master Shui spanned over a century, making everyone accustomed to such tensions without finding it strange. Master Shui, noticing Tianbai's peculiar expression, chose to overlook it today, as her mood was good. The various leaders exchanged farewells and then summoned their celestial swords, transforming into 6 beams of retreating light. Once the elders departed, Zheng Shushu and the other two let out a sigh of relief. Qi Hao approached Long Xian, clasping his hands and smiling. "Junior brother Long, your strength is astounding, and I greatly admire you. During this journey down the mountain, we shall follow your lead." Long Xian hastily waved his hands, chuckling. "Senior brother Qi, you jest. Though I have roamed the world, it has primarily been with my sword alone in desolate places, far from today's circumstances. Moreover, since we are setting off together, it would not be appropriate for me to overshadow others. All matters should be directed by you, senior brother." Qi Hao pressed him a few more times, but seeing Long Xian's determination, he reluctantly acquiesced. After Qi Hao departed, Zheng Shushu leaned on Long Xian's shoulder and inquired with curiosity, "Oh, Long junior brother, why didn't you bring Ali along?" Long Xian chuckled lightly and replied, "This journey down the mountain may present unforeseen dangers. Ali is still in its developmental stage, lacking sufficient self-defense capabilities, so I entrusted it to junior brother Xiaofan. Besides, Ali has formed a delightful bond with that little gray monkey and the large yellow dog from Master Tian's household, so it won't be lonely." Zheng Shushu was about to say more when he noticed the stern-faced Lu Sueki had already exited the Yuling Hall. Chapter 51. The night unfolds with the last person arriving. The 5 of them hesitated no longer. They stepped out of the Yunhai Square and summoned their respective escape lights, soaring towards Heyang City. The journey was not particularly long, and as the elite of the younger generation from Qingyun, they navigated the clouds and mountains with ease, wielding their swords to glide through the skies. In merely half a day's time, they had arrived at the outskirts of Heyang City. However, they had set out rather late in the morning, causing them to reach the city just as the sun was beginning to set. Traveling at night posed its own inconveniences, and since their expedition was not pressed for time, they exchanged glances and silently agreed to descend from their flying swords, materializing in a secluded spot outside Heyang City. Zheng Shushu chuckled and pointed towards the vague outline of the southern city gate of Heyang, shrouded in twilight, saying, "Within 1,000 miles. This is the largest and most prosperous area. The populace residing in this city numbers at least 200,000 to 300,000, and with its favorable geographic position, it sees a great deal of commercial traffic, making it quite lively. Even the rare merchants from the western regions can be found here." Qi Hao nodded slightly, a warm smile adorning his face as he turned to Lu Sueki beside him, suggesting, "Junior sister Lu, it has grown late. Let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Lu Sueki, with her enchanting visage, remained icy and expressionless, merely nodding in acknowledgement. To avoid complications, Long Xian and his companions had already changed out of their Qingyun disciple attire, now dressed in their own casual clothing. Nevertheless, Lu Sueki's extraordinary beauty attracted quite a bit of attention, causing many passers-by to pause and stare. Long Xian cast a worried glance at Lu Sueki, noting her stoic demeanor, though her bright eyes burned with suppressed fury, and he couldn't help but feel concerned for the ignorant onlookers. Should her wrath be unleashed, it would surely spell trouble. Fortunately, Lu Sueki's composure exceeded Long Xian's expectations, despite her frosty exterior and the palpable chill she emanated, which even made a few of her fellow disciples shiver as they walked beside her. She remained silent until they checked into an inn named Shanghai Garden. It was not that Long Xian was unwilling to take his fellow disciples home, but rather, he was apprehensive. If he returned home and encountered that mysterious cousin of his, it would only lead to discomfort. As previously mentioned, Shanghai Garden was renowned as the finest establishment in Heyang City, particularly famous for its clear-braised dream fish. Regrettably, during his first journey home, Long Xian had only visited the equally reputable Fei Xian building. Upon returning from his travels, he had fled Heyang City due to an inexplicable marriage proposal. Thus, this was his first visit to Shanghai Garden. Shanghai Garden, boasting a restaurant, was located on the busiest street in Heyang City. However, the VIP hall on the third floor was remarkably tranquil, with fewer than 10 tables arranged in the spacious hall, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, with redwood beams exuding an ancient charm. A stark contrast to the second floor. Long Xian surveyed the decor appreciatively, nodding in approval, and remarked, "The taste and decoration here is indeed exquisite. It lives up to the reputation of being the foremost tavern in Heyang." Zheng Shushu, holding a gilded fan, appeared quite dapper as he glanced around the hall before addressing Qi Hao. "Indeed, Brother Qi, I dare say the prices here are not modest?" Peng Chong smiled slightly and interjected, "This is the finest tavern in Heyang City. Naturally, it is not inexpensive. However, our Qingyun Sect has a long-standing reputation here, and their owner would be eager for our patronage, so they won't charge us excessively." Qi Hao nodded subtly, affirming Peng Chang's remarks. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth several plates of freshly stir-fried dishes, culminating in a plate of freshly braised fish, its elongated body tapering at both ends, dark brown in color, adorned with 2 pairs of whiskers. Most importantly, its flesh was tender and fragrant, instantly whetting the appetite. "Is this the famed clear-braised dream fish?" Long Xian inquired, taken aback by the fish's peculiar shape. The waiter chuckled, "Indeed, esteemed guest, you possess a discerning eye. This is the dream fish, our signature dish at Shanghai Garden. Its aromatic fragrance is captivating, and it is sweet upon tasting. In this region of Heyang, it is indeed quite renowned." At that moment, seated 3 paces away from the Qingyun Five, a table occupied by 6 men and 2 women caught their attention. One of the women, clad in a light purple gown and veiled, spoke softly, her voice deep and resonant, laced with an eerie undertone. "Yao, are we truly not going to visit your aunt during our time in Heyang? It seems rather improper." The girl referred to as Yao, youthful and graceful in her water-green attire, with delicate brows and fair skin, huffed, "Should that insufferable Long Xian be home, I would be walking straight into a trap. I shan't go." She tugged at the veiled woman's sleeve, playfully pleading, "You won't tell father, will you, Aunt Yu?" The veiled woman's eyes sparkled with amusement, yet her expression remained serene, offering no reply. Meanwhile, the nearby waiter continued to extol the virtues of the dream fish. After a few moments, the green-clad girl grew impatient, interjecting coldly, "This fish is a specialty from the southern Shu Mountain, located 1,000 miles away. How could it possibly be transported here? Are you not deceiving us, innkeeper?" Her words drew the attention of the 5 from Qingyun as well as the waiter. Long Xian briefly glanced at the green-clad girl before shifting his gaze to the veiled woman, a flicker of surprise passing across his countenance. Both were masters of the Qingjing realm, their spiritual senses far superior to ordinary folk. After a shared glance, they recognized each other's extraordinary nature. Long Xian subtly nodded, a hint of untraceable sword energy glimmering in his eyes, acknowledging her presence. The veiled woman returned his gaze, her eyes reflecting a moment of astonishment before she composed herself, lightly nodding in return. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki, typically icy and aloof, couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at the green-clad girl, whose beauty rivaled her own. At this juncture, the waiter, with a forced smile, chimed in, "What you say holds some truth. However, what you may not know is that a century ago, the dream fish was indeed unique to Shu Mountain. Yet, after Master Dao Xuan of the Qingyun Sect passed through Shu Mountain, he specifically brought the dream fish back and placed it in the waters of Hongchuan beneath Qingyun Mountain. Not only has it thrived, but it has also flourished over time. We owe this delectable fortune to the blessings of Master Dao Xuan." His words brought smiles to the faces of Qi Hao and the others, as if they shared in the honor. The green-clad girl huffed again, seemingly about to retort when the veiled woman grasped her slender wrist, shaking her head gently, and said softly, "Do not stir trouble." As night deepened, the ancient city, steeped in 1,000 years of history, shed the day's bustling clamor and returned to tranquility. Long Xian sat in contemplation in the darkness for a considerable time, a wave of inexplicable emotion stirring within him, preventing him from finding peace in meditation. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he donned his white attire and ventured outside. The neighboring rooms were shrouded in darkness, indicating that Qi Hao and the others had likely succumbed to slumber. Now well into the night, he gazed up at the heavens, where countless stars adorned the sky and a full moon hung in the distance. The gentle night breeze carried with it a hint of floral fragrance. A light, graceful sound of footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by the melancholic autumn wind that gently stirred the garments of the newcomer. The legendary weapon, renowned throughout the world, rested behind him, emitting a faint blue glow in the darkness. Long Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not turning around, yet he spoke softly. I thought I was the only one unable to sleep. I never expected to encounter senior sister Lu here. Lu Sueki did not respond. She silently approached Long Xian and stood beside him, her ethereal beauty seemingly touched by an indescribable emotion. Would you accompany me for a walk? Lu Sueki suddenly asked, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Long Xian raised his head, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze, but it quickly vanished as he merely nodded slightly. The night deepened, the moonlight cascading like water along the winding, secluded path, illuminating the two extraordinary young figures walking side by side, enveloped in a profound tranquility that seemed to carry a touch of inexplicable tenderness. To be honest, I was quite envious of you at that time. Lu Sueki turned her head slightly to gaze at Long Xian's profile, her delicate features revealing a hint of childish defiance. Every time I made progress in my cultivation, Master would praise me, always mentioning your name and how remarkable you were. Thus, throughout these years of arduous training, blessed by my Master's favor, inheriting the heavenly sword, my sole desire has been to challenge you. Long Xian rubbed his nose, an awkward expression crossing his face, yet he remained silent, merely listening intently. As the night deepened, the wind swept through the treetops, and ahead lay an impenetrable darkness, as if the very heavens and earth were shrouded in obscurity. Yet, I still lost, Lu Sueki said, a trace of melancholy crossing her features as she gazed deeply at Long Xian. Your mastery of the Tao far surpasses mine. Even if I suppress my cultivation, I am still no match for you. Long Xian turned, a flicker of peculiarity gleaming in his lonely, profound eyes, as the woman before him began to merge with the figure from his memories, both possessing an unparalleled grace and a prideful spirit. The moonlight gently caressed her shoulders and face, revealing an enchanting beauty that stirred something within Long Xian's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless, a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. As the night wore on, the two stood in silence, their gazes locked. It is late, senior sister Lu. You should rest early. Long Xian finally broke the silence, taking a deep breath. As soon as he spoke, he turned and walked away briskly, almost as if he were fleeing. Lu Sueki stared blankly at Long Xian's retreating figure, then suddenly burst into silent laughter, her eyes shimmering with a complex, unexplainable meaning. Long Xian walked with his head down, and as he reached a bend in the winding path, he abruptly noticed a dark figure ahead. In this dim garden, it was difficult to discern unless one approached closely. He halted abruptly, standing before the figure, where a pair of bright, yet tranquil eyes emerged from the shadows, seemingly filled with curiosity. The figure was none other than the masked woman who had sat beside the green-clad girl during dinner. She remained veiled but had changed into a black silk dress, appearing almost ghostly in the night. Long Xian's expression turned serious as he spoke. Senior, do you need something? Given her cultivation at the upper clarity level, it was clear this enigmatic woman was no ordinary person. The woman did not respond. Instead, she stared intently at Long Xian's face, murmuring softly, so similar, truly similar. Long Xian furrowed his brow, unclear about her words, and spoke again, employing a hint of Tai Chi essence. Senior, you are blocking my path. May I inquire as to your business? The woman regained her focus, her gaze unwavering on Long Xian, and asked softly, Child, what is your name? Her voice resonated through the garden, hauntingly ethereal. Though gentle, it carried an eerie undertone reminiscent of the ancient sorceress he had encountered years ago. I am Long Xian, he replied, as two sword shadows flickered in his eyes, wariness washing over him. Such a chilling aura was far more formidable than that of the ancient sorceress. He wondered who this person truly was. Ah, I see. A surname of Long. No wonder, the mysterious woman whispered to herself, seemingly finding some resolution. They remained silent for a considerable time, and just as Long Xian was about to lose patience, the woman finally spoke again, her tone gentle. I apologize, young hero. I momentarily mistook you for an old acquaintance. Though perplexed, Long Xian noted her lack of further explanation and chose not to press further. He bowed slightly and walked past her towards his residence. Throughout the encounter, the masked woman did not utter another word, simply standing there, her gaze fixed on the young man. After he passed, she slowly turned, watching his departing silhouette. The next day, the 5 members of Qingyun Sect awoke, freshened themselves, and Shi Hao gathered the others, stating, Qingyun Mountain is 3,000 miles to the east. It is quite a journey, so we must be on our way. The others naturally agreed, and they set off after settling their accounts. 3,000 miles would take Long Xian less than a day if he employed the spirit light sword technique, but with 4 companions. It would be inappropriate to leave them behind. Thus, he obediently controlled the sword light, traveling alongside his fellow disciples, which took 6 days. Finally, they reached the border of Qingyun Mountain. As they descended from the clouds, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A formidable mountain range, steep and rugged, with scarce vegetation and no signs of human habitation, a desolate landscape. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a yellow hue over Qingyun Mountain, imbuing it with an aura of melancholy and an inexplicable sense of dread. Long Xian's expression remained calm as he surveyed the surroundings before retracting his gaze. Amidst the astonished stares of his companions, he extended a finger and traced a circle in the air. In the next moment, a circular shape formed, radiating purple light and causing the space to ripple like water, quickly clarifying into a reflective surface that displayed the unusual expressions of the 5 members of Qingyun Sect. Qi Hao, alarmed, exclaimed, "Long Shitty, what kind of technique is this?" Long Xian closed his eyes, unleashing his vast consciousness at the upper clarity level, his brow swelling like a golden bead, as an invisible spiritual radiance seemingly burst forth from the void. While manipulating the power of his consciousness, he casually explained, "This technique is called the Tai Xuan Mirror, taught to me by a mysterious individual during my youth. Merely a trivial method, not worth mentioning." Zhu Shushu's eyes sparkled as he observed the constantly changing scenes within the mirror, waving his hands with a chuckle. "Long Shitty, you are too modest. This technique is almost divine and unfathomable. How can it be considered trivial?" Long Xian merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent and focus on his exploration. Having crossed realms in the past, he recalled many techniques like the Tai Xuan Mirror, which were not secrets to be concealed. As for their origin, he attributed them directly to that elusive figure from his past. After all, the vastness of the Xinzhou continent was filled with extraordinary individuals leading secluded lives, and countless esoteric methods remained unknown, rendering him unconcerned about Qi Hao and the other's suspicions. Qingyun Mountain spanned a vast area. Though not as exaggeratedly tall as the sky peak of Qingyun Mountain, it was still formidable. Its remote and perilous terrain posed challenges, and Long Xian was anxious not to miss the ancient cave of 10,000 bats. Thus, he explored meticulously, and by the time he reached the mountainside, darkness had completely descended. "Ah, I seem to have spotted something unusual," Long Xian exclaimed suddenly. "Long Shitty, what have you discovered?" Qi Hao inquired in astonishment, stepping around Long Xian with several strides, gazing intently. Within the Xuan Mirror, a gathering of black clouds was visible in the mountains, accompanied by a crackling sound that intensified, becoming a deafening cacophony that rendered the rhythm almost unrecognizable. "What is this?" Even the otherwise composed members of the Qingyun Sect could not help but gasp in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. Bathed in the faint moonlight, they discerned that the mysterious black clouds were an immense swarm of bats, densely packed and significantly larger than any they had seen before. Each bat gaped its maw, revealing a horrifying crimson interior amidst the dark. Long Xian inhaled sharply, letting out a disdainful snort. The demons of the dark sect are adept at employing such malevolent tricks. Qi Hao's expression grew grave as he solemnly remarked, "With so many blood-sucking bats surrounding us, even if we locate the ancient bat cavern, we may find it exceedingly difficult to take action." Long Xian, with his eyes half closed, allowed a cold smile to play at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, you worry too much. Have you not noticed that these blood-sucking bats only emerge at night? During the day, they would likely be of no consequence. Otherwise, given the temperament of the dark sect's demons and their mastery over such creatures, why would they remain idle in the desolate mountains?" The others, recalling their previous journey where not a single bat had been sighted, found themselves convinced by Long Xian's words. Peng Chang nodded, smiling at Long Xian. "Your attention to detail is commendable. I hope you are indeed correct. Ah, it seems these bats are stirring. Look quickly." Long Xian smiled, but his expression suddenly shifted, exclaiming in alarm. Chapter 53. The Tai Xuan Sword shatters 10,000 bats upon hearing Long Xian's words. The group turned their gaze to the Xuan Mirror, witnessing the immense black cloud in the sky, seemingly sensing something, shifting towards a particular direction on the mountainside. Moments later, a piercing howl emanated from within the cloud, and in an instant, the entire mass of bats pivoted in unison, soaring towards that location. Simultaneously, the sky brightened instantaneously, accompanied by a series of sacred sounds, A solemn golden light transformed into a protective barrier around that area, while a jade ruler shot into the air, engulfed in crimson flames, incinerating a portion of the approaching bats into ashes. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, with millions obscuring the night sky. Despite the formidable fire techniques of the newcomers, they could scarcely keep pace with the onslaught. Long Xian furrowed his brow, retracting the Tai Xuan Mirror, and stated calmly, "It is the people from the Tianyin Temple and the Incense Valley. Though they belong to the righteous factions, they cannot stand by and watch." Qi Hao nodded slightly. "You speak wisely, Brother Long. Let us ascend the mountain." Despite their serious expressions, Peng Chong and Zheng Shushu also nodded in agreement. Lu Sueki's countenance paled, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, yet she remained silent. Long Xian cast a surprised glance at her, softly inquiring, "Sister Lu, are you all right?" Lu Sueki gradually regained her composure, lifting her gaze, her lips moving slightly as she cast a deep look at Long Xian, responding calmly, "I am fine." Once they reached a consensus, they hesitated no longer, each summoning their flying swords and soaring towards the mountainside. Long Xian led the way, stepping upon the green waves, the chilling mountain winds brushing against his face, imbuing him with an ethereal presence. As they drew near the mountainside, they vaguely discerned 4 figures encircled by the swarm of bats amidst the sacred light. 2 monks stood to the left, one tall and robust with thick eyebrows and bulging eyes, the other fair-skinned with bright eyes, clad in a flowing moon-white robe. On the right stood a young man and woman, strikingly handsome and alluring, perfectly paired like celestial beings before the immortal throne. "Ah, look, someone is coming," the ethereal woman from the Incense Valley exclaimed upon spotting 5 streaks of light approaching from the western horizon. "Humph, given the current dire situation, who knows if the newcomers are friend or foe?" The handsome youth Li Sun's expression soured, coldly retorting. He was the personal disciple of Yunilon, the leader of the Incense Valley, and though he had never ventured into the southern frontier, he held himself in high regard, considering himself a paragon of the younger generation. Unfortunately, this journey had led him to encounter formidable foes from the Tianyin Temple, and now, surrounded by a horde of bats, he found himself in a predicament that fueled his anger. The monk, hearing Yan Hong's words, turned his gaze towards the approaching figures, and was immediately struck by the sight of 5 swords of varying hues, along with the figure clad in white at the forefront. He clasped his hands together in joy, exclaiming, "Ba, it appears that esteemed members of the Qingyun Sect have arrived, and even Brother Long Xian has emerged from seclusion." The mention of Long Xian's name caused the others to momentarily pause. Even the arrogant Li Sun fell silent. Qingyun's Long Xian, the white-clad sword sovereign, whose reputation shakes the world, it is not for him to casually dismiss. At this moment, the bats also noticed the newcomers, and a portion of the bat army surged forth from the black clouds, propelled by an overwhelming ferocity, hurtling towards Long Xian and his companions. Long Xian's demeanor turned increasingly frigid, and with a thought, the dragon-slaying sword at his back unsheathed itself, resting firmly in his right hand. With the sword in hand, a formidable aura surged from Long Xian, his sword energy soaring with unparalleled power, manifesting black and white sword shadows in his gaze. In that instant, he was the sovereign of this realm, exuding supreme dignity, radiating an aloofness that declared his unrivaled supremacy. He let out a mighty laugh, the brilliance of the dragon-slaying sword erupting forth. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the sword hilt, slightly turning, and with a powerful swing, unleashed a cataclysmic black and white sword wave that tore through the sky, its might resonating like thunder. The horde of grotesque bats had no capacity to resist. Utterly annihilated by the black and white sword light, their shrieks echoing through the air as a thick scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. The monk furrowed his brow slightly, bowing his head, his gaze somber as he intoned, "Ba, may the Buddha's compassion prevail." As for Qi Hao and the others, they were left in awe. Lu Sueki's usually frigid expression was now more akin to frost, for in comparison to this earth-shattering strike, the Long Xian she had faced previously had evidently held back his true strength. The Tai Xian 5 swords, the celestial sword technique, made its debut on the land of Xinzhou, leaving all in awe. Amidst the swirling leaves and falling foliage, the once vibrant flora of the mountainside lost its color under the onslaught of the piercing sword energy. Even the moon and stars dimmed, shrouded in the aura of death emanating from the sword. At this moment, the ever-optimistic Zheng Shushu was left dumbfounded, soaring beside Long Xian on the Xinyuan sword. He clapped Long Xian's shoulder heartily, exclaiming, "Brother Long, I never imagined you possessed such a formidable sword technique. This move is far more domineering than the one that repelled the spirit sovereign that day." Long Xian abruptly turned, his expression as frosty as ice. Coldly fixing his gaze upon him, his eyes seemingly devoid of human emotion, the black and white sword shadows flickering within. Zheng Shushu felt a sudden chill. Stepping back in surprise. What's wrong, Brother Long? The moment Long Xian was questioned, his body jolted, and his gaze softened, the previously soaring sword energy gradually subsiding. A contemplative look crossing his face as he remained unchanged, playfully striking Zheng Shushu on the chest, laughing. It's nothing, just a moment of enlightenment. Zheng Shushu gaped. You're already so powerful. What further insights can you gain that will allow us to keep up? Long Xian couldn't help but chuckle at Zheng Shushu's playful antics, yet his emotions remained tumultuous. This marked his inaugural attempt to fully execute the heavenly sword technique in the real world, and he was astounded by its formidable power. As he swung the sword, he felt a fleeting sense of becoming the sovereign of the vast expanse of the cosmos, where those who followed him prospered, and those who opposed him perished. Even his typically tranquil mindset was stirred. Although the Tai Xuan sword scripture boasted impressive techniques, it was profoundly sinister. Until he comprehended its underlying principles, it would be prudent to refrain from its use. As Long Xian pondered, a piercing shriek erupted from the now significantly diminished black cloud. A bat demon, several times larger than a regular vampire bat, emerged, its golden eyes gleaming as it fixed its gaze upon Long Xian. Following another shriek. As if responding to an unseen call, all the bats suddenly soared into the air, swirling momentarily before darting back to the place from whence they came, vanishing in an instant. Golden-eyed bat demon? Zheng Shushu mused, his expression contemplative. What is a golden-eyed bat demon, junior brother Zheng? Inquired Peng Chong, who, standing atop his sword, seemed engulfed in flames, intrigued by Zheng Shushu's quiet murmur. With utmost seriousness, Zheng Shushu replied, I once read about them in Chronicles of Gods and Demons within the Spirit Beast section. These bats typically inhabit treacherous mountains and waters. While their attack power is not particularly high, they possess great intelligence, naturally reigning as kings among batkind. Judging by the appearance of that golden-eyed bat demon, it has evidently been tamed by demonic practitioners, and its master must be aware of our arrival. At that moment, the five from Qingyun, having descended the mountainside alongside Qi Hao, were greeted by the young, fair-skinned monk, Fa Xiang, who bowed respectfully to Long Xian, smiling, Brother Long. It has been a while. I trust you are well. He then turned to Qi Hao and the others, adding, I am Fa Xiang from Tianyin Temple. And this is my junior brother, Fa Shan. The two beside me are distinguished disciples from the Burning Incense Valley, Li Sun and Yin Hong. The tall Fa Shan greeted with a deep voice, while Li Sun and Yin Hong from Burning Incense Valley displayed haughty expressions, merely nodding at Long Xian and disregarding Qi Hao and the others. Qi Hao frowned, equally ignoring the two from Burning Incense Valley as he introduced his companions to Fa Xiang, saying, I have long admired the name of brother Fa Xiang, renowned as a rare talent in righteous cultivation over the past millennium. Today, I see that your elegance truly surpasses all. Fa Xiang smiled gently. Brother Qi, you flatter me. I am but a dull-witted monk, fortunate to have not been abandoned by my master, Pu Hong, who imparted to me the true teachings of Tianyin, aiming to cultivate virtue and benevolence. I dare not compare myself to the esteemed brothers and sisters of Qingyun Sect. Long Xian smiled faintly and interjected, Brother Fa Xiang, your understanding of Buddhism is profound. There is no need for such humility. He then glanced at the two from Burning Incense Valley, inquiring, might I ask if you have located the ancient bat cavern during your time here in Kongsang Mountain? Chapter 54. Entering the cavern upon hearing Long Xian's question, Fa Xiang and the two from Burning Incense Valley exchanged glances, their expressions turning somewhat awkward. Eventually, Fa Xiang addressed Long Xian, it is quite embarrassing to admit, but we arrived a few days ago and located the ancient bat cavern. However, when we attempted to explore it today, we inadvertently disturbed the bat colony inside and were forced to retreat. I trust you are all aware of what followed, Ba? Zheng Shushu glanced at Long Xian and then at Fa Xiang, his expression peculiar. Brother Fa Xiang, you did not venture into the cavern at sunset, did you? Li Sun waved his hand dismissively, snorting, Junior brother Zheng, that is an odd statement. The demonic sect is formidable, and we are unaware of the circumstances. It is wise to proceed cautiously. Should we not infiltrate at night? Would we rather approach in broad daylight? Qi Hao furrowed his brow, finding Li Sun's arrogant demeanor distasteful. Nevertheless, being seasoned in social matters, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. The habits of these bats suggest they are nocturnal. It is fortunate, Brother Li, that you did not delve deeper into the cavern. Otherwise, we might have been unable to rescue you. Li Sun, fresh and inexperienced, did not anticipate such arrogance from the Qingyun group, particularly Qi Hao's seemingly gentle remark, which concealed a hint of ridicule. His expression shifted as he glared at Qi Hao. So, Brother Qi, your cultivation surpasses mine? I would like to seek your guidance. Concerning the reputation of their sect, Qi Hao straightened his posture, prepared to step forward. When he noticed Long Xian moving past him, coldly stating, "There is no need for Brother Qi's assistance. Allow me to demonstrate the magical techniques of Burning Incense Valley." He focused on the slightly pale face of Li Sun, a smirk of derision curling his lips. "I wonder if Brother Li's abilities are sufficient to withstand a single strike from me?" "You." Li Sun pointed at Long Xian, his face a mix of pale and green. Yet he lacked the courage to accept the challenge. Long Xian's swordsmanship, evidenced by the earlier striking black and white sword energy, was formidable. Even his arrogance could not blind him to the truth of his own limitations. At this juncture, Fa Xiang observed the escalating tension and stepped forward to mediate. "Brothers, we have come here to investigate the remnants of the demonic sect. I trust our mentors have advised us against letting our emotions dictate our actions. If they discover us acting recklessly, we may face consequences upon our return. Moreover, these matters are trivial. Let us all take a step back." Regaining his composure, Li Sun shot a cold glance at Long Xian, snorted dismissively, and retreated behind Fa Xiang, taking the offered opportunity to withdraw. Long Xian smirked disdainfully, nodding slightly to Fa Xiang. "Brother Fa Xiang speaks wisely. Given that night has fallen, shall we seek a place to rest and continue our exploration at dawn?" By this time, the moon had risen high in the sky, and everyone naturally agreed. They swiftly flew on their swords to a secluded hillside 30 miles from Shu Mountain. After a brief respite, the 9 most exceptional disciples from the 3 prominent righteous sects gathered in a circle to converse. Fa Xiang hesitated before asking, "Brother Qi, regarding your earlier statement about the bats being nocturnal, do you have any certainty about that?" Qi Hao paused momentarily, then glanced at the composed Long Xian, who smiled faintly. Seriousness gracing his expression, "I cannot claim absolute certainty, but as mandated by my sect, we must proceed. Perhaps we should give it a try, even if we fail. I have means to ensure our safe retreat." Fa Xiang clasped his hands together, gazing at Long Xian with a flicker of light in his eyes. Yet his demeanor remained gentle. "Ba, that is excellent. We naturally trust Brother Long Xian's capabilities." Long Xian nodded slightly in response, as if recalling something. He inquired of Fa Xiang, "During your time here at Qingyun Mountain, have you encountered my senior brother, Xiao Yicai?" Fa Xiang shook his head. "We arrived here with the 2 from Burning Incense Valley, yet we have not seen senior brother Xiao. That is quite strange." Long Xian furrowed his brow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The following day, as the sun rose, Long Xian and the others accompanied Fa Xiang into Qingyun Mountain. They proceeded with utmost caution, soaring on their swords for some time before stopping at a shaded area on the mountain's side. Before them lay a vast half-cave, slightly sloping downwards, with only the entrance illuminated, while the depths remained shrouded in darkness. Standing at the entrance, they could feel a chilling wind emanating from within the cave, accompanied by eerie rustling sounds, reminiscent of whispers from the underworld. "This cave is enigmatic and foreboding. We must prepare ourselves." Long Xian advised the others with a slight nod, raising his right hand to summon a small, ancient mirror from his sleeve. The mirror, archaic in shape with bronze inlays, bore the carvings of a dragon above and a tiger below, with the 8 trigrams etched around its perimeter. However, the central mirror was not an ordinary copper mirror. Its surface was a murky yellow, obscuring any clear view. The 6 Harmonies Mirror? Qi Hao, a distinguished disciple of the Qingyun Sect, was naturally well-versed in the renowned magical artifacts of his school. The legendary Liuhe Mirror had been preserved atop the Tongtian Peak in Chongmen since the passing of the 10th-generation patriarch, Master Wufangzi. Little did anyone anticipate that this mirror would once again surface in the hands of a second-generation disciple. Long Xian caressed the Liuhe Mirror, sensing the joyous spirit within it, and could not help but reveal a wry smile. As a swordsman, he had always favored offense over defense, and since the mirror was bestowed upon him by Master Dao Xuan, he had scarcely utilized it, thus disregarding his mentor's goodwill. Casting a glance at the astonished Qi Hao, he smiled faintly and remarked, "Brother Qi, your eyesight is commendable." With a mere thought, the Liuhe Mirror radiated a brilliant light, resembling a small sun, floating from Long Xian's grasp and hovering 2 feet above his head. The bright yellow aura illuminated a 5-zhong radius around the 9 of them, enveloping them in protection with the Liuhe Mirror's defense. Even if the demonic cult's minions attempted a sneak attack, we would not be overly passive. "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" interjected Yen Hong. the female disciple from the Incense Valley, who had remained inconspicuous until now. She gazed at Long Xian, who was at the center of the luminous barrier. A hint of shyness apparent on her face as she spoke. Beside her, Zheng Shushu shook his head, holding a radiant celestial sword in his hand. Among the bats we encountered last night, there was a tamed golden-eyed demon bat. The demonic cult is likely already aware of our presence, and they may have prepared an elaborate welcome for us. In that case, why should we cower? Long Xian nodded gently. Zheng Shushu's sentiment resonated with him. Since they had already been discovered, they might as well proceed boldly. With the Liuhe Mirror's luminous aura, while it could not be said to be as steadfast as a mountain, it at least provided some assurance. Thus, the 9 of them hesitated no longer and stepped into the light, following Long Xian deeper into the cave. As they entered the cavern, after only a few steps, they halted abruptly, feeling their stomachs churn, their expressions turning grim, particularly for Lu Sueki and Yin Hong. As women, the sight before them caused their brows to furrow even more, their faces pale. Under the Liuhe Mirror's radiant glow, nothing could hide. A long, rugged path was laid before them, thickly covered in filth, its foul stench almost enough to induce nausea. The cave ceiling was densely populated with countless black bats, rendering the rocky surface almost invisible. In the darkness, the bats, illuminated by the aura, seemed to sense their unease, stirring but not taking flight. Instead, scuttling along the rocks into the shadows, some even clinging to their brethren. The sight of those increasingly terrifying fangs and gaping mouths was chilling. Long Xian frowned, regretting for the first time having made the Liuhe Mirror's aura so bright. The scene before him was likely to deprive him of appetite for days. He looked up at the bats' movements on the cave ceiling, breathed a sigh of relief, and chuckled softly. It seems my suspicions were correct. These bats are nocturnal and fear bright light. Let us continue onward. Are we really going to step right through? Yin Hong's face was a shade paler, her lovely features marked by panic. Long Xian scrutinized the path ahead, pondering for a moment before replying. Let us fly with our swords. Everyone control the speed of your flying swords, and strive to remain within the Liuhe's glow. As he spoke, he felt a stirring in his hand, and an inexplicable green symbol formed, which he infused into the Liuhe Mirror. In the next moment, the mirror burst forth with light. Rays of brilliance surged like the sun, and the area enveloped by the aura expanded significantly. Long Xian nodded in satisfaction, exchanged glances with his companions, and then summoned the Qingping sword, flying deeper into the ancient cave, with everyone following closely behind. As they flew, the darkness ahead gradually became clearer, the bat droppings beneath them thickening. And the bats above seemed inexhaustible, multiplying as their sharp teeth clicked and they whispered ominously around them. Had it not been for their mastery of righteous skills and unwavering resolve, any ordinary person would have been driven to madness. After an undetermined duration of travel, Chi Hao suddenly exclaimed softly, as a solid ground seemed to materialize in the distance. Chapter 55. Confronting the demonic cultists, the group promptly descended from their flying swords. Standing on the firm ground, behind them, countless black bats still clustered at the cave's ceiling, yet on the solid ground beneath their feet, a red line bisected the cavern. And all the bats congregated outside that line, not a single one daring to cross it. Moreover, just a short distance away, the stench of bat droppings had vanished. Long Xian gripped the Qingping sword, the Liuhe Mirror whirling and shining brilliantly, enveloping the group securely. He smiled lightly, saying, "This place is rife with peculiarities. The black-hearted elder once hailed from this blood-refining hall. Though he was ultimately vanquished, we cannot know what contingencies he may have left behind. Everyone, do not hold back any longer. Reveal your capabilities." Amitabha, murmured the Dharma aspect, standing at the forefront, as he recited a Buddhist chant. Moments later, a bead radiating solemn golden light was summoned from his hand. As he activated the bead with his incantations, the golden light surged forth, spreading like a tide, illuminating his face in a golden hue. The reincarnation bead, Li Sun exclaimed in astonishment. The Dharma aspect glanced at her, offering a faint smile. "Brotherly, your insight is commendable." Li Sun's expression was complex, forcing a smile, but she remained silent, her thoughts unknown. With the Dharma aspect leading, the others followed suit. Long Xian summoned the ice-cold sword, Zheng Shushu conjured the ancient Qinyuan sword, and Lu Sueki grasped the Tianya, each unleashing their azure brilliance. Seeing that everyone was nearly prepared, Long Xian chuckled lightly and declared, "Let us proceed." He moved alongside the Dharma aspect deeper into the cave. The Liuhe Mirror and reincarnation bead shining brightly, their golden and bright yellow lights intertwining, enveloping the group in a dual circle of illumination. Time passed, and the ancient, Profound cave seemed endless. While it remained spacious, its winding paths made it nearly impossible to discern direction. The rustling of bats had faded away, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vastness, and the surrounding moisture grew heavier, indicating how deeply they had descended into the earth. After continuing for a while longer, the group unexpectedly arrived at a fork in the path. Ahead, the cave split into two routes, their destinations unknown. At the center of this bifurcation stood a colossal stone stele towering 6 men high, engraved with 4 blood-red characters. "The way of heaven is with me." Long Xian's face betrayed disdain as he raised the Qingping sword, striking downwards with a crescent-shaped deep purple sword light that sliced effortlessly into the steel. A sound akin to nails on a chalkboard echoed as a crack appeared along the steel, electric light dancing across its surface, rapidly expanding as twisted fissures spread outwards, soon covering the entire stone, resembling the menacing visage of a dark Azura. How dare the demonic cult jest about the way of heaven? Truly laughable. Long Xian snorted softly, a fierce expression crossing his face as he retracted his sword and stood poised. After a brief contemplation, he addressed the Dharma aspect and the others. "With 2 paths before us, why not split up to explore? What do you think, brother Dharma aspect?" The Dharma aspect regarded the 2 obscure paths, chuckling lightly. "That seems prudent. I, along with the disciples of the Incense Valley, shall head right, while the esteemed brothers of the Qingyun Sect shall proceed left. Should we encounter any unforeseen events, let us signal with a long cry, shall we?" The group nodded in agreement, and Long Xian inclined his head slightly to the Dharma aspect and his companions before venturing left with Qi Hao and the others. Upon entering the fork in the road, the pathway evidently narrowed, flanked by jagged rocks that thrust upwards, casting shadows in areas untouched by the illumination of the Six Harmonies Mirror. The surroundings remained perpetually dim, akin to the gaping maw of a demon. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the party, leaving even those illuminated as if it were daylight feeling despondent. Conversations fell silent as they traversed, with Long Xian at the forefront, his demeanor grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. Although he had previously vanquished many malevolent figures during his travels, those petty minions paled in comparison to the true denizens of the demonic sect, especially in their own territory. It was evident that the villains were aware of their arrival, yet they remained hidden, likely biding their time for a decisive strike, taking advantage of the party's scattered formation. As Long Xian pondered, an unexpected disturbance erupted. A chilling wail reverberated through the air, deafening and alarming. Suddenly, vibrant lights flickered from all directions, and before the group could react, an onslaught of various mysterious artifacts surged toward them. Numerous strange treasures collided with the aura of the Six Harmonies Mirror, only to be rebuffed, causing the mirror to tremble slightly. Long Xian inhaled deeply, and with a thought, the brilliance of the Six Harmonies Mirror intensified. Ethereal energies rising as small, nameless runes swirled around them. With the enemy concealed and himself in the light, he was unperturbed by their potential ambush. It was their inaction that truly worried him. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Zhang noticed the ground beneath him suddenly shift, exclaiming in alarm, "Junior brother, be cautious. There's something beneath you." His warning was abruptly cut short, and the surrounding darkness echoed with gasps of surprise. Long Xian's expression hardened as he stood upon a patch of earth that crackled with lightning, fissures spreading forth and erupting in sprays of blood, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting from the cracks. Despite the cave's apparent suppression of spiritual awareness, Long Xian's perception still radiated approximately 20 zhang in all directions, leaving no blind spots. Should any of the demonic sect's minions approach, they would be immediately detected by his heightened senses. "Old Zheng has been slain. Brothers, avenge Old Zheng." A sinister voice called from the depths of the darkness, followed by a dark red fork and a fanged artifact hurtling towards the suspended body of the Six Harmonies Mirror with overwhelming force. Unfazed, Long Xian stepped forward, unleashing a sword strike that sent the fork and fanged weapon flying, leaving them cracked and damaged. From a distance, anguished cries of suppressed fury echoed, indicating that their primary artifacts had suffered grave harm, inflicting substantial injury upon their bearers. Long Xian prepared to strike again when, from the left, a strangely shaped yellow flying sword darted out, aiming directly at the last figure, Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki's expression turned icy, with a flash of blue. The Tianya divine sword sang as it was drawn, its ethereal energy soaring skyward. Her long hair danced wildly in the sword's aura as she grasped it, resembling an enraged dragon leaping into the skies, unleashing a torrent of blue light that converged to slash at the approaching yellow sword. "The little girl is formidable, nearly damaging your grandfather's artifact." The yellow sword, sensing danger, swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the blade's edge, while a peculiar cry emerged from the shadows. Lu Sueki's expression darkened. The sword trembled as if responding to her intent, ready for another strike. However, at that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, her body growing weak. Her mind blank. Looking down, she was horrified to see a dark red fork protruding from her shoulder, blood spilling forth uncontrollably. This fork had lain hidden, striking when all attention was captivated by Lu Sueki's sword light, seizing its moment to strike. Laughter echoed from afar, followed by a sinister voice from behind Lu Sueki. Hee hee. Little girl with such delicate skin, your blood must be particularly delectable. You've brought this upon yourself. Hand over your essence willingly. This swift and tumultuous sequence unfolded rapidly. Long Xian, engaged in a distant duel against the demonic creatures, sensed Lu Sueki's peril, his eyes widening in rage as a fierce expression dominated his features. How dare you, minions of the demonic sect? He roared. Extending his right index finger, ethereal silver sword light coalesced, appearing as if it could teleport. It vanished within the void only to re-emerge before the grotesque vampiric creature. The vampire was momentarily dazed by the mysterious sword light, only to find a small crimson hole appearing in his forehead. This was the secret technique of the passed down from the Zhuxian sect in Long Xian's previous life. Long Xian's expression turned solemn as he waved his hand, forcefully dispelling the entangled artifacts. In a few swift movements, he reached Lu Sueki's side, supporting her. Sister Lu, are you all right? Chapter 56. Emotional turmoil. Lu Sueki gasped for breath, gazing deeply into Long Xian's eyes, a flicker of light igniting in her depths. She was about to push him away when she felt warmth at her lips, blood trickling forth once again. Long Xian furrowed his brow, a faint purple light shimmering on his right hand as he channeled the nine heavens' purple energy into her body, aiding her recovery. Stay still. I will help you mend your injuries. The nine heavens Xinjing, derived from the teachings of the Daoist Master, is a supreme technique renowned for its efficacy in nurturing meridians and healing flesh wounds. Normally strong-willed, Lu Sueki surprisingly refrained from rebelling against Long Xian's authoritative words. Feeling as though a burden had been lifted from her shoulders, a flicker of inexplicable joy swelling within her, softening her countenance. Meanwhile, Zheng Shu and the other two regained their composure, summoning their swords. 3 beams of light, white, blue, and red, encircled them in a protective formation around Long Xian, bracing for the impending darkness. Unbeknownst to them, the hidden enemies, intimidated by Lu Sueki and Long Xian's brilliance, began to reconsider their approach. These wild dogs. The opposition is too strong. Our numbers barely suffice to challenge them. Perhaps we should retreat for now? A gruff voice suggested from the darkness. Curse it. Are the younger generation of Qingyun so formidable? Especially that white-robed boy. His sword energy is so fierce. Had it not been for the Taoist's timely retreat, my vile teeth would have been cleaved in two. The initial speaker spat in frustration, but after a moment, fell silent, vexed. What do we do now? Jiang Laosan has been slain. If the blood-sucking old demon holds us accountable, we'll have a hard time explaining. There's no alternative. We must lure these Qingyun juniors to the death spirit abyss. Only then can we join forces with the elders to subdue them and present them to the blood-sucking elder, as is proper. At this moment, under the full infusion of the nine heavens' purple energy, Lu Sueki's shoulder wound began to heal gradually. Although her complexion remained pale, her body was no longer in grave danger. Long Xian exhaled softly, gradually ceasing his efforts, and inquired gently, "Do you feel better?" Lu Sueki glanced at him, wordlessly nodding, a faint blush remaining on her cheeks. Simultaneously, 2 beams of light suddenly illuminated the darkness, revealing 2 figures. One was a tall, gaunt man with a sharp face, hawk-like nose, and small eyes that glinted with malice. The other was rather peculiar in appearance, resembling a creative amalgamation, drooping eyelids, a prominent nose, upward-pointing ears, and crimson lips, with a notably long tongue that occasionally flicked out, reminiscent of a dog. The peculiar figure caught the attention of several young disciples from the Qingyun Sect, their gazes filled with astonishment, which incited his fury. His dark, flowing Daoist robe billowed as he bellowed, "Hey, you little rascals from Qingyun, why do you stare so intently at this wild dog Daoist?" Long Xian exchanged a glance with Qi Hao, a frown creasing his brow as he replied coolly, "You dare to reveal yourselves? Are you truly seeking death?" Upon hearing the chilling words laced with murderous intent, the wild dog Daoist instinctively stepped back, a flicker of fear crossing his canine-like face. Regaining his composure, his expression darkened, and he shouted, "You little rascal in white, do not be so arrogant. Do you not realize the calamity you have brought upon yourself? Long Xian helped Lu Sueki to her feet and retorted coldly, Oh, pray tell, what calamity have I wrought? The wild dog Daoist pointed at the corpse of the vampire, Jiang Laosan, beside him and declared, Listen well, little ghost. The person you just killed was the sole disciple of my esteemed predecessor from the blood-sucking sect, a master of profound skills, one of the greatest in the world. If you have any sense, you should quickly bind your limbs and present yourself before my predecessor to apologize. Otherwise, observing the wild dog Daoist's bluster, Long Xian shook his head and replied icily, Have you finished your empty threats? Just as the wild dog Daoist continued his tirade, Long Xian interrupted, stating, Enough, demonic cultists. Confined to your own narrow view, how pitiable. Since you have come here, do not think of leaving. With one hand supporting Lu Sueki, Long Xian raised his Qingping sword. Its white light surging, and with a swift slash, unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura towards the wild dog and his companion. Alarmed, the two realized the imminent danger and hastily summoned their magical artifacts, retreating desperately into the depths of the tunnel. The tall, thin man, with a fierce expression, summoned several cult members to shield himself, but the sword aura swiftly cleaved through them, allowing the wild dog and his companion to escape. From the darkness, a mocking laugh echoed, Little ghost, if you have the courage, come to the death abyss. Long Xian, filled with resentment, lifted his Qingping sword, sneering, Demonic scum. You flee swiftly. The other cultists, witnessing their leader's retreat, also cried out in alarm and scattered. Long Xian disregarded them, deeming them insignificant. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Sueki suddenly murmured beside him. Turning, Long Xian beheld her exquisite visage, akin to a red jade, momentarily taken aback. Realizing his hand still rested on her shoulder, he hastily withdrew it, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face, his expression growing slightly awkward. He lamented internally, having been preoccupied with the two demonic figures that had drawn his attention, fearing they might possess some formidable backup. Now, it seemed he had unwittingly taken the blame for this chaotic situation. Glancing apologetically at Lu Sueki, he remained silent. Fortunately, Qi Hao and the others had been vigilant, unaware of the exchange, and by the time they regained their focus, Long Xian and Lu Sueki's expressions had returned to normal. Qi Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you all think about that mention of the death abyss by the demon? Peng Chong, holding a celestial sword that radiated a faint red glow, appeared as a reincarnated fire god, his expression grave as he stated, The death abyss is clearly the demon's stronghold, fraught with peril. We cannot know what ambushes await us. It would be wise to deliberate further. Zheng Shushu raised an eyebrow, countering, Currently, we are light and agile, having repelled a wave of attacks from the demonic cult. It's unlikely we will face further ambushes in the short term. We might as well press forward and explore the death abyss. Qi Hao hesitated. While Peng Chang's suggestion was cautious and methodical, Zheng Shushu's reasoning held merit. They were in a position of strength, and advancing might catch the demonic cult off guard. Junior brother Long, how is Sister Lu's condition? Qi Hao asked, glancing at the pale Lu Sueki standing beside Long Xian. Before Long Xian could respond, Lu Sueki gently wiped the blood from her lips and shook her head, calmly replying, Thank you for your concern, Brother Qi. I am fine. Long Xian's expression turned serious as he advised softly, Sister Lu, although your condition has improved, it is unwise to use your powers for the time being. Allow me to escort you out. Lu Sueki shook her head, her gaze fixed on the darkness at the tunnel's end, her demeanor cold as she stated, No need. Since we have come this far, let us continue onward. Qi Hao gritted his teeth and acquiesced, rising on his sword to venture deeper into the mountain path. With Zheng Shushu and Peng Chong closely following, Long Xian's Qingping sword emanated brilliant light as he prepared to pursue, but suddenly recalled something. He pivoted, and the Tianya divine sword surged with azure light, transforming into a massive blue sword rainbow, carrying Lu Sueki forward. Long Xian observed her graceful figure, momentarily entranced, then sighed softly before following suit. The path ahead was rugged, with bizarre rocks and towering peaks, yet there was only one route, eliminating the risk of losing their way. However, some sections were narrow, barely allowing a single person to pass through. The 5 figures, each radiating celestial energy, sped through the tunnel at an astonishing pace. The winds and darkness entwined, relentlessly surging toward them. After flying for a little over half an hour, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before them, growing nearer and brighter. Their gazes met, and like arrows released from bows, they charged towards the source of illumination. Chapter 57. The 5 Elements. Sword light shatters mountains and rivers light. Resembling the most resplendent flower amid darkness, suddenly blossomed before them, revealing an unfathomably vast space. Not far ahead, a colossal stone radiating intense brightness stood prominently, illuminating the entire area. Behind the stone gaped a vast abyss, seemingly impenetrable even to the light, as if engulfed in an eternal darkness. The recently revealed wild dog Daoist and the tall man stood at the lower end, while three figures, a bearded giant, a remarkably beautiful woman, and a pale young man clad in white exuding a sinister aura, stood before the luminous stone. Ancient characters, carved in an elegant script, adorned the stone, spelling out, Death Abyss. As the 5 disciples of Qingyun descended, the bearded giant bellowed with laughter. It seems this generation of Qingyun disciples has produced some talents. His gaze scrutinized the group, ultimately resting on Long Xian, a predatory glint flickering in his eyes as he coldly declared, however, now that you have entered my Death Abyss territory, there is no turning back. Long Xian's lips curled into a chilling smile. Demonic thieves, how brazen you are. Pray tell, with your abilities, can you withstand a few strikes from me? The giant's expression darkened, his face like frost as he stepped forward, icily replying. I had intended to advise you to surrender, to spare yourselves from the agony of broken bones and shattered flesh when we strike. But it seems you are determined to court death. Before he finished speaking, without any visible movement, he merely glared at the group. In his previously normal right eye suddenly expanded, turning blood red. Long Xian, on high alert, saw the giant's crimson eye narrow, and a beam of red light shot towards them at an alarming speed. Long Xian had long been prepared, maintaining an unchanging expression. With a casual flick of the Qingping sword, a crescent-shaped sword energy was unleashed, colliding with the crimson light in the air, both vanishing into nothingness. Unexpectedly, the crimson light seemed to harbor an inexplicable ferocity. Although the crimson essence shattered, an intangible force surged towards Long Xian's consciousness. Startled, he had no time to react. Immediately raising the Qingping sword to defend himself, the formless malice struck fiercely against the sword. The Qingping sword trembled as if struck hard, and a scarlet spot appeared on its originally pristine white blade, which, despite the sword's vigorous aura and auspicious energy, could not be dispelled. Ha ha, little ghost of Qingyun. Your grandfather's crimson demon eye specifically targets the treasures of your righteous sect. How does it feel to be afraid? The burly man, seeing the effectiveness of the crimson malice, could not help but gloat and shout. At the same time, his crimson giant eye continuously shot out red beams like arrows, moving with incredible speed. Although the Qingping sword deflected them one after another, the sword's spiritual light gradually dimmed. Long Xian furrowed his brows, as if struck by an inspiration. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. He waved his hand to stop his fellow disciples from rushing to help. I was wondering what your reliance was. Just some minor tricks. Do you really think I am helpless against you? As he spoke, Long Xian's thoughts shifted, and the Qingping sword, which had been floating before him, instantly returned to his right hand. With a serious expression, his white robe billowed without wind, and purple brilliance gradually surged from the sword, as lightning serpents danced across it. The red spots gathered on the blade hissed, as if encountering a natural enemy, quickly washed away by the power of thunder, restoring the Qingping sword to its original snowy brilliance, emitting a melodious sword cry. The burly man began to sweat slightly. He was a knowledgeable individual. His crimson demon eye, honed over 300 years, was indeed one of the most sinister and malevolent techniques in the world. However, every entity has its nemesis, and the crimson demon eye feared the true power of Buddhism and the might of thunder the most. He had not expected this young Qingyun ghost, though still young, to possess such profound mastery over thunder. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he grew even more flustered. The firing speed of the crimson demon eye increased. Yet all were thwarted by Long Xian's thunderous sword light. Lin Feng, what are you waiting for? Are you not going to join me in subduing these Qingyun brats? The young man with an aura of malevolence, who had remained silent from the beginning, shook his fan and suddenly sneered. Old Yen, your crimson demon eye is of no use. You can't handle even a few Qingyun juniors. You might as well hand over the position of sect master to me. Though he spoke thus, his actions were swift. He tossed his gilded fan into the air, and the entire fan radiated a faint golden light as it unfolded. Upon the fan's surface, intricately painted were a mountain, a river, and a giant rock, executed with meticulous detail, coming to life. Humph. Today, let you witness my Lin Feng's prowess. The young man formed a mystical seal, causing the fan to quiver in midair. Moments later, the mountain depicted on the fan emerged, growing with the wind, rumbling as it transformed into a towering hill of 100 feet high, nearly filling the vast space. Then it descended upon Long Xian like a mountain pressing down. This is the mountain river fan of the ancestor of Shu Mountain. How could it have fallen into this person's hands? Qi Hao and the others gasped in shock, drawing their swords to rush to Long Xian's aid. With a clang, a blue light flashed faster than them. Tianya shot forth, radiating celestial energy towards the heavens. Lu Sueki's expression turned frosty, her long hair billowing in the gale. As Tianya sliced through the air, myriad blue lights illuminated the massive cavern, converging into one and striking at the mountain. With a sharp sound, a tremendous airflow surged in all directions, the blue light rebounding. Lu Sueki, suspended in midair, turned pale, and the mountain, though momentarily halted by Tianya, continued its relentless descent. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Even the overwhelming force of the mountain momentarily held its breath. A clear voice resonated throughout the heavens, a mere trivial technique, laughable. Great Five Elements Extinction Sword Light, break for me. In the next moment, astonishing sword energy pierced the heavens, as if tearing apart the entire mountain cavity. Golden, blue, green, red, and azure lights erupted, merging into one to form a colossal sword that soared skyward, shattering the illusory mountain with sheer force. The Great Five Elements Extinction Sword Light was considered one of the most formidable attack techniques of the Zhuxian lineage, capable of cleaving through the heavens and earth. During Long Xian's tribulation in the past, a single sword light could even part the calamity clouds, let alone an intangible illusion of a mountain. As the mountain disintegrated, the fan's surface ignited spontaneously, and the once mighty mountain's location was replaced by a vast void. Lin Feng's expression drastically changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, struggling to crawl towards the severely damaged mountain river fan. In the distance, Old Yin ceased the emission of crimson light as Lin Feng acted, his crimson demon eye returning to normal, standing motionless. At the moment Lu Sueki made her move, he exchanged a glance with the beautiful woman beside him, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. He then whispered, "So, did you see clearly?" The woman scoffed, "It is indeed Tianya. This group of old fossils from Qingyun Sect truly spare no effort." Old Yan's expression turned serious as he gazed at Lu Sueki's snow-white figure in the distance. His brows furrowed tightly. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "The Tianya divine sword is a weapon of the nine heavens. Our blood-refining hall's ancestor, the black-hearted elder, was defeated by this sword. Today, I must seize this divine sword at all costs." The woman nodded, her expression equally grave, glancing towards Lu Sueki's direction, a cold glint passing over her face. "That little girl must be gravely injured after this battle. We should take the opportunity." At this moment, Long Xian had cleaved through the illusory mountain, a hint of crimson rising on his face, but it was quickly suppressed by the nine heavens' purple qi. This environment was exceedingly unique, preventing Long Xian from utilizing many of his techniques. Those with insufficient power would struggle to shatter this mountain's weight, while those too powerful risked collapsing the cavern entirely, leading to doom for all. Moreover, the space was confined. Relying on the spiritual light of the sword to evade was possible for Long Xian, but his Qingyun comrades were not so fortunate. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ the Great Five Elements Extinction Sword Light to pierce through the facade. The outcome was as he had anticipated. The mountain was shattered by the sword light, and although Long Xian's meridians experienced slight tremors, it was manageable. However, just as he stabilized his injuries, he heard Lu Sueki emit a gasp of surprise. Startled, he looked over to see a black rope suddenly emerge from the stone wall behind Lu Sueki, swiftly binding her hands to her sides, rendering her immobile. Moments later, the silhouette of a woman emerged from the wall, revealing the beautiful woman who had previously stood at a distance. Meanwhile, when Shu, Qi Hao, and Peng Chong found themselves entangled by a horde of demonic cultists that had unexpectedly appeared, in an instant, the 5 members of Qingyun Sect fell into another predicament. Chapter 58. Heavy blow. Long Xian repelled the approaching Old Yan with a sword strike. Without hesitation, summoned the Zhan Long sword, unleashing a brilliant emerald light as he charged towards the beautiful woman. However, the woman merely smiled gently, flicking the rope in her hand, causing Lu Sueki to involuntarily move sideways, blocking her in front. Fortunately, Long Xian's dragon-slaying sword had already been refined to a harmonious and exquisite state. With a mere thought, the sword abruptly halted, stopping just 3 inches before Lu Sueki, casting a pale blue hue across her delicate face. Long Xian's expression turned cold as he calmly declared, "Release her, and I shall spare your life." The beautiful woman laughed lightly, drawing Lu Sueki close to her side, saying, "Dear sister, your beauty is truly heart-wrenching. No wonder that young man is so fond of you." As she spoke, She teasingly brushed her fingers against Lu Sueki's ethereal features, adding with a sinister curiosity, "I wonder if it would be interesting to carve a few lines upon your lovely face?" Seeing the pain etched upon Lu Sueki's visage, and noticing the binding ropes deeply embedded into her flesh, Long Xian's heart sank. However, he was cautious not to act recklessly. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed through the air as an elderly man swooped down, reaching for the Tianya divine sword behind Lu Sueki. Long Xian could not allow such an act. Altering his incantation, he commanded the dragon-slaying sword and Qingping sword to clash against the elder, forcing him to retreat. Just as Long Xian maneuvered closer, the beautiful woman laughed again, pulling Lu Sueki in front of her once more. Though infuriated, Long Xian was left with no choice but to retract his swords. At that moment, two more gusts of wind approached from behind. It was the wild dog Taoist and the tall Lu Hao, seizing the opportunity to join the fray. The trio formed a defensive triangle around Lu Sueki, steadfastly holding their ground. The woman appeared to be merely an observer, yet whenever they found themselves in a tight spot, she would cunningly toss Lu Sueki into the fray, forcing Long Xian to withdraw his hand for fear of harming her. In such a confined space, many of Long Xian's techniques could not be fully deployed, and with Lu Sueki as a bargaining chip, he felt increasingly restricted. Nevertheless, his profound cultivation level was not to be underestimated. Even in this predicament, he wielded the dragon-slaying and Qingping swords, keeping the three demonic adversaries at bay. Had it not been for the woman's vigilance, the trio would have perished under his blades multiple times by now. Bound by the ropes, Lu Sueki struggled in vain. Witnessing the chaos among the four, her pallor deepened, and with her heart racing, she tasted blood in her throat, spewing it forth across her garments, staining them with vivid crimson, an alarming sight. Her injuries from Jiang Laosan's ambush had yet to heal, and now, after clashing with the illusory Tai Xuan, she suffered further agony from the binding ropes, her internal wounds growing increasingly severe. Long Xian, alarmed by her condition, assumed the bindings were the cause of her suffering. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed both swords, driving the elder and his companions back, before unleashing two ethereal silver sword lights. Strikingly, the void sword light. The woman, taken aback by Long Xian's sudden aggression, was momentarily startled, but she swiftly ascended, narrowly evading the void sword's edge. Lu Sueki, witnessing this, felt the bindings loosen slightly. The beautiful woman had momentarily diverted her attention due to the imminent threat of the void sword light. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sueki swiftly formed an intricate gesture with her hands, summoning the Tianya divine sword, which flew forth in a brilliant azure arc, swiftly severing the binding ropes. The woman, alarmed by the display of the Tianya's might and distressed over her own artifact, hastily retracted the ropes. With Lu Sueki freed, Long Xian's spirit surged. No longer holding back, he sent forth both swords, their dual lights merging into two colossal sword dragons that surged toward the trio. The elder and his companions shrieked in terror, retreating swiftly, unwilling to confront the blade's wrath. "Qingyun brats, for destroying my artifact, I shall not rest until you are vanquished." Just then, Lin Feng, having mysteriously joined the fray, unleashed a ferocious incantation, his eyes filled with frenzied rage. The mountain and river fan, rise with the river, swift. A resounding boom echoed throughout the cavern. As the others recoiled in shock, the elder halted, shouting, "Lin, no." Before he could finish, the damaged mountain and river fan radiated with blinding light, and the river depicted within its surface vanished. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, and a massive water column surged forth from the depths, even lifting enormous boulders. Long Xian's expression shifted as he activated his spiritual sword escape, transforming into a streak of light to evade the oncoming deluge. "You possess formidable powers, little ghost. I cannot slay you. I wonder if your companions share your prowess?" Long Xian heard Lin Feng's venomous words, prompting him to look up. Witnessing Lin Feng's incantation transformed the image of a great rock on the fan, its eyes suddenly snapping to life before it screeched and soared into the air. The great rock, its wings glowing with a blood-red light, charged toward Lu Sueki with ferocity. After executing this maneuver, Lin Feng trembled, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, yet he laughed maniacally. At the same time, the mountain and river fan dimmed, as if expending its final reserves of energy, emitting a mournful cry before its frame shattered. Not good. Both Long Xian and those nearby, including Zheng Shushu and Qi Hao, turned pale. Lu Sueki, having suffered multiple injuries, stood precariously upon the Tianya's light, her complexion ashen, swaying as if the next strike from the great rock would extinguish her life. Was this the end? In that fleeting moment between life and death, Lu Sueki felt an unprecedented calm wash over her. Standing amidst the tempest, her garments billowing, her hair dancing in the wind. She opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of sorrow intertwined with an inexplicable reluctance. Long Xian turned to her, meeting her gaze. This sense of desolation etched itself deeply into Long Xian's heart, akin to an indelible shadow haunting his soul. An inexplicable pain burrowed deep into his core. Is there truly no recourse? He pondered, yet suddenly, a smile graced his lips. His expression hardened as both his heart soared, and the supreme Tai Chi diagram within his dantian surged with fervor. An azure and violet aura enveloped him, transforming into a radiant multicolored sword rainbow that gently shielded Lu Sueki from behind. With a thunderous crash, darkness enveloped Long Xian's vision, and he nearly lost consciousness as searing pain coursed through him, leaving him in a state of numbness. Suspended midair, he coughed forth blood like a gushing spring. Lin Feng had ignited his true essence, and the explosive force released from the mountain and river fan was tremendous. Even as his heart soared and Tai Chi diagram absorbed a portion of the blast, it was still enough to grievously wound Long Xian. He raised his head to meet Lu Sueki's pale face, and with a sudden smile, his bloodied form trembled before descending gently. Long, junior brother. Everything transpired too swiftly. Qi Hao and the others regained their senses only to discover the chaos that had unfolded. Their faces paled in horror, fearing the wrath of Master Dao Xuan of the Chongmen if Long Xian were to fall here. Block these Qingyun brats. The elder, witnessing Long Xian's grievous injury from the great rock's phantom, breathed a sigh of relief, his expression brightening as he commanded his minions to intercept the rescuers. As rocks rained down and the water dragon surged, the unconscious Long Xian was swept away by the waves, drifting toward the enigmatic abyss of the dead. Lu Sueki's heart sank as if something invaluable was being wrenched from her grasp. Clenching her silver teeth, she leveraged her strength against a fallen boulder, propelling herself toward Long Xian. Closer, ever closer. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Sueki's face, her pale countenance now reflecting a hint of solace. She gently grasped Long Xian's hand, intending to pull him back, when a massive wave crashed against her, plunging her into darkness as her last vestige of strength seemingly abandoned her, and then they began to descend. Chapter 59. The underworld's Yama and the river of forgetfulness, endless darkness, enveloped this world. Long Xian's mind felt vacant, devoid of all memories. Yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed ahead. It felt like a fleeting moment, yet also an eternity, when a glimmer of light gradually emerged at the end of that darkness. For reasons unknown, he held his breath. An inexplicable tension surged through him, his heart raced, and though he sensed a breeze, he felt detached from his own existence. The light expanded, and he continued to peer into the distance. Lush green mountains rose majestically, grand palaces towered, and celestial pavilions perched atop peaks, surrounded by ethereal clouds, with auspicious cranes occasionally soaring and circling overhead, embodying a realm of immortals, a heavenly paradise that inspired reverence. What is this? Long Xian gazed in a daze. A peculiar fear emanating from the depths of his heart, a feeling long buried now resurfacing, filling him with trepidation. The scene before him was unmistakably the gate of the Zhuxian sect from his past life, the Azure Cliff. A thunderous roar echoed, and rain began to fall from the sky, drenching him in icy droplets. In the bamboo grove, a handsome young man stood facing a woman in white. "Yinner, what brings you here?" "I merely came to inquire about something." The memory of her exquisite silhouette remained vivid, her white robes billowing, a blue sword at her side. She gazed quietly at the young man, speaking softly. "What has transpired?" Noticing her unusual demeanor, the young man spoke in a deep tone. "What truly happened to Senior Brother Yan's injuries?" The woman scoffed. "Don't tell me you also have no idea. You and Senior Brother Yan were the only ones from Zhuxian to return alive from that ancient cultivator's ruins. Don't you have anything to say?" The young man was taken aback, staring at her icy expression, a strange sorrow blossoming within him. His face paled, and though he opened his mouth, no words came forth. "What's the matter? Words fail you now?" The woman smiled coldly, a hint of mockery in her voice. "I misjudged you. Yinner, I promised that elder not to disclose this matter. Please, do not press me further." Exposed and at a loss for words, her expression darkened ominously, disdain evident in her beautiful eyes. "I see you are no different from those demonic cultists," Long Xian quietly observed, this scene from the distant past never fading from his memory. His nails had dug deeply into his flesh, an indescribable sorrow and rage surged within him. The gloomy sky felt as though the heavens were collapsing. A chilling wind swept past him, and the mountain rain continued. Suddenly, Long Xian trembled as if pricked by a needle. The heart sword within him blazed brightly, radiant purple light bursting forth, illuminating his consciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a myriad of flickering lights, ethereal and elusive, both beautiful and desolate. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Long Xian finally discerned the nature of the lights. They drifted aimlessly, transforming into countless faces, young and old, beautiful and ugly. Yet at this moment, they conveyed only one sensation: coldness. Spirits? He exclaimed, a hint of horror still lingering in his eyes. Ancient legends spoke of myriad deities above the 9 heavens, and beneath the 9 hells, the realm of spirits, the Hall of Yama. When a person dies, their soul departs the body, entering the cycle of reincarnation, perpetually reborn. Yet, within the world, there exist vengeful spirits, clinging to life due to greed, anger, and delusion, unwilling to move on. These are the spirits. As if sensing a delectable feast, more and more spirits began to gather around Long Xian, yet they did not rush him. Instead, they hovered just beyond a 5-zhang radius, their eyes glistening with desire. Long Xian was momentarily stunned, then noticed a faint halo of thunderous light enveloping the area around him. The heart sword within his dantian pulsated with vibrant purple light, moving excitedly as if imbued with sentience. Had he not restrained it, it might have acted on its own. A strange expression crossed Long Xian's face. It was not the heart sword that thrilled him, but the multitude of complex runes inscribed upon it, the diagram of the 8 fiends' thunder formation, which seemed to possess something extraordinary that attracted it. The last scene etched in his memory was of him blocking a fatal blow for Lu Sueki, after which he lost consciousness. Looking at the current scene, it appeared he had fallen into the abyss of the undead. A soft whisper floated in his ear, and upon turning, he found Lu Sueki lying beside him, gradually awakening, her eyes slowly opening to reveal Long Xian's concerned gaze reflected in the dim, white light. Sister Lu, how do you feel? Lu Sueki did not respond immediately. Her expression shifted from confusion to indifference as she surveyed her surroundings, echoing Long Xian's earlier exclamation. Spirits? Long Xian nodded slightly, his expression grave. This place is truly remarkable, capable of gathering so many spirits. In his past life, he had accompanied the Zhuxian elders to confront Su Wan of Biming Mountain, renowned as the saint of the underworld, who possessed profound knowledge of the ghostly arts. Yet even in his realm of human ghosts, such an assembly of spirits was unheard of. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Sueki, then inquired, Sister Lu, how are your injuries? Lu Sueki glanced at him, shaking her head. Not well. Any movement sends sharp pains throughout my body. We should explore our surroundings while we still have strength, or we will inevitably fall prey to these spirits. Just then, Lu Sueki noticed that not a single spirit dared approach them, as if a faint halo of thunder surrounded them, creating a barrier that the spirits could not breach. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, Long Xian awkwardly scratched his nose and admitted, This is a legacy I chanced upon during my travels, from an ancient scattered immortal. Lu Sueki regarded him with a deep gaze and said softly, You are fortunate, junior brother. Long Xian smiled, remaining silent. His 8 fiends thunder formation had evolved from the 8 fiends profound fire formation of the Incense Valley, a formation that had stood for a millennium. Indeed a testament to ancient heritage. Lu Sueki scanned their surroundings and suggested, Junior brother, why not try using that technique to disperse these spirits? Long Xian nodded, focusing his thoughts as the runes inscribed on the heart sword glowed brilliantly, one after another ascending into the air, awakening a mysterious ancient power. A formidable array materialized around Long Xian and Lu Sueki, a massive Taiji Bagua symbol floating above them, flickering in and out of visibility. The yang aspect of this Taiji symbol was comprised of pure, thunderous energy, while the yin aspect was formed from boundless fierce sword qi. The Bagua diagram shimmered with 7 dim trigrams and 1 bright, containing unfathomable celestial and earthly forces. Originally, the 8 fiends' profound fire formation could be activated by the power of profound fire and the forces of heaven and earth. But after Long Xian made slight modifications to the array patterns according to his vision, it now required the convergence of 8 different malevolent energies to unleash its full potential. As Long Xian contemplated this, he suddenly sensed a tempest brewing within the abyss of the undead, grayish streams of energy swirling from all directions, flowing into the earth trigram corresponding to the heavenly trigram of the celestial forces. In an instant, the 8 fiends' thunder formation radiated a brilliant light, the power of thunder surging with unparalleled might. A feeling, both unfamiliar yet intimately connected, surged within Long Xian's heart, as a chilling current coursed through his body. The bones and meridians, previously shaken and injured by the illusory Great Peng, astonishingly healed significantly in an instant. The Nine Heavens Thunder was the most feared entity by these malevolent spirits, and at this moment, the Eight Fiends Thunder formation displayed its divine power, driving all surrounding malevolent spirits deep into the darkness. This sensation could only be the manifestation of Yama's sinister aura. Long Xian regained his composure, momentarily stunned, before his expression changed drastically, as if recalling something terrifying. In Long Xian's past life, the Zhuxian Daoist Canon had occasionally mentioned such a mysterious entity. Legend had it that Yama's sinister aura originated from the river of forgetfulness in hell, naturally possessing the ability to entice inner demons and provoke the 3 obsessions and 3 poisons of cultivators. This explained why so many malevolent spirits lingered here, and why Long Xian was involuntarily reminded of those unbearable memories. However, if Yama's sinister aura had indeed manifested here, it would signify that this place must have a direct passage to the underworld, to the river of forgetfulness. Lu Sueki, witnessing Long Xian's inexplicable spell driving away the spirits, let out a sigh of relief and calmly stated, "Junior brother, this place is eerie. We should not linger. Let us search for an escape." Long Xian harbored a profound apprehension towards the possible existence of the river of forgetfulness, and eager to depart, he readily agreed. After a brief contemplation, he assisted Lu Sueki to her feet and proceeded in a certain direction through the darkness. Chapter 60. Reunions. They walked for an indeterminate length of time, the directions seeming boundless. Long Xian's divine sense in the upper clear realm extended to its limits, yet all he could perceive was darkness, an unyielding void. Suddenly, he faintly heard the sound of waves, invigorating his spirit. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, he withdrew his divine sense from the surroundings. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal, and a faint purple mark appeared on his forehead. The mark split open, revealing a mystical vertical eye that gazed towards the direction of the water sounds. Beneath his celestial eye, the darkness could not shroud his vision. Everything was laid bare before him. It turned out to be an expansive sea, thick with malevolent energy, waves surging with the tides. Yet the water was chilling to the bone, as if even the ethereal force of divine sense could be frozen. Such a heavy aura of sinister energy. Long Xian pondered. I wonder if this sea has any connection to the river of forgetfulness? Lu Sueki, noticing Long Xian's sudden halt, furrowed her brow in silence before inquiring. Junior brother Long, have you discovered something? Just as Long Xian was about to respond, a series of footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of the darkness. The footsteps were gentle and harmonious, yet to the two of them, they were akin to thunderclaps. Long Xian and Lu Sueki exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave as they summoned their swords, the radiant light of their celestial blades illuminating the shadowy abyss. To their astonishment, they encountered another figure in this desolate place. A woman garbed in water-green attire, with delicate brows and elegant eyes, her skin as flawless as jade, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a spirit emerging from the mystical realms of Wushan. Long Xian did not focus on her, but rather on the menacing presence lurking behind her in the depths of darkness, where several ferocious auras lay in wait. You disciples of the Qingyun Sect, are you not known as the righteous sect? Why do you show such interest in our sinister heritage? The girl huffed, her smile gradually fading into a cold demeanor. Long Xian furrowed his brow. The lightning dragon sword in his hand shimmered with electric light, subtly shielding Lu Sueki behind him. He replied solemnly, "What is your intent, miss?" The girl responded in a tone as devoid of emotion as the passage of time. "You righteous cultivators have come here with great fanfare. Is it not to seek the sacred secrets hidden within the blood droplet cave?" Long Xian and Lu Sueki exchanged bewildered glances, yet they sensed that there existed a blood droplet cave nearby, likely harboring something of great significance. While the three stood in a tense standoff, a deeper shadow emerged from the darkness, revealing a tall, masked woman. Long Xian silently lamented. The girl's tone indicated that the newcomer bore ill intent, and now an additional ally in the upper clear realm intensified the precariousness of their situation. Had he been alone, he might have been able to escape using his spiritual sword technique, but with the injured Lu Sueki by his side, abandoning her was not an option. To Long Xian's surprise, the masked woman showed no intention of attacking them. Instead, she stared intently at the lightning dragon sword in his right hand. "Young man, is that the lightning dragon sword you hold?" Her ghostly voice echoed through the endless darkness of the abyss of the undead. Long Xian nodded slightly and raised the sword. "Senior, you possess keen insight. Very well. In consideration of the original owner of the lightning dragon sword, you may leave, but leave the girl behind." The masked woman stated after a moment of silence, Her tone is unchanging as before. Yuni, the green-clad girl exclaimed, astonished. I am aware of my intentions. The masked woman waved her hand dismissively, her tone still flat. Long Xian remained impassive, the lightning on the lightning dragon's sword intensifying. As he gazed deeply at its blade without responding, it seems you have made your choice. Behind the black veil, her expression was indiscernible, yet her tone remained unchanged as she shook her head slightly, continuing, if you were at your peak, perhaps we would struggle to subdue you, but now, you cannot even harness half of your strength. How could you possibly be my opponent? Long Xian's pupils constricted, and he shot a cold glance at the masked woman. Stating coolly, Senior speaks truthfully. However, my swordsmanship is sincere in both blade and character, and I cannot comply. Your arrogance mirrors that of him from years past. A fleeting look of nostalgia crossed the masked woman's starry eyes, but in the next moment, the abyss of the undead seemed even colder than before. An invisible killing intent emanating from her. She scoffed, coldly declaring, how utterly foolish. Turning slightly, she cast a glance at the green-clad girl. Yaoer, just capture that girl. Do not take her life. Bai Yao smiled slightly, and led 5 men clad in yellow to surround them. Long Xian offered a faint smile, his gaze locking onto the approaching figures, his aura radiating with fierce determination as countless sword energies seemed to hover in the air. If battle is what you seek, I shall gladly oblige. His fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the lightning dragon's sword, emerald light soaring toward the heavens, his proud gaze shimmering in the wind, radiating an air of invincibility. Lu Sueki, supported by Long Xian's left hand, remained weak and weary. Being astute, she understood that if not for her presence, Long Xian would have already made his escape. After a moment's hesitation, she softly called, Junior Brother Long. Long Xian shook his head at her, firmly holding her close. And with a flick of his wrist, the lightning dragon's sword surged forth in a swift arc, a tempest of sword shadows cascading towards the girl and her companions. The sound of the wind roaring, drowning out all other noise. The green-clad girl's expression shifted as a flash of white light erupted, a white flower materializing in her hand. With a flick of her spell, the flower floated in midair, its petals shattering and colliding with the oncoming storm of sword energy. Yet the storm surged like an unrelenting tide, crashing wave upon wave, an endless onslaught, as the invisible winds coalesced into a vortex, engulfing everything around. With the girl standing at the very center of that tempest, the masked woman, witnessing the unfolding scene, exhibited a peculiar glint in her eyes, akin to a mesmerizing flame that blazed fiercely. With a mere thought, an ancient and intricately carved talisman, inscribed with countless symbols, manifested in her grasp, expanding rapidly in the wind until it reached the size of a small room, violently colliding with the swirling sword energy. The vortex shattered with a thunderous roar, energy dispersing in all directions. Dragon Xian gritted his teeth as arcs of lightning suddenly erupted from the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, an overwhelming sword aura beginning to ascend. He raised the sword high and struck downwards, forming an arc of thunderous sword energy imbued with unmatched sharpness, aimed at the woman in green. Layers of pressure descended like a cataclysmic tide, causing the 5 men in yellow beside her to change countenance drastically. 5 variously shaped magical artifacts soared into the sky to meet the oncoming thunderous sword light. However, Dragon Xian's perfected lightning slash was not so easily thwarted. The 5 artifacts held their ground for but a moment before being violently cleaved apart by the sword light, the yellow-clad individuals turning pale, all of them spitting blood as they retreated. In that critical moment, a crimson streak, ablaze with fiery energy, shot in from the distance, entangling with the thunderous sword light for an instant before both were extinguished, thereby saving the girl in green. Dragon Xian's complexion paled, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He leaned heavily on the dragon-slaying sword, struggling to lift his head to gaze at the masked woman in the distance. Senior, remarkable skills. The masked woman, too, was in a precarious state. Although her blazing blood feathers had intercepted the lightning slash, tendrils of thunderous energy still invaded her meridians, wreaking havoc within her body. You are not without merit yourself, able to wield such formidable thunderous power in the suffocating depths of the abyss of the dead. If you were at your peak, perhaps I would indeed be at a disadvantage. The black veil upon her face fluttered gently, perhaps stirred by her own emotions, yet her voice remained as calm as ever. Chapter 61. The abyssal palace of the heartless sea. As her words lingered, an intangible aura of ghostly energy began to rise from her, her form gradually levitating, akin to a specter, floating directly before Dragon Xian. Just as she was about to make her move, her expression suddenly shifted, her vermilion bird seal radiating brilliant light. Her cold gaze fixated on a shadowy direction. Dragon Xian's expression darkened as well. Leaning on the dragon-slaying sword, he could no longer concern himself with the masked woman. Supporting Lu Sueki with one hand, he began to retreat slowly, sensing an ancient and ferocious aura surging from that direction. Deep within the darkness, a sound akin to a sigh echoed, and a fierce wind swept through, causing the once solid earth to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. "This is bad. It's that abomination," the masked woman exclaimed, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "Abomination? Yue, what have you discovered?" The girl in green gasped. The masked woman remained silent. In truth, she had no need for further explanation. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of darkness. Akin to a beast howling at the heavens, the invisible sound waves transforming into a raging storm, causing the garments of those present to flap wildly. Amidst the roar, an eerie and inexplicable rustling sound emerged, reminiscent of slithering serpents or fraying ropes, reverberating through the air, growing louder and closer. The darkened area appeared to ignite with two massive, eerie green flames. Within the flames were two slender, deep-set eyes, glinting with a cold light, and the metallic scent in the air intensified. The masked woman inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the slowly emerging black serpent. She urgently declared, "Indeed, it is the Blackwater Profound Serpent. Bai Yao, we must flee. This beast can only be vanquished by its natural enemy, the yellow bird." The girl in green, Bai Yao, trembled, stepping back a pace, then quickly regained her composure, gritting her teeth as she cast a reluctant glance toward Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki. "What about those two?" The masked woman hesitated momentarily, then waved her delicate hand, a stream of dark light shooting from the vermilion bird seal towards Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki. "Dragon Xian, if you wish to survive, do not resist. I have some ties with an elder of yours. Consider this rescue as repayment for a past favor." Her voice was hurried and frantic, betraying an underlying panic. Dragon Xian's expression flickered with contemplation before he sheathed the dragon-slaying sword, ceasing resistance, allowing the dark light to envelop them both. He understood that, in his current state of severe injury and diminished strength, he stood no chance of escaping from the clutches of the Blackwater Profound Serpent, an ancient magical beast. Yet, the Nine Heavens profound scripture he practiced possessed remarkable healing effects, and the Yin energy from the Eighth Fiend Thunder Array was continuously nourishing him. If he could buy some time to regain a fraction of his strength, he would have nothing to fear. Thus, upon confirming that the dark light was merely binding and devoid of lethal intent, Dragon Xian ceased his struggles, permitting it to engulf them. The masked woman, relieved by Dragon Xian's compliance, called out and swiftly pulled Bai Yao, retreating in the opposite direction. The massive head of the Blackwater Profound Serpent, with its crimson-split tongue, flicked through the air as it softly hissed in pursuit of the fleeing figures. Exuding a sense of excitement, it sniffed the air and suddenly quickened its pace, roaring as it rapidly closed the distance. Yug felt a pang of despair. Although her escape speed was marginally superior to that of the Blackwater Profound Serpent, the difference was negligible, and with Dragon Xian, Lu Sueki, and Bai Yao in tow, her vital energy was rapidly depleting. The serpent, with its magical beast physique, faced no such concerns, and it was only a matter of time before they would be caught. After pursuing for a while, the Blackwater Profound Serpent, frustrated by its inability to catch up, suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black venom towards Yug, the acrid stench nearly causing her to retch. Yug's expression turned cold as the vermilion bird seal levitated from her hand, generating a fiery barrier that repelled the venom. However, her demeanor did not improve. Her anxiety escalated as she gradually began to hear the sound of crashing waves, as if she had reached the seashore. "This is bad." A bolt of realization struck Yug's mind. The Blackwater Profound Serpent was a water-type magical beast, and if they were in a water-rich environment, its power would surely multiply. Indeed, the serpent, which had been pursuing her, now exhibited a bloodthirsty glint in its exposed eyes, and with a sudden motion, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar, summoning a massive wall of water that surged forth like a tsunami. As Yug's focus wavered, the dark light enveloping Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki was overtaken by the oncoming wall of water, crashing down upon them with tremendous force. Dragon Xian felt a chill wash over him, and in the blink of an eye, he was drenched. He heard Lu Sueki's startled scream, her grip loosening as the overwhelming force scattered them apart. The colossal wave thrust them far away, and Dragon Xian struggled to rise from a puddle, feeling as though his bones were shattered, nearly falling apart. A slithering sound approached from the distance, and the black serpent's lantern-sized eyes re-emerged from the darkness. However, this time, those serpent eyes held neither bloodthirst nor malice. Instead, they gazed at Dragon Xian with a hint of confusion and benevolence. Benevolence? Dragon Xian was taken aback by the sudden thought that surfaced in his mind. He summoned the remnants of his power and prepared to strike at the Blackwater Profound Serpent. The serpent, seemingly understanding his intent, retreated a considerable distance, shaking its massive head vigorously as if to indicate its unwillingness to confront him. Dragon Xian watched in astonishment, his heart still racing with tension, yet curiosity began to swell within him. He cautiously stepped forward, gazing into the serpent's vertical eyes, and spoke solemnly. "You harbor no ill will towards me?" The Blackwater Profound Serpent appeared to comprehend Dragon Xian's words, nodding its head vigorously, the benevolence in its gaze growing ever clearer. Dragon Xian examined the serpent from head to tail, noting its comical demeanor seemed genuine. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. As the hiss of the Blackwater Serpent echoed, it sensed Long Xian's intent to depart and immediately grew anxious, flicking its tongue in agitation while extending its massive tail to block his path. Long Xian turned to face the serpent, feeling helpless yet inquiring. "You bear me no ill will, yet you prevent my departure. What is the meaning of this?" The serpent's enormous eyes flickered, and it suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a plume of white mist that gradually coalesced into the form of an elderly man clad in a black robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. He stood tall, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, and regarded Long Xian with a smile. Long Xian furrowed his brow slightly and bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed elder, may I inquire why you have commanded the Blackwater Serpent to obstruct my way?" The elder did not respond immediately, instead studying Long Xian with an expression of inexplicable contentment and satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and exclaimed, "Young one, how is it that you carry the essence of the Sword Phoenix and the Heavenly Fiend within you?" Long Xian's face registered a fleeting look of confusion as he replied, "I am unfamiliar with the Sword Phoenix and the Heavenly Fiend you speak of. Might you allow me to pass?" The elder appeared taken aback by Long Xian's response, then slapped his forehead in realization, saying, "Ah, now I understand. You possess their legacy within you." He paused, then continued, "Cough, cough. Young one, I am but an incarnation and cannot maintain this form for long. Would you consider visiting my Demon Palace?" Demon Palace? Long Xian echoed, bewildered. "Very well. I shall follow the Blackwater Serpent." The elder chuckled. "Indeed, just accompany Little Black. I have awaited a visitor for quite some time," he added, his voice trailing off into a whisper. Long Xian, though somewhat perplexed, discerned that the elder bore him no malice. "The Demon Palace lies beneath this merciless sea. Simply allow Little Black to guide you there, and perhaps I can bestow upon you a great fortune." Long Xian raised an eyebrow, unsure of what the elder meant by great fortune. However, he was aware of the peculiarities within himself, particularly the Tai Xuan Sword Classic and the fragments of the nameless techniques, which he suspected the elder might recognize. Chapter 62. The Demon Elder. "How shall I reach your palace, esteemed elder?" Long Xian inquired, gazing out at the vast, seemingly boundless expanse of the sea, a sense of awe washing over him. Truly, the merciless sea, renowned as the most enigmatic among the 5 oceans of the divine land, inspired marvel even in one such as he. The elder chuckled and gestured toward the Blackwater Serpent, which coiled on the ground, a look of eager anticipation on its face. Little Black is an ancient beast with a space of its own. You need only enter its body, and it will carry you there. Upon hearing this, the serpent nodded vigorously, as if proudly showcasing its unique ability. Long Xian shook his head with a faint smile, unperturbed, and was about to take a step forward when the elder suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Young one, how have you sustained such severe internal injuries? Your organs are gravely displaced, and even your meridians are largely damaged. If your wounds worsen, it may jeopardize your very foundation." Long Xian managed a wry smile, thinking, "You only just noticed?" While he had indeed suffered injuries from recent battles, they were not as dire as the elder suggested. The last attack from the Blackwater Serpent, a fierce tsunami, had been particularly brutal, especially since he was already at his limit and lacked sufficient power to shield himself, resulting in a direct blow. As Long Xian glanced at the serpent, the elder understood, swiftly striking the serpent's head and scolding, "Did I not instruct you to treat our guest with respect?" The Blackwater Serpent let out a low growl, its expression seemingly human as it displayed a look of grievance, as if trying to explain itself. The elder chuckled softly, saying, "Since your injuries were caused by Little Black, as the host, I must show my gratitude." With a wave of his hand, a mysterious stream of clear energy surged toward Long Xian, akin to the grace of a divine creator, flowing directly into him. Long Xian gasped in astonishment as he felt his body become weightless. The energy coursed through his limbs, mending both visible and invisible wounds as though touched by a gentle spring rain. Ultimately, this energy converged in his dantian, where the faintly glowing Tai Chi diagram began to solidify, aligning with the principles of the Tai Chi Qing Dao as it started to operate. The dull-hued heart sword also stirred, its surface gleaming with intricate runes, as it began to absorb the lingering energies from the nether abyss. The azure flames surrounding the sword blazed ever brighter, surpassing its previous intensity. In an instant, the mysterious elder had nearly restored Long Xian to full health. All that remained was the issue of his depleted magical energy in the dantian, which was of little concern, as long as his body was intact. With Long Xian's innate ability to connect all meridians, he could naturally recover to his peak state with some meditation. He withdrew from his introspection and respectfully bowed to the elder, stating, "I am Long Xian, and I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder." He understood his own wounds well. Even if he managed to escape this calamity, he would require considerable time to recuperate, especially since his 9 heavens Xianjing was a treasure of the Daoist Sect, inherently possessing restorative qualities. Yet, this elder, merely an incarnation, could restore him with a mere gesture, showcasing abilities that were truly beyond comprehension. "Indeed, your physical potential exceeds my expectations," the elder remarked with a hint of amusement, then addressed Long Xian. "I know you wish to inquire further. Come to my Demon Palace. I shall not withhold any information from you." Long Xian nodded slightly, but suddenly appeared to recall something. He stepped back, straightened his robe, and bowed respectfully. "I must apologize for my rudeness. I have yet to learn your esteemed name." The elder paused, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face, though it quickly vanished. He sighed softly, stating, "A name is of little importance. Not many in this world are likely to know it. As for my title," he contemplated for a moment, "you may call me the Demon Elder." Long Xian nodded, his thoughts in motion as he transformed into a stream of colorful light, entering the gaping maw of the Blackwater Serpent. The serpent closed its mouth, flicked its tail, and roared before plunging into the depths of the merciless sea. In the dark abyss of the nether abyss, footsteps suddenly echoed, illuminating the eternal darkness with 7 beams of various hues. "How many days has it been?" Chi Hao's solemn voice resonated, his complexion pale. Fa Xiang sighed, reciting a Buddhist chant, "Umitba, it must be around the 10th day. I pray that junior sister Lu and senior brother Long have favorable fortune." Li Sun, the strikingly handsome youth walking alongside, suddenly remarked, "Since Long Xian possesses such formidable power, he likely has contingencies in place. He may have already escaped while we linger here." Though his words held a hint of sarcasm, those present could discern the underlying mockery. Zheng Shushu and Fa Shan, who had held Long Xian in high regard, felt anger well up upon hearing Li Sun's comments. Just as they were about to retaliate, Chi Hao and Fa Xiang intervened. Chi Hao shook his head at Zheng Shushu, then turned to Li Sun, coldly stating, "There is no need for Brother Li to concern himself. As fellow disciples of Qingyun, we can seek him out ourselves. If you have pressing matters, you may leave." Li Sun's expression shifted as he scrutinized Chi Hao, letting out a cold snort. "If that is the case, I suppose my modest abilities are of little interest to you esteemed individuals. I shall take my leave." With that, he gestured towards Yan Hong, whose face bore a look of helplessness, and departed into the dark, turning his back on Chi Hao and the others. As he observed the departing figures of Li Sun and his companion, Zheng Shushu let out a cold smile, speaking almost to himself. "Li Sun, my friend, walks away with remarkable swiftness." Beside him, Fa Xiang was enveloped in the golden light of the reincarnation pearl, his moon-white monk robes billowing in the wind. Upon hearing Zheng Shushu's words, he glanced over, both men recognizing the profound meaning reflected in each other's eyes. He chuckled softly. "Indeed, he moves with great haste." In the distant darkness, Li Sun strode ahead, with Yan Hong hesitatingly trailing behind him. Suddenly, she spoke, "Senior brother, our actions may very well offend both the Qingyun Sect and the Tianyin Temple." Li Sun snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the enveloping darkness ahead, and replied nonchalantly, "Junior sister, do you truly believe we have come here solely to eradicate the blood-refining hall?" Yan Hong's complexion paled as she recalled their true motive for coming, seeking the rumored blood pearl. In order to harness its boundless essence to reignite the 8 fiends' mysterious fire array, Li Sun, his face largely obscured by shadow, continued, "We are here for the blood pearl. To assist Qingyun in searching for Long Xian instead of pursuing the blood pearl at the Heartless Sea's blood droplet cave would be utterly misguided." At that moment, Long Xian stood within a spacious hall, its dimensions stretching 1,000 feet. At its center lay a massive pool connected to the heartless sea, where a black water mysterious serpent coiled, revealing only its head. The hall's walls were adorned with 49 distinct murals, while the ceiling was riddled with numerous small openings, creating a starry pattern at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, these openings bore no relation to the constellations. Long Xian took a deep breath and approached the first mural, which depicted a benevolent woman with kind eyes, standing with a serene smile. Her robes were carved to appear as if caressed by the wind, reminiscent of the Buddhist figure Guanyin. The passage of countless years had transformed the once smooth beauty into a rough texture, yet the intricate lines remained, as if they had stood there since the primordial chaos. This woman was named Yu Ming, a paragon of virtue even in the elder's time. A gentle voice emanated from behind Long Xian, prompting him to turn around and behold an elderly man with white hair and beard emerging from a corner of the hall. Though he appeared no more than 60 years old, his eyes betrayed an infinite depth of experience. He was none other than the master of this place, the Elder of Yin Demon. Chapter 63. Beyond Taiji, Shattering the Void? Long Xian inhaled deeply, turning to face the elder, and respectfully bowed. I am Long Xian, honored to meet the Elder of Yin Demon. The elder nodded slightly, moving with an agility that belied his years, as if traversing the ground with ease. He gazed at the mural and sighed. Ah, the word affection has caused immense harm. Had Yu Ming not been entangled in worldly matters and her heart unfulfilled, how could she have fallen during the 5 declines of the celestials? Long Xian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of insight emerging in his eyes. He had encountered references to the 5 declines of the celestials in the ancient texts of the Zhuxian sect, which spoke of ancient practitioners roaming the earth alongside the witch and demon clans. These ancient practitioners, adept in both martial and mystical arts, possessed unparalleled strength. However, every millennium, the calamity of the 5 declines would descend. Those who could endure would ascend to a higher realm, while those who could not would perish utterly. Yet, curiously, since the mysterious disappearance of the ancient practitioners and the severing of their lineage, the phenomenon of the 5 declines had not reappeared in the cultivation world. Common practitioners faced challenges primarily from tribulations associated with their ascension, such as the 9 heavenly tribulations when transcending from the mortal to the celestial realm. Seemingly reading Long Xian's confusion, the Elder of Yin Demon smiled gently and remarked, "This is one of the ancient secrets. Young Long Xian, do you know what the ultimate goal of our cultivation path is?" Long Xian shook his head, having long pondered whether the celestial realms above the earthly immortal corresponded to some state beyond Taiji. The pinnacle of our understanding is to shatter the void, the Elder of Yin Demon stated, gazing deeply at Long Xian, articulating each word with gravitas. Shattering the void. Long Xian echoed, the term resonating within him like a clarion call, seemingly unlocking a new door on his path of swordsmanship. Regrettably, this path is fraught with challenges. Among those who emerged from my era, only the celestial demon and the sword phoenix succeeded, the rest met with failure. The elder met Long Xian's inquisitive gaze with honesty, a hint of self-deprecation gleaming in his eyes. I lack their great wisdom and courage, which is why I chose to confine myself in the depths of the heartless sea for millennia rather than take that final step. The final step? Is that the calamity of the 5 declines? Long Xian quietly inquired, furrowing his brow. The elder nodded slightly, responding, yes and no. The 5 declines are merely the first step on the path of void shattering. During my interactions with the celestial demon, he once mentioned that to shatter the void means to break free from the shackles of this world with one's own path, achieving unparalleled power. The celestial demon attains enlightenment through law, while the sword phoenix does so through the sword. Both embody this principle. Ah, I understand now. Long Xian felt as if the sound of morning bells and evening drums echoed in his mind. He gently closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, so this is the ultimate realm of my swordsmanship? The Elder of Yin Demon observed Long Xian's swift breakthrough, noting his lack of fear and burgeoning ambition, his admiration for the young man growing. He cleared his throat, his previous seriousness dissipating, and resumed a more amiable demeanor. I must admit, I am quite curious. Given your cultivation, few in this world can rival you. How is it that you find yourself in such a predicament? Long Xian, taken aback by the elder's inquiry, revealed a bitter smile and explained, on this occasion, I was tasked by my master to investigate the Qingyun Mountain with my fellow disciples. Overestimating my capabilities, I was ambushed by the demonic forces. In my attempt to save a comrade, I took a blow from a magical artifact, and after several fierce battles, my injuries worsened. The elder regarded Long Xian with a discerning eye, a hint of curiosity flickering within. He let out a low sigh. That comrade of yours must be a woman. Long Xian nodded slightly, an inexplicable wave of concern washing over him as he thought of Lu Sueki, wondering how the icy beauty was faring and whether she had escaped danger. I knew it. Otherwise, how could those insubstantial disciples of the celestial demon have harmed you so? The elder's muttered words were so quiet that Long Xian, lost in thought, failed to catch them. Young man, the elder mused, suddenly revealing a mysterious smile. Since fate has brought you to meet me, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Qingyun Mountain, Tantian Peak, the Ancestral Hall. The lush woods remained as vibrant and thriving as ever, with a delicate morning mist swirling among the trees. Dewdrops glistened on leaves, flower petals, and grass blades, trembling gently in the breeze. In the distance, melodious bird songs echoed from the depths of the forest, refreshing the spirit as if one were in a celestial realm. Amidst this earthly paradise, a figure clad in an ink-green robe, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace, emerged along the forest path. It was none other than Dao Jinren, the esteemed leader of Qingyun. At this moment, his expression bore a hint of gravity, his eyes fixed ahead, revealing a countenance laden with concern. As the faint sound of bells and drums echoed from the distant mountains, it reverberated across the peaks of Qingyun Mountain. Gradually, the expansive stone steps of the ancestral hall appeared before him, unchanged and slumbering like a great beast, nestled in the embrace of the forest. The hall's grand entrance stood ajar, its interior shrouded in shadows, where even the flickering incense candles seemed to be in a deep slumber, enveloped in tranquility. Dao Jinren stood upon the stone steps, inhaling deeply before resolutely stepping into the ancestral hall. In the shadows of the hall, an elderly man, worn and disheveled, continued his daily tasks without turning. He remarked lightly, "Why do you return again? Is the head of Qingyun Sect so idle?" Dao Jinren paused momentarily in silence, then slowly approached the offering table, gazing at the myriad of spirit tablets cloaked in darkness. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved 3 slender incense sticks from the pouch beside the incense burner, carefully lighting them on the nearby flame. He stepped back, standing 3 feet before the offering table, and respectfully bowed 3 times. Xiner, a disciple who ventured into the depths of Sing Mountain to rescue Sister Shuiwei, has suffered severe injuries and fallen into the abyss of the dead, his fate uncertain. Dao Jinren seated himself on a meditation mat within the hall, speaking softly. From the depths of darkness, 2 piercing lights suddenly flickered to life, accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound akin to a sword's whistle sweeping through the grand hall. All the candles and lights ignited, except for the 3 incense sticks just placed by Dao Jinren. "He is your disciple, not mine? Why do you inform me?" The old man, still shrouded in shadows, turned to face him, his features obscured. However, an oppressive chill seemed to descend upon the hall, a wave of overwhelming killing intent emanating steadily from his form. Dao Jinren appeared unaffected by the malice directed at him, his expression unchanged as he replied slowly, "You have guided Xiner for many years. I thought it proper to inform you." The old man regarded him for a moment in silence, saying nothing further. Yet his expression grew increasingly grave. He moved slightly, stepping closer to Dao Jinren, taking a seat on another mat just 3 feet away. The hall was enveloped in silence. At Shu Mountain, within the depths of the Ghost King Sect, a figure clad in white with a veil covering her face emerged into the passage leading to the sect's main hall. Unlike the surrounding oppressive grayness, this silhouette radiated brilliance, infusing the atmosphere with a splash of color. "Be wary, someone has intruded upon the main hall." 2 patrolling disciples of the Ghost King Sect, noticing the anomaly, exclaimed in alarm. The woman's expression turned cold. Without a visible motion, a blood-red flag abruptly rose behind her, adorned with vivid depictions of fierce spirits, as if they might burst forth at any moment. With a cold snort, she unleashed a blood-red ring that radiated from her center, sending the nearby disciples of the Ghost King Sect reeling back as if they were mere straw puppets, coughing up blood. "Who dares trespass into my Ghost King Sect?" A voice thundered, and a hazy azure light rushed forth, dissipating the remnants of the blood ring. Simultaneously, a pale scholar emerged from the end of the passage, his gaze fixed upon the woman, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "You are." With a derisive huff, she retorted, "Qinglong, it seems you have truly aged, that you fail to recognize me." The scholar's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to fathom that this former disciple had returned. After a moment of astonishment, he bowed. "I, Qinglong, humbly welcome you, holy lady." The blood-red flag behind her fluttered gently as she spoke with a hint of detachment. "Do not mention the past. You know my purpose. I am here to find him." Qinglong hesitated, a wry smile gracing his lips. Holy Lady, not only has young Master Longxian vanished, but even Miss Biao's whereabouts are unknown. The sect master has dispatched many disciples to investigate, yet the abyss of the dead is vast. That is your concern. The white-clad woman's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, a faint scent of blood wafting from the flag behind her. Qinglong, let her in. A calm laughter echoed from the end of the passage. Yes, sect master. Qinglong acquiesced reluctantly, leading the white-clad woman towards the stone chamber of the Ghost King. Chapter 64. The path of the Sword Immortal. They moved swiftly, arriving shortly before a retro-styled stone chamber. Qinglong appeared apprehensive around the woman, keeping his gaze downcast. Silent throughout their journey. Upon reaching their destination, he exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to announce their arrival when the stone door rumbled open, revealing the Ghost King's voice. Tinged with weariness and a hint of excitement. You haven't returned to Shu Mountain in over 100 years, have you? The white-clad woman maintained a frosty demeanor, though the oppressive aura surrounding her began to dissipate. She took a moment to collect herself before stepping inside. The chamber was spacious and bright, adorned with dignified yet unpretentious decor. A middle-aged man, elegant with refined features and devoid of malice, stood before a table, smiling as he gazed at her. It has been a long time. I trust you have been well? The white-clad woman remained silent, lost in thought, extending a porcelain-like hand. She gently placed it upon the jade table, her eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia. Father's belongings. Have you not replaced them all these years? Her voice trembled, as if struggling to contain her emotions. The Ghost King's lips twitched, yet he remained silent, closing his eyes and tilting his head back, taking a deep breath. A century ago, when my mentor was on his deathbed, he confided in me about many regrets in his life, especially regarding you. Enough. The white-clad woman interjected sharply, her voice catching as memories flooded her mind. The Ghost King's shoulders quivered slightly, but soon steadied. When he opened his eyes again, though weariness and sorrow lingered on his face, a faint light glimmered in his gaze, as if he had glimpsed the world's vicissitudes. Let us not dwell on that matter, the Ghost King said, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, though it bore an undertone of bitterness. He gestured, come, see this item. The woman's expression remained neutral, yet she accepted the scroll of parchment from the Ghost King's hand. Upon glancing at it, her demeanor shifted dramatically, a chill creeping into her heart. She raised her finger, pointing at the Ghost King. You've lost your mind. You dare to activate the Force Spirit's blood array? Have you forgotten Father's warning? I have not forgotten. When the Force Spirits unite, the Azura shall emerge. The Purgatory shall reignite, bringing destruction upon the heavens. He reclaimed the scroll, placing it upon the table, his expression radiating fervor. If my Ghost King sect possesses the Force Spirit's blood array, then dominance over the world will be within our grasp. In the depths of the ruthless sea, within the palace of the shadow demons, lay a realm enveloped in silence and desolation, with only the endless starry sky above. Longxian stood with eyes closed, silently poised, his hands clutching two swords, the Qingping sword crackling with thunder in his left hand, and the dragon-slaying sword emanating a celestial aura in his right. Surrounding him within 100 meters were 49 figures clad in purple, their swordsmanship seemingly on par with Longshuan's, though their features were indistinct. Young one, you truly have exceeded my expectations, managing to elevate your swordsmanship to this level in just half a month. As long as you surpass the final barrier of the Zhaobi Tianyan, you shall break free. In the vast expanse of the sky, the languid voice of the elder of the shadow demon resonated, tinged with a hint of astonishment. The esteemed elder had bestowed upon the young man such favorable conditions. If he were to make no progress, it would be a disservice to the elder's nurturing. Dragon Xian kept his eyes closed, an overwhelming sword intent enveloping his entire being, and calmly remarked, you have already shattered 48 of the 49 mirrors. The final guardian of this last challenge shall be my own unfathomable shadow demon art. I hope it will grant you some insight. With a soft sigh, the elder declared. As his words fell, the 49 figures clad in purple surged forward in unison, producing a thunderous noise. They quickened their pace, and the glint of their gleaming swords illuminated the air with a chilling radiance. Alongside their sword light came an inexplicable, obscure force, seemingly attempting to stir Dragon Xian's inner demons. With a soft snort, Dragon Xian opened his eyes, within which flickered shadows of a black and a white sword. His body trembled as he transformed into a streak of lightning, deftly maneuvering through the crisscrossing web of swords. With a swift motion of his right hand, he executed a strike with the dragon's slash, a fierce flash of sword light extinguished in an instant. In a blink, two bursts of blood erupted in the air, as two purple-robed assailants, who had stealthily approached from behind, staggered back, spitting blood. The leading swordsman, suspended in midair, made a peculiar gesture, and in the next moment, the 49 figures formed a mysterious formation. Their sword lights crisscrossed like an intricate web, the fierce sword intent threatening to pierce the heavens, intermingled with a sinister, dark energy, the very essence of the Elder's unfathomable shadow demon art. Kill! Dragon Qian shouted, wielding his dual swords with vigor. His left hand executed the thunder slash, while his right hand wielded the dragon slash. He gracefully evaded a wave of sword light, retreating swiftly to dodge another, his body soaring upward like a rainbow, once again evading another onslaught. He was not merely on the defensive, he was also on the offensive. Each strike became increasingly ferocious, each transformation more profound. Initially relying on established sword techniques, after 200 strikes, his swordplay evolved into an art of spontaneity, flowing like water, thunder slash to initiate, dragon slash to conclude. Taiji swordplay to begin, lightning dragon to finish. His swordplay slowed yet sharpened, the power of each strike seemingly reaching its zenith. Every increment in potency became an arduous task. Suddenly, 3 beams of sword light intersected, and 2 indistinguishable heads took flight, their headless bodies sliding across the ground, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Dragon Qian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had descended into a realm of profound tranquility. His mind clear as a mirror, his will as unyielding as ice. With each sword thrust, he approached perfection. The sword lights sparkled like meteors in the night sky, brief yet extraordinarily beautiful, captivating the soul. Dragon Qian understood that while these sword techniques were exquisite, they were but the dross. Through the combat trials within the 49 mirrors, he gradually grasped the essence of the sword, the very soul of swordsmanship. At the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a single sword can birth myriad techniques, and a single sword can also shatter countless laws. He gently closed his eyes, executing the dragon's slash in midair. A massive emerald sword light cleaved downward. In an instant, 3 heads soared into the air again. Dragon Qian's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance as a dazzling purple thunderbolt streaked through the void, carving a magnificent arc, leaving the ground riddled with scars. A testament to the devastation. The sword energy enveloped 4 purple-robed swordsmen, who were swiftly bisected, leaving only one remaining. Dragon Qian halted his movement, turned around, and crossed his swords. A purple and an emerald glow simultaneously severed the sword in the last swordsman's hand. The sword shattered, and the man fell. Withdrawing his sword, Dragon Qian took a deep breath, emerging from the tumultuous realm of killing intent. His consciousness gradually sharpened, and as he gazed around, he beheld a landscape of devastation. Simultaneously, an inexplicable warmth flowed into him from all directions, filling him with a sense of liberation. Furthermore, the Taiji yin-yang diagram within his dantian spun rapidly, solidifying further, and the fire outside his heart blazed ever brighter, the azure flames compressing into indigo tongues of fire. He achieved the 3rd level of the upper clear, the 3rd transformation of the heart sword. Astonishingly, both breakthroughs occurred simultaneously. Dragon Qian inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, his form gradually faded, disappearing from this realm. Within the main hall of the Shadow Demon Palace, a distorted arc of black and white light suddenly materialized, the radiance subsiding as Dragon Qian emerged from within. Turning back, he beheld that the final relief sculpture adorning the hall's walls had indeed shattered. This celestial mirror trial was a collaborative effort between the Elder of the Shadow Demon and his 48 closest friends, each relief containing a drop of the sculpted individual's blood and a fragment of their lingering thoughts. As the trial taker entered the relief, they would face the test of their residual will. Upon passing, they could absorb and refine that drop of blood, solidifying and even transcending their realm. A series of crisp applause echoed from behind him. Dragon Qian turned to see the Elder, a look of admiration on his face. Entering through a side door of the main hall, every renowned swordsman possesses a unique path to swordsmanship. I believe you have begun to discover your own path. Dragon Qian respectfully bowed to the Elder, smiling softly as he replied, Senior, you are indeed perceptive. I have acquired what I sought from the trials left by the 49 esteemed predecessors. Oh, the Elder's face bore a slight smile, evidently intrigued. I am curious to know what insights we have provided you. We cultivators, at the onset of our journey, seek immortality and freedom. The path of swordsmanship I wish to pursue is that of ultimate freedom and liberation, the path of the Sword Immortal. With each unsheathed sword, devoid of constraints, one sword can birth myriad techniques, and one sword can shatter myriad laws. Dragon Qian raised his head, his expression serene as he spoke. The final 10 words encapsulated Dragon Xian's brilliance. Until now, his sword path had been somewhat ambiguous. He had instinctively followed, passively receiving the legacies of the outside world. Yet at this moment, his understanding of the sword's essence was finally fulfilled. Though this path of swordsmanship was destined to be fraught with obstacles and thorns, it was evident that even the sword phoenix, shattering the void and transforming 3,000 sword paths into the 5 supreme swords, would not dare to claim that all laws could be born or extinguished beneath its blade. Yet if he were to succeed, Dragon Xian would be the foremost swordsman of the age, rivaling those legendary figures enshrined in epic tales. One sword can birth myriad techniques. One sword can shatter myriad laws. The elder mulled over these 10 words, his eyes growing brighter, until he finally clapped his hands and laughed. Well said, young man. If you traverse this path successfully, perhaps even I and that old ghost from Kunlun shall not be your match. Dragon Xian was taken aback, bemusedly asking, "Are there many figures like you in the land of Xinzhou?" The elder laughed heartily, replying with pride, "You worry too much, young man. In the present land of Xinzhou, to my knowledge, only that old fellow beneath the heavenly pool of Kunlun Mountain can be compared to me. After all, wielding this secret celestial technique is no simple feat. Moreover, the transmission of knowledge has its challenges. Do not take offense." Chapter 65. The heartless heavens beneath the eternal darkness of the abyss of the dead. Countless phantoms floated aimlessly, resembling wisps of lingering smoke. They clung to the mortal realm, looking back on their past, unwilling to move on, yet over endless ages. They forgot what they awaited, what they desired, and eventually, they forgot everything, drifting in a haze. Suddenly, a frigid wind swept across the heartless sea, carrying with it an ancient, savage aura. The wandering phantoms let out a shrill scream, fleeing in haste, as if confronted by a formidable enemy. The waves of the heartless sea surged violently, and from the depths of darkness emerged 2 colossal orbs of eerie green light, exuding a chilling malice. Roar! With a thunderous roar, an enormous black serpent gradually emerged from the merciless depths of the sea, its lower half coiled and still submerged in the water, while the upper half surged forward, reaching the shore of the relentless ocean, its mouth agape. In the next instant, a bolt of radiant light shot forth from its jaws, spiraling down to the shore, where it transformed into a strikingly handsome youth clad in white, Dragon Xian. He offered a faint smile as he turned back, tenderly stroking the head of the black water serpent resting at the water's edge, and softly said, "I appreciate your effort, old friend." The ferocity in the serpent's eyes softened, replaced by an unfamiliar warmth, as it emitted a low growl in response to Dragon Xian. "You wish to join me?" Dragon Xian observed the serpent for a moment. Then his expression shifted as he quietly inquired. The black water serpent let out a deep roar, nodding its massive head, perhaps weary after a millennium in this sunless abyss. Even a magical beast would feel the tedium, one would presume. Dragon Xian's expression turned curious as he patted the serpent's head, teasingly remarking, "Old friend, with your size, I fear taking you outside. Imagine the tragedy if you were caught and turned into a dish." The serpent's large eyes reflected confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the concept of being made into a meal. "Enough of this jesting. I shall return to visit you in due time." Dragon Xian slowly raised his gaze to meet the serpent's upright eyes, gently stating, "Moreover, the elder Mo resides alone in the depths of the merciless sea. Should you accompany me, his solitude would be profound." The black water serpent regarded Dragon Xian, letting out a low growl that revealed a complex blend of human-like emotions, confusion and longing, as it flicked its tail and submerged back into the depths, sending forth a colossal wave that surged toward Dragon Xian like a tidal force. Seeing this, Dragon Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "You hold a grudge, old friend." Amidst the laughter, he appeared undisturbed by the towering waves. Indeed, as the water soared and splashed, Dragon Xian stood firmly, enveloped in a semi-black and semi-white sword aura, akin to an impenetrable barrier. Regardless of how the waves crashed and battered, the sword's circle remained intact, never faltering nor transforming. At this moment, deep within the mountains of Kong Sang, an array of thunderous sounds erupted, as if great stones were plummeting from the sky, stirring dust and disturbing the tranquility of the region. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous clouds of dust, a blue light and a white rainbow surged forth like a thunderclap, shooting into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. As night fell, the ancient forest lay in an eerie silence, as if even the insects in the depths of darkness had ceased their chirping. The wind that swept through the trees seemed increasingly mournful, echoing the sorrows of the night. The 2 beams of light, blue and white, spiraled in the air before abruptly halting and descending. As the light dimmed, two breathtakingly beautiful women emerged. Sister Sweki, we have finally escaped that dreadful place. The white light coalesced into a delicate flower, emanating a soft glow, and danced around a girl clad in aquamarine. Indeed, from the shadows behind her, a cool voice emerged. Dressed in white with a blue sword, her hair slightly disheveled, a few strands danced in the night breeze, brushing against her jade-like cheek. Biao, now that we have broken free, the pact is naturally concluded. The forces of good and evil cannot coexist. When we meet again, we shall remain sworn enemies. Her complexion was pale, and her body trembled slightly, yet her voice rang clear as ice, unwavering and pure. Much like the clarity in her gaze, devoid of impurities. The moonlight was desolate, and the night was vast. Biao seemed momentarily taken aback, her previously rigid smile faltering. She bowed her head in silence for a long while, and when she finally lifted her gaze, the excitement of newfound life had vanished, replaced by a hint of bitterness. Taking a deep breath, she replied coldly, Sister Sweki, you are correct. Good and evil cannot coexist. As a member of the righteous path, you naturally look down upon a demonist like me. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was uncertain whether it was mocking or sorrowful. However, the sins committed by your righteous sect are not fewer than those of us in the demonic path. During the last war, your celestial ancestors did not hesitate to slay anyone in their path, sparing neither the old nor the weak. How dare you? Anger flashed across Lu Sweki's beautiful face, ready to retort. Yet she suddenly recalled the harrowing days they had endured together, two fragile women supporting one another in their plight, along with Biao's painful childhood tales. In her heart, a softening occurred, and the harsh words faded away. Ironically, the black water serpent, in a fit of rage after chasing the elusive Yuji, unleashed a water spell at the edge of the merciless sea, resulting in a colossal tsunami. Among those present, only Yuji, wielding formidable powers, managed to escape, while the others were swept away by the waves. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Lu Sweki and Biao were carried into a cave by the tsunami's aftermath, both gravely injured. As the cave's walls crumbled under the tsunami's force, trapping them inside. Once rivals from opposing paths, they would have surely clashed if they had met under normal circumstances. Yet, in the darkness where hope was absent, they simultaneously abandoned the notion of conflict, forming an unspoken alliance to refrain from hostility. Both were exceptional individuals, of similar age and cultivation. Through their shared experiences of life and death over the past days, they forged a bond akin to sisterhood. Recognizing and empathizing with one another's struggles, Lu Sweki sighed softly, a hint of bitterness or sorrow lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her right hand, which clutched her sword, slowly fell, and she gently closed her eyes. For reasons unknown, the mysterious runes from the blood-soaked cave danced in her mind. And although she did not believe, she softly murmured, Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. In the depths of night, the ancient words echoed like a spell, reverberating through the darkness. Lu Sweki cast one last glance at the dejected Biao, then turned, wielding her sword. A blue light slicing through the night sky, vanishing into the horizon under the silent moon. Biao gazed upward, watching Lu Sweki's sword light fade into the distance. Suddenly, an emptiness enveloped her heart, as if all spirit had departed, leaving her frozen in place. With a stubborn pursing of her lips, she softly declared, Sister Sweki, should we meet again, I shall not hold back. She remained staring at the sky, unaware of when sleep had claimed her, though the corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The trees across the hills rustled softly under the moonlight on this desolate night. Finally, a brief announcement, QQ Group 19209780. Additionally, as school begins, the management of the review section may diminish, so we are sincerely seeking a deputy moderator. Chapter 66. The 8 volumes of heavenly scripture. At this moment, it was midday, and the sound of birdsong echoed through the forest, clear and melodious. After flying eastward for a few hours on his spiritual sword, Dragon Xian finally exited the boundaries of Qingyun Mountain. As he looked down from his flying sword, he saw wisps of clouds floating between the mountains, like gentle white ribbons, gradually revealing a more vibrant landscape below. Continuing along the official road for another half hour, Dragon Xian's eyes brightened as a small town came into view at the horizon. Although modest in size, it was bustling with activity along the ancient path. Long Xian gazed at the sun above, contemplating that with the speed of the spirit light sword, he could reach Qingyun Gate within a day or two, and there was no need to rush. With a thought, a myriad of colorful sword lights enveloped him, transforming into a radiant arc. spiraling through the air before landing in a forest on the outskirts of a town. As Long Xian approached, he noticed a stone tablet beside the road at the town's entrance, prominently inscribed with the 3 characters Shao Qi Zhen, indicating the name of this small town. Long Xian smiled faintly and strolled in, as the sounds of bustling voices gradually grew louder around him. There were houses lining the street, some shops, and numerous vendors displaying their wares along the roadside, their calls echoing as he walked. While Long Xian was engrossed in this scene, he suddenly heard a loud shout from the main street ahead. To predict your future 50 years hence, and discern your fortune for 300 years, come and consult the Iron-Mouthed Diviner. To know your future days, come for a reading. Long Xian looked up and saw an old wooden table at the end of the ancient path, next to a bamboo pole with a cloth hanging from it, inscribed with the words Guidance from the Immortal. Beside the pole sat an elderly man with a white beard, exuding an air of ethereal grace, and a young girl of about 8 or 9, lazily sporting twin braids. He raised an eyebrow, recalling that this was the peculiar grandfather and granddaughter he had encountered during his journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains years ago. To his astonishment, after all these years, they had also left the southern regions and arrived in central China. Long Xian shook his head, about to turn away, when suddenly, his expression shifted, and he halted, fixating his gaze on the old man. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a faint familiarity from the elder, an aura akin to kinship. Xiao Huan, standing beside him, sighed softly, having sat there for several hours as her grandfather enthusiastically called out, yet not a single customer had approached. If this continued, she would have no candied hawthorn to eat tomorrow. Just as she was lost in thought, a handsome young man, clad in snow-white attire and wearing a gentle smile, appeared before her. Old master, it has been many years. I hope you have been well. Long Xian said, offering a slight bow to Zhou Yixian, smiling lightly. Zhou Yixian scrutinized Long Xian from head to toe, and as his eyelids fell, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, vanishing almost instantly. He quickly stood up, his face beaming with a smile, saying, Forgive this old man for his poor eyesight. May I ask where I have had the pleasure of meeting this young hero before? 5 years ago, in the southern region, at Nanyan Town. Do you still remember, old master? Long Xian maintained a warm, jade-like smile, extending a hand from his sleeve to grasp a fine brush resting on the table, then taking a blank sheet of paper from the side. Having parted hastily back then, it is a stroke of fate to meet again today. I would be grateful if you could cast my fortune. As he spoke, he wrote a character on the white paper and returned it to Zhou Yixian. Zhou Yixian was taken aback, receiving the paper and gazing at it. The character was Xian. The strokes were meticulously crafted, rounded and smooth at the corners. Yet, for reasons unknown, this character, devoid of sharpness, emanated an astonishing brilliance, imparting an indescribable sense of grandeur akin to the primordial chaos of the universe. Zhou Yixian stared at the character, lost in a trance, as if it had a magical allure that captivated his very spirit, causing him to forget everything else around him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears, jolting him back to reality. His face turned pale, and he staggered slightly, breathing heavily. Long Xian retrieved the paper, crumpled it, and with a surge of thunderous energy, turned the remnants into ash. Though a hint of surprise crossed his eyes, his expression remained unchanged as he chuckled lightly. This humble creation of mine is truly laughable. It brings me immense joy to meet an old friend today. How about we share a drink at a nearby tavern, old master? What do you say? He made no mention of the unfinished character. Zhou Yixian regarded Long Xian with a deep look, appearing greatly pleased. Ignoring the slightly embarrassed Xiao Huan, he nodded with a smile. It is commendable that the younger generation knows proper etiquette. Since you are so sincere, I shall accompany you. Long Xian smiled faintly, gesturing for Zhou Yixian and his granddaughter to enter an opulently decorated tavern. As a swordsman, he possessed a free spirit, and having been reborn into a wealthy family, his needs were well taken care of. Once seated, Long Xian casually ordered a variety of dishes and requested 3 jars of fine wine, the waiter nodding eagerly as he hurried off to fulfill the order. Zhou Yixian chuckled, understanding that this banquet was merely Long Xian's way of making amends. The character he had written earlier held profound implications. That seemingly simple character contained an essence of the sword intent of the Heavenly Sword. It was a test aimed at Zhou Yixian, who had succumbed to its influence without any resistance. Had Long Xian not sensed something amiss and erased the sword intent with his thunderous power, Zhou Yixian might have suffered a significant mental blow. Even so, the old man was understandably shaken, for the peculiarities of mental energy were beyond even Long Xian's full comprehension. Consequently, he felt remorse for his rash actions and intended to treat this grandfather and granddaughter to a meal as a form of compensation. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Long Xian and Zhou Yixian gradually became more acquainted as they ate and conversed. Zhou Yixian, having traveled extensively and possessing great knowledge, spoke eloquently, sharing many intriguing tales that even Long Xian had never heard. However, upon reflection, they made perfect sense. Perhaps he could provide me with an answer? As this thought emerged, it lingered in Long Xian's mind. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand gently, releasing an invisible aura of Taiji true essence that formed an intangible circle of energy around him. Zhou Yixian paused mid-sentence, seemingly taken aback as the essence brushed against his cheek, his gaze shifting to Long Xian. Long Xian's expression turned serious as he dipped a finger into his wine, writing 10 characters on the wooden table. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all beings as straw dogs. He raised his head to look at Zhou Yixian, bowing slowly. During my travels, I stumbled upon several pages of fragmented texts, and each time I began, these 10 characters were inscribed at the forefront. As a learned elder, could you perhaps enlighten me? Zhou Yixian's expression suddenly grew peculiar. He stared intently at the 10 characters, his hands clasping into fists beneath the table, while a mix of astonishment, excitement, and a hint of profound complexity flickered across his face. Old master, Long Xian called gently, noticing the change in Zhou Yixian's demeanor. Zhou Yixian regained his composure, but his expression turned solemn as he began wiping the wine stains from the table with great care and intensity, not stopping until the traces of the characters had completely vanished. He looked at Long Xian, slowly shaking his head, and softly replied, "This text is known as the Heavenly Book, a classic of the Devil Sect. It is said that all true methods of the Devil Sect throughout the ages stem from this Heavenly Book." The Devil Sect's artifact? A fleeting expression of intrigue crossed Long Xian's face, realizing that the 3 light points in his sea of consciousness likely represented the 3 fragments of this Heavenly Book. The first and second volumes originated from the Bloodthirsty Pearl, presumably left behind by the formidable elder of the Devil Sect in the past. Yet how could the 4th volume, coming from the Buddhist sacred ground of Tianyin Temple, be categorized as a Devil Sect artifact? Young hero Long, you are mistaken. On Monday, Zhou Yixian adjusted his attire, coughed softly, and immediately exuded an air of ancient celestial elegance. In that moment, the modest tavern seemed to radiate brilliance. He gazed at Long Xian and remarked calmly, "The demonic sect originates from the Heavenly Book, yet the Heavenly Book itself did not arise from the demonic sect." Long Xian lifted his gaze toward Zhou Yixian, his lips slightly moving, a look of bewilderment on his face. In the world, there exists both good and evil among humanity, while the law knows neither righteousness nor wickedness. The Buddha resides in the heart, not outside of it. This is a sentiment closely aligned with the Buddhist teachings found in the Heavenly Book. Observing Long Xian, Zhou Yixian suddenly uttered a perplexing statement. Upon hearing it, Long Xian trembled, for in the depths of the elderly man's eyes lay an unfathomable significance. Zhou Yixian smiled gently. "Though you are astonished, surely it cannot be to such an extent?" Long Xian remained silent for a long while before suddenly smiling and softly saying, "You are right. Esteemed elder, it seems I have become attached to appearances. The righteousness and wickedness of the Tao ultimately hinge upon a single thought within the heart. Yet I wonder, how many volumes of this extraordinary tome have circulated in the world?" Zhou Yixian pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. He dipped his finger into the wine and inscribed a character on the table. Then, rising, he playfully grabbed the still nibbling Xiaohuan and chuckled. Young hero Long, having inherited the legacy of the Heavenly Book, must surely be a person of destiny. Yet, I wonder whether this destiny is a blessing or a curse. I thank you for your hospitality today. Take care, young hero. I must take my leave. With that, he shook the cloth in his hand, laughed heartily, and led Xiaohuan out of the tavern. Long Xian did not watch him depart, but remained fixated on the character inscribed on the table. The strokes were ancient and robust, resembling a dragon and a snake, exuding an imposing force as if they were surging forth and howling toward the heavens. There it was, a grand character for the number 8. Chapter 67. Astonishment. As the setting sun cast its slanted rays, the horizon blazed with fiery clouds, enveloping the world in a golden haze. Long Xian found himself seated alone in the tavern for half the day. The recent conversation with Zhou Yixian had unveiled numerous secrets. Although the revered elder had not spoken explicitly, both were astute individuals, and thus there was no need for them to articulate that the foundational techniques of the Tianyin Temple, the great Brahman Prajna, and the 4th fragment of the Heavenly Book bore a certain connection, while the esoteric methods of the demonic path evidently originated from the 1st and 2nd fragments of the Heavenly Book. It was well known that the battle between righteousness and evil in the land of Shenzhou had persisted for thousands of years. Beyond the conflicting principles that led to strife, the most significant contention was the dispute over the lineage of teachings. However, Long Xian now realized that these two lineages unexpectedly shared a common origin, which stirred within him an absurd sensation. One could only wonder what intentions lay behind the individual who had created the heavenly book and divided it into 8 parts. Alas, overthinking bore no fruit. This individual had orchestrated a plan over millennia, undoubtedly aiming for something grand. It would be wiser to report this matter to his master without delay. Long Xian shook his head, forcing a wry smile, and proceeded to settle the bill with the intention of journeying back to Qingyun that very night. As he walked through the streets of Shaoqi town, lost in thought, a thunderous clang of gongs suddenly resonated from ahead. He observed the townsfolk hastening their pace toward a particular location, overhearing snippets of conversation. "Hurry, the town chief has called for a speech. Oh, I hope this matter can be resolved satisfactorily. Otherwise, our lives will become quite difficult," Long Xian mused, furrowing his brow. Curiosity piqued by their chatter. He joined the throng heading toward the stone platform. There, an elderly man of advanced years stood, waving his sleeves and passionately delivering a speech. After listening for a while, Long Xian grasped the situation. 3 months prior, a pair of mischievous spirits had arrived in Shaoqi town, wreaking havoc and making off with countless livestock under the cover of night. Given that Shaoqi town was already impoverished, the townsfolk were suffering greatly from the spirits' antics, prompting them to pool their resources to hire a master to exorcise the demons. Long Xian shook his head, about to step forward when a robust bald man approached from the crowd. With a mere push of his hand, the crowd parted like water. He stood before the elder, thumping his chest, and boomed, "I am Shu, the sole disciple of the esteemed Dali Zuns of the Diamond Sect, here to practice my skills. Today, I am here to perform this noble act for you all." The elder looked at Shu, initially skeptical due to his youth, but his doubts were quelled when Shu demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly collapsing a stone wall. "Ah, Shu, you possess remarkable skills," the elder exclaimed, though he hesitated momentarily and added softly, "However, there is one thing I hope you might understand. The compensation we can offer is from the townsfolk's hard-earned money. So we hope you can wait until the spirits are vanquished to discuss this further." To the elder's surprise, Shu waved his hand dismissively and declared, "It matters not. As a practitioner of righteousness, it is my duty to confront evil when it arises. Consider this an opportunity to hone my skills. As for payment, just ensure I receive a hearty meal. Once I am well fed, I will have the strength to exorcise the spirits." Long Xian could not help but smile at Shida's words. This stout-hearted bald man resembled the compassionate Fa Shan of the Tianyin Temple, both embodying the spirit of kindness. He clapped his hands and stepped forward, declaring, "What my brother says is true. As practitioners of righteousness, we should shoulder this responsibility. Allow me to contribute to the exorcism of these spirits." The townsfolk gazed in disbelief at the strikingly handsome young man before them. The town chief scrutinized Long Xian's luxurious white robe, inwardly speculating about the Na'vi young master trying to play hero. Cautiously, he interjected, "Young sir, the spirits are quite formidable. It could lead to dire consequences." Yet, upon seeing Long Xian's composed demeanor, the words caught in his throat. Long Xian glanced at a massive boulder behind the stone platform and smiled. "This stone, I presume, is of no use to you?" The town chief was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "It is of little use during ordinary times. It was merely leftover material from when this platform was constructed. Then it is settled." Long Xian smiled lightly, forming his fingers into the shape of a sword and slashing downward. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled, causing the startled townsfolk to tumble to the ground. When they stood again and looked toward the boulder, they gasped in astonishment. The massive stone had been cleaved in two, the fracture smooth and clean, with twisted cracks spreading outward. "Now I am qualified, am I not? Young hero, your skills are truly remarkable. With the support of both of you, we shall surely eradicate the spirits and restore peace to Shaoqi town." The town chief, now wide-eyed with astonishment, smiled broadly, realizing that this seemingly gentle youth was indeed a person of great capability. The spirits resided in the Blackstone Cave, situated 10 miles north of Shaoqi town, and as dusk began to fall, the remnants of sunlight cast a dim glow upon the earth. "Brothers, we are nearing the Blackstone Cave. May I return now?" The guide, his teeth chattering, nervously glanced at the foreboding woods ahead and asked. Long Xian exchanged a glance with Shu, then nodded slightly. "You may go back. This is no longer your concern." Yes. Please take care, brave warriors. I will take my leave now." The guide fled in a panic. as if the woods were a lurking primordial beast ready to pounce. Sure too, night approaches. The spirits should be making their appearance soon. Long Xian remarked with a light laugh as he surveyed the sky. Sure too inhaled deeply, his voice resonating. Brother Long, I heard the town chief mention that the Blackstone Cave lies within this forest, which is rich in black stone. In previous years, townsfolk would come to extract it for road construction, but they no longer dare approach. I have heard that the cave extends deep below, so we must proceed with caution. Long Xian was about to respond when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look in the direction of the Blackstone Cave, a slight smile playing on his lips. It seems we need not enter the cave. The main character has already emerged. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The trees in the forest standing tall and dense, their leaves obscuring the moonlight, creating an atmosphere of gloom. A hint of tension appeared on the stoic face of Shu Tu, who tightly gripped the golden wolf fawn club, walking alongside Long Xian deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the oppressive aura intensified, a gossamer mist enveloping the surroundings. It was then that the two suddenly heard a haunting melody of a woman's voice drifting from ahead. Though no figure was visible, a profound sadness wafted through the air. Monster, since you have already discovered us, why hide in the shadows and play tricks? Long Xian's expression turned cold as he spoke, and around him, the black and white Tai Chi symbols swirled, dispersing the fog in the forest. The distant song abruptly ceased, and from the depths of darkness emerged a beautiful woman clad in white. Are you here to kill me? Her voice was ethereal, imbued with an irresistible allure and sorrow. Evoking pity, Long Xian remained unperturbed, gazing at the white-clad woman with indifference. In terms of enchantment, she paled in comparison to Xiao Bai, and even the little demon girl Jean Pinger outshone her slightly. With her level of cultivation, attempting to sway Long Xian's resolve was akin to a fool's dream. As the wind rustled through the trees, a chill enveloped the air, the treetops whispering ominously. The white-clad woman, noting that Long Xian and his companion showed no signs of being affected, felt a pang of despair. The bald man, being a true disciple of the Buddhist teachings, naturally possessed innate resistance to enchantments. The white-clad youth's extraordinary cultivation was even more unfathomable. Stripped of the Fox clan's most revered illusions and seductions, all she could offer were half-baked demonic arts and that one artifact. With a sudden thought, she leaped from the shadows, suspended in midair, her sleeves fluttering as she dramatically spread them wide. In an instant, the forest was infused with a surge of demonic energy, and a cacophony of howls erupted. From the same darkness behind her, countless monstrous eyes opened simultaneously. A gust of sinister wind rushed forth, accompanied by a horde of menacing shadows, charging toward Long Xian and his companion. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the world fell silent. A colossal hand of thunder materialized from thin air, crushing the protective barrier of the white-clad woman and grasping her in its grasp. Bold demon, you are a scourge to the world. Your death is of no consequence. Suspended in midair, the white-clad woman struggled desperately, but her cultivation was far inferior to Long Xian's, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. She raised her head and let out a piercing scream, her voice filled with anguish, as she slowly produced an object from her bosom. It was a palm-sized artifact, shaped like a circle, encircled by a vibrant green jade ring, glistening with an otherworldly sheen. At its center lay a small, mirror-like piece, crimson in hue, intricately carved with an ancient flame totem. What is this? Long Xian paused, stepping forward in astonishment, causing the colossal hand of thunder to dissipate. He gazed intently at the peculiar artifact in the white-clad woman's hand, his voice tinged with disbelief. The Xianhua Mirror? Could it be the Xianhua Mirror? Having known Xiao Bai for over a year, he recognized the artifact that had brought calamity to her entire clan. Xiao Bai had occasionally mentioned the Xianhua Mirror, describing it just as it appeared before him, and the palpable pure yang energy emanating from it solidified his conviction. If the Xianhua Mirror is here, then where is Xiao Bai's son, the six-tailed fox? Is he nearby? Chapter 68. Six Tails. At this moment, the white-clad woman sensed the thunderous binding power dissipate, and she soared into the sky, transforming into a white silhouette, finally breaking through the demonic purple halo and landing in the distance. Hey! At this moment, the shattered cursed staff, which Shu Tu had thrust into the ground, seemed to absorb some energy, its entire body glowing brilliantly, countless golden beams shooting forth like lightning, aiming to strike the still reeling white-clad woman. Bang! With a soft sound, the golden light clashed with a thunderous sword circle, immediately vanishing into nothingness. Shu Tu turned in surprise, glancing at Long Xian, his voice deepening. Brother Long, what is happening? Long Xian's expression remained enigmatic as he chuckled lightly. Brother Sure, do not take offense. This demon seems to have some connection to a former acquaintance of mine. Allow me to inquire further before we act. Sure too scratched his head, nodding slightly before stepping aside. Long Xian furrowed his brows, sizing up the distant white-clad woman. Are you of the Fox clan? The white-clad woman regarded Long Xian with surprise. Though she did not understand why this scourge would ask such a question, she was more than willing to buy time. She nodded and replied yes. Long Xian's spirit lifted as he inquired, is there a six-tailed magic fox accompanying you? The white-clad woman shuddered, her expression turning melancholic as she softly replied, indeed. You are both righteous beings, naturally two of a kind. She murmured, as if having made a certain resolution, her face contorting into a mask of madness and ferocity. Come then, if you wish to harm my brother, you must first step over my corpse. With that, she grasped the red tassels beside the jade ring with both hands, slowly lifting it before her. The cool moonlight illuminated the Xianhua mirror, and inexplicably, the carved ancient flame totem seemed to come alive, appearing as if it were truly ablaze. Long Xian raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, your cultivation is far beneath mine. Even with the supreme artifact of the Xianhua mirror in hand, what can you do against me? At this moment, the flame totem at the center of the Xianhua mirror transformed into a roaring inferno, enveloped in a sea of crimson light, casting a faint red hue upon Long Xian's face. The ground beneath the white-clad woman had become a sea of flames. Except for the few feet where she stood, all the flora within a Tinjiang radius had been instantaneously reduced to ash. In the firelight, her face was obscured, yet her voice remained cold. Let us see then. Sure too, observing the ever-intensifying brilliance of the flames from a distance, stepped forward in mild astonishment and softly suggested, Brother Long, I wonder what trickery this demon is up to. The display is truly fearsome. Why not subdue her directly? Long Xian shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the rising flames, remaining silent. Boom! With a tremendous roar, a fire dragon erupted from the flame totem at the center of the Xianhua mirror, roaring ferociously, its body wreathed in flames, illuminating much of the forest as brightly as day. Long Xian slightly closed his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing across his face. The Xianhua mirror was indeed the foundation of the legendary 8 Fiends Inferno array. Even without the support of formation patterns, it could summon such a monstrous entity. What other secrets lay within the Xianhua mirror? Should the opportunity arise, he would need to borrow it from Xiao Bai for further study. As he pondered, the fire dragon had already materialized in the void, roaring as it charged toward Long Xian and his companion with overwhelming force. The white-clad woman gasped for breath, her once snow-white skin now devoid of color, suddenly appearing almost transparent. It seemed that summoning this fire dragon had taken a significant toll on her cultivation. The moonlight bathed her in a frost-like glow. Long Xian snapped back to reality, shaking his head. With a thought, the Qingping sword, which had been resting on his back, transformed into a radiant sword arc, precisely landing in his right palm. Without drawing it, Long Xian raised his right hand high, swiftly bringing it down in a decisive strike. Crack! At the critical moment, a fiery dragon surged forth, intertwining with a beam of white sword light, and then came to a halt in the void. The fervent glow in the dragon's eyes gradually cooled, and a deep sword mark began to spread from its brow downward. It let out a low growl, and after a brief moment, as if succumbing to an irresistible force, it transformed into countless sparks, dissipating into the ether. In that fleeting moment of the dragon's demise, the woman in white seemed gravely wounded, losing her grip on the Xianhua mirror, which slipped from her hands. A crimson trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth as she slowly sank to the ground. Long Xian turned to glance at the stunned stone, sighed softly, and then approached to retrieve the fallen Xianhua mirror. He walked over to the woman in white and returned the mirror to her. After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out a yellow pill from his pocket, releasing a fragrant aroma that immediately uplifted the spirit. This is the Qingyun secret medicine, the Guiyuan pill. Please take it, he said, his expression calm and nonchalant. Such exquisite swordsmanship. Who might you be? The woman in white inquired, taking the Guiyuan pill without hesitation and swallowing it with a tilt of her head. She then cast a deep, cold glance at Long Xian. Qiyun, Long Xian, he replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Since the Xianhua mirror is in your possession, I presume the six-tailed demon fox is nearby as well. Lead me to him. You are a disciple of Qiyun. Are you not here to seize treasures from the burning incense valley? The effects of the Guiyuan pill were evident as the woman's complexion regained some color. She tightened her grip on the Xianhua mirror, feeling a sense of unreality. Humph, Long Xian scoffed. That old ghost Yunalon cannot command me. He furrowed his brow, observing the still dubious woman in white. You need not overthink it. I have a connection with the mother of the six-tailed demon fox, which is why I spared your life. As for your Xuanhua mirror, I have no interest in it. The wind rustled through the mountains and forests. The woman pondered for a long while before finally gritting her teeth and agreeing. Very well. Given your astounding prowess, I doubt you would stoop to deceive a weak woman like me. Long Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if he heard nothing in her tone. He shook his head and turned to Stone, who was still in a state of astonishment. Brother Stone, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please return to Little Pool Town and inform the townsfolk that the demon has been vanquished, so they need not worry. Stone stored away his broken staff and chuckled. Rest assured, Brother Long, this matter will be resolved satisfactorily. Once I inform the townspeople, I shall continue to the East Seas Lubishan. Perhaps we may meet again there. And then we shall drink and celebrate together. Though he was simple-minded, he was not foolish. After hearing a few words, he grasped the situation. This involved Qingyun Sect and Burning Incense Valley, matters beyond his reach. While his own sect, the Vajra sect, was formidable. It paled in comparison to the top-tier sects, a stark contrast indeed. Now that Long Xian clearly indicated he did not wish for him to be involved. He was glad to distance himself from this turmoil. However, Long Xian was taken aback by Stone's words. Lubishan in the East Sea? What business do you have there? Stone was momentarily stunned, replying incredulously, Brother Long, you are not aware? The demon cult has risen anew, its power surging, recently gathering at Lubishan. Many from your Qingyun sect have gone there to meet with other sects, likely to engage in a great battle. My master is taking me along to broaden my horizons. Is that so? Long Xian paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Lubishan, very well. I shall remember this and join the fray when the time comes. Stone laughed heartily, shouldering his staff as he turned towards Little Pool Town. Long Xian and the woman in white walked through the darkness, the temperature gradually rising around them. Accompanied by faint sounds of unknown origins, akin to some monstrous creature tearing and consuming its prey, sending chills down their spines. Do you truly know our ancestor? After walking a short distance, the woman in white, feeling somewhat reassured, cautiously inquired. Our ancestor has been imprisoned in the Xuanhua altar of Burning Incense Valley for 300 years, never seeing the light of day. How could you possibly have met her? Long Xian shook his head, responding, No, Sister Xiaobai has already escaped. When we parted, she mentioned that she was returning to Hui Mountain. Is that not the stronghold of your Fox clan? The woman in white narrowed her eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across her face. But then a shadow of sorrow crossed her features. But my elder brother has suffered severe injuries, enduring the torment of cold poison for 300 years. He is now at his limit and may not withstand a long journey. Cold poison? Long Xian raised an eyebrow. Was it inflicted by that old ghost Shang Wanso? Indeed. The woman in white nodded solemnly. The situation that day was dire. Only my elder brother and I escaped. Even so, he was struck by Shang Wanso's full-force 9 cold, icy spike, shattering his meridians with the power of the ice. As they conversed, a massive underground cavern suddenly loomed before them, but unlike before, it was filled with searingly hot magma, creating a lake of molten rock that filled the cavern's depths. Eruptions of heat bubbles rose and burst from the lake's surface, and in some areas, the magma surged like tides, shooting fiery projectiles into the air. At the center of the cavern, on a platform, lay a pure white fox. Chapter 69. Thunderous purple energy heals deep-seated illness. Its eyes were closed, seemingly in peaceful slumber. Its body curled up quietly. Behind it, 6 beautiful tails fanned out from its slender form. As if sensing something amiss, the 6-tailed demon fox's tails stirred slightly. Its head moved gently, and then it opened its eyes. In those deep, dark orbs reflected Long Xian and the 3-tailed demon fox's figures. Elder brother, how do you feel? Is the cold poison flaring up again? The woman in white stepped forward anxiously, supporting the 6-tailed demon fox's head and asking softly. The 6-tailed demon fox smiled faintly at her, gradually raising its upper body and breathing lightly. Swear, do not worry. The earth's veins are suppressing the cold poison. I am temporarily unharmed. It then glanced at Long Xian, who stood at the cavern's entrance, and asked gently, Young man, who are you, and what brings you here? The 3-tailed demon fox, Swear, came to her senses and took a step back, pointing at Long Xian. Elder brother, this young hero seems to know our ancestor, and says she has escaped from Burning Incense Valley. The 6-tailed demon fox lowered its head slightly, but Long Xian noticed that its body began to tremble, whether from cold or excitement. Young sir, is what you say true? Mother has truly escaped from Burning Incense Valley? It coughed a couple of times, faint traces of blood spraying from its mouth, falling to the ground and soaking into the stones, staining them a vivid red. Elder brother. The 3-tailed demon fox, Swear, exclaimed in alarm, gently patting the six-tailed demon fox's back to help it breathe. But the six-tailed demon fox paid no heed to its injuries. Staring intently at Long Xian, its eyes brimming with excitement and hope. Indeed, Sister Xiaobai has escaped from Burning Incense Valley, Long Xian affirmed with a nod, his gaze lingering on the six-tailed demon fox's front left limb, his brow arching slightly. Such a sinister icy power. To endure such wounds for hundreds of years is truly admirable. The six-tailed demon fox shook its head slightly and spoke softly, "Young master, you jest. My nearly 1,000-year foundation of cultivation has been gradually eroded by the chilling poison of the 9 cold ice over these past 300 years. Now, I merely exist in a state of lingering survival, unworthy of your admiration." Long Xian did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "Sister Xiaobai and I share a bond. Since you, dear friend, are her kin, I cannot stand idly by. Today, I shall help you expel this cold poison." Thus forming a benevolent connection. The six-tailed demon fox was taken aback, but soon regained composure, lifting its head slowly. Its expression, unbeknownst to it, had already returned to tranquility. "I appreciate your goodwill, but the icy poison is exceedingly malevolent. My body is now as cold as the marrow of my bones. Even the pure yang treasure, the Xuanhua mirror, can merely suppress it, not eradicate it. Even if you possess celestial cultivation, it is likely you cannot assist me. It is known that the icy poison is the embodiment of the world's utmost yin energy. To resolve it, one must seek out a master skilled in the profound arts of Xuanhua. The most renowned sect for fire cultivation, the incense-burning valley, would naturally not intervene for a creature such as me, which is why the six-tailed demon fox felt so disheartened, directly refusing Long Xian's goodwill." Long Xian raised an eyebrow but did not bother to explain. He walked directly towards the six-tailed demon fox lying on the ground. Although he had not cultivated the Xuanhua, he possessed profound mastery over thunder, an energy equally potent in its yang essence. Thus, he could drive away the hidden ailment. However, thunder is unruly and not as easily controlled as fire, which the six-tailed demon fox had not considered. Even with Long Xian's current cultivation, he could only manage it with great difficulty. Seeing Long Xian's movements, the six-tailed demon fox felt a flicker of surprise, but made no move. In its eyes, this mysterious young master acted out of goodwill, and while it held no hope, it did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. Long Xian gently closed his eyes, and 2 faint black and white sword shadows emerged within his gaze. His expression grew solemn as he stepped forward, with each step amplifying his sword intent. "Friend, use your remaining demonic energy to protect your heart's pulse. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he pointed into the air, and with the roar of thunder, a purple light surged into the injury on the six-tailed demon fox's left foreleg. The six-tailed demon fox emitted a hoarse cry as if enduring immense pain. "Elder brother, what is wrong?" Su exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of the six-tailed demon fox in such distress, and rushed forward to intervene. Long Xian's expression shifted, and he pointed again, but this time it was directed at her. In Su's perception, countless ethereal and formidable swords appeared before her, piercing through the air and inducing a sense of unavoidable dread. Her pupils contracted, and she instinctively shifted to the right. Yet, before she could move even half a foot, a flash of purple lightning struck, a manifestation of Long Xian's finger, colliding with her left leg. Instantly, her body went weak and numb, collapsing to the ground. "Stay calm. I am blending the thunderous energy with my own magical power to expel the cold poison from your elder brother's body. This process is exceedingly perilous and cannot be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, it may all be in vain, and your elder brother's life could be at stake." Long Xian continued to channel the surging thunderous energy into the six-tailed demon fox's acupoints while explaining coldly, "Su, listen to the young master. I feel much better." At this moment, the six-tailed demon fox, enduring immense pain, regained its senses and gritted its teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. Su, upon hearing this, halted her struggles, gazing at him with sorrow and concern, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, the body of the six-tailed demon fox felt like a battlefield, with the uncontrollable icy poison clashing against the surging thunderous energy. Each impact brought forth excruciating agony, had it not been for the inexplicable purple currents safeguarding its physical form. The chaotic energies within would have surely torn it apart. Despite this, the effects of Long Xian's intervention became strikingly apparent. Although the icy poison had resided within him for many years, taking root, it began to retreat against the adversarial thunderous energy. Gradually, the icy poison coalesced into a mass. Enveloped by the thunderous force, forming a miniature lightning sphere that surged upward through his meridians. Huh! Long Xian's handsome visage radiated with purple energy. And as the 9 heavens Xianjing reached its zenith, he suddenly shouted. Poof! The six-tailed demon fox opened its mouth, and a stream of blood spurted forth. Reaching a distance of 10 zhang, interspersed with the raging thunderous power, it immediately created numerous craters in the ground, which quickly froze over, spreading outward. Roar! Feeling the coldness dissipate, replaced by vibrant life and unimpeded circulation of blood energy, the six-tailed demon fox was overwhelmed with joy. It sprang to its feet, howling to the heavens, as if releasing the pent-up frustrations of over 3 centuries. The sound was haunting yet distant, echoing far and wide, merging with the roiling magma beneath its feet, resonating with fervor. Enough with the howling. Although I have expelled the cold poison from your body and healed the injuries in your meridians with the 9 heavens purple energy, your physical form remains exceedingly weak. For the next 3 to 5 years, it is best you avoid engaging in any battles. Long Xian, standing in the shadows, looked somewhat pale, casting a glance at the excited six-tailed demon fox, and spoke lightly. The six-tailed demon fox's roar abruptly ceased, and white mist quickly coalesced around it, thickening to obscure its white fox form. Moments later, a strange rustling sound emerged, and beneath the increasingly intense heat, the white mist gradually took on a humanoid shape. Before them stood an exceptionally handsome young man, clad in a robe as white as snow, with uniquely exquisite features and brilliant, elongated phoenix-like eyes. As soon as the figure emerged, he bowed respectfully to Long Xian. I, Qi Ling of the Fox clan, express my gratitude to the benefactor for saving my life. Should there be any summons in the future, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Long Xian nodded slightly, his right hand feeling fatigued. Yet the immense true essence of Taiji effortlessly lifted the six-tailed demon fox, Qi Ling. It was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for such grand gestures. Now that you have overcome your tribulation, what do you plan to do next? Qi Ling pondered for a moment, a glimmer of tenderness passing through his eyes. He stepped forward to support Su'er, speaking softly. For the past 300 years, Su'er has been by my side, worrying day and night. Pursued by enemies, yet never abandoning me. I intend to seek out my mother to report this matter, hoping for her approval. Elder brother. Su'er choked, leaning against Qi Ling's embrace, her face a portrait of satisfaction and sweetness. Long Xian remained silent, seemingly reluctant to disturb the reunion of this couple, who had endured much hardship. He stood at the edge of the platform, gazing at the pair in an embrace, lost in thought. A breeze, seemingly from nowhere, lifted his garments, carrying with it a hint of inexplicable melancholy. Chapter 70. Reunion with Sweki. After resolving the matters in Shaoqi town, Long Xian turned his gaze eastward. The remnants of the demonic sect were conspicuously gathering at the flowing wave mountain of the East Sea, suggesting a grand scheme was afoot. Driven by curiosity, Long Xian intended to investigate. His spirit sword traversed with remarkable speed. Though not yet rivaling the legendary wind or lightning escapes, it was still quite impressive. In just a day, he had covered several thousand li from Shaoqi town. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Long Xian decided to descend from the clouds and find a place to rest for the night, planning to continue his journey the following day. As he contemplated this, a grand city suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision. As Long Xian's eyes gleamed with intrigue, his thoughts stirred, and the Qingping sword transformed into a radiant white arc, descending into a grove beyond the grand city. He sheathed the flying sword and proceeded into the city. Although he was a cultivator accustomed to the vastness of the world, it was only natural to seek out better conditions rather than endure hardship unnecessarily. This grand city, known as Changha City, was the largest settlement closest to the East Sea. A further journey of 400 miles eastward would bring one to the shores of the East Sea. As Long Xian wandered through the streets of Changha City, he observed the surroundings with keen curiosity. The residences and attire of the local populace bore a striking resemblance to those of the Central Plains. This place was a vital hub in the East Sea region, where merchants and travelers frequently paused to rest and trade. However, in recent times, the city had seen an influx of cultivators, and even now, he could spot numerous individuals clad in various sect robes moving about, indicating that the events at Liubo Mountain had indeed stirred considerable commotion. At that moment, a raucous voice echoed from the street ahead. This young lady is truly beautiful. Come, follow your brother. I promise you will live a life of luxury. A group of sycophants nearby eagerly echoed their master's words, creating a ruckus. What a stunning beauty. It's a pity she has fallen into the hands of that scoundrel, Wang Ershao. Indeed, such misfortune often befell the fair. You all better stop discussing it. If this reaches Wang Erxiao's ears, you might not escape unscathed. Long Xian, taken aback, reflected on his extensive travels and encounters with vile demons and swindlers. Yet witnessing this brazen display of a wealthy young man coercing a woman was a first for him. Driven by curiosity, he followed the source of the commotion. The scene was close, and Long Xian arrived in mere moments. He stood amidst the crowd, gazing into the clearing where two parties faced off. One was a pale, silk-clad young man fanning himself with a floral fan, undoubtedly the infamous Wang Erxiao. Surrounding him were a dozen burly, fierce-looking men, clearly his henchmen. Opposite them stood a figure whose presence struck Long Xian with astonishment. Clad in white, possessing an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the world, was Lu Sueki. Despite the faint traces of dust upon her, her allure was undeniable. Wang Erxiao's gaze bore into Lu Sueki, his expression one of unrestrained desire. He waved his fan and proclaimed, "Little sister, I possess vast lands and immense wealth. If you accompany me, I vow you will enjoy endless riches and fame." Lu Sueki remained silent, her face cold as she slowly reached for the hilt of her Tianya sword. Long Xian's brows lifted slightly. It appeared that Lu Sueki had indeed been provoked, ready to wield her sword. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, calling out, "Sister Lu." Just as Lu Sueki was about to draw her sword to teach this insufferable scoundrel a lesson, a familiar voice halted her movement. She turned to see the gentle figure of Long Xian. A blush of excitement crept across her cheeks, her lips pale from biting them. The evening glow enveloped her, rendering her both poignant and enchanting. Long Xian scrutinized her closely, exhaling softly with a faint smile, "Sister Lu, I never expected to encounter you here. It is truly delightful." Lu Sueki did not respond. Her autumn-like eyes reflected Long Xian's image, hinting at an imperceptible tenderness. At that moment, Wang Erxiao's countenance darkened as he glared at Long Xian, shouting, "Who are you, brat, daring to vie for a woman with me? If you are wise, you will leave at once, and I might consider sparing you." Long Xian's expression turned icy, and he glanced at Wang Erxiao and his surrounding henchmen, coldly uttering, "Ignorant fool." The crowd gasped in surprise, and Wang Erxiao screeched, "Oh, a brave lad. It seems you prefer punishment over courtesy. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson today. Big brother, second brother, third brother, break this brat's legs." "Yes, young master." The henchmen's faces hardened as they charged forward. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as several figures flew backward at a speed greater than before, crashing into a wall and collapsing heavily, groaning in pain. Wang Erxiao stood dumbfounded, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, and he shouted nervously, "Listen here, my father is the wealthiest man in Heyang City. If you provoke him, you will regret it." The implied threat was evident, bolstering his confidence. Long Xian merely shook his head, dismissing the brash young man as an inconsequential ruffian unworthy of his time. He turned to Lu Sueki, smiling lightly, "Sister Lu, the day is waning. Let us find a place to rest." Lu Sueki nodded slightly, her gaze serene as she walked alongside Long Xian, leaving the scene behind. Wang Erxiao watched their retreating figures and gradually stood up, spitting toward the distance. "Bah, what a worthless scoundrel. Thinking he can act so grandly only because he fears my father's influence." He surveyed the crowd that had gathered, sneering, "What are you all staring at? A bunch of lowly peasants. Do you all wish to die?" The onlookers, sensing his brewing wrath, gasped and quickly dispersed. Though Heyang City was inferior in stature to Heyang City, lacking in historical significance and population, it thrived in its coastal prosperity. The inns and taverns were not lacking, as exemplified by the Yunhai Tower that lay before Long Xian and Lu Sueki. It may not have been opulent, but it was certainly far more luxurious and spacious than the humble inns Long Xian had envisioned. "Sister Lu, are you also here for Liubo Mountain?" Long Xian inquired as they entered. Lu Sueki nodded slightly, her tone icy and composed. "After escaping my predicament, I intended to return to Qingyun. However, I unexpectedly received a message via my master's flying sword, stating that a multitude of demonic cultivators has appeared at Liubo Mountain, and a great battle may ensue. I must go to assist." Long Xian nodded in agreement. Even Master Shueyue has been alerted. It seems those demons are causing quite a stir. Lu Sueki glanced at him, affirming, "Our Qingyun Sect has dispatched several elders, including Master Tian Bai, Master Suru, and Master Tsong, as well as high-ranking figures from the Burning Incense Valley and Tianyin Temple. This is no trivial matter." Such turbulent times, Long Xian sighed, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. They had now reached the innkeeper's counter, where the innkeeper looked up with a beaming smile, asking, "Young sir, are you looking for a meal or lodging?" With a swift motion, Long Xian produced 100 taels of silver note from his pocket and placed it before the innkeeper, whose eyes widened in delight. Rest assured, our Yunhai Tower is a time-honored establishment, guaranteeing you a warm welcome and a satisfying stay. Prepare 2 clean upper rooms for us, and also send some of your signature dishes to our rooms, Long Xian interjected calmly. Certainly. Please make yourselves comfortable. The innkeeper smiled repeatedly and then called out, Xiao Wu. Xiao Lu, please escort these 2 esteemed guests to rooms Tianzi number 1 and Tianzi number 2. At that moment, Long Xian suddenly heard a gentle voice from behind. Boss, prepare us a table of fine dishes and 2 jugs of good wine. Turning around, Long Xian beheld a middle-aged scholar and a young scholar leading the way, followed by a group of men clad in black robes. The middle-aged scholar had finely arched eyebrows and square eyes, his appearance strikingly handsome, yet somewhat sinister, particularly his bright, piercing eyes that gleamed with brilliance. His lustrous black hair, adorned with a silk cap, cascaded over his shoulders, exuding an aura that commanded respect. A fleeting glance was enough for Long Xian to internally commend him as an extraordinary individual, his feet never halting as he followed the waiter to the upper floor's private room. He did not notice that the middle-aged man, upon seeing him, was also momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow, revealing a contemplative expression. The pale-faced scholar, noticing his unusual reaction, stepped forward and whispered, Zhongzhu, what troubles you? The middle-aged man smiled even more broadly, but offered no explanation, merely saying, It's nothing. Let us enjoy a meal first. The current situation in Liubo Mountain is complex, and our absence is unsettling. As night deepened and the rain, which had begun in the evening, showed no signs of stopping, Long Xian and Lu Sueki returned to their respective rooms after dinner. Gazing out at the dim horizon, Long Xian felt a sense of oppression. Unable to calm his mind to meditate, he sighed lightly. Just as he was about to extinguish the candle, a steady sound of footsteps approached, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Long Xian raised an eyebrow and replied softly, Who is it? My lord, are you still awake? The visitor spoke humbly, yet there was an underlying hint of martial intent in his words. My master requests your presence in the private room for a discussion. May I have the honor of your company? Long Xian furrowed his brow, but nonetheless rose to open the door, revealing a robust man in a black robe, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, whose aura suggested he possessed considerable power. Long Xian inquired coolly, I am not acquainted with your master. What is the reason for this late-night invitation? The black-robed man smiled slightly and replied, The thoughts of my master are beyond the comprehension of someone like me. If you are curious, why not accompany me, and you will understand everything? Long Xian regarded the black-robed man with a deep gaze, then smiled composedly, saying, With a servant like you, your master must surely be an intriguing individual. Lead the way. Certainly, my lord. The black-robed man revealed a shadowy smile, extending his right hand to guide Long Xian to the 3rd floor of Yunhai Pavilion. The two quickly arrived outside a secluded chamber on the 3rd floor, where the black-robed man gently knocked on the door and respectfully announced, Master, the esteemed guest has arrived. Come in. A gentle voice emanated from within the chamber, imbued with an indescribable authority. Yes. The black-robed man nodded slightly, pushing the door open and allowing Long Xian to enter. Upon entering, Long Xian was momentarily taken aback, for the individual before him was none other than the middle-aged scholar he had encountered earlier at the entrance of Yunhai Pavilion. The scholar stood up upon Long Xian's arrival and greeted him with a calm smile, saying, I apologize for the abrupt late-night invitation. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Despite his tranquil demeanor, there was an inexplicable peculiarity in his presence, particularly the glance he had cast at Long Xian, which seemed to harbor a certain mystical power. When Long Xian, feeling a sense of caution, returned his gaze, he found the scholar appearing unremarkable, akin to an ordinary scholar weathered by time. Long Xian was no ordinary individual. He did not believe that his earlier impression was merely a figment of his imagination. The ability to conceal one's aura to such an extent suggested that this person's cultivation was indeed remarkable. Quickly suppressing his astonishment, he resumed a warm smile and cupped his fist in greeting, saying, Your demeanor is extraordinary, sir. I presume you are not an ordinary person. Might I inquire if you have any guidance to offer? The scholar waved his hand lightly and replied with a faint smile, You jest, my lord. I am but a humble traveler in this vast world, not one to offer guidance. However, feeling lonely on my journey, I noticed your extraordinary presence and wished to converse. Would you mind? He gestured toward a nearby 8 immortals table, already set with 2 chairs, 2 wine cups, and a jug of wine. Long Xian shook his head slightly, taking a seat at the scholar's invitation, and smiled, Of course not. The long, rainy night brings melancholy. So it is indeed a pleasure to share a drink with someone of your caliber. After a moment's pause, he continued, I am Long Xian. May I ask for your name? The scholar nodded and replied with a gentle smile. So you are Long Gongzi. I am Wan Renwang, wandering the world. Wan Renwang. Long Xian repeated silently. The name sounded ordinary, yet evoked a sense of gallant heroism. He could not help but glance up at Wan Renwang, whose demeanor was gentle. Yet he exuded an innate authority, as if born to lead multitudes. Wan Renwang scrutinized Long Xian from top to bottom, then grinned. Forgive me for asking, but are you a practitioner of the mystical arts? Long Xian nodded slightly, though Wan Renwang appeared eccentric. He possessed an aura of grandeur that suggested he was an honest man. Thus, Long Xian decided not to feign modesty regarding his cultivation, acknowledging it was only natural for him to be perceived. Wan Renwang smiled and pointed to the northwest, saying, From your attire, you seem to be from the Central Plains. Though still youthful, your abilities surpass those of my guards. Which celestial mountain do you hail from? Long Xian nodded, responding, You have a keen eye, Wan Xiong. I indeed come from the Central Plains, fortunate to be an apprentice of Qingyun. I have descended the mountain on a mission from my master to gain experience. Wan Renwang smiled faintly and remarked, Qingyun is renowned in the realm of cultivation, with a long and profound heritage, its teachings deeply respected by all. Given your early entrance into such a prestigious sect, you are destined to become an extraordinary figure in our land. Long Xian smiled gently, shaking his head, You flatter me. Wan Xiong, my master's skills are unparalleled, and the teachings within my sect are as deep as the ocean. I would be content to grasp even a fraction of his wisdom. How could I dare to aspire for more? Wan Renwang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, I did not expect you to have such a sense of humor. Long Xian smiled in return, but chose not to dwell on the subject. Instead, he inquired, Given your appearance, Wan Xiong, where are you headed? Wan Renwang stood leisurely, leaning against the railing with his hands clasped behind his back, and replied, This world is vast and boundless. I traverse its expanse, visiting ancient mountains and deep swamps at my leisure. Today, I have heard of the rise of the demonic sect gathering at Liubo Mountain. So I too intend to join the fray. Oh, Long Xian's expression momentarily shifted to one of intrigue, and he replied softly, Your free-spirited nature is admirable, Wan Xiong. Such a carefree journey is truly commendable. Wan Renwang chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am but a simple countryman. It is hardly worth mentioning. You honor me too much. After a pause, he added, As a practitioner of the righteous path, I assume you harbor a deep disdain for those demonic entities? Long Xian was taken aback by the question, pondering for a moment before responding calmly. What is righteousness? What is demonic? The world is a stage for all living beings. People are often divided into black and white. The so-called righteous and demonic are merely two factions within our land. In my view, if those regarded as demons still possess humanity, they are worthy of respect. I only strike down those who bring calamity upon the world and those who deserve death. If these heretical words were to reach the elders of the Qingyun Sect, they would undoubtedly accuse Long Xian of speaking blasphemy, and even Dao Xianzhenren would not offer protection. After all, the conflict of doctrine is the very foundation of a sect's rise and fall. Yet, for reasons unknown, this middle-aged man exuded a familiarity that compelled Long Xian to voice his innermost thoughts. Wan Renwang savored Long Xian's words, a broad smile spreading across his face, his eyes reflecting a dawning understanding. He slowly rose, examining Long Xian from head to toe, as if he were seeing him anew. Young master, you perceive the world with remarkable clarity. Just this insight alone surpasses that of most in this realm. Regrettably, he continued, the dictates of my sect compel me to act otherwise. Although today, Brother Wan and I share a convivial drink, it is uncertain whether our next encounter will lead to swords drawn. Long Xian shook his head, a semblance of a resigned smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied. Wan Renwang's body trembled slightly, and he lifted his head, a palpable aura of disdain for the world emanating from him. He sighed. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I had thought my concealment was thorough, yet it seems I could not escape your discerning gaze. Long Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Brother Wan, your mastery is simply astounding, and your demeanor is truly impressive. You are undoubtedly a figure of dominance. Among the esteemed individuals of the righteous triad, none can compare to you. The remainder, it appears, belong to the four factions of the demonic sect. He glanced at Wan Renwang, a hint of a teasing smile on his face. But I wonder, which lineage does Brother Wan hail from? Wan Du Min, Chongqing Hall, or Gue Wang's sect? Wan Renwang chuckled softly and filled their cups with wine. Indeed, young master speaks candidly. I am indeed from the Gue Wang sect. However, To share this evening with a paragon of the righteous path such as yourself is truly delightful and deserves a toast. Long Xian nodded slightly, raising his cup in a gesture of camaraderie before downing its contents. I thank you for your honesty, Brother Wan, and I hope that when we meet again, we shall not be adversaries. With that, he stood, offering Wan Renwang a courteous smile. I appreciate your hospitality, but my interest has waned. I must take my leave. Wait. Wan Renwang suddenly stood, halting Long Xian in his tracks. In response to Long Xian's puzzled gaze, he produced a pale purple jade pendant, exquisite and seemingly imbued with auspicious energy, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. Do you recognize this style of jade pendant, Xianair? What is this? Long Xian's body jolted, his expression shifting dramatically as he trembled, retrieving a similar pale purple pendant from his own robes. Though one bore the image of a rock and the other a Qilin, it was evident that the two pieces shared a mysterious connection. Are you truly? Long Xian stared in disbelief at the man before him, his lips quivering, struggling to accept the reality. Xianair, this Qilin jade is a treasured heirloom of the Wan family. I personally placed it around your neck when you were born, signifying the arrival of a gifted child. Wan Renwang stepped closer, resting a hand on Long Xian's shoulder, his face radiating affection and indulgence. Dear child, I am your uncle. Uncle? Long Xian stammered, the unfamiliar term tumbling from his lips as his mind raced. Here he was, a ninth elder of the Qingyun Sect, suddenly discovering he had an uncle from the Gui Wang sect, and judging by his uncle's demeanor, he clearly held a position of power. Chapter 72, Storms and Thunder. Sword named Thunder Punishment. On the day I brought Yao heir to your Long family, I was astonished to hear you had joined the Qingyun Sect. Wan Renwang chuckled wryly, his expression complex. Seeing your energy contained, I presume you have reached the upper clear realm with your cultivation of the Tai Qing Dao? Long Xian nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, suddenly inquired. This time, the demonic sect has gathered at Lu Bo Mountain with great fanfare. Do you know their intentions, Uncle Wan? Wan Renwang seemed taken aback by Long Xian's question, pausing momentarily before smiling and gazing out the window. I am indeed aware. The purpose of our holy sect's emergence is to capture a rare beast, the Kuei Niu. He fixed his gaze on Long Xian, speaking deliberately. Xianair, do you wish to stop your uncle? Long Xian pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head, smiling faintly. Very well, since this is your undertaking, I, as your nephew, shall refrain from intervening. As he spoke, the door behind him opened of its own accord, and he retreated, vanishing into the dark corridor. His calm voice echoed from the shadows. Uncle, this is a one-time affair. The Qingyun Sect has been tremendously kind to me, and my master, Dao Xianjinren, has shown me great care. I cannot betray my sect, regardless of the circumstances. Our paths diverge. The future holds peril, so please take care. Shortly after Long Xian departed, a figure emerged from the darkness behind Wan Renwang, a woman cloaked in black, her face veiled. She approached him and said, Sect leader, it seems the young master has already made up his mind. To persuade him to join our holy sect will surely be a formidable challenge. Wan Renwang remained silent, sighing softly as the night wind tousled his white hair, as if narrating the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth. Due to Qingyun City's proximity to the sea, the sky above was a striking blue, seemingly so high that it felt unattainable. Long Xian and Lu Sueki freshened up before checking out of the Cloud Sea Pavilion. After traveling over a mile from Qingyun City, they summoned their flying swords and took to the skies. Lu Bo Mountain in the East Sea, a remote corner of the world, extended 7,000 miles into the ocean, beyond which lay the vast, boundless sea. This desolate place had once been devoid of human presence. However, not long ago, members of the demonic sect emerged from various regions, annihilating dozens of cultivation sects in mere days, sending shockwaves across the realm. The demonic sect had risen again after 8 centuries, its might burgeoning. During this time, news from the Burning Incense Valley revealed that a large contingent from the demonic sect would gather at the desolate Lu Bo Mountain, the purpose of which remained unclear. Thus, the 3 major righteous sects dispatched their elite disciples, led by highly skilled elders, to proceed to Lu Bo Mountain in grand procession. Along the way, numerous righteous figures joined their ranks, aiming to eradicate the demons and benefit the world. In this far eastern land, the journey was arduous. Long Xian, not employing the spirit light sword escape, instead utilized the ordinary sword control technique to match Lu Sueki's speed. After 4 to 5 days of travel, they finally reached the outer seas. The sky was a pristine blue, the strong winds invigorating, and the ocean sparkled like a beautiful gem beneath them, unmarred by any islands. Long Xian, attired in flowing white robes, stood atop his Qingping sword, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being. He furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Sister Lu, we have traveled for 4 to 5 days. Why have we yet to catch sight of Lu Bo Mountain?" Lu Sueki gazed at him, a flicker of light glimmering in her eyes, and replied gently, "We have been heading east and have entered the outer sea. We should soon arrive at the far eastern shores." As the two conversed, the sky began to darken, the twilight shrouding them in a thick haze, obscuring the moon and stars, leaving no trace of light in the night sky. Long Xian and Lu Sueki exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken concern in each other's eyes. The weather at sea was notoriously fickle, with clear skies one moment and fierce storms the next. Judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed another tempest was on the horizon. "Sister Lu, let us find a small island to shelter from the rain. We can resume our journey once the weather clears." Thunder rumbled ominously across the sky, and white lightning clawed through the heavens, as if tearing the dark night sky into fragments. Moments later, large raindrops descended like small stones, striking the surface of the sea with a sharp crackle. Soon after, a torrential downpour commenced, pouring down relentlessly. Lu Sueki seemed to shiver slightly, her complexion turning pale. With a fleeting flash of lightning, her figure appeared as a vague shadow in the darkness. "Lu Shiji, what troubles you?" Long Xian asked, his brow furrowing, as the Qingping sword transformed into a streak of white light, arriving by her side. "Why does your face look so pale?" Lu Sueki gazed at the concern etched on Long Xian's face, and her heart swelled with warmth as she softly replied, "It is nothing to worry about. Merely a shadow from my childhood. Back then, I was quite naive. Every time a stormy night approached, with thunder roaring, I would be engulfed in fear. Do not fret." "Shitty." Long Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom that the ice-cold goddess, Lu Shiji, could possess such vulnerability. He recalled the day atop Tontian Peak, where this fragile woman wielded the immense power of thunder, appearing like an ethereal being, and an inexplicable ache stirred within him. Hesitantly, he reached out, taking Lu Sueki's delicate right hand into his own, softly assuring her, "Do not be afraid. I am by your side, and this will soon pass." Lu Sueki's hand felt somewhat cold and trembled slightly, yet Long Xian's words seemed to bring her solace, and a hint of color returned to her face. The night was shrouded in darkness, the heavens silent. The wind and rain howled, and amidst the desolate night, it felt as though the entire world had narrowed down to just this place, leaving only the two of them. The young couple soared through the air on their swords, their hands clasped tightly together. Whoosh! A rainbow of colors shot through the air, akin to an aurora slipping away into the void. With each flicker, they traveled several miles. And after flying for nearly half an hour, Long Xian finally spotted a small island ahead. From above, the island appeared lush and verdant, with vegetation sprawling across it, and the surrounding waters gleamed a crystalline blue, reminiscent of exquisite sapphire. Long Xian's eyes brightened as he guided the sword light downward. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the wind surged. Deep within the woods, it seemed that countless demons howled, creating a cacophony. Long Xian glanced back at Lu Sueki, noticing that her complexion had improved considerably, which eased his heart. They walked side by side, as the rain fell around them, yet an ethereal sword circle, half white and half black, shielded them, preventing the rain from reaching their forms. After a brief while, they discovered a naturally formed cave at the edge of the woods. Although rudimentary, its elevated position kept it dry and refreshing, free from the intrusion of rain. Long Xian led Lu Sueki inside, finally releasing her hand, and with a light-hearted smile said, "Lu Shiji, let us rest here for the night. We shall head to Liubo Mountain tomorrow to meet with our esteemed masters." Lu Sueki nodded slightly, a barely perceptible warmth crossing her cool features as she replied softly, "Thank you for your consideration, Shitty." The rain continued unabated, persisting into the early hours of the night, with thunder and lightning raging in the skies. Long Xian took a gentle breath, slowly rising from the shadows of the cave, and ventured outside, where the bleak landscape evoked a sense of despondency. He dispelled his protective aura, tilted his head to the heavens, and allowed the rain to cascade down upon him, streaming along his face. His once dry white robe quickly became drenched, rendering him somewhat disheveled. However, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, fixed upon the turbulent sky, where dark clouds rolled and lightning flickered, as if an ancient demon was awakening to punish the vast earth. Long Xian seemed entranced, suddenly raising his hand. The Zhanlong sword flew from behind him into his grasp. With an indifferent expression, he gripped the sword tightly, raising it high, exuding a sharp, fierce aura as if to pierce the heavens before striking down. Crack! The blinding sword light exploded like thunder, rippling through the void. Where the lightning struck, ancient trees were cleaved in two, igniting into flames. No, it was not meant to be like this. Long Xian closed his eyes momentarily, deeply attuning himself to the pulsations of the tempestuous sea of thunder above, his brow furrowing as he encountered an insurmountable conundrum. Boom! Another flash of lightning split the sky, accompanied by a chilling howl of wind, sweeping across the earth. Long Xian remained steadfast with his sword, breathing deeply, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The trajectory of the lightning's transformation replayed repeatedly in his mind. Indeed, without embodying the grand and righteous will of heaven and earth, how could one possibly unleash the full might of thunder? He opened his eyes, a flicker of electricity dancing within them. That deep-seated cry, the unwavering pride of the Sword Immortal's path, surged within his heart. He lifted the Zhanlong sword, a faint smile gracing his lips, and took a decisive step forward. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, the trajectory of the Zhanlong creating an enigmatic purple shadow, both eerie and majestic. When he reappeared, he was already 20 paces away, and with a single stroke of his sword, a formidable purple light manifested before him. A vast expanse of thunderous energy enveloped the area, with arcs of lightning dancing about, akin to a raging inferno poised to annihilate the tainted world. Boom! The power of this strike was unimaginable, as if a realm of thunder had emerged from the Zhanlong sword, drawing everything into its fold, cleansing the world with its tempestuous force. Everything within 100 paces was obliterated by this violent lightning, the heavy stones reduced to dust, and even the ground beneath his feet seemed to sink slightly. Emitting wisps of smoke, Long Xian sheathed his sword, standing with a somewhat pale visage, yet his excitement was unmistakable. This sword embodies the grand righteousness of heaven and earth. It acts on behalf of the heavens to deliver judgment. Henceforth it shall be named Thunder Punishment. Chapter 73. The Arrogant Murong of Penglai Immortal Sect. As dawn broke, the clouds parted, the sun rose, and the rain ceased, the winds calmed. Lu Sueki stirred from her dreams, her gaze falling upon the figure beside her, seated in meditation. The presence, steady and warm, seemed to have always been there, a steadfast guardian. A faint smile graced her lips, as if finding solace. Long Xian, hearing a sound, gradually withdrew his energy and emerged from his trance, meeting Lu Sueki's starry, autumnal eyes. He could not help but smile. Lu Shiji, you are awake. Yes, Lu Sueki replied, her expression soft and tinged with a hint of rosy blush. She glanced at Long Xian once more and then nodded slightly. However, as Long Xian began to rise, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. His every movement seemed enveloped in a radiant and formidable sword intent, more aggressive than before. As if a tempest was sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Like a sovereign among swords, he stood at the pinnacle, commanding the entirety of the world. Long Shidi, why does your aura seem different from before? Lu Sueki could not contain her curiosity, softly inquiring. Long Xian understood well what she meant. The epiphany from the previous night had deepened his comprehension of the path of thunder. The power of lightning is the epitome of righteous judgment, inherently fierce and domineering. Unconsciously, he had infused these insights into his very essence, rendering his aura sharp and overwhelming. With a smile, he replied casually, last night I had an unexpected realization. There is no need for you to worry, Shiji. I will likely remain this way for quite some time. Lu Sueki nodded slightly. She had heard her master mention that this prodigious sword cultivator was indeed a rarity, and she presumed that the insights he spoke of pertained to the sword path. Choosing not to press further, this island seemed to be situated in a remote location, perpetually deserted. As they emerged from the forest, they found themselves surrounded by towering ancient trees, some so large that it took 2 or 3 people to encircle their trunks. Lu Sueki followed closely behind Long Xian, walking slowly through the woods, as the morning light filtered down from the treetops, casting a gentle glow upon the underbrush. The forest was modest in size, and soon the two individuals emerged onto the beach, where the crystalline waves lapped gently at the pristine sands. Close to the shore, a unique species of tree thrived, its towering trunks rising majestically skyward without any lateral branches, only branching out at the top into broad canopies, beneath which hung fruits the size of a child's head. Just as they contemplated summoning their flying swords to soar into the sky, they were startled by an extraordinarily sharp sound slicing through the air, interrupting the serene ambience that had been dominated solely by the sounds of the tides and the sea breeze. Taken aback, they instinctively turned their gazes skyward, only to witness 2 sword-like rainbows of differing hues streaking across the heavens like meteors on a summer night. dazzlingly brilliant before spiraling down to land gracefully upon the sand, revealing the silhouettes of a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome, clad in azure robes, his complexion pale, yet exuding an air of refined arrogance. The woman, adorned in a flowing blue dress, was equally enchanting, her gentle smile reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. Though the palpable aura of water elemental power emanating from her indicated she was no novice, possessing a mastery level akin to the 7th or 8th tier of the Jade Purity realm. Dragon Xian glanced at Lu Sueki, noting her frosty demeanor that signaled a resolute aloofness. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, stepping forward and bowing slightly. "May I inquire as to which sect you both belong, and what guidance you wish to impart upon this humble disciple?" The woman in blue assessed Dragon Xian with keen eyes before breaking into a smile. "Please forgive me, young sir. I am Ling Bingyu of the East Sea Tai Immortal sect, and this is my junior martial brother, Morong Hao. Yesterday, while traveling through this area, we inadvertently sensed a significant surge of thunderous magical energy and were compelled by curiosity to investigate. I hope you will overlook our intrusion." Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound confusion. The disciple of the Penglai sect exhibited an exceptionally pure water elemental energy, suggesting a level of cultivation far beyond that of minor sections. Yet, for reasons unknown, neither the sect's records nor their mentors had ever mentioned the Tai Immortal sect. Seeming to read their bewilderment, Ling Bingyu smiled softly. "My sect has long resided in the East Sea, seldom venturing into the world. It is not surprising that you have not heard of us." Realization dawned on Dragon Xian, and he smiled in acknowledgement. "Ah, so Miss Ling hails from a reclusive sect. I am Dragon Xian, and this is my senior sister, Lu Sueki, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. We are here on a mission from our master to gain experience. It is indeed a privilege to make the acquaintance of both you and junior brother Moro." Ling Bingyu raised an elegant eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "No wonder you two possess such remarkable cultivation at such a young age. Your lineage from a prominent sect is truly impressive. I am honored." Lu Sueki, noting the humility in the young woman's words, felt a flicker of warmth towards her and inquired further, "Miss Ling, are you familiar with our sect?" "Of course," Ling Bingyu replied with a gentle smile. "The Qingyun Sect has thrived for thousands of years. Its profound heritage and formidable reputation known even to those of us who dwell beyond the ordinary realms, despite never having ventured into the central continent." At this moment, Morong Hao, who had been silent, wore a displeased expression. Once Ling Bingyu finished speaking, he coldly interjected, "Sister, why bolster others' pride while diminishing our own? The Tai Immortal sect is also a great sect. If we were to emerge from our seclusion, we would hardly be inferior to the Qingyun Sect." His words caused an immediate shift in the atmosphere, with Dragon Xian's eyes flashing a hint of menace and the ambient temperature seeming to drop. Lu Sueki's face turned icy as she glared at Morong Hao. "Junior brother, be silent," Ling Bingyu exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She then turned to Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki, apologetically adding, "My junior brother is merely inexperienced and has not encountered many formidable individuals. I beg your forgiveness for his arrogance." With Ling Bingyu mediating, the tension in Dragon Xian's demeanor eased somewhat. Just as he was about to respond, Morong Hao let out a derisive snort. "Sister, what do you mean by such words? The disciples of the Tai Immortal sect practice authentic Daoist methods. We need not bow to the Qingyun sect." He then fixed his gaze on Dragon Xian and Lu Sueki, declaring, "Humph. If you two possess any real skill, then battle me, and you shall know whether my words hold any truth." "Morong Hao, cease your insolence." Ling Bingyu's face turned a shade of fury, her voice trembling with anger. "Enough. Miss Ling and Sister Lu, please step aside." Dragon Xian maintained a serene smile, yet his eyes were devoid of warmth. "It appears that you, Morong, hold a high opinion of your own abilities. Since you have extended a challenge, I would not wish to disappoint. It would be an affront to the Qingyun sect if I did not demonstrate my capabilities." As he spoke, the sword aura surrounding Dragon Xian surged, each word amplifying the pressure on Morong Hao. By the time the final word left his lips, a formidable sword energy radiated from him, sharp enough to cleave the heavens. Morong Hao, a mere novice at the materialization stage, could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. He turned pale, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. "Please, calm your anger," Ling Bingyu exclaimed, her expression shifting as she positioned herself in front of Morong Hao, an ethereal water dragon shimmering into existence around her, providing her with some measure of protection against the oppressive force. Dragon Xian had intended merely to issue a gentle reprimand, not to bring harm to Morong Hao. The sword aura, though impressive, was tempered, and the actual pressure he exerted was merely a fraction of his true power. It was unsurprising that Ling Bingyu could mitigate it. He furrowed his brow, observing the water dragon surrounding her, and remarked with a smile, "Your sect's techniques are indeed profound, Miss Ling. They pique my curiosity." With his sword aura fully receded, it seemed as if the overwhelming pressure had merely been a figment of their imaginations. Ling Bingyu's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, and she exhaled deeply, shaking her head. "You flatter me. It is you who is unfathomable. This sword energy is truly enlightening for me." Dragon Xian chuckled softly, replying, "I am but a humble disciple who has received a modicum of true teachings from my master. It is the world that must not underestimate the Qingyun Sect." Ling Bingyu offered a nervous laugh, uncertain how to respond. Meanwhile, Muronghao's face burned with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had boldly challenged someone, only to be subdued by mere pressure without a single strike being exchanged. Casting a glance at the calm Dragon Xian, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. "Very well, my fellow disciples have urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Dragon Xian wore a gentle smile. Appearing as the archetype of a refined gentleman, yet none dared to underestimate him. "Should you ever journey to the central continent, Miss Ling, do not hesitate to seek me at the Qingyun Sect. I would be most honored to welcome you." Despite his disdain for Muronghao's arrogance, Dragon Xian appreciated Ling Bingyu's willingness to stand up for her junior brother during a critical moment. Ling Bingyu smiled faintly, replying, "You are too kind, dear brother. If that day arrives, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Sister, let us be on our way." Dragon Xian gestured, and a radiant white sword, sharp and resplendent, appeared before him, the Qingping sword. Lu Sueki nodded slightly, summoning her own sword, the Tianya, transforming into a streak of blue light as they ascended into the azure sky, breaking through the clouds. On the beach, Moronghao took a long breath, gradually returning to his senses. "Sister, are the cultivators of the central continent truly that formidable?" I perceived that Dragon Xian appeared to be even younger than I. "Not necessarily," Ling Bingyu replied, contemplating. "Our master has mentioned that with our level of cultivation, we would not be considered inferior in the central continent. Perhaps that individual was simply too strong." She gazed up at the sky, where azure and white clouds mingled. A glimpse of ethereal mist slicing through the layers, creating a stunning spectacle. Somehow, a sudden sense of bewilderment washed over her. Since the flowing wave mountain could draw such extraordinary individuals, it must be of great significance. It would be wise for our Penglai immortal sect to refrain from involving ourselves.